Test. Test, test, test. What's up, chat? Can you hear me? Coming in 1 second. Just about ready to start. Here we go. And we're live. Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground, to the epic marathon live stream that takes place on August 14th, 2024. It is a Wednesday, and it's a wonderful day to see you all. It's a wonderful Wednesday. Hey, wonderful Wednesdays at Theory Underground. Today, we've got a lot of fantastic guests lined up, including Chris Cutrone, Todd McGowan, Christine Louise Sully, Helen Rollins, Benjamin Studebaker, Michael Downs, and I will be joined throughout the day by my co-host, Nance, as well as my co-host and life partner, my actual wife, Anne Snelgrove-McKerracher. Anne is not here today. She and I pre-recorded 2 sessions that will be played throughout the day at various points, both concerning Nina Power. And so this first segment that we're about to play, once I've checked in on chat and seen how y'all are doing, let me know. Go ahead and say something in the chat. This first segment is a sort of forensic analysis. It's the anatomy of a cancellation. And some people thought that I was being that they're just like, well, why are you saying stuff? Why are you defending Nina on this one? If you're not familiar, then there was a cancellation, I don't know, a few weeks ago. And yeah, I did stand up for her, and I have no shame. And I think more people should have. And some of the people should have known better, and they should have done something. But like I said, later in the interview with Nina that I'll play much later today in this epic marathon live stream, I think a lot of people just don't know how to deal with things. There's no sense of ethics. There's no sense of etiquette. This isn't something that our parents or grandparents could have prepared us for. And it's not enough to just say it's cowardice. It's not enough to just say it's convenient or, has to do with a career choice. We can't even say it's just people's inability to understand context, nuance, jokes, or differences in approach, right? To kind of presuppose that one's own standpoint is the obvious one and to not take other perspectives into consideration. It goes much, much further than all of that. And we'll get into it. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here with all of that. For those who have never been to an epic marathon live stream at Theory Underground before, welcome. I'm David McKerracher. This is my platform and publishing house. If you're watching this, you're watching it on YouTube. If you're listening to it, you're hearing it on podcast. And it's great to have you. I do this for workers with earbuds and people who are burnt out on academia, activism, and the status quo, who want to try to understand the situation, maybe to change it. But I always have to say that doesn't make it a leftist org. In a sort of sense, it's a recovering from leftism sort of organization. Now, that's not to say that everybody here agrees with me, and it's not to say that there aren't any leftists. There's lots of leftists here, but I like them despite that. In the same way that I can associate with a Trump supporter. It's like I like them despite that. Look, it's a thing about you. That's okay. I don't have the answers. I don't care if you're a Christian or an atheist or a Muslim or a Hindu or a Buddhist or whatever. I don't care. I also don't care if you are Republican or Democrat or leftist or I was going to say neo-Nazi, but I mean, I kind of don't want people around who discredit the seriousness in which we engage things. And if you're a 15-year-old and you're very serious and you're going through a phase, that's one thing. That's one thing. And so you're a big old Stalin stan or whatever. It's like, cool, whatever. I don't care. But we don't have 15-year-olds at Theory Underground. We don't have, I was going to say anyone under the age of 27, really, but that's not true. I mean, we have like a couple exceptions, but for the most part, everybody, well, not even the most part, everybody here is presumed to be an adult. Not only presumed to be an adult, but an adult who is taking responsibility. I do not assume man-children. I might assume some man-children who are trying to get more serious about life. I like to speak to the higher capacities of the people in the room, not the lowest common denominators, not just within the room, but within yourself, because you do have a lowest common denominator and you do have higher humane capacities. You have those. I hope that we'll be able to bring those out throughout the day. I hope that we'll be able to inspire something in you. But yes, for people who are interested in theorists like Lacan or Land or Zizek or Hegel, this is kind of where we're at. But I come from this perspective that is running Marx and Heidegger against one another to go beyond them and in a sort of way through Levinas and Bourdieu and Baudrillard, as well as the rest, bringing that project together and bringing it into conversation with the current conjuncture and doing it for the sake of the good life, a prerequisite for which is time energy. And time energy is the name of my book, my most recent book. It's also a concept that means large energy infused, repeatable blocks of reliable time between us. And we're not talking about like hyper energy infused time. We're talking about cool, calm, collected, and rested energy infused time. The kind of time that you just don't get to have if you are a wage laborer, much less, some aspirant PMC. Like the fact is we're all fucked when it comes to time energy. Now, with all of that said, I want to say howdy to Mandy in the chat. Great to see you. Great to see you. Ian Cochrane, good to see you. I'm assuming he's painting houses somewhere in Britain right now. Great to hear from you, Ian. So glad that you're here. That's why I like to start these streams nice and early in the morning where I'm at, because I know it might be too early for somebody waking up in California, but somebody on the East Coast in the U.S., they might be getting going with their day by now. Yeah? I mean, it's probably, it's 8 a.m. in New York City. But if you are in Britain, I don't know. It's probably getting close to afternoon around now. Is that right? Go ahead and let me know, Ian. I think that you might be 8 hours ahead of me, 7 hours ahead of me, something like that. Everybody in the chat, go ahead and let me know where you're at, or at least what your time zone is. I love to think about the internationality of what we're doing here. Claire says, is good. Happy to catch ya. A lot of times people latch on to a preconceived sense of righteousness and it leads them down a path of vitriol. Yeah, one of the things that I've been doing in this Emmanuel Levinas Totality Infinity course is getting into, the reason he doesn't prioritize an ethical system, say virtue ethics or deontology or utilitarianism, is because they all presuppose something that they can lose. They can all lose the fundamental moral basis that motivates their projects. And it's very easy for a person in their pursuit of righteousness to become what Zizek would call the pervert, right? The one who's got no self-doubt whatsoever, who thinks they've got it all figured out, that they are on the right side of history and of story. Yeah, well, Mandy, it's great that you're listening from a farm. We've got VH listening from Chicago. Mandy's coming in from Connecticut. Ian's coming in from, I'm not going to be able to say this properly, Caerdid, Kimru? Is that really a place? Is that a thing? That does not sound British at all. It's apparently 1 o'clock there. Okay. Yep, already in the afternoon. That's fantastic. All right, everybody. Oh, look, there's even more people coming through. Great to see you all. Greetings from Turkey. Greetings from Hanoi, Vietnam. What? I should do more early stuff so I can connect more with my Vietnamese and Thai friends. Great to have you all here. And yeah, if you are in Southeast Asia, please get a hold of me at hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. Once Sue is finished translating time energy, why you have no time energy, into Chinese, we're going to Hong Kong, we're going to Shanghai. Hopefully. Anna Greenspan did say to come visit. So if she's still down to have us, even though I know Nick Land is like, I don't know, not very responsive to us. I don't know. If in any way we could actually get a tour from the people who wrote the tour guide for Shanghai, well then, that would be freaking awesome. But anyway, yeah, I think we'll want to go to Vietnam and Thailand on that tour. So, yeah, the last international tour we did was in Europe. And before that, we did the U.S. tour. The tour that I'm currently planning is going to be June 2025. It's in the United States. We might pop into Canada in a couple of places, thanks to people like Kier and Swole giving us some help. But yeah, it's coming. It's coming together. Oh, FV's in Istanbul? That's awesome. That's great to hear. Ian says, painting a ceiling as you speak. See, I knew it. I knew you were painting right now. That's my favorite thing in the world, is to know that there really are workers with earbuds getting into the life of the mind, getting into theory. Look, we've got 18 viewers right now, and that's amazing, but we've only got 6 likes. Could we double that number in the next 30 seconds? That'd be like a little, like a shot of adrenaline for the beginning of the stream, right? Hi from Bosnia. Bosnia. I don't know that I've ever had anybody say hi from Bosnia before. Great to have you, Dino. Yeah. Oh, Ian says Cardiff, Wales. Okay, cool. All right, everybody. This has been a lot of fun, but now I'm going to switch it over. We got to get it going. There is a schedule today, and it's a pretty busy schedule. And so I'm going to go ahead and get rolling with the thing that I did with Anne yesterday. This is really exciting. Actually, this wasn't yesterday. So we did this one 2 days ago, and then we did the interview with Nina yesterday. Okay, so this was 2 days ago. But it's never been seen by the public before. I'm right here listening to it with you, and I will also be in the live chat. Let's get it going. And welcome everybody to Theory Underground. What you're about to hear is a very special episode. One that we are pre-recording for the epic marathon live stream that will be happening all day Wednesday, the month of August. Well, I'm sorry.
The month of the day of August.
This is what happens when I autopilot talk. I meant the 14th. It'll be happening on the 14th. What are you doing?
And I gotta step aside really quick to pull out the cookies from the oven that we just made, because Dave made cookies. I taught him how to make my classic chocolate chip cookies, so 1 second.
Anne makes amazing cookies. She has the best vegan cookie recipe. She's really into vegan cooking. She's like that. Don't worry, I compensate. I eat a lot of meat, so I make up for it. I make up for my fair share of the consumption of such things in this household. But no, Anne makes amazing vegan chocolate chip cookies, and I love them. They're actually delectable. And today was the first time that I mixed it up. I just told everyone.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like no one in the world who tries them?
Like no one eats it. It's like, that's a good cookie, but I can definitely tell it's vegan. You'd eat it and you're like, that's a good chocolate chip cookie.
It's true.
My friend, who's a pastry cook, who went to culinary school, Because I make the best cookies.
There has been plenty of times where I was like, Anne's like, oh, try this, because it's like, finally she's tasting something that's yummy and vegan, and I try it, and I'm all like, yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Good job. No, this is great though.
Thank you for that.
All right.
With
So
the
what are we about to do?
We are about to read an article, blog post about the Nina Power cancellation situation in preparation for the conversation that we are going to have with her tomorrow, which is also a pre-record for the Epic Marathon live stream on Wednesday. And I have not read this article yet. Dave has. I don't know if you've read all of it. He said it's really good take on the whole situation, which we don't even have to summarize the situation, because I'm assuming this article is going to say it all, and then we can add our interjections. But I think it's important to kind of paint the picture of what's going on and make our principled stance very clear going into this conversation with Nina.
Yeah. I guess I'll just say I did write a post on Substack about the situation, but it wasn't a forensic breakdown of the situation. I didn't go into the kinds of details that required the sleuthing that this author did do. I took up a position that didn't require much research. I was going off the screenshots that everybody was judging and retweeting while canceling her. And I said, no, people were acting like the screenshots were indisputable proof that she was a Nazi. And I was like, those are screenshots of people joking from 6 years ago. And it's very obviously two people joking in a WhatsApp. And so anybody who takes a joke like that and then gives it the least charitable take and doesn't kind of like try to understand, like, well, what would make that funny? To me, that's a big red flag. And so I went ahead and wrote the first half of the article just about, I'm sorry, I don't want to have to explain a joke, but I'm going to, the conditions of possibility for that kind of joking to be funny, which is to say, when everybody is always calling you something that you're not, and you and your buddy, you've been cut off from a lot of like people who are just like, they don't know. And so they just kind of like distance themselves and stuff like that. And it's persecution. It's literally persecution. You're being persecuted by people in power. And so what do? You make jokes. And so of course, like if everyone's calling you something that you're not, then calling yourself the thing, being like, oh, what if it's true? That's funny.
Or just saying something that you know the other side is going to misconstrue and then go, haha, I'm such a Nazi.
Yeah, which is what it was. And so like the people who were like, I don't see the joke. I don't see how this could be a joke. It's just like, okay. So I'll make sure
off of the internet. Hello.
I'll make sure not to take you too seriously in the future when you're offering your judgment. I think judgment is something that you can refine, and it's something you can be proud to offer your judgment. You can stand behind it, because to the best of your knowledge, when you judge something, like, you mean it. And you practice like the art of intellectual integrity. And then there's people who they ride on their authority, their accumulated clout, and they make everything into some kind of a socialite game. And I don't like that. And then the last half of that article that I wrote for Substack, the last half, is a much more dangerous half, where I basically was like, also, if she was straight up flirting with Nazism like 6 years ago, that's just part of the philosophical journey. If you live in a world where every time you have a conversation, the conversation ends, or the thinking ends, whenever it broaches anything related to left versus right, and then people try to say, oh, well, that's just Nazi things. That's just Nazi things. Oh, that's Hitler. Hitler's the most evil thing ever. And it's like, Cool, but why? And do you know? I mean, have you read him? I mean, have you thought about it? Are you having everyone else do your thinking for you? Have you ever thought it through for yourself? And if you could just go, well, 6 million Jews killed, I don't need to think about that. Great, but you're not going to be like a serious political theorist, all right? Real political theorists are profoundly taken with this situation, trying to understand it, not just as a instance of mass delusion or the mobs getting swept away by populists or whatever, which is something some people do. Some people try to act like it's just insanity. But I like how Emmanuel Levinas, probably the most profound Jewish survivor of the Holocaust. People usually say it's the man's search for meaning guy. No, I think it's Levinas is the most profound survivor of the Holocaust, and that his totality and infinity, as well as his entire life's project, is taking it seriously. But it's not taking it seriously in this cheap way. And in fact, he takes it so seriously that he says, he's aware part of what worked for both Mussolini and Hitler is that they're taking a bunch of tried and true things and bundling them together. Well, what's tried and true? It's not just convenient. It's not just ideology. There's also sometimes a there, sometimes a kernel of truth. And so he, in totality infinity, in his development and unfolding of a theory of subjectivity and what it means to be a human, is starting with a lot of those givens that fascism starts with, and then he unfolds them further, like all good immanent critique is supposed to do. But you wouldn't know that if you just read Derrida and Levinas and Foucault and you stay in the safe lane and you never get out there and read Carl Schmitt and other, dangerous, banned books. So, we don't tolerate that. The internet's not a place for cowardice. It's a place for people to learn how to have conversations that you wouldn't get to have if you went to the supermarket down the street, right? The internet is a place where you can find people who want to have courageous conversations. Nina Power has been doing that for a long time. It only recently started getting her in trouble because activism only really got this crazy pretty recently. And because she has an obviously functional intellect, people get really angry that she is using it to speak her mind instead of just towing the line. And I don't know that I agree with her on everything, but I don't disagree with her in the main spiritual thrust of her work. Right? I don't disagree with her with the major things that I think that she is doing or that she's accomplished. And so, but it doesn't even matter. That's not even the point. The point is, like she says in the piece that she submitted to Underground Theory, people should talk. And so that's the preface, I think. We met her in London just in June. It was great. We did an event with her. It's already posted on the channel. Yeah? You want to get going?
And we got a cool interview with her walking through the streets of London. And yeah,
True.
she's been very kind to us, very generous with her time. We love talking to her, having conversations, seeing where her thought goes. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this person has to say about it all.
Yeah, this is by James Robb, and it was published on August 8th, 2024, so only like a week ago. Helen Rollins shared it to me and said it was probably the best thing so far on this whole situation, and I think it's true. I think it's amazing. I think it's really, really good. From what I read enough of it to go, all right, I want to do this. So there will be some stuff that we get to where it's like a fresh reaction from me, all of it from Anne. You want to take it away?
Now, before we begin, Ryan needs something, probably food or to go outside. He's meowing like crazy. Give me 1 second.
Wah, wah, wah. There's a kitty cat. He's a precious little boy. He's covered in fur, and he's kind of a teenager. My theory is that all cats are teenagers. All dogs are toddlers through the age of 7. And yeah, it's dogs and cats evolved alongside humans to help humans learn how to raise children. And cats, if you can't learn how to have a good relationship with a cat, you'll never have a good relationship with a teenager. And people who think that dogs know how to love, but the cats don't know how to love, don't understand that there is a way to love a child versus a way to love a person who is in that awkward in-between stage. That awkward, trying to figure it out phase.
I have to hold this kitty so he doesn't eat Ryan's bits like he did half an hour ago.
Yeah, we have. We can't hear him. Don't worry. Zoom mutes it all out. We don't hear anything. So, yeah, we don't hear his meowing. But that's our new kitty. He doesn't have a name yet. We were going to call him Rodin. What is it? Rodin Ronovich Raskolnikov. Yeah, we're going to call him that, or Thomas Aquinas, or Soren Kierkegaard. Going to go ahead and just pause this for a quick second to interject my live self into the stream and say, what's up, everybody? We've got a bunch of other people who've joined this live chat. Wanted to respond to a couple things before I go on my little run here. I am listening I'm being refreshed on what we said in this session that was pre-recorded. And I wanted to respond to a couple of people before I go on my run. Idan Shir says, a grandson of 4 Holocaust survivors here standing with Nina. That what's up transcription about Mein Kampf was very vanilla. Yeah, but vanilla as a metaphor, like, would imply that there was at least, sex or something. But it's like, no, it's like, that wasn't even, it was fucking around. I mean, it was not, it was so obviously so. Tom DS says, it's late here. Any estimate when each guest's section will be posted? So, and I'm not sure if you mean at what point throughout the day the interview or conversation goes live. But outside of the Nina conversation and this reading that we're doing right here, the whole thing is actually live. And so it's not like we're posting, unless you mean like after the fact on the podcast and as a standalone episode. And if you mean that, well, then just you'll have to be in Wonderland, wondering like me, because I actually don't know. Because it all comes down to my up-to-itiveness. My up-to-itiveness is my, am I feeling up to it? I don't live slave to a schedule. I've been freed from that. And so I do what I want. I'm an OTM king in that sense. And so, yeah, they'll be posted sometime in the next 4 months. But if you want to actually have that access and you want it now, it's here. It's nowhere else. And it won't, there's no guarantee on when it will be seeing the light of day as a standalone episode for sure. But you can always come back to the live stream, play it over again, jump ahead to any part you want. Some people, some person, somewhere might post in the comment section, not the live stream, but like the actual comment section, the living one, the timestamps for the different guests. And that would be fantastic. But finally, if you were just asking about like what times different people are coming on, that's a really great question. And I will just rattle it off really quickly. I will be going by Eastern time as I do this. So yes, at 8 a.m. Eastern time, that's New York City. So, I mean, for anybody who's like wondering why I do this New York City thing, I don't like to use time zones. I like to just say a city name. That way you can just say, okay, Google, 8 a.m. New York City is what time in the UK?
"8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in New York City is 1 p.m. British Summer Time in the UK."
All right. And then if you don't know how to do that with Siri or with Google Assistant, figure it out. But it's nice and it helps because we're always on the go. We're always talking to different people from all over. But yes, 8 a.m. New York City. This is what's going on right now. 10 a.m. New York City. Christine Luigi Sully on immigration, anti-immigration, race, racism, the future of civilization and culture. And then at 11 a.m. Eastern, Will Will Proudler from Theory Underground, and then Helen Rollins on teaching concepts through stories, the power of film, film as an art, and film as a teacher. And then after that, David Shields, somebody Doug Lane over at Sublation told me I should definitely interview. At 12 p.m. New York City time, I'll be talking to him about how did we get here. And I want to ask him what he even means by here. Like, what does he think here actually is? 1 p.m. Swoletariat. We'll be talking about how to organize events that attract cool, regular sorts of people and not cringe lunatics. At 2 p.m. New York City time, we'll be bringing on Chris Cutrone, the last Marxist, to talk about neither left or right and why he thinks that always goes right, but also his Socialist Party plan, millennials, his upcoming Intro to Marxism course here at Theory Underground. And I want to talk to him about post-Marxism and why Marxism sucks. I'm not going to really talk to him about that a whole lot, but I kind of want to just like put some of my cards there on the table. 3 p.m., Matthew Stanley. For those who don't know, he does Samsara Dialectics on Substack. He's a cool guy. We're going to be talking about the business of intellectual projects, underground, corruption by the dollar, selling out versus audience capture, and finding your audience and keeping your soul. At 4 p.m., it'll be the conversation with Nina Power. And then at 5 p.m., we're bringing on Benjamin Studebaker to talk about his 3 TUCon 2024 proposals: time, energy before Descartes, and Greek and Chinese thought, the idea of the monastery, and the left as hope industry, and actually Cahitoism. Is that how you say that? And then at 6 p.m., Todd McGowan and Michael Downs will be talking about death drive in Schilling and death in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. And so, yeah, I should have said that before, but now I'll get back to it. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to go on a run while listening to you all, or listening to what all of us are listening to, which is this thing right here. Let's get back to it. All right. But we're not sure yet. All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Feeling it out. Let's do it. The kitties are taken care of for now. Right. Okay. Anatomy of a Witch Hunt. A friend recently posted the following thread on X/Twitter. Nina Power caused outrage in NZ, New Zealand, with the 2021 People of Color exhibition that stole Maori art and put it next to Nazi symbols. Now a UK court has found that Power is a Nazi who secretly ran this Twitter account and harassed a Jewish artist. Power's career is in ruins. The court judgment has bankrupted Power, and she's lost her job at Compact Mag. She has written in recent years for The Telegraph and Spectator, but it's hard to see that continuing. I suspect Power may even be on the radar of UK and US police.
Oh my God. I love how the person's just saying, I suspect. It's just like, oh yeah? I suspect you're a rapist. Let's keep reading.
And then this is, I think, the last paragraph of the thread, which they posted a screenshot of. They said, documents obtained by the court show Power and her close collaborator, D.C. Miller, talking about meeting and working with Heathcliff, a code name for Jack Stucco. Power wrote secretly to Stucco's openly Nazi rag, Parallax Optics. Stucco directly inspired a terrorist. Oh no, this is still the thread. In 2021, Lyndon McLeod killed 5 in Denver. He quoted Stucco to justify his act, and the latter was investigated by UK police. And yet Power has chosen to put herself in the same frame as one of the UK's most notorious Nazis. She used her secret account to chat to Stucco on Twitter.
Okay, so that, and I just want to say, like, some of those are pretty, I mean, those are big claims. Like, those actually, you know, some of that is a really big deal. I mean, it sounds really bad. And a lot of people were doing this definitive hot take, closed case kind of posting when it came to this. And, yeah, you know, whenever the shitstorm is going and every opportunistic or spineless loser is either jumping on the bandwagon or kind of like, not speaking up about like things that are obviously deranged or like the pathologically unhinged response that obviously outweighs the claims being made in the first place or the accusations being made in the first place. Whenever that's happening, this is the kind of posting that people make. And it's always like, whoa, that sounds really bad. That sounds terrible, right? Well, you got to give it sometimes a while before anybody comes along and does like an article that is this measured and serious. And we're going to dramatize it a little bit, but that's us. James Robb he's writing this in a pretty serious way. He's not going to make fun of this person. He's going to engage with it all very thoughtfully.
Yes, but I like to read tweets like that in that voice. All
tweets should be read in that voice. And so the image is, I think this image is of either, what is this? Is this the neo-Nazi that killed people in Denver?
Probably this Lyndon McLeod guy, yeah.
Yeah, so, it's, scary looking dude. Who knows? I don't really know much, but it's probably bad. So anyway, let's keep going.
Okay. So back to the author of this piece. Oh, you're going to read.
Then the invitation to me to join in. So the person who was tweeting all of that Anne was reading, atted Robb, saying, James, Robb, and Z, I hope you'll let me off for criticizing power now, comrade. My response was, criticism is fine, but what you are doing here is not criticism. You are joining a witch hunt, spreading false and slanderous allegations without evidence. For starters, the court did not find that she is a Nazi and dismissed the claim of harassment. So the two major claims this person was writing on, the court actually said, no, that's not the case. So I was already familiar with the campaign to slander the UK-based philosopher and art critic Nina Power as a Nazi. I first wrote about a witch hunt which overwhelmed an Auckland art exhibit back in November 2020, and Nina Power, who had written an introductory essay for the exhibition, was a central target of this reactionary campaign. Now the witch hunt has suddenly boiled up again.
The occasion for this new eruption and Nina Power's having been declared bankrupt after losing a court case. The occasion for this new eruption is Nina Power's having been declared bankrupt after losing a court case for libel. In 2020, Power's friend, the artist Daniel Miller, began a libel case against another artist, Luke Turner, who had repeatedly accused him and Power of being anti-Semitic and being Nazis, resulting in their cancellation, losing speaking, exhibition, and publication opportunities, as well as assaults and death threats being made against them. Turner was apparently reacting to criticisms and ridicule of his art 2017 installation called He Will Not Divide Us, a response to the election of Donald Trump. Nina Power joined the libel case a short time later. Turner then made a counterclaim of harassment against Power and Miller, and refused all attempts by Power and Miller to negotiate a mediated settlement. When the case came to court in October 2023, both the libel claim brought by Power and Miller and Turner's harassment counterclaim were dismissed. Since they had initiated the case, legal costs were awarded against Power and Miller, resulting in their bankruptcy. Power also resigned from her job as senior editor on Compact magazine in the face of mob pressure.
And of course, because I had taken a big stand for Nina when this was happening, several people start messaging me, oh my God, she resigned, see? And they were acting like that was proof. Tut was one of those people. He was like, oh, see? And I was like, this is still not proof of anything. Oh my God. There were people who were using like the fact that she was bankrupt as like the ultimate own. They were also like, oh, she'll never come back from that. She's bankrupt. And then there were people acting like the fact that she didn't win, or that she and Daniel didn't win their suit. They were just like, oh, see? And it's like, yeah, but what are the actual conclusions reached by the court? How about you look at that first before spreading a bunch of lies? And also, when you don't really own anything, bankruptcy doesn't really do anything. Some people, they really don't get it, but also, like, there's nothing more legalistic than taking bankruptcy and the loss of a suit as, like, indicative of anything outside of more context and information. So tells you a lot more about the people who are jumping on this bandwagon than it does about the actual situation, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. I'll read the first one, and then you can start it. First, let's note the following features of this series of X/tweets which indicate a witch hunt at work. 1. The chain of guilt by association. Power wrote for Stucco, used a secret account to chat to Stucco. Stucco inspired a terrorist who quoted Stucco to justify his killing spree. Thus, in the space of 3 tweets, Nina Power is linked to a terrorist killing spree in which 5 people died, in which she had absolutely no connection.
2. The liberal use of the descriptors such as notorious Nazis, openly Nazi, etc. in relation to various websites and individuals, as if all this is established fact, in order to bolster these chains of guilt by association. After all, who but another Nazi would associate in any way with an individual who is a notorious Nazi? But these designations are not established fact. They are epithets, contested assertions, and accusations. The accusations against Miller and Power are thus built not on fact, but on other accusations. So this is what I like about this person's ability to, like I said, it's forensic, but it's analytically breaking this shit down. Yeah. 3, the dark hints of secret Twitter accounts, secret conversations, concealed opinions, which are only expressed anonymously, a kind of political double life. A person's nickname becomes a code name in this fevered imagining. They need to prove that Nina Power and Daniel Miller are secret Nazis because nothing in their public life and work, nor anything in their published and freely available writings indicates anything remotely fascistic or admiring of Nazis. The anti-communist witch hunters of the 1950s likewise had to concoct fanciful stories of secret liaisons and secret rendezvous in order to frame people whose activities and beliefs were widely known and sharply at odds with the crimes with which they were being charged. The persecution of Alger Hiss is an example. In his case, it included the ludicrous claim that he had passed some rolls of film to a Soviet agent by concealing them in a hollowed-out pumpkin. The contents of the films were so top secret they could not be revealed in court. Which is just, standard U.S. government deep state bullshit, Oh, they've got the weapons of mass destruction. Look at this bag of powder. See? Oh, that case settled. Case closed. It's a settled matter. Oh yeah, that's the evidence. The people with authorities waved something at us. It's done. Let's keep going. We know the truth now. Oh, okay, yeah. Remind me not to trust you next time you say anything. Interestingly, Hiss also attempted to defend himself by suing his accuser for libel, lost the case because of the pressure of the witch hunt, after which the persecution intensified. And then I'll read this last one. 4, the clear departure from fact in several places. Some of these are easy to check, as in a UK court has found that Power is a Nazi, obviously wrong. So, okay, it's like that person could almost be sued for libel right there. The only problem is that on the internet, stuff like that is actually impossible to actually do anything about. But this is not just misinformation. It's completely wrong. There's nothing true about that. The court case did not find Power to be a Nazi. The court did not make any such finding, and harassed a Jewish artist. The court rejected Turner's claim of harassment. It found only that there had been a very unpleasant online exchange on Twitter, commonly known as a flaming war. And then before we move on, I just want to say...
Never heard that term before.
I think it's usually called a flame war, but you know, a flaming war. You know, it's the same
I've
thing.
never heard flame war either.
Yeah, it's a cyclone of people going back and forth, and you know, usually it's not pretty. You could also call it a dumpster fire, but let's see. If we go back up, he said, let's note the following features of this series of X tweets which indicate a witch hunt at work. Let's summarize each one in one sentence. I'll let you do it if you want. But basically, the first
Okay,
one.
yeah, so guilt by association, accusations not really based in fact, the accusation of some secret life outside of everything that they say and do publicly. And then number 4, the fact that there were straight up lies or untruths about the court case. So that's what this person who the Twitter thread is coming from, as well as just other people were just jumping on top of saying in their tweets. And so the first tweet included a screenshot of a Twitter account called Radfem Hitler, whose handle is at Turf David Ick or Ike, with a message praising the conspiracist David Icke. Do you know if it's Ick or Ike?
Let's go with Ike. I think it might be Ike.
Yeah. Claiming that the court found
he's like it's like if you got into conspiracy theories but you had any functioning brain cells, you probably went down the rabbit hole up until you got to David Icke, and then you listened to him talk for more than 5 minutes and you were like, I have to do something. I have to do something else with my life. Yeah.
Nice.
He's a weirdo, yeah, and he's just kind of. I mean, he's not believable. Like he clearly doesn't have intellectual integrity. Like I don't get that impression that he has it at all. So anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the first tweet included a screenshot of a Twitter account called Radfem Hitler, whose handle is at Turf David Icke, with a message praising the conspiracist David Icke, claiming that the court found that Nina Power ran this account. In fact, the account has nothing to do with Power and was never mentioned in the court case. Other falsehoods may not be so easy to check. Oh, there's more points.
Oh shit, there's more points below.
This is just under number 4.
Shit.
Other falsehoods may not be so easy to check, such as the emotion-charged claim that the Auckland exhibition stole Maori art. It was an exhibition of miniature flags, all produced by the artists themselves. Not one was stolen. A flag, by definition, is not a piece of copyrighted art, even on the rare occasions where an individual designer can be identified. People may object to the way a flag is used, or object to another person using it, but such objections do not make the use or misuse of the flag stealing art. Some Maori objected to the use of Maori flags in the exhibition, while others, such as Tame Iti, who designed one of the flags, were very supportive. The common thread of all of this, the chains of guilt by association, the fabrications, the dark suggestions of guilty secrecy and being on the radar of the police, the labeling of people as Nazis, the talk of stealing Maori art, is sensationalism and emotionalism. The purpose is to whip up feelings of righteous outrage. And 6, this outrage and hatred is directed not against the political power or its representatives, not against the oppressive institutions of capitalist society or their figureheads, but against true private persons, two people who like to discuss art, literature, and ideas, write articles, publish books, speak in debates and forums, and earn a living along the way. The goal is to wreck their lives, cut off any work or publishing opportunities to them, bankrupt them, destroy them morally, drive them to suicide, ruin them. Power's career is in ruins, my friend tweets with triumphal glee. Yeah, that's like that last one is just like, this is just all, it's internet bullying is what it is. Like, it's grown adults bullying someone on the internet. It's one thing to say, Like, I think this person's a Nazi. Okay, whatever. But to like all these accusations, oh look, see, oh look, I'm so appalled. Like, you're joining on this train. Like, you're doing it to make everyone aware so that no one associates with them, which will XYZ lead to all of these things, could lead to all of these things. If someone was in a really bad spot, or if this really affected them, or if this made them lose their job and lose all their friends and like lose everything, it really could lead someone to like a very, very deep, dark place, this type of cancellation. And luckily Nina's coming out like stronger than ever, like, haha, been there, done that. They can't take my books. So
Well,
anyway.
and she's got more support than she's ever had. And, you know, it might not be, for the most part, support that comes from the left. I'm not really aware of anyone on my left radar who said anything about how ridiculous all of this was. Except when I put out my tweet the other day, or actually, was that even today? It might have been today. I said something like, you know, I shared this article and I said, basically, I said something along the lines of all the people who thought that this was a closed deal, that she was done for, that she was for sure a Nazi, that she was gone. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, and you're not going to be able to come back too easily from this unless you just straight up like admit that you were wrong. Yeah, Doug retweeted that, Doug Lane. So, you know, that's a leftist. One leftist came through. Good job. Also Swole. I guess he still counts. I think he still counts. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, before we keep going, anybody who wants to go deeper into this phenomenon of the Crybully should read Recovering Anarchist on Substack. Kier wrote an article called How to Spot a Crybully, and it's really freaking good. I think it's something that Ann and I could definitely come back and read later. We'd have a lot of fun with it for sure. But anyway, yeah, that's what it amounts to. At the end of that article, Kier talks about, like, you know, here's all the signs of like things to look for, and it's like, okay, what are some of the things? The claims they make are extremely vague and employ inflammatory language to disguise the lack of substance. If the claims are specific, they are so incredibly egregious that people will say, who would lie about such a thing? Their claims are completely out of character for the accused person or organization. They often refuse to communicate directly with the accused or a neutral third party. They reject any apology or insincere, and any practical solution offered is somehow lacking. They do not provide the accused with any reasonable way to resolve the situation. It seems they will only be happy if the organization is shuttered or the individual is shunned. Their social life is a revolving door, as their relationships are volatile, unstable, and short-lived. They may have a habit of requesting financial support in tandem with the accusations they make. And finally, they have a pattern of making public accusations or executing whisper campaigns against people/organizations with whom they have disagreement and which could have been resolved interpersonally. This checks all of those, I'm pretty sure. And one of the things that Kier says in this is, by the way, sometimes a real victim might actually, you know, a couple of these things, they might be doing a couple of these things, but a person who's doing all of these things, that's how you know you're dealing with a crybully, okay?
Your turn?
Yeah. When I challenged my friend, his response was to double down on the claims and add more false claims, more anonymous accounts, more posts on Nazi websites, more people slandered as Nazis. The light-minded disregard of facts is also characteristic of a witch hunt. When one claim is shown to be false, there is no retraction or acknowledgement of error. Yep, I haven't seen anybody do any retractions or acknowledgement of error, even though we've already pointed out he has within this article a couple. On the contrary, the accusers blithely move on to other equally false claims. Quote, her libel failed precisely because overwhelming evidence was found of the truth of Turner's claim she was a Nazi. The judge said she and her openly Nazi partner ran a harassment campaign against Turner with a whiff of anti-Semitism. Hence, she was ordered to pay Turner's costs. The only part of this tweet that is true is that the court ruling mentioned a whiff of anti-Semitism in describing the flaming war. The court did not... Okay, and by the way, I can never take this shit seriously anymore because it's anti-Semitic to be critical of Israel's policy against Palestine. It's anti-Semitic to talk about banks. It's anti-Semitic to talk about the deep state. It's anti-Semitic to act like anyone in power has any power at all. Okay? And that's insane. That's absolutely stupid. It's ridiculous because people are saying, oh, well, we know what they really mean when they talk this way. They mean the Jews. And it's like, no, I mean what I fucking said. Okay, this is how ContraPoint's dog whistle spotting video led everybody into the inability to think. Like they get so caught up in trying to, oh, well, a person who says that must believe this. Now I'm going to go just look with binoculars for anybody saying that. And it is like very much like the hall monitor effect. Anyway, the court did not rule on the truth or otherwise of Turner's claim that she is a Nazi. Miller's and Power's libel claim was dismissed before the court even considered that question. It also rejected Turner's counterclaim of harassment by Power and Miller. The reason they and Daniel Miller were ordered to pay 80% of Turner's costs was simply because they brought the libel claim, and it was dismissed. The court's ruling can be read in full here. And I think I've read the ruling. I have read at least a sizable chunk of it. Then he added, apart from you, I have, this is the author's friend. Apart from you, I haven't seen anyone defending Power except members of her Nazi milieu. Yeah, someone did tweet that a list of creator accounts that are supposedly esoteric Hitlerists, and Theory Underground was one of them. But I don't think that the person communicating with the author here could have possibly meant us, because I genuinely don't believe that anybody that this person could be friends with would be that stupid. We're not fucking Nazis, and that's obvious. It should be very, very clear. But if, some people, there's no hope for them. In other words, never mind the facts. Look, you're the only one defending her other than a bunch of Nazis. Join with the good people. And that's exactly how it gets, right? When you get canceled, people don't know what's going on. It takes a long time to communicate with everybody. You feel overwhelmed. You're getting dogpiled. People are starting whisper campaigns about you. They're calling up people like you're at your job. They're emailing all your work contacts. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to combat, and it takes a long time. And the people on the sidelines who don't really know too much, and they just kind of know you a little bit, they're like, well, I don't really know what's going on. I better just kind of stand back because it sounds pretty insane. Sounds serious, right? Yeah, but also I have noticed that the left has a very serious problem. It's made up of people who say that cancel culture is not real or it's not effective. But then the overwhelming number of the people who say, oh, it is a problem. It's a problem. It's even a problem on the left. Even me, I'm on the left. It's a problem. Those people don't step forward either. You don't see them step forward and actually defend people when people are in the midst of these things. That is how mobs are built. Not any kind of movement capable of defeating fascism. My friend was not... Yeah, for real. What?
I read?
Oh, I'll just read the whole time. Yeah, you go. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, okay. My friend was not the instigator of this vile campaign, though I believe he has become caught up in its dangerous logic. The prime mover of witch hunt and source of most of the falsehoods, including the false reports of the trial outcome, was the defendant in the libel suit, Luke Turner. And it was Turner who opened this new round of the witch hunt, posting documents produced at the trial in order to bolster his false claims. Turner's prime evidence of Power's claimed Nazi sympathies consists of transcripts of conversations between Miller and Power on WhatsApp that were discussed in court. These charts were disclosed by Miller and Power to demonstrate that they were not colluding to harass Turner in 2018. Turner helpfully highlighted the juicy bits in yellow before uploading them to X/Twitter. It is impossible to read these transcripts without a deep sense of unease, a sense that just to read them is a gross violation of the privacy of the two people concerned. It is as if we are looking at revenge porn. Only those caught up in the logic of the witch hunt, are convinced of their own righteousness, could be unaffected by a feeling of disgust about how these private conversations between two friends have been broadcast across the globe. The two friends had already, at the time these conversations took place, been ostracized and relentlessly slandered as Nazis, and had more need than most for the right to private conversation and private jokes with each other. What these transcripts actually reveal, however, is not at all what Turner thinks that they reveal.
Turner's evidence of Miller's and Power's Nazi sympathies from these conversations, the trump card which supposedly constitutes their admission of such sympathies, assuming you disregard the joke they share about their persecution, oh my god, we're really Nazis now, is that they discuss their interest in reading Hitler's Mein Kampf. They even admit, can you believe it, to keeping their own copies of the book. Okay, and I just want to say, is like a stupid amount of people really were stuck on the joke portion, which was, as he says, obviously a joke. But no, the bit about the Mein Kampf, let's read it here and like take turns reading it. I'll play Daniel Miller, you play Nina Power, right? So the Luke Turner tweet says, the disclosed WhatsApp reveals that Nina Power and Daniel Miller both kept copies of Hitler's, it cuts off, hold on. There we go. Is that, can you see that? Can you read that?
Hmm?
Okay.
Yeah, I can read it.
So Luke Turner, the person who spent $1 million of his dad's money to try to bankrupt Miller and Power, says the disclosed WhatsApp reveal that Nina Power and Daniel Miller both kept copies of Hitler's Mein Kampf, with Mr. Miller suggesting they might find themselves agreeing with it. This leads Miss Power to wonder what the real deal is with the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Okay?
Should we just read the yellow parts?
Let's just read
We
the
don't need to read this whole thing,
well, I mean, it's not a lot.
I guess. Well, Nina starts with, okay, that's it. At the airport, reading the occult war and drinking coffee. Smiley face. Have a good evening, my aristocratic friend. XXX.
Luis is an excellent looking Ran. I don't know.
I know, it's
Man.
kind of fuzzy.
Yeah. Heathcliff and I are wrangling NRX materialists into some kind of book for hold on. It really is too hard for me to make out what they're even saying here. Let me scroll over and see if this will work. Heathcliff and I are wrangling NRX material into some kind of a book format. And then, yeah.
Oh, you're here. Thought you were with our virile friend. Smiley face. Oh, cool.
He appears to be suffering challenges on multiple fronts.
Who, Viking?
Yes.
Oh no, what's happening?
I will tell you later.
Yes, of course. I think, at some point, we need to read Mein Kampf properly.
LOL.
Seriously, I want to understand it.
I keep a copy in my study, of course.
Well, I have...
Sorry.
Well, I have one too. I think maybe it is necessary.
We can consult. What if we find ourselves agreeing with it, though? Oh my god, he's right about everything.
What do you think of the occult war? Don't worry if no time now, obviously. Haha. Well, I think we are strong enough to see everything all the way around now.
Evola on the occult war.
And then it ends.
So they were looking into the whole NRX thing. They were researching the right. Daniel Miller is some kind of right winger, but he's not. I mean, from what I understand, he's not a full blower. But he's definitely not a. He's part of this new right milieu. That's the thing, which means he cares about free speech. He cares about the left's excesses. He cares about gender and sex. He cares about the things that you're not supposed to care about. Who knows? Who knows what else? I've never communicated with him. I've not read up on his stuff yet. But yes, to be doing research on NRX material at the time would mean they're doing they're reading up on Guy Guinon. Yeah. I looked into Guy Guinon at some point because I was like, oh, who's this? You got to look these people up if you want to understand the current situation. Some people think they already have the current situation all figured out. At Theory Underground, we're all like, we don't know. And that's why we read the most essential different perspectives that you can read. I'll read 2 paragraphs, pass it over. The thought that someone might want to own and read Mein Kampf in order to understand the origins and ideology of Hitlerism without being fascists themselves doesn't seem to occur to those who have spread this evidence far and wide. This evidence betrays an anxiety on the part of the accusers in respect to forbidden thoughts. That by reading a book containing forbidden ideas, the reader runs the risk of being influenced by the book and might even end up agreeing with those forbidden thoughts. What a contemptible fear of thinking this demonstrates. Well, it's, there's a reason that it's coming from the people who, anyway, I'm going to actually scroll down to the footnote on this note about reading Mein Kampf because I know what it's about and it's really great. So, it's James P. Cannon lived his entire adult life under the banner of socialist revolution, from his youth to the first decade of the 20th century, as an organizer for the IWW, as a founding leader of the Communist Party in the United States, and later of the Socialist Workers' Party, up to his death in 1976 at the age of 86. During his trial and by the way, it's because this author, this Robb guy, the title of his blog is Worker at Large, and he's like a labor organizer guy. And so, that's why he knows this kind of factoid. During his trial in 1941 for opposing the U.S. entry into the Second World War, Cannon stated under oath that he was familiar with the contents of Mein Kampf, which he called the most important piece of literature against Marxism. The idea that this constituted evidence that Cannon was a Nazi sympathizer would have been laughed out of court, and not even the prosecutors in the case dared to make such a claim.
Of course, it might happen, just as with any book, that the reader ends up being influenced by or agreeing with the book. And if that happens with Mein Kampf, it indicates that perhaps the reader's anti-fascist convictions were a little more fragile than they thought. Fear of being attracted to heresy fuels every witch hunt. It can only be assuaged by turning away from the devil, returning to the comforting common faith, and denouncing the heretics. The court case itself had the same character as the tweets, resting heavily on guilt by association, dark hints of secret friendships between Miller and Power and anti-Semites, and secretly held anti-Semitic opinions. Turner's lawyers labored long and hard to concoct an anti-Semitic harassment campaign out of Miller's and Power's attempts to discuss their plight with other artists similarly defamed by Turner. Hour after hour, Turner's lawyers cross-examined Miller and Power for their opinions of this or that image of artwork, mostly produced by people who were only tangentially connected to the exchanges between Miller and Turner, trying to trap them into admitting that they recommended this or that piece of anti-Semitic art or literature. Here is an example of this line of questioning and Miller's response. I'll read this whole thing. Turner's lawyer. And also what one discerns from the WhatsApp messages that we have got, which, as I have said several times, are the only evidence of contemporary communications that you have revealed, was that you were recommending writings by explicitly anti-Semitic individuals to Miss Power on several occasions, which I suggest does not sit with someone claiming damages for libel for an allegation of anti-Semitism. To which Miller responded, "It is simply not true that I was recommending anti-Semitic literature. Nina and I were discussing the ideas of the right in general, and we were discussing also anti-Semitic literature. I don't recommend any anti-Semitic literature to Nina. We simply discuss it. Now, it is the position of the Antifa, anti-fascist, that discussing something, if they don't like what you're discussing, equates to endorsing it. Now, this is a position that in fact leads directly to the end of critical discussion altogether, because it means that you cannot discuss extremist ideas, for example. You must simply somehow ban them without even discussing them, without even attempting to understand them. And I must say, I mean, this is a very problematic position for a liberal society to tolerate. And I think we cannot tolerate it, actually. I think that we have to defend discussion, and that means also discussion of material that we don't like. And I never endorsed that material. I never recommended that material. Based.
Earlier, Miller had described an anti-fascist demonstration outside an art gallery called LD50 and what happened when he held a one-person counter-demonstration in defense of the gallery. Turner's lawyer says, "You held up a placard. Shortly, if you can, why is it important to defend the right to openly discuss ideas?" Right, so the placard is the one showing in the thumbnail of this article. It's the one that says the right to openly discuss ideas must be defended. And then the person standing next to him's like calling him a fascist for that. And, yeah. Miller says the placard actually had two sides. On the first side was the right to openly discuss ideas must be defended. And on the other side, it said stand up to violence and intimidation. I believe that we must defend the right to discuss ideas because if we are not discussing ideas, we can't understand ideas. If we can't understand ideas, then we can't really understand anything because the world is organized through ideas. So when an organized activist group states that a gallery is not permitted to discuss certain ideas, then the question is, what is the authority upon which they are operating? They have no legal authority. They are a group of anonymous activists that are exclusively threatening violence because they are saying that they do not allow these ideas to be discussed because they have determined that it is impermissible. Now, I don't believe that any activist group from left, the image is right down here below. I could have just shown it. Now, I don't believe that any activist group from either the left or the right has any authority to make that kind of judgment. I think that if you are operating as an anonymous network of mass activists and you are intimidating gallerists and bookstores, as subsequently became the case, this is a very disturbing development. I thought it was necessary to stand up specifically also to this activist network. I don't think they have the right to suppress discussion this way. If we don't have discussion, and I said this at the gallery, then what we have is violence. What we have is competing forms of violence. This is what we must avoid, actually. I believe as a society, we have to keep discussing it, not fighting. This is not just like a liberal position. This is not just a conservative position. This is also historically a radical position, right? Some people will try to reduce it to, just liberal rights theory. Yeah, first of all, whenever people are quick to throw that one out, I tend to kind of back away and, try to act natural and head for the nearest exit. But also, this is very Levinasian. The image, and do you want to describe it and then take it away?
Yeah, so the caption is Daniel Miller's one-person counter-demonstration challenges the anti-Nazi gathering outside the LD50 Art Gallery, and it's a picture of Daniel holding a sign that says the right to openly discuss ideas must be defended, pictured right next to a woman holding a sign that says, "Fuck off, Nazi scum." Anyway, you scroll down a little bit more, please. So the conversation between Miller and Turner's lawyer continues. Conversation. It's court. That's not what it's called, but Miller's back
the proceedings.
here. The questioning, the proceedings. LOL. The so-called Antifa movement explicitly claims that the right to use violence against people that they designate as fascists. So when they call someone a fascist, they are saying, you can physically attack this person. At LD50 itself, I was physically assaulted. My sign was ripped from my hands. I thought this was somehow quite a symbolic moment. Subsequent to that, I was very systematically targeted on social media. by the activists who had been responsible for organizing the protest against LD50. From their point of view, it was essential that they defamed me as a fascist because the actually moderate liberal position that I was presenting was threatening to them. They also wanted to make an example of me because they didn't want anybody else to stand up against them, so their position is essentially violence. They do not have an interest in discussing ideas. They want to silence anybody who opposes them, and they mobilize rhetoric and language in order to do that. And I would say that is in itself a very violent use of language. Turner's lawyer asks, so words and rhetoric, is that your answer? Do I understand it correctly? Words and rhetoric can equate to violence? Miller said, if you are a part of an activist group that explicitly says that violence is permissible or even encouraged against certain designated groups of people, then the use of language obviously has a violent function. It is clear that words can exchange violence, that's for sure. I think that the logic of scapegoating in general is a perennial logic, and it has been applied to many different kinds of individuals and groups throughout history, including, of course, the Jews. Before that, witches in 16th century Europe. If you can call somebody a witch, it was not really your opinion that they were engaging in witchcraft. It was direct call to burn them, actually. And I think that the word fascist today has a very similar connotation.
That is a really powerful line. And I know that I've seen leftists try to make fun of people like Tim Pool or Andy Ngo for saying that kind of thing. But no, if you don't take this seriously and you actually perpetuate this kind of behavior, then, you know, mercy upon your soul. And in a sort of sense, you're putting yourself out there saying, you're saying like, hey, I'm not willing to have conversations. It's just going to be a fight. And it's like, okay, I mean, you think you'll win that one? I guess that's your opinion or whatever, but like, good luck. Personally, I don't imagine that the leftist insurrectionists are ever going to really win with that attitude, because most people are sensible enough to go, yeah, force should only be used to return things to, you know, I don't want to say calm, but like, you know, to calm shit down, like to stop the chaos. And so people who create chaos and incite violence, coming from the left, it's like you're empowering the right. And if you don't see how that empowers your enemy, okay. But yeah, calling someone a witch was like you wanted them to die, right? Like that's what that means. Like you're putting a target on them. You're expecting someone might go do vigilante anti-justice against them. And so when people are over here on Twitter saying that Theory Underground is esoteric Hitlerists because we supported Nina, or if you're like Matt Calhoun of the Acid Horizon Bros, back when Daniel first, showed this cover on Twitter and everybody lost their minds or whatever, Calhoun was like calling us what, neo-Nazis? Was that what it was? But the point is like, no, you're saying, and they blocked me on Twitter before saying any of this stuff, right? What you're saying is, not only is this person off limits for communicating with because they're so bad, but violence is justified against them. And I mean, we've got our, kind of borderline schizo, stalker type people. We do. We don't have as many as Nina does, but we do, which means that, yeah, when we're out there touring and stuff like that, yeah, the possibility is always there. And so it's like when people are doing this thing that Miller is pointing out, that Turner's cohort of little internet people that participate in, no, like you don't throw fascist around lightly. You don't throw Nazi around lightly. It is like the one thing that makes it like, oh, it's okay to beat the shit out of that person. It makes it, oh, it's okay to throw a brick at that person. Oh, it's okay to shoot that person. Okay. That, of course, I think it's losing its power. And that's the other reason you're not supposed to throw it around so cheaply. It's losing its power. Anne has said a lot about this in the past, I think.
Yeah, it's like the still like progressive liberal part of me is like, okay, no, but when you just call everything racism, transphobia, sexism, white supremacy, like dot dot dot, then actual instances where it happens, which it happens way less than these people are throwing out these words, but it's like, well, a lot of that still exists. No one takes you seriously now. It's the boy who cried wolf problem. You go, oh, look, it's a Nazi. And then we go, that's not actually a Nazi. Oh, look, there's a Nazi. That's not actually a Nazi. And then one day, there's, I don't know, like a guy with Nazi tattoos, which I've like seen in public in Idaho, like in the United States, you can do that. Like it's real. They go, oh no, look, this guy's being a Nazi. And we're like, yeah, we don't believe you anymore. So there is kind of that effect where it's like you're just muddying the water now. Like I don't take anything that you say seriously, which then empowers like the right to actually be more vitriolic, to be more transphobic, to get away with edgier, like I would argue crueler statements and thoughts, because now we know that by calling them XYZ transphobic whatever, no one's actually going to take that accusation seriously, so they can get away with saying, like, I hear some of the things that some of these right-wing talking heads say, figureheads, talking people say, and it's like, oh, that's like actually a little bit mean. Oh, that's actually like a little homophobic. But everything is homophobic. Everything is transphobic. That is not 100% aligned with the ideological, dogmatic lines of the woke, liberal, left, righteous, moral gods, almighty to them. So it's like, well, then everything's gonna be bad to you, of course.
And there's also just like how there's nothing more grating on people who have serious responsibilities, that working people especially, being taught, spoken down to or scolded by people who haven't ever worked a serious job and are brainwashed by their schooling system and who are just PMC ascendant wannabes, filling the ranks overstuffing the ranks of all change maker organizations. And in 2016, the Bernie movement was largely staffed by working class people, and it really quickly capitulated because of its success. It got kind of taken over by these kinds of people, these sort of Vosh and Hassan minion type of characters, these little miniature thought slime or Noah Samson type of characters. And the thing is like, yeah, that's all fine if they really were just like, oh, it's just kids, let them be kids, whatever. But no, it's like they're getting in the way of healthcare. Medicare for all was something 80% of the country was all about, up until people started saying, well, if you don't let the school take your child and like put your child on hormone blockers, well, then you're transphobe and you must just actually hate trans people and you actually are a Nazi and you actually shouldn't deserve to have a job. And of course, anything we do to a person who has your position is justified, right? Like that started in basically 2016. And I mean, that's when it really started taking off. And it was part of how the first robust seeming like real resurgence of working class organizing in the United States, not just in our lifetime, but in like the last 100 years, was thwarted, right? Well, since that time, there's been a lot of other things that the left, these student activists, signing off on actually undermines, right? Like, so if they want everyone to have Medicare for all, then people are like, fuck it, I don't even want it anymore, right? It's because they don't want to touch anything that these people are advocating for with a 10-foot pole, because you'll lose friends over it. No one can take you seriously anymore. Well, in the same way, it's really too bad that the pro-Palestine movement got hijacked by these people. I mean, in a sort of sense, if they ever could have, if social change can work and if activism can do anything in the United States, the worst thing that happened for Palestinians was these kinds of crying wolf losers taking over the movement to free Palestine, right? Because they exaggerate so much. Anyway, all right. So yeah, at the end of that last quote, which was Miller's, where he said, if you call somebody a witch, it was not really your opinion that they were engaging in witchcraft. It was direct call to burn them actually. And I think that the word fascist today has a very similar connotation. Now, the author says, this is the heart of the matter, the source and motivation of the witch hunt.
The judge's whiff of anti-Semitism comment seems to be based on some of the images and terms used by Miller in the course of the Twitter flaming war. At one point, he called Turner a homunculus. I had to look this up in the dictionary. It means small man, and describes him as spineless. Turner's lawyer suggests that these constitute examples of the dehumanizing stereotype of Jews used by anti-Semites.
Homunculus is... Oh, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, well, let me finish this paragraph first. Turner's lawyer, I read that. Another anti-Semitic trope of imagery, according to this lawyer, day 2, page 95, is raised fists, also a common feature of stereotyping a Jewish Bolshevik. This idea that like minorities think that them being a minority makes them a good person, and if you call them a bad person based on their character, because their identity is so wrapped up in that like characteristic, that identity category, they take an insult to their character as an attack on their identity. If you are transgender and also a bad person, and then we say you're a spineless piece of shit, I'm not saying that because of your gender identity, or I'm not saying that because, like in this case, he's not calling him spineless because, oh, you're a weak little Jew. No, it's like, you're a spineless piece of shit of a human being. It transcends your identity, goes deep into your soul, and your soul is garbage. Thumbs down. 0 out of 10 would not recommend.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
That's homunculus.
A homunculus.
Yeah, it's art, I guess.
So get that off of here. There's a penis. We can get censored.
No, look. It was flaccid though. And so here's the thing. Nobody should be over the age of 18 at Theory Underground. And my stats say nobody's under the age of 27 except for like 1%. So we're okay. Listen though. The homunculus has a giant head and giant hands and a giant dick, and the feet are pretty big too. And everything else is very small, and it's like the original cartoon character in a sort of sense because it's got such exaggerated features. And the point is the features that are exaggerated are those features that actually orient human life, at least male in that case. But yes.
Okay, back to the article. And there's an image of the Third International by Diego Rivera, many raised fists, and even the depiction of an actual Jewish Bolshevik, but no anti-Semitic tropes. Are we seriously to believe that an image of a person with raised fists constitutes an anti-Semitic stereotype? It's quite a stretch, to put it mildly. I'd call it clutching at straws. Yet these terms and images are, apparently, the sole basis for the judge's whiff of anti-Semitism remark in her judgment. Both Miller and Power agreed that Luke Turner was subjected to criticism for his art project which included grossly anti-Semitic insults and imagery from some quarters. They just deny that anything anti-Semitic came from themselves. Miller is himself Jewish. It's been a long day.
Yeah,
Don't hold that against me.
and worked a 10-hour shift at Amazon. Not something that Luke Turner would know anything about, because he's never worked a real job in his life, because he's got a rich daddy. And we're not saying his daddy's rich because he's Jewish. We're just saying he's rich, okay?
Fact,
Anyway.
period.
At times, this pursuit of non-existent anti-Semitism took truly surreal forms. At one point, Turner's lawyers tried to detect anti-Semitism in some of Miller's tweets, the content of which is unknown because they have been deleted. The lawyer attempts to deduce the anti-Semitism in these non-existent messages from the responses of others in the conversation which have not been deleted. This is from day 1, pages 40 through 50. It is astonishing that the judge permitted this line of questioning to proceed without objecting. This is evidence of an even lower order than hearsay evidence, noting nothing but guesswork and speculation. To be more precise, nothing but guilt by association and the dark suggestion that Miller had something to hide by deleting the tweets. It is an indication of how deeply politicized the judicial hearing itself became. Miller pointed out, I have repeatedly stated my actual convictions with respect to the points that the defendant has accused me of. All of these statements are ignored. In the case that you present, for example, you have simply ignored all of the articles that I have written. You have not cited one article that I have written. I have published more than 100 articles in this period, I would say, dealing with various subjects, also defending myself from accusations that have been made by the defendant and his associates, and you have simply ignored them because they undermine your case. That's from day 2, page 103. The entire cross-examination of Miller and Power was directed towards ferreting out confessions of their presumed secret sympathies, conspiracies, political views, and friendships. Because in the light of day, under the glare of the freely available evidence of their writings and publicly expressed opinions, these foul insinuations turn to dust.
Parts of the trial, in other words, became an extension of the witch hunt. It was not unlike the way Alger Hiss's efforts to clear his name legally became the basis for the perjury charges under which he was eventually jailed. On the other hand, it was established in the trial that Turner had falsely claimed that Miller had published an article entitled Toward a Hitlerian Disability Politics, in which he advocated the killing of disabled people. This malicious lie was circulated in an effort to get Miller deplatformed from speaking engagements. If that does not meet the threshold for libel, I don't know what ever would. It was a deliberate fabrication, motivated by malice, actively spread, and it had serious consequences for the person slandered. Power and Miller themselves speak at the trial about their efforts to understand what motivated Luke Turner's witch hunt. They constantly asked themselves, what is going on? They described their efforts to contact other artists who had been similarly targeted by Turner in the past. They look mostly for psychological explanations and speculate that Turner is suffering from paranoid delusions. That may be true. I'm not in a position to judge the truth of otherwise of that claim. But the psychosis evident in this campaign is primarily social rather than individual in its origins and character. A witch hunt is led and directed by individuals, but at the heart it is a convulsive social emotion that operates in a certain social milieu.
The politics of capitalist liberal leftism has a particular social base and material roots. Its social base is the professional middle class, centered in the state itself, especially its educational and juridical institutions, as well as in the broader technical communications and news media bureaucracies, both state and private. This sector of the middle class is sufficiently remote from the process of economic production that its political thinking is not dictated by the drive for profit, which conditions the thinking of the capitalist class itself as well as middle class producers like farmers. Nor is it thinking governed by the necessity of the working class to defend its wages and entitlements and the social cohesion which is the only source of strength of the working class. The professional middle class enjoys a certain freedom from economic insecurity and leisure to consider social problems and formulate solutions in the name of the common interest of all. It considers itself, by virtue of its middle position, uniquely qualified to speak on behalf of all and to preach moderation and reconciliation between the classes. This is a homie right here. He gets it. One thing is like the PMC is, especially in the last 10 years, but overall, thanks to neoliberalism, suffering and stressed and high pressure, pushing them down into the regular working class and other kinds of precarious positions. But that doesn't change the fact that all of their operating assumptions and theory was produced by people who had active leisure time, which is to say relative time energy, which is, time energy is large, energy-infused, repeatable blocks of time reliably between us throughout the week. Most people don't have that. Even PMC people really don't have that. But yeah, ultimately, however, its privileges depend on the continued stability of capitalism. Thus, its leftism has strict limits. Right, so the rump professionals, the ones who are established, do have a vested stake in the maintenance of the existing situation. All right, actually, Anne keeps yawning, and I'm going to go to sleep, so just kidding. We're going to get some cookies. We're going to take a...
Gonna get a sugar rush. Yeah,
we're going to pause.
Sorry, audience.
We're going to do some jumping jacks. We'll be right back. No, she just works a 10-hour day. Everybody give it up for Anne.
Amazing. All over here, yawning on stream.
I like to give him shit for that, yeah. Maybe eventually he'll learn. He calls other people all kinds of names, but, I mean, that one right there is like, it's kind of like leaving your fly down, But,
yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Cookie break.
We're back. Energized.
Boom. Sugared up, more like.
Sugared up. We played with the cats. They're hyper. They're playing. It's great. It's very cute. Okay, so where were we? We're going to keep reading until we fall asleep. So the last section was about the PMC and its sort of biases when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'll read this paragraph and then hand it over. The last 3 decades have witnessed one of the most profound shifts in the history of world capitalism. The decline of manufacturing in North America and UK/Europe, and in pursuit of lower labor costs, the shift of the center of capitalist industry to Asia, China above all, but also Taiwan, Korea, India, and others. The last time a comparable shift took place was a century earlier, when the period of Britain's industrial supremacy ended and the United States emerged as the dominant world power after defeating challenges from Germany and Japan by force of arms. So yes, the times are crazy. And also the image here is of the U.S. landing at Okinawa, April 1945, which involved 1,500 vessels. The United States only enlarged as the world's dominant power after defeating Germany and Japan by force of arms. Now a similar shift in favor of China has begun, but is not yet completed.
Okay. The first political effect of this shift, paradoxically, was the political rise of the liberal middle class. The outsourcing of manufacturing to China marked a dramatic weakening of the capitalist class in Europe and North America. Economically, they became increasingly parasitic, drawing their profits from wealth sucked out of China through the financial mechanisms and patterns of unequal trade established during their period of industrial dominance. This weakening was also manifested in their waning military power. They were unable to impose Pax Americana on Iraq, Syria, nor even Afghanistan, one of the most impoverished countries in the world. The politics of bourgeois conservatism, combined with aggressive militarism, which had been the dominant current in bourgeois politics for most of the preceding century, became correspondingly enfeebled. But the decline of industry in the old industrial powerhouses also robbed the working class in those countries of a large measure of its economic strength and its self-confidence. Working class organization and politics also slumped for a prolonged period. With the blessing of the capitalist class, the professional middle class stepped forward to take the reins of state. In the US, this layer even christened themselves the liberal meritocracy. Yes, they truly believe that their privileges are due to their own individual merits. Their supremacy is best exemplified by the presidency of Barack Obama in the US and the governments of Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland, Justin Trudeau in Canada, and Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand. But they are also firmly entrenched in the unelected bureaucracy of state, regardless of the political party in power. They dominate the news media, social media, sporting and cultural institutions, public and private. At least in the UK and New Zealand, liberals even lead the police, something I never expected to see. And there's a picture of Obama saying presidency of Barack Obama best exemplified the rule of the liberal meritocracy. Your turn?
The minority liberalism of the last century had allied itself with the defense of democratic rights, chiefly the freedoms of speech, of association, and of assembly, and protections for those accused of crimes. Rights needed by the working class to organize and fight for its class interests. But liberalism transformed into the dominant current of bourgeois thought. Liberalism at the helm of state has proved itself every bit as hostile to these freedoms as its conservative predecessors. The defense of liberal orthodoxy increasingly involved zealous suppression of heretical ideas beyond the liberal canon, and unwillingness to engage in debate. No to hate speech, no platform for fascists were inscribed on their banner, and for the more daring among them, punch a fascist. Censorship and self-censorship became the norm. Liberals who continued to defend freedom of speech found themselves, to their great surprise and dismay, lumped together with rightists and fascists. Furthermore, the shift to China gave capitalism a breathing space of a few decades, but no more than that. The crisis of falling rate of profit proceeds apace, and with it, the continued weakening of the capitalist class. Oh, this is base. He's falling rate of profit pilled. You only need to glance at the current U.S. presidential election campaign for a glimpse of the advanced decrepitude of that class and all its parties. War between the imperialist giants, almost unthinkable since 1945, is once again in the air. The average rate of profit is now so low that capitalists are unable to maintain even such basic infrastructure as they need to keep the wheels of commerce turning, such as roads and water supplies. Still less can they maintain luxuries such as legions of unproductive professionals. A great number of the middle class find themselves on the brink of being hurled down into the ranks of the propertyless class. Some will be ruined economically, others morally. Universities and other institutions of state are hemorrhaging worldwide, gripped by ideological and financial crises and shedding staff.
Even tighter adherence to the liberal orthodoxy thus becomes a de facto condition of employment for thousands. By the same token, careers can be built on race baiting and denouncing rivals. The hunger for scapegoats grows. Anti-Semitism, the quintessence
Yeah.
of scapegoating spreads and becomes more violent. Moods of panic spread among the professional middle class, tipping over into outright hysteria on occasion. This is the environment which nurtures witch hunts. Luke Turner set out to defend the middle ground in politics and oppose polarization and extremism. His art installation called He Will Not Divide Us was described by his lawyer as intended to send a fight-back message against polarization and division in society. Day 1, page 16 of the court documents. The hysterical reaction of many liberals to the election of Donald Trump, which a friend of mine calls Trump derangement syndrome, was one of the seeds of this witch hunt. For his part, Daniel Miller also told the court, I am highly opposed to all forms of ideological fanaticism or extremism. I think that they are, in all cases, whether on the left or on the right, fundamentally similar. They are psychopathological. This is from day 2, pages 119 and 20. But to defend the middle ground at precisely the moment when the material basis for middle politics is being stripped away, when capitalist society and the middle class itself is becoming more polarized between extremes of wealth and poverty than any other time since the end of World War II, is an impossible quest. It can only lead to outcomes unexpected by those who make the attempt. The middle class, because of its middle position, can have no independent role in politics. Sooner or later, it is forced to align itself with one or other of the big warring classes, with capitalist property or with the propertyless class, the socialist revolution or with fascist counter-revolution.
This witch hunt is itself a microcosm of that process. Two individuals, oh my God, the footnotes are right here, so we're basically almost done. We thought that we had like another 45 minutes. This witch hunt is itself a microcosm of that process. Two individuals who sought to defend the middle ground have ended up at opposite poles, defending opposing class interests. Becoming the target of a witch hunt such as this, having to defend your person and your integrity against an onslaught of accusation, irrationality, and hysteria is a bewildering and terrifying ordeal. Nina Power has said that, while she is bankrupted and unemployed, I'm not ruined. I have my faith, my friends, I have somewhere to live and food to eat, clothes to wear, and I still have my books. Daniel Miller adds, now we're both bankrupt, but bankruptcy isn't an inappropriate or even especially bad state for philosophers. Nobody broke our spirits, and no one ever will. This is the most important outcome. The working class, as it awakens from its prolonged spell of bitter resignation and begins to fight once more, will pay close attention to those who have the presence of mind and the moral courage to think under these colossal class pressures when so many others are losing their heads.
Based. Like, it started off, just this article, like, very thoroughly and very well, like, trying to understand more or less Twitter drama and accusations, and then it got deeper into, like, this witch hunt and comparisons, and then the next thing you know, we're doing PMC analysis on the historical material conditions that led up to this kind of stuff, and it's like, well, okay, that's epic. That's like a really good perspective and addition to the whole conversation, not just about Nina or Daniel, but just about this, witch hunt culture, cancel culture, crybully culture in general. And I didn't realize that Turner, in his art piece, which was like, no, we need to fight polarization. It's like, this is what the liberals do. Like, I'm seeing it with people in my own life. I guess I've talked about it in public before, but it's like, they go, oh yeah, we're so polarized, we need to fight polarization. But also, why are all working class people so racist? It's like, no, but you're like you're literally doing it right now. Like, how can you not see this contradiction? That's an interesting one that I'd love to understand more, where that comes from, of like these liberals, these moralizing liberals going, oh, we're so polarized, we just need to stop, but then playing right along in the game. It's like, do you realize what you're doing and what you're saying?
It's like
Do you have any self-awareness?
it's like Destiny saying, "Oh well, that firefighter who was at the Trump rally deserved to die for being there because, well, Trump's been the most antagonistic and divisive president in the history of the country, and the Republicans are so bad." And it's like, oh, okay, so you're broken. You're broken. Like these 4 years broke you. You're saying, uh, well, anything's justified then. Okay, cool, man. I mean, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, dude, Democrats on the internet are not the same as Democrats in my loving, sweet life. My loving, sweet life is full of wonderful people. And there's lots of wonderful people on both sides. I know many of them. They're great people. Lots of great people, wonderful people, the best people. I've got lots of wonderful, great people in my life. But when it comes to the people on the internet, man, it's just it takes all of everyone's worst everything and concentrates it and creates shitstorms. And I like how, I don't know that I fully agree with Robb's position on the historical conditions and kind of saying that this is like they both try to take the middle ground and they both end up on opposite sides of these two classes. I don't know that class analysis really gets to what I don't know that it's the full story or even the most important part of the story here. What I see is two human beings standing up and saying, this is wrong. This goes against my values. And it's not going to work out well for any of us if we incite violence instead of, actually talking things through. Now, I do think that there might be something about, are we even able to have discussions? What are spaces where we could have real discussions? I don't think that art exhibits are necessarily the places where real discussion happens. But knowing Nina and Pierre and the stuff that they're doing in London, they have moved away from just doing art exhibits and are actually fostering the conditions for real intellectual events. And I think that that's a big first step. And yeah, I don't know. Theory Underground's obviously all about not just let's talk to talk. We're not like the Dave Rubin, let's just bring on people and just hear their opinions as long as they're not left. No, it's kind of like the place where the only remaining people who were left that have principles gather together to try to understand why the situation is so fucked. And it's not just leftists. There's a bunch of people here who aren't leftists, and we've been very adamant about that. And so people will still say that, well, she might not even be a Nazi, but Nina's part of the right. And as she said, there's no left or right. There are people who are trying to make it so you cannot talk or think, and there are people who are trying their best and hardest to find those spaces and people who have the courage to think under these colossal class pressures when so many others are losing their heads.
Yeah. So, looking forward to talking to Nina. I'm sure we're not just going to talk about this. I'm sure she's quite sick of talking about all of this. We've talked to her about this in private messages. They'll probably get shared in a court case someday. No, I'm just kidding. But it's going to be a great conversation, I'm sure.
Oh my God. I would have so much fun with these kinds of people trying to go through my DMs. That would be the funniest thing ever. And I've also kind of just for a long time assumed, you know what? It's always possible. Eventually I'll get hacked. So I've made sure to hide all my real Nazi paraphernalia in the safe house. No, guys, the only Nazi is the one that's inside of your head. All right.
Ooh.
With that.
Also, people don't have the time and energy to be living secret Nazi lives on the internet. If they're not acting like a Nazi 90% of the time, they don't got the time and energy to be secretly being a Nazi. Nazis go to the gas station and buy beer. I've seen it. I've literally seen it. I've gone, oh, that's like legit Nazi tattoos on this guy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got in a fight with somebody with a swastika, and the thing is like tattooed on him, and it was just like, it wasn't a fight over that. He was just like a deranged lunatic, and I actually got, my elbow is still messed up. I have loose cartilage in my elbow from that fight. The fact is that the Nazis who get together in Idaho are like, there's like 6 or 12 of them. It's like, and then the counter protest is like 100 people strong. And so it's just like, shut the fuck up. That is the most fringe lunatic internet shit. But as soon as you start saying people can't read Evola, people can't read Schmidt or Spengler or whatever, just guys, way to supercharge it. Way to supercharge it with curiosity for people who were never going to be normies anyway, right? And so it's like, what has happened is that the hall monitors and the socialites and the people who are always going to be the kind of dumb average leaders in any given community have tried to center the people who are always going to be the fringes. And in doing so, they turn the whole thing into a joke. And also the fringes relocate. That's the thing. They've relocated. They're moving away. And part of moving away is, hey, let's try to understand the situation, which requires reading everything, not just one list of books that was put out by the DSA or whatever. Okay. With that, we love you all, and enjoy the rest of the stream today. Thanks, Anne. I'm so glad you got to. I'm glad you got to appear on stream, even though maybe not on in the actual day, but you'll be camping, right? While this is going on.
So yeah, we're gonna interview Nina, and then I'm gonna go have just a quick 24 hours of nature bath, some solitude. I need it. I've been needing it, and every time I'm like, I'm gonna go camping, it just never happens. So I'm actually gonna do it. Just up the panhandle.
I did that recently, and it was just so good. Mm-hmm. So I was like, Anne, you have to go do it. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Peace.
Cool. See ya on the flippity flop.
To do what you are doing. We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing. Where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the You did so good. Thanks, guys.
I guess I should have counted that down, but we're live, and welcome back, everybody, to the Epic Marathon live stream that is happening on Wednesday, August 14th. We are now joined live, for real, this time, by Dr. Christine Louis de Sully. It's been a while. So great to have you back on our platform. How are you doing today, Christine?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Things have been okay. Busy.
Awesome. Busy, busy.
I have two new puppies, I wanted to say online.
Congratulations on the puppies. We just got we just got ourselves a new kitten, a brother for our cat Ryan, and his name is Thomas Aquinas. What are the names of your puppies?
I have to say that I have two new puppies because my boy Storm is dead.
Oh,
so he died a month ago. So it's a bad news, but at the same time it's a bit like life and death. You know, you lose your companion, and then you have two new companions who's kind of reminds you of life carries on. And the two new puppies, one is 13 weeks, is called Tembi, hope in African language, and the other one is called Ego, warrior of peace. I thought that the name should have more meanings this time, especially politically. So, hope and warrior of peace, Tembi and Ego.
That's precious. We almost named our kitten Kasula, which I believe. Do you know what that means?
No.
Oh, okay, I don't know which African language it actually is. I don't know, but my neighbors are all like little refugee kids, and I mean their parents are also around. But like usually it's like I go outside and there's a bunch of little black kids like running around, usually right in our front yard, and they're always they're like, "Can we see your kitty? Can we see your kitty?" And so like I'll get the kitty, and then like they're scared of him, so like they'll walk up and they'll like barely touch him, and then they'll run away screaming. But then they'll be like talking in their native language, and I'll hear them say the word Kasula a lot, and so I was like, I like to, whenever I pick up on a word that they're saying, kind of say it like with a big, just say it back. So I go, Kasula, you know, and then they laugh hysterically, you know, and I was like, what is Kasula? What is Kasula? And then they're like, it means very bad. I was like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they started calling me Kasula recently. I'll come outside. They'll be like, Kasula. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to call your kitten Kasula. I mean, it's like a bad start already.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. So naming him after, I guess, a Catholic philosopher is kind of random, but he does seem like a Thomas more than a Soren or we were thinking about Raskolnikov, right? The protagonist of Crime and Punishment. But I want to segue this into what we'll be talking about. So, refugee children in the neighborhood. You know, what does it mean to live among the supposed other? How different really are we? How should we think about difference? How we think about difference translate into policy? How should we think about anti-mass immigration protest movements, race riots in Britain, and the left PMC's response to those riots, which in a lot of cases is talking about, white workers are racist, white workers are racist, white workers are racist. They just don't get it. They just need to get with the times. If anybody is alarmed by my framing of this, welcome to the show. I'm typically going to be a little like crass in my framing, and I am going to kind of frame it the way that I see the two sides framing it. And with that, I want to kind of like open the floor to you, Christine. I think you've probably been paying more attention to all of this. You're a lot more cosmopolitan than I am. You've lived in France, in Germany, in the United States, not just for a year here or there, but for sizable chunks of your life when you were studying for your dissertations, when you were getting all your credentials. When you've got family all over, and so you've always had a kind of unique approach to thinking about both belonging in the world, and also race and racism, which is something that from our previous conversations, for those who don't know, Christine avoided talking about for a long time. She was just a nuts and bolts communist, bread and butter, let's focus on the basics. And at some point, she felt the need to speak up and say all of this race discourse is itself, according to you, if I'm not misunderstanding, racism itself. Like, this is racism, and it's perpetuating it. And so is that correct? And is there anything you would like to add to that? And then we can start talking about what's going on.
In a way, yes. I suppose the fact that I lived in a different country, I think it's 4 now. Yeah. Well, France, England, America, and Germany now. But if you notice, they're all Western country. So I'm not that cosmopolitan, because I think there is a very similarity in all these different nations, and I would love to live in other nations that are a bit more different. But it's not only my personal experience that makes, I suppose, makes me to see the world in a more universal way than just my nation and my people, and that people are kind of using, I'm French, so I should be worried about my nation, the France, and my people and the French people. Or in the sense, the same way as people will say, I'm black, so it means I should be worried about my black people. I think it's it's a problem of identity. And you could have, I think we start the conversation, yes? So I think for me, my problems of the whole discussion is that it's all about identity. So we're supposed to worry about some identity and not others. So as a black person, I should be worried about the black side of me. Or as a French person, I should be worried about the French side of it. And when you look at the refugees and immigrants, what you highlight is the immigrant part of it. I mean, the riots, let's go back to the riot in Britain. The riot started when you had 3 little girls who died. And I think 5, I think this the other they survived, but 5 others were badly hurt by a person. And there was some usual kind of lies through the media saying that the person who attacked the girls, without even any information, they're saying that it was a Muslim person. And the reaction to that is that if it was a Muslim person, then some people decided to go and attack mosque. You would think, one question we think is, why is it that even if it was a Muslim person, why would you attack a mosque? It has nothing to do with the mosque. Is not the personal attack. It's an individual. So automatically you can see how some groups of people, the rationalize people. When an individual acts, everybody else is responsible for the actions of an individual. This is what makes a group of people being rationalized. And then when they found out that he was actually basically a black kid who was born in Cardiff, so he's British, but his parents were from Rwanda, Christian Rwanda. And now the discussion is not about how he was British and whether he ill mentally. No, it's about how he's an immigrant, a son of an immigrants from Rwanda. So again, this part of his identity is the one that we're supposed to be worried about. Not the fact that he's British, not the fact that he was born in Cardiff, not the fact that he was maybe mentally ill. No. The focus is on the fact that he is on the son of immigrants from Rwanda. Now you ask the question, why? And even if it was an immigrant, why would you go and attack Muslims and immigrants? What's the relationship between that and the fact that he attacked a few girls? And I think a lot of people don't even kind of step back and thinking, why is it that the actions of an individual is suddenly being blamed on all groups of people, either the Muslims or the immigrants, because immigrants were attacked. I mean, they burned down the hostel for where the asylum seekers were staying. Asian and black people were attacked in the street. A Muslim woman being attacked in the street when she was having a kid. So, for me, you cannot go away from the issue of race, because the Muslims and the black and the browns are being seen as a race, and they're being seen as responsible for the act of an individual. And then you have to ask a question, why is it that the immigrants are being blamed for an action of an individual, but also for the social problem of a nation like the UK? Why is it that the particular identity of individuals seems to be more important in defining them than the other identity? Why is it that, for example, the guy is not being seen as a British who was born in Britain, grew up in Britain, and suddenly acted and killed the kids? That is not discussed.
Right.
No, it's the son of an immigrant.
Well, I think that might be discussed by the left response in, for instance, that video that I shared with you that Konstantin Kristen, if I'm saying that name correctly, probably not, hosted, which is a video that I'll share in the comment section later after today's live stream in the future. But I won't share that link until somebody asks me to, because I will forget. So somebody go ahead and remind me in the future when you're listening to this to share the link of that interview that I listened to. Christine, did you get a chance to listen to it by any chance?
Yes, horrible.
You think it was horrible? Okay. And
absolutely.
What did you think that all positions represented were horrible? And how would you characterize the horribleness of that conversation?
I can see that the people who try to defend or try to basically try to understand the situation were overwhelmed by the very conservative attitude that you found at the moment. For me, I call it conservative, not only conservative, but also very right-wing attitude that you found at the moment going into British politics. The discussions is whether or not the immigrants are useful or not. For who? For Britain. The discussions goes into, well, yes, there is a social cohesion in Britain, as if there was social cohesion in Britain before the immigrant comes. And there is discussions about mass immigration. Which mass immigrations are we talking about? 1 million of people in the UK. We have how many people in the UK? 67, 69 millions of people. So 1 million of immigrants, it's nothing. Then you have discussions about the NHS having immigrants and people don't, or the jobs. And there was no discussions about how you have social problems in the UK before and after immigrations or during immigrations. But no, we go back to the same conversation that we have for the last few hundred years since modernity, where when you have a social problems in a country, in a nation, who do you target? Who do you use as a responsible for it? The sections of the population, and usually the most vulnerable section of the population. So you have problems of jobs, problems of infrastructure, problems of health services, and people are angry for not having good jobs, not having medical services. I mean, this is right to be angry. And then you turn around and say, well, immigrants come in this country and they are taking our jobs. I mean, really? When you look at history, for me, it's, for example, when I was looking at doing some research about immigration, because the discussion about immigration started with the modernity and with the immigration laws to limit immigration. There was one example in America where a Catholic, anti-Catholic people were against Catholic coming into America, because apparently the Catholics in a country where Protestants were the majority, Catholics were going to destroy America. The US, I'm talking about America as the US, yes? So there was a huge discussions about how the Catholics will be coming and destroy USA. Today, we're having, and in the Second World War, we have the Jews are destroying the country. They are the enemy within. They're going to destroy and our British values or French values or German values. Now we have the Muslims were fanatics and terrorists and destroying our values. And there was never a discussion about what those values are doing and how do they destroy this supposedly social cohesion. It's like, oh no, is there social? I'm angry because the opposition to all this, for me, crap about social cohesions and destroying values is never strong enough. They're using the same conversation that are immigrants useful or not. It's not about usefulness of immigrants. It's about whether or not really the problems in the UK or in France or in Germany, in the US, is due to the number of people coming in the country. And it is not. History shows us that. You had crisis, social crisis in the US, France, Britain, with less people. It's always been, we always had the social crisis in less people. And still, every year we are having a conversation about how the immigrants are destroyed. What is the values that we are supposed to be being destroyed? What is this British value that they're supposed to be fighting? People say democracy. I don't hear.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I would say it's like, I know that this is like the thing that the other side is constantly saying, but I think, it's really easy to answer it from my perspective, because I grew up in a conservative family that's Christian, but like they believe that Western values have certain ideas like tolerance and grace and freedom of speech, and also things like individual rights, like women are supposed to have individual rights. And if you're bringing a lot of people who have not acclimated to those basic values, and those are values, freedom, the value of freedom of expression. For instance, my ability to say, fuck Allah, I don't believe, or here's a picture of Muhammad. Like for me to be able to do that, to have the freedom of expression to do that, that is a Western value in their book. They think of that as Western. I don't think of that as Western. I think of that as a human value. I think that it, historically, popularly comes about from the West, but the West doesn't have any right to it. Like it's not its own. But it is true though that if you come from a place where that's just not even on the radar, and you're bringing people in really fast, like that could create problems.
This is not true. But this is not true.
Okay.
Democracy is an example. People are saying, well, we're living in liberal democracy. And one of the things in the talk, people were saying, well, the politicians told us that they're going to stop immigration, and they didn't. Since when do we have democracy in the UK? Since when do democracy is the rules by the people, i.e. the people rule the country. There is no democracy in the UK, and it is, there's always been that the politicians are being go into the government and do what they want. Look at the war, the issue of Israel and Palestine. People demonstrate, or Iraq. Millions of people demonstrated. The issue is not about democracy. There is no democracy in the UK. So you call it about, there is democracy in the UK, and then these people coming in this country destroying democracy. There is no democracy. Free speech. I can assure you there is no free speech. For example, involved in the issue of Israel and Palestine, has been banned, shadow banned, censored, attacked, insulted. And not only that, but death threats, because I support the Palestinians against Israel. The free speech doesn't exist. And we know that. So all this value that people are talking about as if somehow the Western has, for me, the world today, we see all this crap about, we have Western values. Which values that we are following? You can say empty words: democracy, free speech, tolerance. Tolerance. You go and attack immigrants means being tolerant. You're saying that people with different color are going to destroy your culture. It's been called tolerant. So you can have anti-words, but there is no British value or Western values that's being used at the moment. Empty words at the moment. And for me, it's like,
did you say anti-words? Is that what you said? Oh, empty. You said empty words.
Empty words, sorry. My accent is becoming strong. Empty words. Basically, empty rhetoric. We are fighting for British value. And people would say, well, yes, which British value? Democracy, tolerance, free speech. All this, we live together. And then you're thinking that is not the values at the moment. We go and bomb other country. That is not the value of peace. You know, all these things, rights and civil liberties. I'm sorry to say the right to protest has been attacked. How are you going to talk about rights when you have in the UK or in France or in Germany or in America laws to attack people the right to protest, the right to speech, all these laws that prevent people to talk, to say things. So
I wanna so just to clarify, my position is not the one I just said. My position, I was saying what I think, you know, my mom would say. Now, my position is hopefully a lot more interesting or whatever. Hopefully it also gets us something better. But I want to leave my position aside. I really want to understand your position. But I also want to give Nance a quick little moment here because I've seen him nodding along with a lot of what you're saying. And I kind of want to hear what he likes about what you're saying and what he might want to ask you. And then I want to show you a video. I want you guys to react to the video. It was making the rounds. It's a short one. And then, and I kind of want to get into how this is being handled. My position can come in later, maybe at the end of this, maybe in a future conversation. I'm not too invested in my position mattering right now. I kind of want to really kind of just like get your guys' positions on the table, because I hope that it's going to be helpful for people who've had their brains framed by the current discourse, to realize that there's other possibilities for thinking about all of this, right? And so with that, Nance, take it away. I'm going to go grab some more coffee. I'm listening from downstairs.
So I think they're using empty rhetoric, and they're kind of justifying like a resentment or like, I don't know. It always turns into this like justification for just expressing like a violence or maybe even like a hopelessness. And it's like all these quote unquote political justifications seem like they just get tacked on post hoc. People are like denying material conditions. And they kind of come up with convenient narratives as far as like, oh, well, they're so different. They're a threat to our way of life. When in reality, like, have you looked at your way of life? Like, are you aware of the conditions outside your door right now? Like I saw one video of a guy talking about immigrants taking his job. And then the interviewer asked him, well, have you been looking for a job? And he's like, no, I'm a convict. Like I can't get a job anyway. But rather than like actually thinking about the problem, he blamed it on immigration. And it seems that like that's what you're kind of pointing at, like all this stuff kind of comes along after the fact, as like, yeah,
I mean, poverty, unemployment, homelessness. We have, in the Western, talking about only at the moment the Western nation. In the Western nation, we have all those social problems. People are fed up. I mean, high standard of living. I mean, for me, when I go shopping now, it's double the amount of money that I pay for just food. Mm-hmm. So yes, we are all angry. And you may, I mean, I'm better off than other people, but we are. I mean, our life is getting really bad. But the anger and the resentment of what's happening, and the fact that also our government, I mean, who represents me? I'm sorry to say, as a French person, my government doesn't represent me. I have no say in what's happening in my country. My government does whatever he wants, and I have no say. And putting a cross on a paper every few years doesn't give me a say. So I can be angry and resent what's happening. But the issue is that every single time, people are using scapegoat, and what I call is a blame game. Politics is a blame game things. So if it's not Muslims today, because for me, I think Muslims are the ones that are really are targeted today in the West. The anti-Muslims is very strong. In fact, they are the worst community as seen. And we saw that with the South part, the killing of the kids and the reaction to attack the mosque. This was the Muslims. So the Muslims, but they will also use the Roma, or they will use the working class who are not working hard enough. or they will use the trans people who are taking the things away from the woman. And every single time we have politics as blame game, basically which section of society is going to be used as a scapegoat for the social problem that we have. And so when you do that, there is no discussion. So why is it that people cannot have jobs? Why is it that the infrastructures are so bad? Why is it that people have to wait months to be able to see a doctor? That is not discussed. We go and blame the immigrants. And the discussions on the immigrants is always one of the things in England they always are complaining is that we cannot talk about immigration because we are being called racist. This is the opposite. The discussions on immigration is one of the most common discussions in all Western countries. It's always on the news. The boat people, the war in America, the Mediterranean, immigration is always talk. So when people say we don't talk about immigration, this is a lie, a complete lie. Because what they are saying is that we cannot talk about immigration because we like to discuss immigration on the level of identity. We are British, and the people like us can come here, but the people not like us should not be coming here because they're going to destroy our whole British nation or British identity. So what they are saying is that it's not that we don't talk about immigration, is that they would like to talk about immigration on the level of identity, on the level of, this only people like us that should be come in, who doesn't destroy our British. And then you also have the part which is racist, because what I mean by British people like us is not Western, but the people with the Western culture, i.e. the white people, the people who have a certain color of skin. Because nobody discussed immigration and not people like us when the Ukrainian were received in the UK. There was no discussion about how we don't want Ukrainians to come in the UK. There was discussion about how we can help the Ukrainians. And then when you have the people in Syria and other countries who have a war and they would like to come here, or Palestinians, no, because we don't want people like that because they're going to destroy the British culture. So there is a lot of things in there, but the discussion on immigration is always there. The problems with in the UK is when they're talking about multiculturalism. The problem is that there is two definitions of multiculturalism. So you have multiculturalism, which is the policies that the Labour governments and all of us did. And that is bad, because the policies was arguing that different culture or different identity has to be conserved, has to be saved. So they organized for a different community to be basically separated and live a parallel life. That is bad, because there is a notion that somehow somebody who is from Muslim, Syrian Muslim, cannot live with a British Christian because they are from different culture. This is really bad. And this is the policies that came from the government. So that, I definitely challenge that. Multiculturalism policies that the government are introduced creates communities live parallel life, and you create a horrible place to live. But the multiculturalism that right-wing people are challenging is the idea of diversity. This idea that somehow me as a French person, Afro-Caribbean background, and my husband as a German white person, if we live in the same country, we're not going to be living together very well because we are different. What is the difference? It's highlighted. It's the fact that I have the wrong skin color or the wrong culture. And that's what's the problem, is that you have the policies that you can challenge, the policies that the government challenge, we need to challenge, because this is really bad policies. And in fact, the policies is based on the same notion than the people are challenging diversity, because they are saying that people from different parts of the world cannot live together, and that is not true. We know that it's not true. I mean, immigration, people have been moving around the world for a long time. So do you have multiculturalism as the policies, and then multiculturalism as diversity as a fact of life, because Britain, France, America, Germany, all those nations have been made and it's been created by lots of different people coming together.
And it seems like that second kind of multiculturalism, the kind that you're defending, is actually inherently at odds with that first kind, right? That kind. So, and let me just make sure that I got it right. So the first kind of multiculturalism is we got to keep them separated, right? Like that song. We got to keep them
Policies.
separated, right? It's the policies that say, we must preserve Rwandanness and Native Americanness and Irishness and every kind of Britishness, yes. And so this preservationist, conservationist approach, it's, here in Boise, it's why there's like this big, like pomp and ceremony at the university about, let's do a land acknowledgement and bring on some natives and they'll play the drums and they'll dress up in their garb. And it's very like, Native Americans are these people who live on a reservation and look, they're still keeping it alive. Versus like, Native Americans are people that I work alongside in construction, actually. They're just regular people. You're just saying that the true Native American is the reservoir native. And it's like, well, I mean, that is a native, but also so is the one who is in town. And in fact, in a lot of cases, like this encouraging people to keep alive their traditions and stay rooted, you're basically saying stay in this slum, right? You're saying stay in this slum. That's your purity. That's your place. It's saying you have a proper place and it's right here. And then of course sometimes sometimes it's like, oh no, actually our proper place is over here. We got moved over here. There either by violence or by a treaty that has been gone back on since, which is all like, okay, that's interesting. But also the fundamental multiculturalism you're advancing is saying, no, like we can live together actually. And treating the other as a historic museum exhibit is not good allyship, and that's not good civic engagement. That's actually I don't know if you would say it's dehumanizing. I don't know if you would say it's polarizing. I don't know how would you characterize that sort of liberal progressive, let's keep them contained and kind of, worship at this museum exhibit?
I don't. For me, the diversity of life is life. It's just life. The world, humanity has always moved around. This is life. The idea of keeping your cultural identity, because that's what it is. It's come from this liberal notion, but this is a really bad notion, because what you're saying is, for example, I'm Afro-Caribbean from my parents, yes. And people are saying, we need to keep our culture. So what you're saying is that you need to keep the culture fixed, completely in a way that in the past people has lived their life, and nothing to do with how people live their life today. We are supposedly imitating what our ancestors has done, and what we as people in the 21st century want doesn't matter. So the Indian has to keep their Indian culture, the French has to be the supposed French culture, and the British and the American culture, and we had to live in the bubbles and no relationship with each other. This is really bad. This is for me, it is completely anti-human ideas. So when you have the multicultural policies, is basically saying putting people into these little boxes. And then saying to this box people, you have no say in what's happening to you or to your culture. You have to keep your box and live parallel to the other box, because they cannot mix it. It's basically come from the idea of, I don't know if you I can't remember his first name, Herder. The idea that the soul of the people come from the people themselves, the soul of the nation. So he was German, so he was arguing that the German soul has to be saved, and to be saved means that you have to keep the culture. And so it means that somebody who lives in Germany, who brought up in Germany but come from, I don't know, Rwanda, cannot be German because it doesn't have the soul. Do you see how it's really anti-human? And a lot of things like that we do in our life is these anti-human things. For example, adoptions. I will adopt, I don't know, a white American, and people will say, well, you have to teach that child a white American culture. What? Just because the child was born in white America, he has a special culture. Why not the culture that he grew up in and lived with? Somehow his skin color will give him his culture. And if somebody, a white person, adopt somebody from Rwanda, they have to teach the Rwanda culture, despite the fact that the child grew up in the West, in France or in Germany. Do you see what I mean?
This
A
is
lot of
also
people are-
this is also the position that's anti-mixing, right? It's anti. It would be against your relationship with your boyfriend, right? Like because he's white, because he's German, they'd be go, oh well, you're black, you're a woman, you shouldn't actually be with
What
him
difference?
because you're going to undermine the purity of your race, actually. And so you're, well, and I think probably most people here probably have some kind of a revulsion towards that, but I am interested in seeing what everybody's comments during the live portion of this have been, and also what we'll see in the comment section moving forward. And then hopefully we'll be able to do a return to this very soon. But Will is in the back room right now. Helen will be there soon. We'll have to close this thing out in about 20 minutes. We still have some time. Don't worry. We still have some time. And so what I'm going to do is actually share the screen here and make it so that you can hear what I'm about to show. And I'm going to play this video for you all because it is... Now, Nance, pay attention. If this is like echoing, it's because I clicked share sound and it would have already worked, which that'll be annoying and I'll have to reshare. Okay, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see how this works. This is something that, let's see. Isabel Millar shared this and Mikey shared it to me and I looked at it and I honestly I am very sympathetic to this woman's frustrations, but I also feel like there's something going on here at the level of the reaction, the progressive reaction, that is of concern. And so let's play it. Here we go. Oh wait, it's gonna sit here and it's not playing. Hold on, let's try again.
Let me tell you, dirty, dingy, dusty, racist prick something, yeah? You want to start racist riots around the UK, but you don't know your fucking history. Well, I'm here to give you a history lesson. The reason why immigrants came to this dusty, dingy fucking country is because half of your men were wiped out by World War fucking II. They didn't do it because they wanted equality. They didn't do it because they wanted diversity. They wanted black people to come over to this country and rebuild it again. And you want to know the real reason why you won World War II is because India, India sent around 1.2 million Indians to come and fight the fucking fight because they were part of the Commonwealth, you understand? So if you knew your fucking history, you wouldn't be going after immigrants so fucking hard. And America didn't save your ass, Scott. It was India, yeah? And you're talking about you want your jobs back. What fucking jobs are you talking about? Where are they? Are they on Indeed? Are they on Total Jobs? Where are they? Because there's 9 million jobs, that you can access, that you can fucking apply for. So where the fuck are these immigrants taking jobs? What, you want toilet cleaning? You want office cleaning jobs? You want carer jobs? You want car wash jobs? You want nail salon jobs? You want barbershop jobs. That's what you're angry about. The reason why you don't have those fucking jobs is because you don't have the skill set. You don't add to anything. You are labourers. That is what your history is known for. You are factory workers. You are miners. Most of you work in fucking construction because you can't string a sentence together. But you want to target fucking immigrants. How dare you? Let me tell you something else. The reason why you don't have jobs is because the UK don't export anything. They don't build fuck all. They don't do fuck all. And they don't invent fuck all. And you people ain't gonna work for £5 an hour in a factory. You're best staying on fucking benefits. So instead of being angry at the immigrants trying to make an honest fucking living, I suggest you look towards the Houses of Parliament because those are the people who put you in poverty. And you can throw all the racist parties you want. We ain't fucking going anywhere. So get fucking used to it. And if it weren't for the immigrants that came over here and made your country great again, you'd be living with animals, piss and shit. Do you understand? Oh. And the homeless and the toothless can't tell me shit about this country. This is my country now. Let me tell you.
And the homeless and the toothless can't tell me shit about this country. It's my country now. What do you all think about that?
Angry person.
Angry person.
Saying some truth, and some I think some of them, a lot of it is just bullshit. Yes, it is true that I think there's one of the I mean, she did say racist, not but there is a anti-working class sentiment behind that, which I don't like at all. I don't think I think it's putting the white working class against other working class, and I don't like that at all. But she is right, because in the sense of the history, people say, well, you cannot go the history of Britain. Well, yes, you do, because at the end of the day, a lot of the people who arrive in this country, for last century and this century, come from the country that Britain, had colonized, and so at the end of the day, history is important. But there is this anti-working class, like, you know, where you're not educated, or you're not doing any job, so it's your fault kind of thing. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, that was, I guess, even the first time I heard it, I was kind of just like swept up by the passion of it, and I don't think I really noticed this sort of underlying thing you're pointing out. I didn't notice it the first watch through. I mainly thought, wow, she's making sense up until the end when she's like, it's like she's progressive, but then all of a sudden she's like, and basically fuck you homeless people. And I was like, wait, what? That's not, I was like, what? Okay. She's coming from her own kind of approach, which is cool. But also on rewatching it, I was like, oh, she also throws people on benefits under the bus. And then I was like thinking about it, and I was like, so she basically believes that there's two kinds of workers: those who are doing cleaning, nail salons, and barbershops, versus those who are doing factories, mines, and construction. And she's saying the reason that the factory workers, miners, and construction workers aren't able to do office cleaning, nails, and salons or barbershops is because they don't have the skills and can't string sentences together. But then she also says that they wouldn't want those jobs and they only pay £5. So there's a bit of a contradiction at work. And of course, maybe we're overanalyzing it. This is a little autistic of me just to be like, oh, what's she actually saying? When it's like, okay, she's reacting. She's reacting to racist riots. And so she's upset and she just wants to give a history lesson. The rest of it is actually probably inessential. But I do think that this way of racializing this jobs division is crazy, right? Like factory, is that true in Britain? That factory workers, miners, and construction workers are almost all white, and that office cleaning, nail salons, and barbershops are almost all white, almost all like not white. Is that a thing? I guess.
No, I don't know the percentage, but no, I mean, factory workers has a lot of non-white persons, so I'm not sure if she's rationalizing it. Maybe she is, but in a way, she's just putting two groups of people, and then she thinks that one is better than the other. On what level, I don't know. Does a construction worker earn less or more money than somebody who is a hairdresser? I don't know. I don't think so. It depends on where you work. And no, you can find minorities in all those kind of jobs, actually.
Exactly.
In factory jobs, in hairdressers. But in fact, all those jobs that she gave is low jobs, low working classes, the one who are not very well paid. If she can say the one who work in a office, you know, the doctors and things, maybe you could say, well, yes, those people are have less minority than others. But I mean, working in a factory, working in hairdressers or cleaning jobs, cleaning has a lot of minorities, because of course it is true that a lot of the what you call native population do not want to do those kind of demeaning jobs. I mean, manual jobs, we are living in a society where manual jobs are always seen as demeaning, and they're demonized. I mean, despite the fact that manual jobs are the most important one.
She said, "You're laborers," and I was like, "Oh my god!" I spent most of my life as a laborer, and so it made me want to play this sound clip that I have on my soundboard here.
Get out, you laborer!
Have you guys? Could you guys make sense of that? Could you hear it? Get out!
Yeah.
Get out, you laborer!
But I mean, at the end of the day, we live in a capitalist society where a labor job, people working with their hands, is seen as less important than other jobs. You will see. I mean, when you go to LinkedIn, you see all these people achievements like, I am becoming the officer or the director of these things, and people say, "Well done, you achieve in your life." Somebody will say, I'm decided I've done, I don't know, 10 chamber, room in a hotel. People will not say, "Congratulations, you've done a well job," or I've done a nice construction road, in northern Germany. Nobody will see it as a well done. But, you're becoming an officer and a CEO and a manager and science manager, and then you'll be like, "Well job," So we are in a society where the people are actually working in their hands and making the society survive, because at the end of the day, we saw with COVID that the people who are working with their hand were very important for the society to survive, are always seen as less important workers, and they are being paid as less important workers. You can spend your time working with numbers in the finance and doing nothing productive in society. I mean, absolutely nothing. And you can earn more money than somebody who's cleaning the street. And cleaning the street is essential, because if we don't want to die from disease, we have to have people cleaning the street. But they're seen as less important than somebody's playing with numbers for hours.
Thank you.
So in a way, yes, she's imitating that.
Yeah. And I feel like that's a really important line of thought, and I'm really happy you were able to address it here. We're in closeout mode here. Nance, did you have anything lingering from that or anything else?
I think there's so much. I have questions if we want to go back to the offline conversations. I have questions, but I think for me, with that TikTok or reel or whatever it was that we just watched, it kind of grosses me out when we talk about like the utility, like when we reduce these immigrants are people, but we always want to reduce them to utility. And I know, Christine, we had kind of referenced that, but I don't think we got to it in this conversation. So I do hope we can have another conversation where we kind of call out that way of always wanting to reduce immigration to a reserve army of labor and this and that. And it's a complex topic. And when people try to have these conversations, they wind up doing like reductionistic stuff that either becomes racist or becomes pragmatic and utilitarian. And it's never actually a real conversation.
Yeah. And I guess I want to say like one thing, and that is that the first kind of multiculturalism, the one of separatism that Christine was describing, is the multiculturalism of Alexander Dugin. It's also the multiculturalism of Black nationalists. It's also the multiculturalism of Zionists. And there is this big part of me that wants to say, I mean, my spirit as a first generation American born of immigrants, I do want to just go, yeah, I'm all for this second kind of multiculturalism. But at the same time, I think that one of the sort of stumbling blocks for emancipatory movements in the last 100 years was an underestimation of how recalcitrant this sort of approach is. And so I think that what's needed is maybe a third kind of multiculturalism. And I have my own ideas of what that is coming together, and not the space to unpack it here. So everyone should subscribe to the Substack, the Theory Underground Substack, subscribe to this channel, and pay attention, because we'll have Christine back. We'll have other people on with similar and different positions on such things. And I personally have avoided immigration and anti-immigration ever since I saw Angela Nagel and Slavoj Žižek get so persecuted for basically saying that neither of the two main approaches is correct, that it's a double bind, that it's not a solution. Nagel saying, actually there is a case for borders existing, at least in the short term. And she got like crucified over it. And I remember just being like, oh, so I can't really have a real conversation about this, because I'm not going to really be able to see other people have a conversation about it. I can't assume any position in the field and then have a conversation about it, because there's only one allowed position. And I think real thinking involves taking up different positions and thinking it through, walking a mile in those shoes and then walking a mile in these shoes. And I just want to encourage everybody who might agree or disagree, who is present, to just remember, it's shoes. It's ideas are shoes, concepts are shoes. How well do they fit? Do they hurt your feet? Do they get you where you're trying to go? Do you want to change them at some point? Are they the best? Are they the worst? I don't know. Be thinking about it. And with that, I'm going to give you the floor here to say any closing thoughts that you might have, Christine.
I disagree with Angela Nagel and any left, so-called lefty, who argue that we need to have national border. I think there is no possibility for you to be left in the sense of universalist left, and think that we need to keep the national border, because at the end of the day, what you're saying is that you need to keep the status quo. Since the modern world, we live in a national state, basically, and our reality in life is all around the nation. But that's the problem. That is the reason why people will can say, I want to keep my Britishness or my Frenchness or my Americanness, because they are seeing the world as only through the nation. And somehow, even if they cannot define what is Americanness or Britishness or Frenchness, they still think that this is the only thing that they want to keep. And I'm sorry to say, if you are arguing that national borders are important, then you are not somebody who is challenged what is happening today, or you don't have any notion or universalism, because universalism is also saying that somebody who is Indian workers, or somebody who is American worker, or somebody who is from South America as a worker has more interest with me than somebody who is French like me. I mean, Macron is French. I'm French. Am I supposed to be thinking that we all have? And that's what I do all the time. We are all in this together. We want to have France working together. And at the end of the day, who is taking my job away? This is not the Indian workers. It is the French government and the French state at the end of the day. So yes, I have no sympathy, I'm sorry to say, for the people who argue for national borders. What we can discuss is, why is it that we can only see the world through our national borders, and we can only see the understanding of problems through the nation state, since the beginning of the nation state. And that's only started in 18th, 19th century, the nation state. I mean, when the nation started to grow. So why is it that we can only see the world through that?
Thank you so much for visiting with us and for sharing your thoughts. Have a good one. Take care. Everyone, we'll be right back.
Bye.
We'll be right back with Helen. Okay, take care.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
And we're back. Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground. This is a portion of an epic marathon live stream happening on August 14th, which is, for me, a Wednesday. I think that's for all of us. We've got from Britain 2 people joining us to talk about theory and film. Helen Rollins, return guest, friend of the show, and Will, who actually we met in London at the London event that we did with Helen and Nina over at Pierre's place. So it's so great to have you both back. How you doing?
Okay. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, apart from the heat, but we're kind of like, both me and Helen we've got our ginger or whatever we're using to kind of help it out. So yeah, it's all good.
Navigating the horrendous. Yeah, we're not used to this. It was been really hot here for the last few days, so we were just complaining. You guys were like, you know nothing.
I mean, if we accept the fact that there's a gradual transition from moderate weather to extreme heat for Nance in Phoenix, then I think it's true that you all are suffering worse, even though it's not as bad technically on a thermometer.
And I'm used to it. It's like, it's all as it should be, that it's so hot. It is out of the norm for you guys, and you don't have air conditioning.
I did spend a summer in Phoenix once, or like how much, like a month of a summer. It was, you know,
It's good for you. It builds character.
Brutal.
Yeah.
I was asking you both behind closed doors there, because we had just had the conversation with Christine Louis de Sully, if either of you feel particularly British or have British values, because that's kind of the conversation we were just having. But, you know, that's all. Joking aside, I actually want to get into what I see to be the core of your work, which is film and theory, and bringing ideas to life and teaching concepts through film. And it's too bad that I didn't have a chance between yesterday and today to watch all of Helen's films, because I thought, in just like my dumb brain, that those must be somewhere, you know, sequestered away behind some paywall, and eventually I'd come around to getting it. But Will was like, no, I watched it all on her website. You didn't know? I was like, she has a website? And I was like, oh my God. And so I was going to watch it, and then I didn't get around to it. But I was thinking, Will, maybe you could share just a little bit about your take, your perspective on what it is that she's been doing, like some of your favorite work or some of the questions that you've come up with. And then maybe that'll set Helen up to talk a little bit about her approach.
So I kind of, the favorite film that I really liked was Making Love, and I thought that was just a fantastic film. I've kind of watched it 3 times over now, and I think it's really one of those fantastic pieces that kind of lends itself to that. And I felt it was your piece that kind of attached itself most to Lacanian theory for me, and obviously it was kind of very, very obvious from the beginning. And I was kind of like wondering when I was watching it, like, how do you start actually getting into making a project like this? Do you actually start with like a specific seminar? Are you like translating it into images, or are you so stained with Lacan that it's just like all of your film ideas are just Lacanian?
Oh no, that's so interesting. Yeah, no, that was such a fun one to make, and to be honest, okay, so this is where material reality blends with like, as in we are our material reality. I always think, I've been thinking a lot about like Bourdieu recently, and this idea of like what you desire to do is really framed by your material conditions, you know, so you come to desire what you're sort of forced to desire. And also there's the other thing in the Lacan sense of like, who you brush up against the dialectic subjectivity of your parents and that contingent setup that you're born into, and that frames. So we really don't choose. So I always find it interesting when, you know, and I think like I did a literature degree, so I also get and I appreciate it, but like there's often this tendency to kind of like, well, I guess, you know, like the death of the author thing, you know, there is a separate thing where a work of art becomes its own thing, which I also really appreciate as an idea, because that really captures the fact that like substance is subject. Whenever we generate a piece of work, by definition, because we're in a dialectical universe, it is more than the sum of its parts, because that's the nature of reality. You know, we can maybe conceptualize in a logical way that only holds a certain form of logic, but there's all sorts of things that come into it. And so materially, like, you know, you have your set of ideas, and then when you film it, you have all these other people you're working with, and generally they all come with their ideas, and it actually builds it and becomes more complex and kind of better and all this kind of stuff. But just in terms of like doing these ideas-based films, I actually like really didn't start out wanting or knowing that I would end up doing that. I think like I had I actually went really biographical on your last stream about university and how I like left academia and sort of really turned my back on it and was like, oh, you know, fuck you. But then I also sort of have always really, you know, had these ideas and been into ideas. So I think it was always kind of inevitable. And then I actually, my collaborative partner that I started working with for a long period of time was and is a philosopher. And he had a facility at that time to raise money, and it's very difficult to raise money in film. So that particular project and some of the projects that we've done, and it's interesting because obviously we live in capitalism, we live and breathe capitalism. Capitalist logic is antithetical to the logic of art. So in a sense, you have to kind of like, whenever you're pitching, especially to institutions, especially to government institutions in Europe that have their own set of policies, which are really egregious actually in terms of the way capitalism is going, but maybe unconscious of it because, you know, it's rare to be able to have the facility to self-reflect under capitalism. And so there's an investment in a form of logic, which is the perfect foil to that sort of economic drive. And it's a very oppositional logic. It's a very problem solution logic. Art itself, art is art insofar as it houses contradiction. It's ambivalent. It's a technology in a sense that humans have produced that confronts us with our reality and the fact that reality is substance and subject. If it doesn't do that, it's propaganda, and we know what it is. So whenever you pitch something, you write a log line or anything like that, it's like you can't comprehend the totality of what you're doing, partly because you can't, but also because because it will become something else, but also because the artwork itself, if it's going to be art, is ambivalent. But, you know, the operational weaponized logic of capitalism, which is lack and complete, like lack is contingent and it can be transcendently completed by the commodity or problem solution, you know, kind of goes against that. But, you know, it's interesting because you always need money. You can, as you get maybe more experienced, you know, work out, navigate your resources and work out ways to make films for less. But obviously you have to pay the people you're collaborating with, you have to survive, and you have, you know, if you're making it, it does actually demand money. So this isn't to say that this was like a kind of commercial reason to do it, but I was lucky enough at that time, as I was like, that was my second narrative film, to be able to work alongside Pete's project, which again, it's not his isn't necessarily, I would call it like a philosophy or ideas project, but it's a Lacanian project. And it's about creating, he would call it transformance art, but pockets of life through community, he call it communion, like what you guys are doing, where you can be confronted with the dialectical nature of desire, which is an antithetical kind of impetus to capitalism, which we're stuck in. But there, you know, we have to be honest and say we're navigating capitalism. So I think I originally would have probably thought, you know, like everybody else who's naive and starts making film, like, oh, I'll just make art for art's sake, and oh, I'll make something that's really popular. And it's, but you know, it was ever thus, it's really difficult, but B, you know, the economic conditions have got worse and worse and worse. It's really, really hard. But we were really lucky to collaborate and to basically share a sort of perspective. And he had, you know, from that film, we actually raised the money on Kickstarter, which was like really, really lucky. And so that film, actually, I think we conceived of it as, and I think this has meant it's kind of quite difficult, you know, just for a mainstream audience to position something like this. But I would say it really is like a deliberately ideas-based film. I think you can watch it just, you know, for the entertainment value. It still has that kind of, it was deliberately that kind of sort of semi-thriller-esque erotic romance structure that kind of brings you in. I think it's really important to do that. I think actually that's what makes film political and powerful, is that it is the way it's developed is it confronts the viewer with their desire. And then we can maybe use that technology to do something interesting, but it creates a process, I would say like a shorthand psychoanalytic process in terms of like the actual clinic of confronting us with our desire. And I think actually those kinds of narratives that maybe mark like Hollywood films, but we can do them in really interesting ways. And it's not just Hollywood that uses, you know, novel, it's a tale as all the time, these kinds of stories, but it like, so you can just watch it and enjoy it, I think, unless, you know, people maybe don't enjoy whatever, they can have their own views because artists are. But I guess we were conceiving it of, not to be like super pretentious, because I know that we'd never reach the heights of this, but obviously in the 20th century, in the mid-20th century, you have lots of people who were writing theory and philosophy who were dabbling in novels and plays and stuff. So you have things like No Exit by Sartre, you have novels by Camus and stuff like that. So I think when we were making it, we were thinking, you know, how do we do this kind of project? So it still has to work. You know, you can't just, it's not like a lecture or anything like that. It has to work as a film. But sorry, that was very long-winded. But again, I just want to reiterate, like it is really difficult to find ways to navigate practically the world. And then I think this contingent thing of being able to make films in this way had its hand in shaping what I ended up doing. Yeah.
I found that the film definitely work on that level. Like I was watching it through the first time, and it does feel like kind of like a normal kind of erotic thriller, like a film, but it almost inspires you to be reflective on the film itself. Like you almost want to go back and watch it again. And I feel like that's very Lacanian. I don't know. But I was very inspired by what you were talking about in terms of, I feel that theory and film have kind of like detached themselves from each other. And you do have these people who are making films today on these very kind of important topics, but they're not really engaged with theory that much.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, I'm very interested in your new book, actually, and it's a shame I didn't get a chance to kind of like read it before I made the film, because you're kind of talking about kind of like reductivist kind of ideas of psychoanalysis in film. And I was kind of a bit interested of what those are for you and how that appears in film today.
No, it's so interesting what you said. I think you make a really good point about the, you know, the separation of theory and film. And, you know, and I do think this is to do with of our reality and this sort of, because to really do philosophy and to really do theory, and this is kind of what I talk about in the book, it's very different from what Lacan calls the university discourse and in at universities, and how a lot of these sort of self-confident discourses can hide the capitalist discourse in disguise, or the master's discourse. So often, like the university, if we think about it in like, and we talked about this loads on Theory Underground about like, you know, back in the day, the medieval time, and it was monks who were doing studies. It's like they were given time to just be able to reflect. And it's very different being in a neoliberal university where you have to hit targets and preconceived, you know, you have all this proliferation of, instead of these former subjects where you might have done like the philosophy of women within philosophy, or, you know, things like that, you have a studies thing, which is in a sense is like, potentially, I'm not saying that it all is this, but like a preconceived set of ideas that have developed, you know, rather than it being like an exploration, we don't know what the conclusion is. Some of these degrees you go and you know what you're going to get. And so it's very difficult to do actual kind of philosophy within the neoliberal institution of any kind. There's plenty of people that are doing what Lacan would, it's kind of confusing because he's using the word university discourse, but that's a sort of almost disparaging term of what can happen when you're using the confidence of critique to mystify actually a capitalist discourse logic.
I'm wondering,
passionate about is that
oh shit.
there's, and this isn't to be like critique of like film theory as such. I think film theory is really good. And as I said, I really appreciate, you know, the study of film and the study of art and the study of literature from that literary studies perspective. But what kind of happened in the 70s, and we've talked about this, I'm sure, loads on Theory Underground, is you have like a bit of time where people are kind of coming up with secondary and tertiary readings of the original texts. And you have ideas that really take off. And often ideas that really take off, unfortunately, they're ideas that are, you know, amenable to the progress of capitalism. So one of those ideas is this idea of gaze and what gaze means. And I think for Lacan, gaze is a very universal subject. It's very ambivalent. It's pointing out the lack in desire in the visual field, the confrontation with the fact that we are divided, the universe is divided. And it actually became a sort of political perspective, because I actually think politics is always the tarrying with the multiplicity of the desire of those who live within a group, two or more people. And so this, by definition, demands a multiplicity and holding space for this multiplicity of perspectives. So I often think that what we think is political or party political, all this kind of thing, is actually a turn away. So like an affirmation of a certain ideological position that we demand to be true, and that necessitates an enemy who doesn't agree with us, behind whom we can imagine. This isn't all of these perspectives, but it's some. You know, at its worst, let's say, being ungenerous, you know, that we imagine that, like, instead of confronting the material reality, the base of the economy, the actual political of the commons, we kind of, in a sort of PTSD sense, are traumatized by the very toxic nature of the world we've created, because we haven't had the capacity to confront the real of where we, you know, how we live. We don't want to confront that. And so we imagine that if only we fix these little things and these ideas, then that world that's actually creating the problems, we could live in it, would be perfect. But because that's impossible, that's a utopic vision, we live in a complex, contradictory universe in which we have to constantly, as Marx would say, pick the living flower, confront the real of our situation. We sustain that vision of possibility behind somebody who doesn't agree with us. So I think what then happened is some of those positions, which actually, I don't think at the original time, let's say in the 70s, embodied that kind of logic, but came to, as certain ideas became received as sort of righteous and unquestionable, and then those become the perfect foils and cover stories and become part of this university discourse that sort of righteously disguises the capitalist discourse. And I think using some of these like ideas that maybe seem, you know, you hear a psychoanalytic idea and it sounds like something scientific and real. And in a sense, it is an attempt to sort of like describe reality. I think Freud, what he was doing when he sort of discovered the unconscious, was to create a material reading of subjectivity, which I think is really important to remember. But I think that what then happened is you have a certain like reading of these ideas that are actually much more ambivalent, much more universalist, much more to do with lack and contradiction, being brought in a certain direction, affirming a preconceived position. And then we lost this sort of more, not to sound too like mystical about it, but this huge potential opening up of thinking about what a film, what art, what literature could be via Lacan. And I think for me, what interests me personally, I'm not saying it's at all the only way to read film. I think it's maybe because I'm a practitioner that like this is the take that I have. And I think like people from all kinds of positions could read Lacan or use Lacan in their reading of what art is. And as I say, I just think like this is one reading, and I think that like this multiplicity has been lost because of this confidence of like, and this happens in capitalism all the time, you know, you pick one star idea and the surplus, everybody else's ideas that don't catch on, become what are actually materially that which gives this singular idea value, but actually potentially it's just an idea like everything else. So the take that I have is that what if instead of it just being like, we're going to read a film, we're going to read what was going on in the director's mind and what this symbolizes, and this green bush represents, you know, this snake represents. I actually think it's interesting to think about film as potentially psychoanalytic as an act. So, and it's interesting, I sometimes think that, like, when you say this, I remember saying this at a conference with, I think, a lot of literary people. It was like, what? You can't do that. But it's like, well, okay, maybe not, but also you can, because words exist. And like I'm just saying, that what if we actually think of what, you know, if like, and I think also that you know, there's the difference between the theory and the practice of psychoanalysis, and sometimes there's like a bit of a conflict, and I would be guilty, because I'm obviously not a psychoanalytic practitioner, so that's like obviously different when you're just sort of thinking about it. But I do think that there are interesting similarities between the underlying confrontation with the direction and the dynamic of the unconscious in the clinic and what film can and could do. And I think, therefore, it's like, you know, sublation, right? This is an existing technology with all its problems. And, you know, obviously there's this criticism of like plotted, riven Hollywood films being really problematic and capitalist. But can we sublate the existing technologies and think about, because it's never the actual object, the tool, that's necessarily the problem. I mean, that's very reductive, because it is true that there are problematic tools and that capitalism generates problems. And this isn't to say that on the other side of capitalism there's a perfect utopia, but the thing is, it's like, can we think about, the act of film, the practical object of film, the subject of film differently, basically?
Yeah, because I feel like with film, you get these kind of, it allows the outside in a way. Do you know what I mean? You're watching a film and you lose yourself. I mean, I don't know if you ever come out of a film and felt like the main character. I mean, it's such a transformation experience. It's a really, really powerful thing.
So I wanted to do a couple of things here in our last 27 minutes, and I think we have time to do all of those things and more. And a couple of those things. One will be, I definitely want to hear Nance's thoughts so far. I really look forward to how this is going to provoke a lot of thinking in both the movie connoisseurs, film buffs at Theory Underground, as well as the people who kind of, like me, have avoided such circles for a long time, because I just don't, I go to a movie for escape. I like pure ideology. I think it's fine to have some
ideology.
Like, it's okay, you know. But I am as a YouTuber in part. I'm not just a YouTuber, but I do put stuff out on this platform. Always kind of like, what if I did that? What if I did this? And I want to kind of inspire, through you both, others to think about the kinds of things that you can do. Anyone can start a YouTube channel. Everyone has a smartphone. Great films have been recorded on shittier cameras. Great films have been recorded on iPhones. And so there's a lot of really great opportunities for us. And Will is sort of pioneering or spearheading that effort from the Theory Underground membership. As far as the members at TU goes, he's the one who's working on 2 films at the moment, at least.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And one film is what he calls a psychoanalysis, what do you call it, machine?
Simulator. A Lacanian psychoanalysis simulator. Yeah.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Yeah. And I think that's the natural segue from what Helen was just talking about. And then we can also talk about the idea of bringing the concept of time energy to life for people who aren't ever going to read the book. And so, but let's start with what is that simulator? And
so it was basically an idea I'd started having because I was reading a lot of case studies of Lacan, and I was like, oh, these are fascinating. These are kind of great texts. And they also kind of show you a lot about what the psychoanalyst is thinking at the same time. And so I kind of thought, I kind of want to problematize the kind of normal theory kind of therapist kind of film or TV show that you have. And I wanted to kind of go inside the psychoanalyst's head. And so you essentially sit in the psychoanalyst's head, and you almost get like an Alan Bennett talking heads monologue, where you've got this person kind of talking about their life, and different notes are kind of popping up. And then the other half of the film is a bit more like a kind of noir detective story, where the psychoanalyst is kind of like coming up with what the patient is and what's wrong with them and things like that. And I just felt like it was kind of like an interesting way of kind of, again, problematizing that kind of normal thing that we think psychoanalysis is. And one of the best things that kind of happened through it is I've kind of been showing a few test screenings to people who don't know Lacan, and they've kind of been talking about like Lacanian things, even though they didn't really know. And I think that's one of the most powerful things for me, is kind of is bringing it to people who are never going to read the Acree, you know, which is a really, really big thing to do. And I think it's something kind of you're interested in as well, Helen. I'm not sure.
It's interesting because, like, I think, you know, obviously there is often like, you know,
I'll be living on me to the very end. I'm my own best friend. Spread my wings and I'll fly to the end.
Can we
better
dig?
Yeah.
Got a little sound.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point you say, definitely. And I think, like, I'm with vulgarization, like, I think it's actually like a, you know, there is such a difference between the theory itself. And because I think, you know, when things are true, they're understandable, right? And I can see, like, the way that is
spread my wings and fly to the ends of the earth.
It's sort of a sort of sideways, unusual approach, but that's necessarily understood what they're like. How your things are coming through today.
I have no idea what just happened. Hold on, everybody. What is that? What is that music? Where's that music coming from? I have no idea where that music's coming from. What the hell?
Someone's watching you. Someone's it's the return.
Yeah.
What the
I think
hell?
That's a great point.
No, it's not going to stop. I'll just mute myself. All right.
Okay.
I think that's a great point you make about the fact that, you know, these things are understandable. And that's what I got from the text. I mean, I first started kind of reading Lacan and not understanding anything, but there's just this moment where you explode and you go, actually, this is really simple. It's kind of talking about stuff that we do every day that, you know, and you can apply it to anybody. So that's what's great.
Definitely. And I also sort of feel like there's I also kind of feel that there's a way in which let's say bourgeois education, I mean, I use that word in terms of like capitalist, whatever, the capitalist mode, educates us out of, you know, our reality. And so sometimes when you show a film like this to people who are very, let's say, confident in their position that they have the right take and they're well educated, it's and actually I think it shows something quite powerful, because it's often not that it's like not liked or whatever. It's sort of like computer abort. It's like, you can't do this isn't, you know. But, and of course I kind of get it, because we have a very kind of competitive industrial landscape across all jobs, and it's more and more of us are proletarianized. We're the surplus contributors, we're the surplus, you know, educated, or the surplus worker or whatever. And so we're kind of forced into making sure we always think the right way for the market and stuff. And that, you know, obviously capitalism, it's one of its principal toxicities is the assumption or the lie that it is completely neutral. It's a universal system and we all have equal access to the market. And then when you're coming, because I think really the issue is with Lacan, and what makes it not understandable, but also on the same side, very understandable, is that it describes something about subjectivity, which in all of its ambivalence and complexity stands outside the logic of the market. So it's difficult insofar as it doesn't jive with ideology, unless it's sort of maybe interpreted in singular directions, so then read and reread, and then it becomes the words, you know, detached so far from maybe what was originally intended, if that you know can be said at all. But actually it does describe something that we are all embodying every day, and we have this constant antagonism between the nature of our subjectivity and the economic and ideological universe in which we're thrown. And I think sometimes, because we have to do such a good job of repressing that contradiction, and we're not supposed to acknowledge it, it can be really uncomfortable. It's amazing how powerfully this, it can be, films are supposed to do this. Corporate films, commoditized films are supposed to give you completion in your desire. Or, it's supposed to leave the illusion that even though the character hasn't got what they want contingently in this moment, they will, And so to not do that, it's often confronting. But the fact that it can rile one so much says something about it's pointing to a discomfort in the contradiction that we always have to bear between how we are embodied and how we experience our embodiment and our self-consciousness, and how we have to repress that reality in order to participate in the market. But I think more people are experiencing that because material conditions are getting worse, so you just can't ignore it anymore.
Yeah. I felt like that was one of the things in Making Love, where you almost were like problematizing desire. Like it made desire into this very strange thing that also felt kind of very, very human at the same time. And I kind of feel like I completely agree with you. Like I felt like through film and the history of film, we were meant to have all these different voices come in, women, different minorities were meant to come in and change kind of how film was done and the structure of film. And they kind of get like one film to do that with, and it's like the first film, and then suddenly they get swallowed by the machine and they're just making the same structure. So I don't know, do you think that, would you call your film kind of a Lacanianly structured? Do you think you were thinking about like how you're going to change that structure for kind of thinking about Lacan?
Yeah, no, it's actually really interesting, because in the passage of my book I talk about Andre Bazin and this guy Noel Birch, who was and how Noel Birch, I think, and Bazin had these similar readings where they're slightly different, but like basically it's like the more realistic, the better. And we're going to explode as society advances. I mean, this is really reductive, and so I apologize don't at me. I'm just kind of just trying to make a point. So yes, I admit this is like really, but I do go into my book. But basically that, either the more realistic and true to reality. So just like, there was a big thing in the 19th century. I actually can't remember who said it. Like, might have been Flaubert, but like these different theories about, a novel is like carrying a mirror across like I did this as like my second year undergrad degree in French literature, so I can't fucking remember. But then other people were saying like, no, it's much more, it's the lives, all this kind of stuff. So but the other idea is that that there would be this change in the structure as we became more progressive and enlightened, and it wouldn't be so restrictive, and it would be more kind of like airy fairy. But I actually feel like whilst I appreciate poetic films, and I've made poetic kind of films myself, or video art, and also things like films that are more wishy-washy in their narrative structure, I think that's also great. That's nothing to, and that's not necessarily commoditizable, but what I think is a commoditizable idea is that is liberating, because the liberational idea can always be capitalized upon. And this is the real problem. This is our conundrum, because as soon as we promise something, that's the commodity logic is that you can be transcendently assuaged in your lack, which is contingent by the commodity. So if you're promising like this is going to so that's kind of a difficult thing we always have to tarry. But I actually think that it's precisely, and I think this is how the difference between therapy culture and psychoanalysis is, it actually, you go into psychoanalysis believing that this person knows something that you don't, and that this is going to cure you. And the cure itself is only in being let down and realizing that the big other is also divided. And I think the thing is, therefore, it's a transference question. So we have to use, I think, this kind of, and this is just one person thinking about it. I'm sure there's probably loads of people who are kind of thinking about it in different ways. But you have to, I think, because desire, as like Freud says, you can't, this is always operating, and as Chris David, imminent transcendence of life is that we're remembering, forgetting, like you've got to be more structured. So maybe it's just, again, like that. I actually think that we can sublate that, because basically we, by using the structure, that the viewer transferentially invests. Like the character starts off, they've lost something, they go on a journey to, and the viewer, as you said, this is something that I think is really important. It shows the divided nature of our subjectivity and the divided nature of others, like the the atom with a missing electron that like can connect with another. It's that we always invest in a character. Then because of their identity, a different form of film is crazy. But also, and it's this commodity logic, and it's this N+1 thing of, we have this situation, we can, edge our way to it's the capitalist bad infinite. But what is actually really interesting is, if you've ever done a film, which happens to be like, I just feel like films. I'm making a documentary at the moment about one of the longest surviving people with AIDS, and he's an absolutely amazing story and a really amazing individual. And he passed away, unfortunately, just after we recorded his interview. But like when we were trying to kind of get mainstream pitching and maybe like get distribution before we made the project, there was this often refrain, and I know like this isn't, you shouldn't read too much into any of these things because there's also wider things like the collapse in streamers and stuff, so there's very few opportunities anyway. But it was just interesting because what often happens, if you're making a film which you might think is just a film because it's about a person, and every film has the capacity to have this universalist like approach, and anybody can identify with these people on a certain level. I do not deny that people have different experiences and we have to take that into account, and we have to like, you know, reckon with historical injustices and stuff like that. But as you point out, subjectivity is divided in everybody, and that's actually what makes it possible for us to get beyond that. So, and I say beyond, I mean like sublate, as in when this is not like an emancipatory promise, it's like an ordinary unhappiness promise, anti-promise, you know, disappointment. But basically it'll be like, oh, we made a film about gay people last year. So it's like this tokenistic thing of like, whilst it's, you know, it's the pink washing, it's the green washing, it's an N+1 logic where it's like, you know, this is an object. It is A equals A, right? It represents itself. We all know what this signifier means. Instead of like a Lacanian approach would be like, the signifier is not at one with itself. This film basically is exploding the signifier, is exploring the like contradictory nature of the signifier. And instead it's like, this icon is that which it says it is. And I find that actually a very offensive, it can be a very racist, it can be a very like transphobic, it can be a very anti-humanist like logic. And this isn't to blame anybody, because actually nobody's really blamable, it's the material conditions. But it's just interesting that what tends to happen, and I know different opportunities, probably more opportunities, and it really is interesting how things have changed, and then obviously like how that's going to affect media production. There's also this question of like, you know, when we're making things like, are we always generating value for our like social media overlords and stuff like that? But again, maybe this is a sublation question of like, we can use the resources that exist and the platforms that exist to generate these moments of like, what if, like, you know, what if we looked at these things differently? And I think the thing is, it's like, what I feel is really important about what you guys do and about thinking in general is, and I say this as somebody who felt like really resentful of the way that millennial education had gone, and we were all so overeducated and all this kind of stuff. But actually having these places just to think and to talk and to philosophize, right, is it almost a protest? Because so much of our universe where things are so commoditized, our subjectivity itself is being commoditized, like the culture wars generate so much value for tech. And, you know, just to have these conversations is already a protest. But I also feel that, and I think like one of I was doing a stream with Cadell the other day about what maybe like Hegel would have thought about are the primary contradictions of our condition. Obviously, Marx was talking about these economic conditions and almost extending Hegel, but you know, in terms of subjectivity and in terms of like where commodity logic ends up with subjectivity and the commodification of the commons. But I guess almost already just by engaging in ideas, this will affect your work, because it's almost impossible. Like, again, you can't rationalize your way to the cure, but by doing it, by dint of doing it, it's like a practice. And I sort of think like it almost becomes impossible. Like, however much you intend to do things, when you do your art, it just comes out in a certain way, what you're thinking about. It's not even what you're thinking about, it's like how you live in the world, how your subjectivity sits in the world. And I think we're probably going to see more and more films by people who are experiencing, especially people who maybe had aspirations when the economy was at a certain point that have changed and have been really confronted with their material conditions. We might get more films that explore that. We might get more films that challenge the status quo because they're looking at what resources they can use and how they can kind of navigate what exists in a kind of bricolage and, as you say, punk approach. So yeah, I almost think that like I also, having done like loads of podcasts for a long period of time, it's like, am I doing too much podcasting, too much thinking, not enough art? But as my husband always says, it's like, that's what actually makes your work what it is. So I think that just like as artists, by engaging in this kind of stuff, that can actually transform our output without even thinking about it.
Because I feel like it's almost becoming very democratic film, because the whole film industry is kind of collapsing a little bit. But we've got all these tools that we can use ourselves, and and we can get a bunch of friends together and make a film that's actually not too far away from a Hollywood film if you're kind of talented enough. And I was reading the other day about someone who was working on advertising kind of film sets and things like that, and they've just seen kind of the team reduce and reduce and reduce, and now most of them's just like one person with an iPhone, and they're working for these big ad companies. So I feel like, no one's going to have a job in a way, and it will be very sad for a bit, but soon kind of that level playing field will just kind of grow all these different kinds of cinema, kinds of work.
No, it is absolutely really interesting. And I think that there's obviously proletarianization is like, it's interesting because, there's also the accelerationist argument about capitalism and all this kind of stuff. But the thing that does worry me is like, as things come to a grinding halt, as the rate of profit is like nearly zero, how can we make sure that people don't unnecessarily suffer? That's what I think is really, really important. But there are so many, as we've said, with this notion of surplus value and surplus genius on other podcasts, it's like there are a lot of really talented people out there. And I think the thing is, it's like there used to be this notion, I'm sure some people still have this notion, but there was a notion, certainly when I was a child in the 90s, that if you work hard enough, then you're whatever. And lots of people have worked very hard and have all this skill. So it is a shame, obviously, that capitalism, but the thing is, this is the nature of capitalism, it generates value by sacrifice. All these people have sacrificed and have perfected their talents, and they're not being, I don't even want to know that you use the word used, but they aren't being made use of for their best direction. Capitalism always has to waste, it always has to exclude, all this kind of stuff. But it is interesting how the cope of this like collapsing industry, which has been collapsing gradually for a number of years, but it's very different to when I started, but the continued attempted cope to rationalize how it's still really fair and it's still a meritocracy. And it's funny because there's always these things like the Nepo baby was one of these, it's a critique in a certain sense, because I do in a certain sense think we live in somewhat of an inheritocracy now. But, again, it's like, in blaming individuals and what are we going to do? Like there's 100 people who are very senior, but it's very much the logic of like a contingent problem that if we fix this tiny thing, then it would be fine. And that's a very kind of puritanical, it's the same logic that marks like reactionary movements and all this kind of stuff. But it's still important to talk about that. That's one of the symptoms. But also there's things like, I won't go into it now, but in the UK, the governing body that was set up in a certain period of time to support films from this country, because of the way that it has not understood how capitalism actually works, it's actually undermined. I mean, I've written an article about this, but it's like a really big conversation. But it has also transformed the economy into a monopoly. And so when you are trying to get film funding, there's one source. So this also undermines it, because it can no longer be a meritocracy when you have, so you literally cannot pick, and it becomes often that the ideological foil is a certain set of righteous ideas, because that's generally what happens under capitalism and under lots of repressive regimes. They use things that were like the original emancipatory ideas of Jesus Christ become like reactionary, white evangelicalism or something like that. But and it's all holy and good. And what tends to happen is it's people who are, and this isn't to blame those individuals either, but like can afford to live at the center, can afford to pay for their own film productions that are of a certain standard, that happen to maybe have had the kind of education where they know how to navigate these sets of ideas. They've maybe not indoctrinated, but they've been educated out of a dialectical logic and into that, and even though again, my dad calls it a self-licking lollipop, right? When you have a monopoly, it is a self-licking lollipop. So you have this funding, you have access to the market, which obviously people don't who can't make it in the first place, but also, you have access to the market because you adhere to a certain like underlying current or perspective. And then the film gets bored because but it's not a competition. It's it's a highly competitive logic in that like everybody has been thrown by the wayside. There's a huge amount of waste and surplus value and stuff, but it's absolutely not meritocratic. And the more and more ridiculous it gets, the more competitive and unfair it gets, the more obvious it's no longer a meritocracy, because the copes start to outweigh the fact that you've wasted so many brilliant people along the way. And, you know, I'm not saying that people are entitled to be filmmakers or all this kind of thing. And I do know that like some people, you know, I very much think, you know, we, materials at the end of the day, like we should improve people's living conditions and stuff like that. But people should have the right to do art, but obviously our economic system does not permit an access to the market in a neutral way. But I sort of very much have come to a position where, you know, the making is the most important bit, and you're very lucky if people end up watching it. You know, and obviously it comes to life in the mind of the other, but like this sounds really maybe twee and a cope for myself and really whatever, but I don't want to romanticize it in any way. But it's like, if one, you know, what happens in the mind of one person is an infinite possibility. So really, it's always,
really quick. We're officially out of time here, but before we close out, I'll give you both a moment to say your closing remarks. I hate to cut it short because, of course, there's so much here, and I'm getting really excited, but also I got to take care of this internet problem. I'm going to restart my router. Nance will, for the first time ever in the history of us doing these things together, use the stream key and the URL to actually take over the stream from Phoenix. So it'll stop streaming from Boise. It'll start streaming from Phoenix. He will roll the PSA. So I'll probably start the PSA, and then he'll start streaming and I'll stop streaming, and then he will roll the PSA. I don't know if that's going to work. It'll be slightly janky and redundant. Oh, everybody bear with us. We've never done this kind of thing before. It's all an experiment with the medium. And then we'll be back with David Shields and his book about how we got here. Also a movie, How We Got Here, which is really cool because you're all talking about bringing ideas to life. He made a documentary, right? So it'll be a great springboard into that conversation. But all right, let's do the closeout here. I want to turn it over to Will and then Helen.
Yeah, so it's just been really great to talk to you, to be honest, because I found your films really, really inspiring. It kind of really helped me kind of think, no, there is a space for this. And, you know, it's been really great to kind of like pick your brain about a few ideas here and there. And it's just been a really, really, really great talk. And I hope I can kind of feed some of this into the kind of because I'm making a film about time energy as well. It's kind of a bit about daily life. But things might change. But so hopefully I can kind of feed that into that as well. But it's been really great to meet you and
really great to meet you too. Like so great. And what I always find is like the most inspiring as like a maker is the community of other makers, like you know that you're not crazy, right? You know, you've confronted this, and it isn't just because you are so often it's crazy making the way that you know the material conditions are in the industry is, and you know. And also, you know, we're so siloed and in different places. And one of, you know, the internet, especially the commoditized internet, has so many drawbacks, but also so many positives because we can, you know, talk to each other and stuff. But it's very much like, and I think it's really important and this is in a sense, like, I don't know what organizing is now that like the way that labor is in our kind of like, how do we control supply chains? We can't really, but it is so important to like, consciousness raise on this and to like actually and I don't mean in terms of like some poncy way of making films or whatever, but in terms of like the actual material conditions we're dealing with, and then that can maybe affect our work or not. But I do think it's really important to share experience because it, you know, it can become when you think that you're the only one or that it's just happened to you, it's actually very, very difficult for people to cope with. So and it is a real tragedy because there's so many really brilliant people out there, films out there that do exist and that might exist. So yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, you two.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Cheerio.
Bye.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy,
and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best editing collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on
time energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory.
blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, patrons. Okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
Stop.
Okay.
And I'm going to set up a scene in the background while we do this for the next time if I need to take over. But
yeah, dude, that was sick.
Yeah.
That was the coolest thing.
Cool.
That was the coolest thing
awesome.
that happened all day. Okay, it's official. I'm rolling. All right, so people
Nice.
can hear me. Good. All right, I'm back, everybody. Great. I'm going to go ahead and make it so you guys see us. Okay, hey, everybody. Not only am I back, but I'm back from Boise. So Nance took over the stream from his computer in Phoenix and was able to keep David Shields entertained while playing you all the PSA, which I had to upload to Drive, and then he had to download it and add to his scene and do everything. Like, absolutely epic. I couldn't have done that with anybody else in the world. I don't know anyone else who could have done that. I don't think Joe Rogan's Jamie could have done that. So good job.
Ooh.
Everyone give it up to Nance.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117,
That's
So
what we do here at Theory Underground. We
what did Nance
strive
do
for
so
excellence.
well?
So what he just did was this stream. Well, I'm going to start the recording in a second, but before we start the recording, I'll explain it. So basically, it's an all-day live stream coming from Boise, Idaho. My computer is the one that's sending out the signal to space, and there's open source broadcasting software that I'm using. It's called OBS, and for some people they just use StreamYard, and it's pretty easy for them. But we're doing it at a level that's a little bit more technical. And it requires me kind of understanding the back end. So it's kind of complicated. And then when my internet's all cutting out, everybody's not really seeing the conversation all of a sudden. And so what I did was I had this conversation with Nance about in the DMs. I was like, all right, here's the URL, here's the stream key, here's everything you need. And then he took over the stream. And so people were seeing the stream, but they were seeing it from Phoenix. And that's just... it's a technical feat for us who know nothing about this kind of thing. Like we've been learning it on the fly. So
that's so cool. It's like this great allegory of everything that we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%, man. 100%. And it talk about like apprenticeship, Nance has been like learning how to do so much of this stuff. And it's like, what he just did was he passed like a whole new test that I didn't even know that would work, So
yeah. And it seemed to be pretty seamless.
Was the fear that the whole thing would go down almost?
Yeah. And it could have, we don't know, but with that, I'm ready to get this thing started. I'm ready to get recording. And so I'm going to go ahead and count down and we'll kick it off. So 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, welcome back to Theory Underground. We're coming at you from August 14th, the Epic Marathon live stream at Theory Underground. This will go up after the fact as a standalone episode, both on the YouTube channel and podcasts all over the world, including Spotify. We are joined right now by David Shields. Welcome, David. How are you doing today?
Just fine, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's really great to have you. What is the name of your new book?
It's called How We Got Here. And the subtitle, as you know, is Melville plus Nietzsche divided by the square root of Alan Bloom times Zizek squared equals Bannon. It has the world's coolest cover. I don't know if I showed you this.
I'll put it up. I'll put it up on screen here so people are able to see it.
I love the cover. It's so cool.
Let's see if I can show it to
my
people.
film editor, James Nugent, and I designed, and Doug Lane published it, Sublation. It's a very cool cover.
That's awesome. And also, I just wanted to double check really quickly. Do you have any relation to Michel Foucault?
Oh, people have said that I look. It's very flattering. We got the bald head. We're kind of tall and, on the slender side, I guess. But yeah, there's a vague, it's a very cool, I don't have his affect, but, no, I've definitely seen in that conversation between Chomsky and Foucault, if you know that one in Amsterdam, I think it was, 20 years ago, it was sort of uncanny, the resemblance, but yeah.
That's so funny.
He's cooler looking than I am, but there's a vague resemblance.
Yeah. Okay. So no relation as far as we know. But with that, I want to ask you. I feel like the technical problems that we were just dealing with ate into our time a little bit here. So I just want to kind of give you the floor here to talk about what were your motivations and or what kind of inspired this work.
Right. Now, by this work, do you mean the book or the film or both?
How We Got Here is as the book. I have the book cover. It's up on the screen, but I would like to hear about how both the book and the movie came about and how they relate for you, for sure.
Sure. Yeah. And, feel free to jump in just because I enjoy conversation more than a monologue. But
cool.
In any case, I think Nance is based in Phoenix, and I think the film began in Phoenix, believe it or not, that The film is set to a very large degree in Phoenix in November 2018, where my collaborators, Eric Sather and Nicole Walker and Robin Hemley and I went to a nonfiction now writers conference, and that we asked a series of, complicated questions of our fellow nonfiction writers. Is there such thing as truth? How do you know what you believe? Is there such thing as absolute belief? Have your siblings taught you that your worldview is wrong? Are you superstitious? Do you believe in ghosts? And why are you here and not canvassing for Stacey Abrams? This conference was just a couple of days before the midterm elections of 2018. So that was the sort of the questions that we asked a series of people at the Nonfiction Now Writers Conference in Phoenix in November 2018. Hundreds of writers around the world, writers and professors of nonfiction. Then we also interviewed about 20 people and asked them to tell two truths and a lie. And I hope I can ask you guys to tell two truths and a lie today. I think Nance looks like he'd be a very good liar to me, but because he does that wonderful thing with when he's smoking that cigar or whatever he does, that he has that little pipe he does. He looks like a Sherlock Holmes figure over there. But in any case, so we had a bunch of writer friends, acquaintances, philosophers, filmmakers tell truth and a lie. And it was damnably difficult to tell who was telling a truth, which two truths, which two things are the truth and one thing is the lie. And then the film evolved over many years that we shot in 2018, and the film didn't come out until late 2023. The big challenge of it was doing what I would call the Melville to Bannon thread of the film, which is probably the part of the film that I care about the most. My film editor, James Nugent, and I developed this track, which is 30 minutes of the 90-minute film, in which we track, indeed, how we got here, how Melville plus Nietzsche divided by the square root of Alan Bloom times Zizek squared equals Bannon, which might sound pretentious or silly or academic, but it's really a hardwired argument. And I realized after I completed the film, with the help of a lot of collaborators, that I had more to say, and I wanted to unpack the argument in a more careful and somewhat patient and painstaking way. And so in a fairly unusual way, the film became the book. Generally, of course, a book becomes a bad film. A good book becomes a bad film. And here I'm hoping a good film became, I think, a very interesting parallel book. And so that was the origin of it. And that where did Dave go? Did I bore him to death over there? But in any case,
I think we're not actually, I don't understand. Like from my side, it looks like on the studio side, it looks like it is going, but on the phone side, it looks like we're not going. Nance, can we just, before we continue,
We're live on YouTube.
Everything's fine? Okay, because my phone was saying the stream was over, and I just was like, worst case scenario, we would still finish out this interview and everything would be fine because it's all going to be there eventually. But I just wanted to double check. Sorry to interrupt you, David.
No, not at all. And I think I can, of course, I can explain to you and your listeners and the watchers, the step-by-step argument of the book. I'm trying to think of what would be the most useful use of our time, where, I think, to me, the moment that the film began was, there's this line, this so-called Minnesota Declaration by Werner Herzog, in which he was trying to push back against the Dogma 95 of Lars von Trier, who was arguing for what documentary film should be. You know, Lars von Trier said stuff like, no extra lighting, no this, no this. He's trying to argue for a more gritty filmmaking. And then about almost 30 years, let's see, about 20 years later, Werner Herzog, sort of mocking Lars von Trier, he was doing a visit with Roger Ebert in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and they're doing a retrospective of Herzog's films, and Herzog came up with his sort of so-called Minnesota declaration of things that he believed about documentary film. And Herzog used this phrase of ecstatic truth, that documentary film can embody what Herzog calls ecstatic truth, which is, you know, just a fancy word for saying that when you create a nonfiction work of art, whether a work of literature or a work of documentary film, you can take poetic liberties, that there is not, you know, one, you know, that we don't have to vet it as if it were an article in the supposedly vetted New York Times. And so that term, to me, ecstatic truth, resonated with me. But what really interested me was, how can we embody and affirm and valorize this notion of a plastic idea of ecstatic truth? That's very much, I'm a writer of nonfiction. I've written 20 books of book-length essay, and many of these books argue for and theorize a very, you might say, problematized notion of the truth. They try to embody the notion of ecstatic truth. But what happens, I wanted to ask in the film and the book, what happens when the notion of ecstatic truth gets applied to the political sphere? Indeed, how did Melville become Bannon? What happens when the very rich ideas of the last 175 years, from Melville to Nietzsche to Dostoevsky to Camus to Sartre to Heidegger to Derrida to Foucault, my late uncle, Michel Foucault. And, you know, like how did, and then how did it become this idea where, you know, the infamous example, of course, is Rudy Giuliani going on Meet the Press and saying truth isn't truth. Like, how did that happen? That what became a philosophical and literary, artistic, even scientific inquiry into can we know truth becomes weaponized as political theater, as carnivalesque political camouflage, confusion, control. That question haunted me and still haunts me. So that, let's just say, as recently as yesterday, you know, let's say Trump saying that the Kamala Harris's crowd size have been inflated by AI. Like, you know, they know that's a fiction. 100% they know it's a fiction, but because that we have this legacy of a 200 years of philosophical problematizing of truth, there's a little bit of traction that gets. So it raises a tiny doubt. Harris and Waltz have to say, oh no, our crowd size are really as big as we present. And so I really am vexed as someone who's the author of a book called Reality Hunger, a manifesto, which was this, you know, somewhat influential book from 15 years ago. It's still a bit of a controversial book in which I try to argue for the blurring of genres, that I try to argue for the best works of literary art take place in a sort of liminal space between fiction and nonfiction. So you could say that in a strange way that, like, these ideas, you know, that begin with say Nietzsche and that come all the way through late postmodernism, have become a politically weaponized strategy. And, you know, I can go into very specific detail, but I don't know if you guys would like to push back, or you'd like to have examples of your own, or you'd like
No.
to detail the historical art.
Well, I think before we get into that, this is a lot more of a getting to know the author, and the author kind of maybe even, I mean, I would even be happy to have you or Nance read the first I mean, have you do it, but like like the first page of the book or something like that, because I want people just to get acquainted with you, and we can always bring you back. We don't have enough time to really get into anything, and I would like to.
I gotcha.
I'd like to give your work a first pass before asking any sort of. I will probably want to problematize it unless you've read my mind and preempted everything I've ever thought, right? And so who knows? But for now, I want to hear a little bit more about that sociology, or sort of, I don't know if you'd even call it sociology, but sort of sociological or political science research you were doing with a questionnaire asking people why they were or were not voting for Stacey Abrams, and has their family
canvassing for Stacey, yeah,
or canvassing
for Stacey, yeah.
Okay, and has a family member ever changed their opinion on something? Or I would like to hear those questions again, and kind of before we get into how the book is clarifying and sort of stipulating your position, elaborating on it. What was the initial sort of conclusions you were coming to from people's responses, and what were some of the misunderstandings related to the documentary that you felt you needed to, address with your book?
Sorry, I was trying to find the questions that we asked of our people, like but so I was trying. Let me just take 2 seconds and find that. But
no worries. That was really fast.
But hope that we didn't have a weird moment walking around in my swim trunks here. But the questions, just to ask your I forget who was that guy who was like caught doing unsavory things while he was doing an interview. That guy on CNN, Jeffrey.
Oh my
somebody.
God. Oh my! Was that during COVID?
Yeah, like but anyway, the questions that we asked were: how do you know what you believe? Do you have any absolute beliefs? Is there such thing as truth? What is nonfiction, and is it true? What do you think is the difference between truth and belief? If you have siblings, have they shown your view of the world to be flawed? Are you superstitious? Do you believe in ghosts? And why are you here and not canvassing for Stacey Abrams? And then I say, the consensus answers: I have no absolute beliefs except in art. There are no absolute truths other than that there is no truth. My sister and I are estranged. There are no ghosts except psychic luggage. I'm not canvassing for Abrams because all I finally care about is art. So I mean, I'm being a little tongue in cheek because those weren't, everyone answered differently. But right. that was the very interesting, I thought, the interesting premise in which we asked about maybe about 50 or 60 people at this nonfiction writers conference in Phoenix in November 2018. And that was the origin of the film. So I didn't know if you had a follow-up question, Dave, about how that became the film, how that became the book. I guess I was really, what would you say, confused about how I believe in a very, I began as a fiction writer. I wrote 3 novels in my early 20s and throughout my 20s and early 30s. And then from like age 30 to 50, I wrote a series of nonfiction books, which increasingly talked about the questionable nature of nonfiction, the way that the best works of nonfiction, in my view, question the very nature of truth. That to me, the kinds of works of nonfiction that I like aren't straightforward journalism. They're not straightforward scholarship or straightforward memoir, but they use the nonfiction frame to ask questions such as, what is truth? What is memory? What is knowledge? Can a self know a self? Can oneself know another self? And if we can't know someone else, then what is the value of art? That a whole series of books that I wrote from over the last 20 years asked, I hope, increasingly challenging questions and tried to, you might say, bend the frame of nonfiction to ask the most serious epistemological questions about the very nature of truth. That's the kind of, quote, nonfiction that I like.
Well,
And
well, I feel like I want to highlight the serendipity and sort of, I mean, really, what does serendipity mean to me? It just means like happy luck. Or honestly, but I usually use the term when, if it was in a storybook, a critical reader would probably go, oh, isn't that convenient? And it's just like, well, this is one of those situations where if someone was writing this book, it'd be kind of like, oh, isn't that convenient? Because for the last couple weeks, a bunch of my projects were stalled out. I couldn't see how to bring them forward. I was kind of like wondering how they related to the sociology course I'm teaching in the fall, how that relates to the stuff I'm doing with my seminar, and then and the podcast that I want to do with my wife, and like how all of it was kind of just stuck. And then all of a sudden there was like this sort of parallax shift, and it was like, oh, everything just sinks right in. And so now we've been talking about alien anthropology as something that you do when you are part of the underground theory scene, and you understand that we don't really share the same socius, and or if we do, it's one that is hyper fractured between competing notions of truth, of the big other, of whatever, and how it's like it's very hard to come together around much with people other than, yep, it is a very hot day today. Yes, last week was not as hot as today.
right.
Mexican food is delicious. You know, there's just certain things we can all agree on, but then most things it's like, no, we're talking past each other. And so,
Totally.
you know, with alien anthropology, one of the things for me is like developing a serious research instrument, right? In sociology, that's their pretentious way of saying a survey. But, you know, it's pretentious because, well, the research instrument is supposed to, in its construction, make the data being gathered actually useful. That's not to say it's objective, but to make it useful. And, you know, thinking, how do you turn all of that research you gather into an archive, into a podcast, into a YouTube, into a documentary, into a mini series, into who knows? There's all kinds of possibilities for like what to do with that. And so we just had on Helen and Will talking about film and ideas and bringing ideas to life. And I didn't realize in this conversation how much you were going to be kind of complimenting that, because one of the big drives for my own research is, yes, we live in this duopolistic system where there's left or right, Pepsi or Coke. You either make your identity about one side or the other, or you're evil. And of course, 50% of Americans don't vote for either side. And so what the hell? Like, where are we? Is kind of what I want to turn it over to here. I'd like to bring you back to ask you more questions about how you did this research and really your intellectual journey. I kind of want to hear about how you've evolved as a thinker through all these different books, and I'd love to get that sort of outline, but I kind of want to bracket that away for now and just kind of turn it back to that. Yeah.
No, you did a beautiful survey there. I mean, that was very cool. Just about your research, the connection between Helen and my work. I know her work a bit, and I've gotten to know her a bit through Sublation and Doug Lane. And I think that is a very happy serendipity indeed that Helen and I, you know, that I followed her. I'm trying to think of where to take this in the sense that, you know, I think one thing to talk about that I think might be useful. This might seem sort of odd and rather, I don't know, self-applauding, but I think it's a useful thing where a friend of mine had me visit her class at Fordham University in the Bronx. I visited remotely about a month or two ago. She's a former student, Nina Goss, and she teaches in the adult extension program at Fordham. And she had me talk about the book and the film. And I just thought she gave this amazingly concise summary of what the book and film are, and it relates directly. I'll try to avoid anything that seems too, that she was very generous about the book and film, blah, blah, blah. But I just thought she gave a very...
It's okay though. Don't worry about it. If you
true.
read, it's okay. It's totally fine. If anybody had a problem with that, they're not our kind of people anyway. So
exactly. So anyway, I thought this might be a useful way to deepen our conversation, just because I thought Nina did just really lovely job of not only summarizing the book but showing its relevance to contemporary philosophical and political reality. I guess I'm here the conventionally absent-minded professor. Okay, trying to find Nina's riff. Anyway, the key paragraphs were, to me, that she says, throughout the book, to my surprise, I quote from Lynn Cheney several times, and that she makes, to me, relative sense in the book. But anyway, Nina said, engaging with the Lynn Cheney passage was a revelation for me. When I was first surprised to be finding value in her comments, I did the usual lefty thing of immediately neutralizing her words into the status of rational, well-argued, valid, rather than saying, okay, wow, here and here and here, Lynn Cheney and I actually agree. So for me, the book is do this work and you'll experience historical consciousness, not read this book and learn why the devils are in charge and what you can do about it. The we in the title, she means, how we got here. In the title isn't National Public Radio subscribers, but all of the West, by which she means, of course, Western civilization. We're all legatees of the genealogy of skepticism. The book's form insists that the reader narrate this genealogy herself and engage the complex rhythm of triumphalism, exploitation, certainty, anxiety, doubt, terror, beauty, inspiration, more terror and exploitation and anxiety, rinse and repeat, so that I earn the last fragment, which is the search for truth, understood finally as the human tragedy. If I, as the reader, do the work, this genealogy of skepticism offers a terrible revelation. 2024 is not an unprecedented insane asylum. I am not the smart and good watching the moronic and the evil take over. I'm not even the passive sleeping good letting the evil take over. This is the continual agon of Western skepticism. Once you admit what is truth as a live question, you set in motion the world of how we got here. Does that make sense to you guys? I do think that's a really beautiful and very generous reading of the book.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So you said that her name's Liz Cheney?
No, I mean, her name is Nina Goss.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I was wondering.
That throughout the book, I don't know if you were just teasing me, but in the book, I quote Lynn Cheney about 10 times. She's Liz Cheney's mom. And, anyway.
It was a genuine slip because I was going to ask the question about Liz Cheney, but I meant to ask. So Nina, yeah. But no, I just realized. So with the last 15 minutes here, there's about 10 directions I could go. And I know. We're just scratching the proverbial surface here. Yeah. Right. And so I guess the thing I'll say about Nina's reflection there is I like that it talks about what it did for her, like what it does for her. And so it's not just like, oh, David Field's book, it's so great. It's more like, this is what it did for her. And you're kind of like saying, I like this because that's kind of what you're going for. Like you're looking to help the reader have some kind of confrontation. And it's a confrontation I hope everybody listening is going to have. It's the book that's up on the screen. You can see it right there. But Nance, I want to check in with you because I know postmodernism and all of this stuff is a big question for you. And so I kind of want to just see where you want to go for a bit.
Man, I don't know. I almost kind of want to just go full postmodernism and like just free associate for the remaining 15 minutes. But I think if anything, it sounds like you're kind of putting the ball in the audience's court, like the reader as they encounter this text. It's seems to me like you're helping us see our shared responsibility. The fact that we are participating in this postmodern morass of meaninglessness, like, and we can either do this thing where we sit back, hands off, and say, "Oh my God, look how horrible." But it seems like you're inviting us to take up that responsibility.
Right, and I think I was hearing the very end of your conversation with Helen Rollins and with Will, and Helen spoke really beautifully about that and eloquently to the fact that how much her affirmation for herself comes in the creative act itself. You can drive yourself crazy with seeing meretricious work being valorized, and what you think of as your own work, which you hope is good, maybe being marginalized because it's questioning things rather than just feeding the machine. But then Helen pivoted, at least what I heard of the very end of your conversation with her, that she goes, that could end up with a kind of narcissism or whatever, or a kind of self-defeating passivity. But Helen then pivoted and said something like, but what really matters is that engagement among like-minded thinkers or fellow creative filmmakers or thinkers or philosophers, writers, and that the engagement of the reader, the viewer, the reader, the thinker with the work creates this extraordinary dialectic. And I think that what my work tries to do is very specifically demand a very active engagement on the reader's part with the work, or the viewer's part with the film, that rather than encourage a kind of mindless engagement with a kind of rom-com or a kind of I'm terribly fond of this line of Kafka's, who says, it's been quoted a lot, but it can't be improved upon. A book should be an axe to break the frozen sea within us. Like, that's it. That's it for me. Like, if it's not trying to break the frozen sea within us, then why bother? And I think I can't imagine a culture that is more frozen than our culture. Like, it's beyond what Baudrillard, Baudrillard, Jean Baudrillard, would think of this, of like, I mean, it's the saturation of media upon media upon media. I think it's very, very hard to feel anything anymore. And a lot of my work is a very explicit attempt, both within myself, to break the frozen sea within myself, but in so doing, to break the frozen sea within the reader and the viewer. There's this powerful term of the French writer Simone Weil, who talks about the term decreation, which is her term for stripping away the veneer of civilization from herself, finding that part of herself which is pure animal, pure being, and in so doing, try and reach something as deep and primitive and animalian and reptilian in the reader, and in that way reinvigorate, the human existence. And it might sound very ambitious or very pretentious, but that's, I think, a lot of these people, whether it's some of them I think of like all a lot of the people that you're having on the show today are trying to do that. I'm very influenced and a huge fan of Todd McGowan's work. And I think that when I read Todd's work, like Enjoyment, Right and Left, or his book on humor, Only a Joke Can Save Us, it's just a beautiful book. And, a lot of what I'm trying to do is to use my work as a reflecting pool in which the reader and viewer can see themselves. And by seeing themselves, they can participate as existential beings and as democratic citizens. There's this line of Samuel Johnson who says a book should either allow us to escape existence or teach us how to endure existence. And an awful lot of what I try and do is not allow us to escape existence, but to force the reader to confront, and by confronting, endure existence. It's a very, I take art really seriously, obviously.
Well, and that sounds to me like one of the most important sort of meta conversations that we've been having at Theory Underground as workers with earbuds who probably started with podcasts. Well, I mean, really, first you start with sneaking music at work, then you start listening to podcasts at work, then eventually you find out about like books and people who are actually reading them, and eventually you get tired of other people reading them for yourself, but you're still screwed because you don't have the time, energy to actually do that yourself. And so you're trying to figure out like this way to bridge your sort of practical daily stultifying existence and this other existence, which is more human, more free, more interpretive, more taking responsibility over the fact that you are interpreting and that you do have beliefs about truth. And we now I'm just saying we as in anyone who's kind of coming from that background are in the most illiterate country in the world in a specific sense. You might have a country where no one's ever learned how to read, and in that sense, sure, like we're more literate. But functional illiteracy is something I talk about as a symptom of structural stultification of time energy, right? And it means that when you read a book, you've been taught to take this sort of like transparent interpretation. You don't even realize you're interpreting the text. And the schooling system really aims for that. There is a reading for this book. Here's the reading. Regurgitate what I just told you is the reading. And of course, there is there is an authoritative canonical interpretation of any given text that you should be able to reference and think through and refine or critique. And you need that. But instead, what we have is this functional illiterate literalism, and literalism in the sense of like evangelical fundamentalists. Like I take that to be just a symptom of functional illiteracy more than it is something reflective on the religion, more than it is reflective on the individuals, right? It's a very structural sociological sort of approach, I think. But I guess I kind of want to turn that back over to you as an opportunity to say a little bit more about the truth-making procedure of disclosing the world through texts, and how you think that there is, even though everything's textual and whatnot, there is that they're there. And maybe like in your research, were you seeing that with people? It seems like people who are in the art world don't really believe it. And I'm just curious, like what you think, what do you think we should do with that? Us workers with earbuds getting into books and not having the time energy to really do it right.
I mean, what should we do with what, Dave? I think I follow I was following you all along, and then I somehow lost your pronoun reference there, but like, I think
I lost it. I lost it too. I was like, oh no. Can I? No, but
I'd be trying. I mean, of course, I can fill in the blanks, but I think, I trying to think of where. I mean, there's, we just have a few minutes, and I'm trying to come up with some stunning epiphany that will somehow. I think a lot of what. Yeah, I think what I hear you say is that a lot of what. Like for instance, I just think of a tiny moment I think a lot of what you're talking about is a kind of media literacy, metacognition, where you start to learn what's going on. I mean, people can mock deconstruction, but what it's doing is teaching you how to read against a text. And all of life is a kind of text. And that, to me, a really beautiful, if scary example of it was the recent assassination attempt of Trump, a month ago or so. I forget the exact date. But to me, the very terribly interesting thing was within hours of the assassination attempt on Trump's, social media platform, so-called True Social, someone in his group posted this idea that he had, the usual way that you'd say it was that his ear had been pierced by a bullet or by shrapnel. But the specific term that they used was that that he had been pierced. It's a very unusual word to say your ear had been pierced. That would not be a word in Trump's usual vocabulary. And he also said on the same post that his skin had been ripped. And the specific term to say that your ear had been pierced, it goes back to the New Testament of Jesus's flesh being ripped, and specifically of a spear piercing Jesus's heart. It was an explicit attempt. I mean, the whole thing was straight out of the Pietà. There was from the moment it's why at first I was 100% sure it had been staged, but I think it probably wasn't, but one never knows. It was almost just too perfect with the blood on the shirt, the flag in the background, the fight. He was quickly fined within seconds, and
Right.
the pumping of the fist. And one can question all of that, and I think again one doesn't want to become a conspiracy theorist, but if you have some literacy of the history of Western civilization, which includes the Old Testament, the New Testament, you could see how the making of a myth was specifically in the term. Who would use that word pierce? He was sending out not even a dog whistle, it was a very loud shout to millions upon millions of pseudo-Christians who follow him for very complicated reasons. And to me, that would be an example of media literacy, cultural literacy, deconstructive ethos, in which the moment I saw the word pierced, I looked in my trusty Bible, and there it was. John, I forget where it is. I have it written down here. John, anyway, it's John 3:19 to John 3:31. Like, there it is. Trump has read a verse of the Bible in his entire life. He's the least Christian human on the planet, obviously, if however that you define Christian. But someone in his orbit, I think rather brilliantly, with brilliant rhetorical acumen, just enough so that he could deny it. Like, I'm not saying Trump is Jesus. I'm not saying he's our crucified martyr, but that would be a really, to me, absolutely perfect and very tiny but very readable example of the terrible cost of not being literate. If you are semi-literate, as I'd like to think of myself as being, I could hear the weird echo of the word pierce. Like, no, that is not anywhere close to Trump's vocabulary. What cultural and political and metacognitive work is the word pierce doing? It's right there. And I think there's the value of being able to read a text. The text here was True Social posting. And if you're not able to read that, you're culturally and politically illiterate, and there's tremendous value in being able to read against that particular text.
That's, I think, a great example. Yeah, and I think that it sounds like you're in this sort of interesting relation to postmodernism, because you're not throwing out this Derridian baby with the bathwater, so to speak. There is a practice in reading and saying, no, we're not going to take the authority of the author at face value. We're also not going to take our understanding of what the author is saying at face value. And in close here, I'm going to give you the floor here in a minute. But beforehand, I'll let Nance say some concluding thoughts as well, and you'll get a full couple minutes to say whatever you want, really. But I wanted to take it back to Herzog. Werner Herzog is he's iconic, and he's fascinating, and he's a very important documentarian. And in fact, I think he's had a lot of influence on the world of film and documentary, and also our understanding of truth. And when I saw him back in probably 2015, I could be fact checked on this pretty easily. It's whenever he visited Boise State University, and I was in my undergrad. I went, this is part of their very distinguished lecturer series or whatever that the Honors College puts on. And, recently they brought Cornel West and Robbie George, and I got to meet them, right? But there's a variety of thinkers they've brought. And I went to see Herzog because I'd seen Grizzly Man. I didn't have much more of a knowledge at the time of his work. And he started, and he was talking about basically like what is truth. And he was doing this approach because of, we live in this Trump era. And I think he was kind of coming from, and to some degree appealing to, the sort of progressive sense of, there's a truth, there's a common consensus, and Trump's the one who's disrupting it. But the interesting thing that he did, which I can give him some license for doing because he's an artist, and I don't expect artists to be great philosophers or epistemologists, but something that he did was sort of say, so what is truth? Philosophers, they think about that question. Philosophers think about this a lot. Well, it's been a long time. They've been thinking about it for over a couple of thousand years. They haven't agreed, and so they're not going to be able to help us on this. They don't know, is basically what it came to. And wait a second. Hold on. Go ahead and turn your video off, Swole. And then do I not have host power right now? Do you have it, Nance? Make it so that... Okay, we're good. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that, Swole. We'll be with you in a second. So Herzog was saying, what is truth? Philosophers haven't been able to figure it out. And then he basically was like, so it's up to us, and it's kind of whatever we make it. And it genuinely made me kind of depressed, because the whole room laughed at this idea that philosophers have thought about it for thousands of years and haven't been able to figure it out. And I was like thinking, well, there's like two major competing theories of truth. One of them could be true. Both of them could get at something, but both of them are definitely better than what Herzog just gave us. And then I was thinking also Heideggerian truth, revealing is concealing, it's disclosure. That's even better than what Herzog gave us. And so, I don't know. I was kind of just like irritated by it, but this is what happens when artists have no philosophy or theory. When artists are basically, they're not able to. What's the term you used there, Nance, yesterday or the day before? You said that there's sort of like, I think artists can kind of like advance something. They can advance a theory. They can advance a philosophy, but too often, they're not even studying it. They're kind of out of joint with the conversation. And so they're ultimately just kind of running around expressing themselves kind of out of relation to any sort of thoroughgoing questioning or development of a system for qualifying truth claims. And so I don't know what you want to do with that. And of course, I'll let you have the floor here in a sec. But Nance, any closing thoughts?
I have to say the like this thread of art. What is art? What is art for? What does it do? How does it relate to theory? It's a huge conversation. I'm happy that we're engaging with it, and I have to say that there is maybe some serendipity as well with myself when I returned to Benjamin a few months ago for preparing for the essay that I'm still trying to write about Benjamin and kind of postmodernism and this and that. But in his one of his public addresses, the author as producer, he kind of talks about being the author, being the producer of a work, and like what responsibility do you have to your audience. And I think in the past, when I was more idealistic, it was easy to kind of be like, yay, activism for activism's sake. But like really coming back and taking seriously the idea of what are we doing and what are we even trying to do, and getting to that is there and that remains there, especially now in this post-truth world where yeah, like it my first thought was it's staged when the Trump thing happened. And there's still a large percentage of me that thinks it might have been staged. But like that's the world we live in. Like there is no consensus reality. But we still have to have a solid ground to stand on if we're going to ever hope to work with other people.
I don't know if you can see that. I mean, I don't know if I need to exit the off ramp here, but you guys are raising incredible questions. Obviously, we can continue the conversation. I think you've raised really good pushback against Herzog, who, I'm not some fanboy of Herzog. There are some films of his I like, some films of his I really don't like. And I think his sort of weird, complacent view of the ephemeral nature of truth becomes a kind of get out of jail free card for the enormous liberties he takes in his work, and he doesn't sort of face the political consequences of his embrace of a kind of anything goes. And I think the pushback against, I don't know if we have time, I don't know if you got this quote.
We got time for you to say at least another 3 to 4 minutes and close if you need to.
But anyway, I don't know if you know the wonderful documentary filmmaker Adam Curtis, who makes incredible films that are both extraordinary works of art and deeply engaged works of political investigation. And I think I've tried to send, I don't know if it has gone through this. Oh, there it goes. It went through this long quote of Adam Curtis from his incredible film, Hypernormalization, which you guys probably know, or if you don't know, I would urge you and your viewers to watch. And he says quite beautifully, we live in a strange time. Extraordinary events keep happening that undermine the stability of our world. And this film came out, several years ago. Yet those in control seem unable to deal with it. No one has any vision of a different or a better kind of future. Over the past 40 years, rather than face up to the real complexities of the world, politicians, financiers, and technological utopians retreated, constructing a simpler version of the world in order to hang on to power. As this fake world grew, all of us went along with it because the simplicity was reassuring. And I think this is the crucial part. Even those who thought they were attacking the system, the radicals, the artist, the musician, and our whole counterculture, actually became part of the trickery. And he calls out Patti Smith, who he does an interview with, and shows how complicit her, to me, highly overvalued work is. Anyway, and our whole they thought they were attacking the system. Even those who thought they were attacking the system, the radicals, the artists, the musicians, and our whole counterculture actually became part of the trickery, because they had retreated into the make-believe world, which is why their opposition has no effect and nothing ever changes. I mean, that was really the progenitor of my film and my book, How We Got Her, which is yes, I'm a big fan of Grizzly Man. I think it's an incredible film, and I actually do a whole chapter on it in my forthcoming book on documentary film. But
nice.
I also wanted to push back against Herzog's very complacent notion of ecstatic truth and the political reverb to that. That was the very origin of my book and film. I wanted to affirm ecstatic truth, but I didn't want to sign on to a Trumpian Putin, Surkov, Modi, Bolsonaro, Xi confusion and control of the culture. That's the very problem that my work tries to worry. Exactly that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. We really look forward to bringing you back, hopefully in the near future.
Thank you, you guys. I really enjoyed it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And That has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
And we're back, baby. All right, I'm going to count this thing off. We'll get recording. What's up, chat? By the way, everybody, how's it going? Before I get the recording going, I do want to check in on the live chat. There's a lot of really cool discourse happening in the live chat. Sociologists from Columbia and Yale have combined their efforts to compare the quality of my live chat conversation against every other streamer on the internet. And so far, per capita, we are superior by far to everyone else on the internet. We have the best conversations in the live chat here at Theory Underground. So give it up for yourselves.
Someone type come. Someone type come in chat. Just the word come.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was referencing.
Dude, I got to say, David Shields, fucking awesome. I'm very excited to read his book and continue that conversation. That was fucking great, I have to say.
I couldn't agree more. I think that there must have been something where Doug Lane must have been like, this is a good fit. Like, I don't think it was just like, hey, plug this guy. I like it. I think it was more like he was like, because Doug never asks me to bring anyone on. That's never happened before. I don't have a close working relationship with Doug Lane, even though Matt Calhoun and all the losers over at Acid Horizon have tried to draw a one-to-one correlation between Theory Underground, Compact, and Sublation. The facts of the matter are all of our success is our own doing. Thank you very much. But no, Doug sent me an email and was like, hey, could you bring this guy on? Like, he's great. And I was like, you know what? He's never asked me to that kind of thing before in all of like the 5 or 6 years of knowing him. And so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And I have no regrets. I went into that completely cold. I had no idea what David Shields was going to be on about. And I think it's very complimentary in its own way to kind of some of the stuff we're about to get into. But with that, I'm going to get it rolling here in 3, 2, 1. So welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. So great to have you all on the YouTube and podcast arms of Theory Underground, which is, of course, a lecture course and publishing platform. We have Swoletariat joining us now. Eamon, how's it going, man?
It's going okay. A little underslept, brain's a little foggy, and I've also been battling leftoids all morning, so pretty frazzled by that, but we're here. We're good.
There's a lot of people suffering from leftoidism. Isn't that right?
Yes. That's the main symptom of capitalism, I think, today.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah.
Burn.
Yeah. And so what were you about to ask him behind the scenes there, Nance?
Yeah, so you had said you were like, yeah, man, I'm pissed or whatever, pissed at the left or whatever, because they're advocating for state censorship. And I am out of the loop. I'm blissfully so. I don't spend much time on internet, social media places. I don't really pay attention. And so I asked you what else is new? Like what is going on specifically that's got them up in a tussy or whatever?
Well, I'll just start with saying that the real person to talk to about, if you want to get into like the state censorship regime and the left's relationship to it, is Doug Lane. That's been his big bugaboo for the last year or two.
True.
But for, I think it was today or yesterday, last night, Emma Vigeland, Majority Report, who replaced Michael Brooks, she reposted cheeringly that JK, there was a lawsuit now, not a lawsuit, criminal case now, I guess a defamation case against JK Rowling and Elon Musk from France, accusing them of, I guess, defamation against Eamon Khalif, the boxer. And they were basically they were just saying, this is a male, there's XY chromosomes, or at least there's good reason to believe that this is a male and fighting females, including many of the female boxers that fought Eamon Khalif and the other boxer that supposedly has XY chromosomes. Anyway, so Emma Vigeland, Majority Report, very big on the left, basically just cheering on this. Haha, now you're going to get it. Now you bad guys with the bad thoughts, the bad beliefs, now you're going to get your comeuppance from the state.
Damn.
Yeah, so J.K. Rowling was retweeting. She was like, this image of Khalif, who looks pretty masculine for a woman, right? Like looking kind of like down towards like this gal who's like crying, right? They're both in this ring. They had been fighting. She's talking about how this is so paradigmatic. This image really captures the moment of, and then she said something about like biological males taking the place of women in these sports and whatnot. And of course, there's a whole fandom of people who love to hate JK, and there's a bunch of people who like to defend her. I personally worship at the altar of J.K. Rowling. I think that she's the best person to ever exist. I think that she's never done anything wrong. She's never, ever hurt anybody. She's definitely never used her platform to like signal boost someone who's an idiot and then that person get jumped by people. That nothing like that ever happens. But like in a sort of sense, I'm not being completely sarcastic, because there is this little part of me that's just like, look, most women do not feel they can speak on this issue because they are precarious. And so she is less precarious because of her success. And so she speaks on something that a lot of people resonate with. And then, of course, the disproportionate, virile, and insane sort of reaction that she gets over time, making her out to be the worst person ever. She's an actual Hitler, see? Like that whole thing, it just kind of like breaks my heart, because what that is reflecting from the position of these social change makers, these wannabe activists who kind of hate Brigader, it's telling my sisters, it's telling my coworkers who are women, it's telling every mother in the world that if they were to voice their own opinions, this is how they would be treated. And of course, that's not an exaggeration because it is true, because we've already seen it. We see people getting fired. We see people getting sued for stating what has been for millennia, not to mention millions of years, the overwhelming opinion of every human being on the planet. More than 99% of humans on the planet have agreed with J.K. Rowling's position, which is also Nina Power's position, which is basic. And there is differences between those opinions, but where they agree is you can't change sex. You can do stuff to your body, and you can definitely appear differently, and we can definitely respect you, but not if you try to say that there are no differences, okay? And also, great harm can be done by trying to eradicate those differences. But the issue with Khalif is that instantly the media was like, actually, Khalif is a woman, and so J.K. Rowling, this is just goes to show your trigger finger on Twitter got you in trouble this time. And I was like, oh, how unfortunate for J.K. Now she's going to have to walk that one back. But then, of course, it gets more complicated because it turned out that a lot of people, their gut reaction, which was obviously based in the moment of the culture war and its deadlock and all of the sort of reactions people have when it comes to these things, was also based on some kind of like their intuition cashed out. I think, I don't know how you'll say it, but yeah, something about XY chromosomes turned out to be involved here. So,
well, not we don't know for sure because they can't release they technically can't release the actual data because that would be illegal. Like you're not allowed to release someone's medical results, right? In any country. And they're an international organization, the IBA. So I mean, they wouldn't be doing that. But they said in the press conference, read between the lines. They failed the gender test, therefore read between the lines. That it's going to be like they can't say they tested positive for XY, but they did fail the test. And the reason they had the test in the first place was because they had indications that there was high testosterone. Likely, well, again, you have to read between the lines here, very likely from the regular drug testing that they all have to do. So 1 + 2 plus how Khalif looks, like the shoulders, my God, the brow, like the hips, like get it together, people. Why are you defending this? Like, why are people dying on this hill so hard?
Well, it's because we all know a woman in our lives, probably like a woman in our lives who gets bullied this way, being told, oh, well, look at those shoulders, look at those hips, right? And so she's bullied for it. And not only that, but Khalif also, there is this wiggle room, and I kind of argued with you on Twitter about this, where it's like, look, if you've got the outside appearance, an actual like genitalia of a female, and you've been raised as a girl and you've come into womanhood, then it's okay. Then not only is it okay to say I'm a woman in that case, but also I was giving you shit for mispronouncing her because I was saying I don't think you should be calling her a him in this case because come on, dude, like she's lived her life as a woman and for good reason. God gave her a vagina. Maybe it doesn't work the same as everybody else's, but come on. Like she has to live in this world. We have to live around people like this. There are other people like this. And so I wanted to see a little humanity from you. And I also said that, she's intersex. And so she, intersex people kind of get to choose. And then this is where Roses Painted Red retweeted what I said or whatever and said that I should, or just responded and said that I should be embarrassed for my position and for what I said about intersex because I clearly show that I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I was like, Jesus Christ, this is why I fucking hate Twitter because this is how people engage. I'm not embarrassed. I could turn out to be wrong on intersex. I could turn out to be wrong on gender. I could turn out to be wrong on sex. I could turn out to be wrong on my own name. I could turn out to be wrong on living in a world instead of a simulation. I could turn out to be wrong about my politics. I could turn out to be wrong about my religion. And guess what? Because I'm a fucking philosopher, I am not embarrassed to be wrong. I actually seek out being wrong. And your little homie there is just a douchebag. That's what I think about Oh, but then again, now that I've said that, that's Twitter. I'm sure that they're a very fine person. I'm sure that they're a beautiful, smart person. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So what do you want to say to all that?
Yeah, valid. Like socially, absolutely. They were born with a vulva and were assigned or observed to be female at birth, lived their life as female, as a woman, and it's on their passport, right? And the IOC doesn't do, like, their whole argument. The Olympics was that, well, we don't test chromosomes. Instead, we just trust what the passport says, which is absurd, of course, because that's not going to tell you anything about intersex conditions. But that's what the guy said in his press conference. That's what they go on. But the and you absolutely, there's no issue with technical male, intersex or not, living, presenting, being socially a woman. You're a woman, as far as anyone's concerned, for every context except for where it matters, like
except for where it matters, like
a women's shelter or sports or a prison. There's a couple others, but like, yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and of course that'll get you called a TERF. Now, I don't care. I think that word is being operationalized like Nazi. Of course, there are some pretty scummy people who embrace that term and actually harass people and just literally hate trans people, which is really heartbreaking. But also, like I'm saying, that term has lost a lot of value, like the word Nazi, like for the reason that we started off this whole series today with that whole analysis or what was it called? That sort of, that breakdown of the witch trial. But with all of that said, I don't want to stay on this for too long. And I know it's what you've been focusing on. I know you're feeling gaslit about it. I think a lot of people are feeling that, and a lot of people wish that they could just move beyond it. But my question, just for clarification, because I'm not sure what you were saying, is like, so are you saying that people are simping for the state and censorship or something like that?
They're cheering on that there's this court case now being filed. So so France is now there's a case with possible criminal consequences for Elon Musk and J.K. Rowling having thinking the bad thoughts.
Good. I hope to see it, get drawn out over 6 years, and Elon Musk to put $6 billion towards this thing, and people can get to the bottom of it, because we definitely need a better way forward, right? I don't like the activist solutions. I don't like the normie solutions. We need special leagues and brackets and bathrooms for people who shouldn't be in certain spaces, but also we need to end the bullying and harassment. And also, this needs to stop being the center of everything. And it's insane to me how much people have become gender reductionists, right? Like back in 2019, everyone was calling us class reductionists, even though we were like fully like queer embracing and putting pronouns in bios and doing all of the capitulations possible. They just like, They took that and ran with it. They give them an inch, they take a mile, right? And in the meantime, everyone's become gender reductionists, which means that if you don't pander to, capitulate to, center, and ultimately live in fear of, the consequences of not towing this line, if you happen to disagree on something that, that the activists agree with or are saying is true, which is at the same time to put yourself on the side of 99% of humanity for all time, then you're bad. Which means that 99% of humanity has been bad for all time. Maybe that's true. I'm open to it. I do believe we're moving into a post-human, transhuman kind of future, and there will be definitely spaceships in the future with anarcho-kitties, and they will actually look like cat people, and they will be cyborgs, and that's okay with me. And so, like, we're experimenting with the gray areas. But sometimes the area is not so gray. And so I don't know what you want to say about any of that to kind of close out this portion, and we'll move into my big, what I take to be the theme of this, which is how do we organize in a way that brings about cool, normal people and not cowardly or cringe lunatics. We'll get into that in a second. So first of all, it's what I want to vibe and riff off of, like with you and Nance. But first, any concluding thoughts on this whole Khalif situation or the broader discourse revolving around it?
There's a big theme is a misunderstanding of what sex is and what intersex is. So intersex does not mean an in-between sex. Intersex just is an umbrella term for 40 or more DSD conditions. And there's a few main ones or like that have subcategories, but the one Khalif almost certainly has, and same with the other boxer, the Chinese one, I believe, and the same one Caster Semenya has, is 5-alpha reductase deficiency. And the reason you can almost certainly conclude that is because if they're XY plus high testosterone, then and presenting female, if you know anything about intersex conditions, that's basically the one it can be. It can't really be any other ones. There's other conditions where they might have XY, but for whatever reason they're completely like weak, extremely feminine. Like you wouldn't see one boxing being athletic. So the fact that there's elevated testosterone or likely elevated testosterone, and just the look of them alone kind of tells us what DSD it's going to be. And then just intersex conditions are always going to be either male or female or failed attempts at male or female. There's no in between sexes. It doesn't mean it's ambiguous. The body is either organized around producing small gametes or it's organized around producing large gametes, male or female. That's it.
And so I said that was biological reductionism, because, in the context of, using he, him pronouns for her, I was saying, well, this is biological reductionism. Being female or male does not make you, if we define it the way you've defined it, and I think that's a great definition, sure, but that doesn't logically conclude that there's nothing there in gender, that gender is just completely made up by the left or whatever. It's like, no, there is this cultural aspect. There is the choice that has to be made for some intersex people, like what role are they going to take on? Of course, what is the role of a woman? What is the role of a man? That's a big problem. But you said it's not. But you said it's not. You said it's not, or that if it is, then it's not really a problem, right?
Like the fact of just understanding what sex is says nothing about gender, really, like, or how we interpret what gender is. Like the expression of the sex, whether you're feminine or masculine, or you want to live as one or the other gender, it has nothing to do with what the actual, like, what sex means and what intersex conditions are.
Right. And so it's like we are simplistically, and maybe that's good, saying that there is this distinction between sex and gender, that on the side of sex is science, and on the side of gender is culture, and therefore sociology and psychology and critical theory and everything else. Also, obviously, a vicious, vile, opportunistic, profiteering industry that meets where in the center of a Venn diagram between psychiatry and surgery and therapy coincide. And that's too bad, because I do think that insofar as we're talking about gender through the lenses of psychoanalysis and theory, that's great. But as soon as it gets co-opted by therapism, ego psychology, surgical procedures, and then you have children being told that this is the only way they can actually be themselves without them wanting to kill themselves, given to the fact that humans are so suggestible, not to mention children, that is concerning. And anybody who's grabbing their pearls hearing adults having a conversation right now, I've been open about that position, what I just said, ever since the beginning of Theory Underground. You can go back if you need to. And like I said, the adults are talking. So if you really do have much of a problem with it, write me something that sounds mature and convince me you actually are coming from a place of intellectual and moral integrity before you go off. Because at the moment, Stephen Roberts up above in the chat, I think he's 100% correct. We're trying to have a real conversation here about something that we're not supposed to have a conversation about. He said, Dave is attempting to have a balanced, rational, and reasoned debate about an issue that has social consequences for all concerned, not possible in the rabid culture wars on both sides. I I think that's kind of true. I do think that we've kind of fostered the conditions of possibility for being able to have a conversation like this here, and hopefully on tour and through the conferences and stuff like that. But I want to switch gears here to this question of how to organize in a way where you can, you and your wife can meet cool people, normal people, fine people, but not cringe lunatics. So tell me, how did this question come about?
The question came about because my wife went to visit some of her old friends from York University. And if anybody's from Canada and knows York University, they'll know exactly what the problem is going to be here. York University is kind of the hub in Canada for feminist, and basically anything woke, all the most academic ideas, postmodern ideas, woke ideas, all
the worst ideas, smelly ideas, bad ideas. They're not sending their best ideas. Yeah. Okay.
So Liz visits her friends, and she's trying to talk about how her cat died and how she's sad about it and how she had to euthanize it because she's a vet. And then her friends start talking about how great it is that the Canadian state allows euthanasia. And then Liz was like, well, I don't really sure about that, because now it's like I can see the slippery slope now. And have you heard about this case and that case? And they're just kind of very liberal brained, and they listen to CBC, and everybody listens to CBC, has the right liberal opinions, and they're good people. And then they took that conversation then on to abortion and to gender and all these things, one after another. And it's just they couldn't have a normal conversation between friends, and they couldn't really disagree. And I was just remembering, growing up in university in particular, I lived with a bunch of business students. They would just make fun of me for being the socialist, right? And I didn't care. None of my friends, in fact, were lefties, even though I was always the one socialist, because the socialists that I knew, or at least they weren't fun, they weren't cool, they weren't partying, they weren't going out, they didn't have they weren't hanging out with girls at all. It was a shit show.
They still don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, I mean, I'm used to hanging, it's the type of people who cannot be in the same room with somebody who doesn't share their beliefs. Ultimately, if they find out you're a Trump voter, then it's over. They're just going to be aghast, and they can't talk to you. But there is, the same thing does exist on the other side. I know other people that are a little more edgy libertarian bros or conservative bros that they find out you read Marx or you have any left position, they can't process just hanging out with you and being okay with being friends with people that have differing opinions. And so I think it's more on the left, but it is a symptom of kind of both sides. And so I reached out to Dave. I'm like, Dave, I need to start a social club for people who aren't either debate bros or moralizing leftoids. And how do you form an in-person social group in your community, in your city, that invites the right type of people who maybe can discuss these things without getting angry at each other or moralizing at each other, or who can just hang out without bringing that stuff up at all.
Right. And so I want to actually open that one up to the entire audience. I don't know how many of you actually associate with normal people or people who approximate some kind of model of what that would even mean. Obviously, none of us believe that it's real. We all know it's ideology. But nonetheless, there are people who walk around aware that the idea of normality is ideology, like us. And then obviously there are people who just live their normal fucking lives, and they live in the ideology, and they don't think about it. And that's great. That's great. I don't believe that everyone has to get radicalized to live in some great future. In fact, I think that radicalizing normies is one of the most dangerous things you can actually do, because look at how many fucking idiots it creates. And so, BreadTube's successes were its worst sort of enemy, right? Its success is having somebody like Noah Samson, making videos, right? Having a normie like that doing political philosophy is just especially acting like he's centering the fringes, right? It's and acting like the people's champion when he does it. It's just yeah, when your champion is a brainlet, you know what I mean? Like, this is just, I mean, very nice brainlet, very great people. We love them. But like, when they just don't have a lot of substance and they're really just socialites, it undermines the whole thing that you're doing. And so like, the question is like, well, where can we get together with people who are cool, who aren't going to sort of sit there and go, what's a woman? Do you know what a woman is? Like Matt Walsh, as soon as you start socializing with them, you know, they're not wearing, people who aren't wearing Black Rifle Coffee, you know, shirts with like 3%er tattoos and who are acting like, you know, we've probably got 3 years before, you know, the regime change and they're preparing for it, or, you know, it's the end of civilization and they're prepping for it, versus like, you know, people who take left, liberal, progressive, dogmas to be absolute truth. And if you don't agree with all of them, then you must be the worst person in the world. I want to know what people think. If you were going to organize an event, and let's just say a series of events that would over time bring in the excluded 50%, you know, like I'm being loose in my words here, but when I say the excluded 50%, I'm just talking in the United States. Of course, 50% of Americans don't vote at all, right? Only 12% of each side has anything to do with the primaries. Or at least maybe it's 12% of each side it decides the final primary winner. I'm not sure. Don't trust my statistics right now, but you're getting the idea. The overwhelming majority of Americans aren't on either side. The overwhelming majority of workers that I've engaged with in construction and food service and grocery stores and warehouses where I've worked have all been like, oh, I'm not left or right. Oh yeah, I see some truth on both sides. Oh yeah, I kind of like libertarians, but also I kind of like Social Security and healthcare. And, you know, so it's like there is like this kind of normal American position in my mind. You know, and it's an ideal model that is always going to be full of holes, but how to find those kinds of people, and how to sort of in your organizing somehow exclude the extremist fringes, the identitarian left and right fringes, without sort of putting up this big sign that says you're excluded. Because if you do that, then they're going to come running to protest or throw fire bombs into your living room. So yeah, how do you be boring to the people with borderline personality disorder and schizophrenia who've made political identities on the internet? How do you be boring to them? Because that's what you have to do with such people. You have to be boring. How do you be boring to them? How do you interpolate the kinds of people that they wouldn't even want to engage with, but without putting up a big sign that says certain kinds of people aren't welcome here? Because of course, like that's just going to create the kind of controversy you're trying to avoid. What do you think, Nats?
So I think initially I think I don't give a shit, man. I don't fuck with people. Like, I do me. I'm not worried about it. And that kind of goes hand in hand with like a lot of people in the chat are saying, have a hobby, find a hobby. Like when I am thinking about social circle or whatever, it's the people I skate with. And it's people I've known from work or just from like happenstance arrangements in life. And they become my friends because they're cool people. I like to chill with them. We have a good time together. But that's like you're talking about organizing. Like if you want to be effective, if you want to have some type of political efficacy, how do you do this organizing in a way that accomplishes these things? And my response to that is, I don't know. I don't do that because it's difficult. Because like it's so difficult that I have decided that for me, it's not possible for me. So I'm not going to worry about it. So like people in the chat, we're talking about have hobbies. I'm a musician. I'm a skateboarder. I'm an artist, this and that. Like, yeah, that's for meeting friends. And that's necessary. We all need friends and social lives, but the question is like organizing, right? Like, and that is different because when you're organizing, you are going to tend to attract the people who are the most disenfranchised or feel the most disenfranchised.
Let me throw some complexity on here for you, Nance, just with some concrete examples. The theater world is absolutely overrun with the liberal progressive. All of the things that are supposed to be true in this moment that were not like last year are you accept those, you espouse those, you put those in your bios and you share that on your story, or else you're suspect. And it's not just in the United States, that's in Europe. Rudy's a great example of an insider who's there and can see this. Philip in the United States is a great insider who's been all over the States and has experienced this here. Of course, Anne is also in theater here. We have a lot of people, the best people, into theater who are here. And they're the kinds of people who they care about art, they care about theater, they care about these things, but they're also kind of like, oh my God, there is like no real thinking going on. And it's just like, it's what happens. Like all these normies got radicalized. Now they're all calling everything white settlerism. Like, oh, you're teaching your kid math. That's white settlerism. And it's just like, oh my God, Becky, shut the fuck up. You don't know. This is not your lane. And of course, that's like the most PMC thing ever. And I critique it in all of my work. But of course, there is something to that. And so it's like, you know, in terms of organizing, we've been using like various analogies for like what we're doing. What we provide people with is some kind of intellectual edification, what Marx called spiritual nourishment. You know, he said the only difference between the worker and a slave is that the worker during the good times of capitalism is able to attend lectures in the evening, right? And he's able to tutor his children. Well, spiritual nourishment in this sort of materialist sense is something we're thinking about. And of course, you know, we use the gym membership for your mind analogy with the subscribers at Theory Underground. But not everybody needs a gym membership for their mind, or at least not everybody thinks that they do. We also played with the idea of like, what would it mean to kind of do like some kind of like theory church experiment where it's like, it's not like a religious thing in any kind of a standard sense, but like it is like a place for intellectual and in some sense, spiritual, familial, fraternal sort of nourishment and community on a regular basis where people, there would be different kinds of people. Not everybody has to believe the same kinds of things. And the reason that we've not done it already is because of the issue. There's a huge issue with it. And that is that when a person gets into, let's just use the example of Christianity because it's closest to home for me. When they get into that, there is a hierarchy within the church. Even the most leveled churches still have some kind of a hierarchy where the people who do the Bible studies are often like, which are led by deacons who've been through years and years of training. Those people are kind of, you're going to kind of assume that person must know more about this than I do. And even if I don't want to attend Bible studies, if I just want to go to potlucks and Sunday services sometimes, you'll say, yeah, there's this sort of structure and there's these people and they know what they're talking about and they're cool. Well, as soon as you start trying to organize potlucks and do sustainable farming, but also read theory books, there's an instant divide. And I experienced this from years on end of trying to organize with Brian and other people, that you get the theory people who show up who think they know everything and they don't care about getting their hands dirty. And then you get the people who just care about the farming side. And there's this huge split because the people who are just into farming, they're just kind of like, oh, a bunch of eggheads. Who cares what they have to think? And so for a theory church, it's like, yeah, we want normies. We want people who attend, they're just there to hear talking and kind of free associate and have some ideas and be like, cool. They're not looking to get to the bottom of anything. They're not going to read Being and Time and Totality and Infinity. They don't care about these authors. They don't care about these names. But they're there because they're it's kind of interesting. And they don't need to do the deep dive stuff. And they don't have like this commitment to the life of the mind in the sense of like the liberal arts for the rest of their lives. Yeah, but how do you have those people not take over the potlucks and act like the so-called, in this analogy, the deacons, people like you guys, are like just whatever. It's just nerd shit, right? Like how do I don't know. I don't know, and it's really frustrating. And of course, it's a bad analogy. But what I'm trying to get at is that if Theory Underground was to do a monthly meeting or a weekly meeting in Boise, over time, this split will emerge. I guarantee it. And and I can get the intellectuals to be more open-minded, and I can get the rank and file normie to be more tolerant of egg-headed shit, obsessive intellectual bro shit. I can get them to be more tolerant, but how do you get normies to actually have a respect for this stuff, and then at the same time get people like Nance to say, yeah, I'll mix it up with these normies. I'll kick it. I'll give them all hugs and say I miss them and how are you doing and do you need a hand this week? You know, like that kind of community shit.
We got to show them that what we're doing is cool and fun. But like seriously, like when last night someone commented on my YouTube channel. They were like, I have no idea what this is. I have no idea how I got here, but now I'm along for the ride. So like in my mind, this person is just some random YouTube enjoyer who stumbled onto a Levinas stream. And they were like, oh, those guys look cool. Those guys look like they're having fun. This is enjoyable for me. Like we have to continue to produce. I think we've done a decent job of producing this content that is enjoyable, that is welcoming, but it's also scratching our itch.
It has to.
Like we are able to nerd out. We are able to do the thing, but we're also not dorks. We're cool fucking guys.
Yeah.
If I may say so.
Objectively, yes.
Yeah. We're objectively cool.
Yeah.
But how do we translate that to in person?
That's like doing it on the internet is one thing, and it's we've done all we've done to get wherever we are here now. But yeah, doing that in real life is hostile to that. Real life is totally captured by capital. Every place, every physical location has to have an economic justification for it. So even when we can scrape together money to rent out a conference room to have a meeting, like I don't know, man, there's so many barriers to being able to do the thing. That is the question. How do we translate it to IRL? Do we find public spaces?
And anybody who thinks it's already been done, please let us know in the chat. I am convinced it hasn't, but I could also be very surprised. Like I would be delighted to know that there's like working models of something that we can riff off of. But right now, what I see is like there's sports and hobbies, and some of them are more or less neutral. Other ones kind of the ranks get kind of overrepresented, sort of become teaming with either progressives or conservatives. And, I'm in jujitsu right now with Ann, and I think that might be the best example so far. Like, one of them is an ex-cop, one of them teaches military people stuff. So of course there is like this, maybe like there's probably some bleed over into some, blue line, cops lives matter kind of stuff, but also like that's still a pretty normie position. But most of the people there are there because they care about their health. They care about being able to defend themselves. They feel more alive when they do this than they would if they were running or doing some other kind of isolating sport. And so, I see like that kind of a community as a good example. But other things that come to mind, there's plenty of them. I've got a whole list of examples of practical experiments, and I would like to actually develop assignments for people like Swole and people like Nance and Cesar. So Nance and Cesar, they are in Phoenix together. Well, what can we do with that? Federico and Will are in London together. Well, what can we do with that? I would like to do this sort of like 2+3 actual human beings in a place doing potentially a hybrid event, if not like an actual live event, but marketing it in a way that does this thing that makes us boring to borderline stalker lunatic people on the internet and kind of just, naturally filters them out by just being boring to them, but being really exciting to everyone else. And so, but before I give some of my examples and, some of these kinds of assignments that we could come up with, Swole, you've just been listening for a while here. So I just kind of want to hear your thoughts about ideas, problems, questions. Surely you thought about it plenty, so you've got ideas.
Well, I had not taken the angle that you brought up of making the group or the scene boring to, like, intentionally boring to those type of people. that was kind of like that's the opposite way I was thinking of. Like how do I was thinking more, how do we make it cool to the people we want? But actually, we need a social scene that's boring or will turn off the wrong type of people.
Right.
Whether it's through putting them through some type of work that they're not prepared to do, or putting barriers up that'll just enough barriers that'll that'll discourage them. But yeah, how do you make it boring and cool and fun at the same time? That's the
work
question.
The work aspect, I really like how you brought up work, because I think of it as effort buffers. Theory Underground was set up on a lot of different assumptions that were trying to do some of these things. And one of them was that people need effort buffers. I don't want to spend any time talking to people who haven't put in some effort to understanding where we're coming from first, before they start telling us where they're coming from. It just is a waste of time. And I want to give people like an avenue to get involved, to be included in the conversation. But really, like, the effort buffers and the cool down period is really important. So I see effort buffers as like, they have to do something that your average basement dwelling lunatic is not going to do, right? Oh, it would require leaving your living room or your basement. Like, oh, not going to do it. Well, that would be one way. But the cool down aspect is also very important. And it's to say, you don't get it all at once. You don't get to go from 0 to 60 really quickly. So basically, you just have to think, what if a person is on a manic episode and next week they're going to be on a depressive episode? Okay, well, if you meet them while they're on their manic episode and they're all cranked up and they're inspired and they're all telling you about all these things and stuff like that, and you're just like, oh yeah, you're a member, you're part of the group, that quickly, like the Hegelian E-Girl Council did this. Like, they brought somebody on who's like an activist, and oh, you're part of the group now. They just like put that person into like their main group chat, and then of course, like, when there was a split a few days later, it was like this huge split. Like, they were trying to cancel these people, blah blah blah. Oh, and hey, Chris, great to have you. We'll have you.
Hey, Chris.
Stop video for now. We'll have you on in about 10 minutes here. But yeah, so this, great to have you, man. We're really excited for this conversation. But to close this thing out, I guess I'm just trying to say that cool downs means that the system doesn't give everything to somebody all at one time. That they actually kind of have to go through their life of ups and downs and a couple months of ups and downs and limited access before they're really going to gain any kind of recognition. So it's like, yeah, you came to an event, that doesn't make you a member. Oh, you paid some money, that doesn't make you a member. You have no ownership over this. Let there be no, but of course that has to be subliminal. It can't be, up front in a sort of way. Cause like I said, if you put it up front, you make it clear, then you're coming off offensive to this sort of egalitarian, horizontalist, anarchist tendency that's going to want to firebomb your living room. And so you got to just structure it so that it's boring. My ideas right now involve things like starting on meetup.com, the Boise Film Club, and then the actual description saying, we watch normal movies going on in the theaters. We choose one every month that's in the theaters. We go watch it together. If you didn't watch it together, then there's at least one meeting in the month where you can get together with everybody else. But of course, when they get together with everybody else, it's a hybrid event. All the Theory Underground people who want to be there are present. They all watch the movie on their own. And then the secret is that they're theorists. They're not allowed to use theory. They're not allowed to use concepts. They're not allowed to say the names of the concepts. They're not allowed to say the names of thinkers. Any insight they have into the film, they have to keep that shit crypto. Don't show your power level. And then if a person is just blown away because they've been going to these meetings for 6 months and they want to become a member, and then they find out that there's this whole theory thing, then that's going to be they're going to be like, oh, I get it now. I was wondering why talking to you guys was so different. But it's like, yeah, we like to read old books. I don't know what to tell you. That's basically the extent of it. Boring. And they go, yeah, that is boring. I wouldn't want to do that myself, but I sure love the community side of the stuff that you put on. You could do the same thing with other stuff. I don't know what the best
Right.
examples are, but I'm curious what comes to mind for you both. And then we'll close this out. So make this your closing remarks. Yeah. We'll start with Nance and then go to Swole.
I've had some small success in the local skateboarding scene here. And that I think it's like not even intentionally. Like it's just I am passionate about theory. I am passionate about the work that I'm doing. So when I go out and when I skate with my homies, like we have these conversations, and they do often seem to find their way back to big ideas, and being able to take part in these conversations and use their language, like use the language of big ideas and whoa, isn't that radical, and this and that, seems to be, effective. I've got a few dudes that I've noticed a market change. And I think we have to be able to find something that we're proficient at, where we can use the language, like we can use normal English or whatever your language is, instead of going back into theory speak and doing the nerd thing. And for me, that's skateboarding, and I'm sure there's some other things too. But yeah, I like we have to keep that front and center and be like, look, we're doing this thing that's fun and awesome. We're not out here. We're not being weirdos. We're not radicals. We're normal people, and we're good at doing the thing that we're doing. And then we kind of like sneak in the theory nerd stuff. But then that becomes a question. Are we doing the noble lie? Are we this and that? And but that's a conversation we have on the back end. That's not, we don't have that out in public where we're like, what is truth? I don't know.
No, I think it's not the noble lie. It is literally deprogramming ourselves of academia speak and leftist in-groupism. And so we actually have to reprogram ourselves to be able to have conversations with normal people. And I said in the introduction of Waypoint that I'm giving myself 5 years to do that process and to learn how to talk to people again. And so, this is all part of that process, but it's also part of like bringing women around. Right now, all the dudes scare the women away. It's true. But, Anne and Liz and Mandy and Nina and Helen, like we've got some cool chicks, but like we want more because that's part of a proper human society and culture, and you can't really have a community without it. And just having a bunch of obsessive dude bros is great. I don't mind, but also I want to do this for the rest of my life. And so we're doing the work so that later we don't have to do as much. And so that's where I see it. Swole, anything you want to say in close here?
Yeah, I think I like, you were going with the movie thing. I wonder if there's a way to do like a kind of woman-friendly cultural artifact themed discussion. It's like what you bring up a tweet or a popular video or some viral thing that's going around that everyone's talking about, and like, okay, this is our thing we're gonna riff off of. And that could involve more advanced analysis or not. But they would also you'd have to do it in a way where it wouldn't invite just the debate bro men to kind of dominate everything, in a way that made the ladies feel comfortable to chat. And then also it would have to involve other stuff in the meetings beyond just the cultural artifact analysis, to make it cool and make it fun.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Swole. It's been really great to have you. Looking forward to continuing this conversation soon.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Peace. All right, everybody. We're not going to play the PSA because that will cut into Chris's time here, as we already were. Sorry about that, Chris. We always want to respect your time. You can turn on your camera whenever you get a chance here. He might not be able to, because I think I might have made it so he's not able to. Okay, here.
Oh, yeah, you gotta.
He'll be back any second now. There we go.
I'm here.
All
Hello.
right. Welcome. Great to have you. I'm going to go ahead and click record in a second here. And we're still live. We're not in the behind the scenes. But is there anything that you wanted to say before we do get recording?
No, we can just get into it.
Sweet. All right. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. This is being recorded on August 14th, which is a Wednesday epic marathon live stream event at Theory Underground. And today, at this time, which is 12 my time, I think it's probably 1 o'clock your time, we've got Chris Cutrone joining us. How you doing, Chris?
Good. How's it going, Dave? Hi, Nance.
Fantastic.
Hola.
Yeah, great to have you back. We're really excited about your course that you're going to be teaching here at Theory Underground. We've got, I think we've got like 15 people already signed up, and we're not even in the final days, right? We've got the whole month of September to be getting people still. So I think it's really going to grow. We'll probably have at least a solid 30 people in that course. And, the general structure of it will be you lecture for an hour and a half. We have some Q&A, and people in the higher tiers are going to have access to a couple behind the scenes conversations where they can pitch proposal ideas, and then eventually paper workshop, whatever. And that's all coming together. The exact structure of all of that is something that we'll flesh out over the next month and a half. But I just wanted people to know about that. And in the meantime, I wanted to talk about religion, your Socialist Party plan, millennials, why Marxism sucks, and this idea of neither left or right. Yeah, I snuck that one in there. But first, I just want to ask you how you're doing, what you're working on, what you want to start out with talking about.
Something that's going on this summer with Sublation is we are shooting a film at the two capitalist political party conventions. So the RNC in Milwaukee we did last month, and next week we're doing the DNC here in Chicago. It's all very convenient for me because Milwaukee's very close to Chicago, that it's all local.
Nice.
I think maybe the RNC was going to be ultimately maybe was more exciting than the DNC will be. We'll see. There might be some interesting protests. So that's something that's going on this summer, apart from my usual summer teaching, where I'm teaching my usual mix of Freud and Marx, Freudianism and Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
And of course I have the book that came out this year from Sublation. The companion volume to The Death of the Millennial Left is Marxism and Politics, and that's a monster. It's 750 pages of theoretical and historical writings of mine. So I have 100 articles, 1,000 pages in 2 books from last year and this year, and so it's pretty comprehensive. And there's another book on art also coming out this year. I'm not sure how long that's going to be in terms of page length, but that's going on. And I think it's good that I'll be doing the course for you guys when I'm doing it, because other kinds of arguments that I have made that I won't necessarily have the full opportunity to make in the course are available for people.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying available in the book?
In the book, yeah. Book.
Gotcha. Yeah. What are you doing with art? And what's this art book? You haven't talked much about that. I don't think. This is
well,
my
I
first
have
time
an art
hearing about it.
background.
Yeah.
I have an art background, and my job with the Sublation film project is that I'm basically the production manager, meaning I've put the film crews together. Like, I've had to dust off my old skills. I used to teach film and video production to professionals in film school.
You mean you can learn that?
You can learn that, and there are actual skills. Like, it's a little bit. I'm afraid of young people because I feel like nobody teaches them anything whatsoever, like no practical skills at all, right? So I used to teach that stuff, and that I have an art background. I used to write poetry.
Well, your dissertation is on the Adorno's aesthetics, right?
It's not on his aesthetics. No, my dissertation is on his social theory. I think that Moishe Postone wanted me to write about Adorno's aesthetics, and some of it is. I do have like a chapter of my dissertation on Adorno and art, but really just as an example. Okay. And so I have written elsewhere other things about art per se, art proper. And then I have a background as an artist. So I have a whole, and I teach in an art school. So I teach theory at an art school, but I relate to the students as artists. Right. So that's, yeah.
Well, and I don't know if I'm shoehorning this in here, but we did just have a conversation with Helen Rollins and Will Proudler in London, both of them, and they're both filmmakers. They both think about bringing concepts to life. And then we had on David Shields, who just made a documentary.
Yes.
Where are we? Right.
And who will be here in Chicago for the DNC for the Sublation Project. He's going to be here, so I'm going to get a chance to meet him.
Killer. And I have to
and
say,
Helen I've met, of course.
Of course. And I'm very excited for what you're working on there because I kind of love anything that kind of plays off of the sort of spectacle of these conferences, you know, the Democrats and the Republicans going to both and kind of showing them, like, that's going to be a really cool project. But as far as like bringing ideas to life and documentary making, Theory Underground's doing stuff like that too, but we don't know what we're doing. Nobody's taught us these practical skills. We're kind of just, as Nance says, duct tape and shoelaces, baby. And so I guess before we get into a couple of the bigger questions I have for you, just like, I just want to say, like, maybe I don't know. I want to have a whole conversation with you just about filmmaking.
I mean, on the art front, yeah, we should one day. But on the art front, you know, I feel like I relate to ideas in a way that's different from people who don't have an art background, meaning I know that ideas are not always discursive or logical. You know, I do, you know, so I had a colleague, and this will maybe segue us a little bit into our discussion about why Marxism sucks. But I had a teaching colleague who was also a personal friend, John Abermite, I might as well say. He's a scholar of Horkheimer, and he is a very anti-Leninist, and he's kind of a council communist, kind of Marxist, and he objects to what he saw as the pernicious influence of Benjamin and Adorno on the Frankfurt School. And so basically he says, well, Horkheimer was a Marxist, but then he turned away from Marxism under the bad influence of Benjamin and Adorno. And of course, Benjamin and Adorno are the main topics of my scholarship, of my studies. And so he objected to three things that he thought Benjamin and Adorno brought to the Frankfurt School that were anti-Marxist. Are you ready? Commodity form of analysis, immanent critique, and art as a form of knowledge. So he objected to all those things because they're all idealist and not materialist. And I was like, yeah, this is the impoverishment of Marxism.
Okay.
Right. And I just thought, wow, you know, and this guy was like, you know, like I said, a council communist, anti-Leninist, more kind of libertarian, kind of socialist, communist kind of person.
Was he a Paul Matic bro by any chance?
Sure. Okay. He loves all that stuff.
Okay.
And which I am sympathetic to, while I also find it annoying at another level. But I am sympathetic. And but still I thought, well, okay, the commodity form is central and immanent critique is crucial, right? And art as a form of knowledge, sorry, that's just true. You know, like there are other ways of knowing the world than language.
And
it is knowledge, you know, it actually is knowledge. It's not, you know, like there's practical knowledge. You can't put practical knowledge into words.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Have you two had a sort of a contradiction or a contradiction? Have you worked this out in public?
We have not. So that was basically, he was freaked out by platypus. He was around early on. He was friends with me. We were teaching colleagues at the University of Chicago. And then he was freaked out by platypus and, you know, really like broke the friendship. And, you know, talking about the RNC and the DNC, I mean, you know, because I see sometimes on social media, I see him a little bit. And of course, he's just a Democrat, right? So he's a council communist, but he's like deeply anti-Trump and deeply anti-Trumpism. And, you know, in a way that is just a Democratic Party kind of thing. Meaning it's like the Trump's followers are these horrible authoritarians and this and that. And it's like, you know, please, the Democrats are not authoritarians. Give me a break.
So like,
right.
So like he's a Marxist, but he's basically Ben Stiller.
Right. Yeah. If even, I wish more humor. You know, I wish, no, I mean, you know, I don't want to rag on an old ex-friend, But it's one of these things. Marxism is dicey this way. I write about this in the foreword to my book, to Marxism and Politics, that libertarian versus authoritarian socialism, right? And how I feel like it's inevitable that it's both, meaning that there are going to be these two different strands. That's sort of inescapable. And so it's not just about taking sides on it, it's about getting a critical grasp on it. Like recognizing that as a symptom that we have to work through, and that we're not going to overcome, and we're not going to like resolve one way or the other. We're just not.
Wait, so what I think I get all of this, except for I'm very confused about this value form. Like, or sorry, not value form. That's a nice slip. But no, what did he have to say?
That
about
was the thing, though. No, he thought, yeah, value criticism is also, it's idealist, it's metaphysical. It's actually something that I think Karl Korsch said about the Frankfurt School, that they were Marxist metaphysicians.
Okay.
And I think that also Hannah Kowick, he had a writing on Lenin as a philosopher, in which he said that Lenin is a bourgeois idealist.
But help me out. Like, how does a person think that the commodity form is not the dominant thing in our society? Like, what is the?
Because there is no such thing. In other words, there's no such thing. In other words, it's bourgeois society that turns everything into a commodity, but in reality, there is no such thing. And so the idea that a materialist analysis will show that the commodity form is just bourgeois ideology. So you can't take that as your starting point. It's connected to the immanent critique. Okay. Meaning, right, so it's, you're not working through forms of appearance. You're just saying, yeah, that's just bourgeois bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. So for instance, this would be like, well, Marx went, he kept all the bathwater of liberalism by trying to do this bourgeois, by doing an immanent critique of bourgeois, of the bourgeoisie. Yeah. So Lenin specifically, not Marx?
I mean, Marx is ambiguous for these guys. In other words, Marx has kind of two souls. There's like the good Marx and there's the bad Marx. So the good Marx is the materialist kind of empirical analysis Marx, and the bad Marx is the Hegelian Marx.
Okay. Nance, anything you want to add on? I saw you nodding profusely at a couple points there, but is there anything you want to do with this or take it anywhere you want to take it?
No, it's shocking because like this kind of commodity form, this value to me is like the most Marxist thing. And art as knowledge even is super duper Marxist from my personal interpretation. Like, no, that's properly Marxist. All you guys are wrong. Like, give us back Marx, damn it. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of still in shock from that.
And you're also a Benjaminian.
And I also love Benjamin as well. Yeah, like I think Benjamin is super duper Marxist.
He is. No, I certainly think so. But no, from this perspective, Benjamin is a theologian. And so like basically there's a kind of theological idealist smuggling in, right, that happens. And then basically ideology critique. So immanent critique, commodity form analysis as a form of immanent critique, but ideology critique, right? They don't like that because it's like, no, you can't start with ideology. You have to start with material reality. And it's like, good luck with that.
Good luck.
Accessing material reality free of ideology. Good luck with that.
That's I think something we run into all the time as well, right? So
it's commonsensical. It's commonsensical. It's empiricism. I mean, we are in the Anglophone world, and the Anglophone world is empiricist.
So we can expect nothing less, right?
We can expect nothing less.
So my question about religion might relate to my question about your plan for a socialist party. But I want to start with the question about religion because Benjamin Studebaker actually, this was months ago. Maybe he's asked you firsthand somewhere that I haven't seen, but
he was there in Milwaukee, and he's going to be there with us in Chicago too. So we had a chance to really chat a couple of weeks ago. It was good.
Amazing. All right. Well, so my question then is about he was under the impression you had said something about how it seems like maybe one of the only ways forward, or the only way forward, is something theological, something religious, and he didn't know what you meant or what you were getting at or what you had in mind, and so he wanted me to ask you. And I've been I've been itching to ask you ever since he brought that up, because he was in the chat of a previous live stream. So let's go there.
Cool. All right. So I think that maybe a misapprehension. So I had said something like building a movement for a socialist party would be like most analogous to religion. So I kind of feel like it's the move that I tend to make is admit everything but concede nothing. So the criticism of Marxism that it's a religion, and not just Marxism as a religion at like a theoretical level, but the old Marxist movement. So the criticism of the old like SPD in Germany before World War I was that it was a church of the working class, right? And yes, it was. So in other words, admit that, but not concede to it, because obviously it had a political mission. It had other ambitions that religion might not have. But it also, in terms of the present, any movement has to be based in like civil society in a way that, separation of church and state in the United States. It's really one of the only countries that has that, right? The French botched it. They have their own weird way of interpreting that in terms of keeping a kind of default Catholicism. And separation of church and state is like at the foundation of the separation of civil society in the state and civil freedom. It's just a kind of a basic thing. And so that is where a socialist movement would have to operate. Now, does that mean taking on board a full, I would distinguish between religion and theology, right? So theology would be like, I don't know, the philosophical justification, and religion is more like the everyday life practice, And so it's really more the latter than the former. One of the most difficult things about this socialist project that I'm trying to get off the ground now is that we're going to have to leave theory at the door in a way that's a little different from what you were just talking about with Eamon, with Swoletariat. Meaning, I think that keeping it underground, keeping it closeted, keeping it private, keeping it internal, maybe not. But really, maybe we suspend some of this. In other words, that building a socialist movement, it might be precipitous, it might be premature to try to bring in Marxist theory from the get-go, right? You gotta ease up on that a bit. Because I feel like the activism that needs to happen basically can be justified purely in liberal terms. And not in progressive liberal, statist, Democratic Party terms. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about civil society, libertarian terms and anarchist terms, right? So if Marxists always said that the anarchists were just liberals, well, that's not just a diss. That the truth of that, right, is that it stays within the horizon of liberalism, but anything that we might need to do also at first stays within that horizon, meaning it's the people doing for themselves. It is mutual aid projects. It is what people can and therefore should do, regardless of the law, the state, administrative policies, not making a demand of anybody. Right? Not political in the way that most people think.
So for us, I just for people who are listening to this as a standalone episode in the future, the conversation with Eamon, all we were talking about is for the sake of his marriage and his wife being able to have friends who aren't like going to cut her off because she said the wrong thing or whatever. Like, how do we find friends in this day and age when it turns out all the normies got radicalized, but in the worst way possible? Right. Like that was the problem. And when I was talking about it, it's like, I have the same issue. Like, Anne is very in the theater community, but the theater community is very like self-censoring. Nobody's really comfortable with speaking or having friends. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad here. It's bad all over this country.
It's bad everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah, Europea too. Yeah, yeah. So my question, Europa too. So the
they've got no freedom of speech over there.
They don't. And so what we've been thinking about is not like how do you make friends but keep theory a secret or whatever. It's like it's just like how do I get my theory friends to do social events with other people and keep in mind that sounding like a theorist isn't cool in most cases. It's actually like kind of smelly. It's a little awkward. Like, can we just act normal? But also like, how do you phase people into something where they have some kind of a respect for the core assumptions of the group, like some kind of operating principles, even though they're not necessarily going to get super into it. Like in a church, people go and they go, yeah, I go on Sunday. I don't go to Bible study, but I go to potlucks. But those people respect the deacons and they just go, yeah, that's them.
And I think there's a difference between friends and comrades. You know, I think there's a difference between family and friends. There is. Even though family is chosen, it's a different kind of obligation. And, or it can be. And I mean, look, I've been navigating this all my life. I have a partner who's not a Marxist. I have family who are not Marxist, and they're generally conservative in their view of things, but, also tolerant, liberal in that way. They're neither Republicans nor Democrats. I mean, it's a sad time that we're living in where everyone is forced to have an opinion about things that actually most people are pretty light on their opinions about such things. They're not like hardcore about this stuff, right? And nor should they be, right? So I think that, the culture wars, the polarization. I mean, I've lost friends in the Trump era just because I said, look, Trump's not a fascist. And because look, we could still face fascism and it's not this, right? So like don't cry wolf, please.
Right.
Right. And so I mean, but I've lost friends. My husband has lost friends transitively because they couldn't tolerate me, because they saw something that I posted to Facebook where I was critical of the Democrats' lies about Trump. And they were like, oh no, we can't. Right. So the long-term friends of his lost, right? Because of me. And I felt a lot of guilt about that. So, I shouldn't have been Facebook friends with them. Right. And I tried to explain, I was like, look, this is just like leftism and really don't pay any attention to that. But they couldn't. Right. Because they're pretty dire Democrats.
I worry about this all the time because I go off on my Instagram and then I realize, oh my God, my wife's mom like sees this shit. God damn it.
Sure. No, it's a big mess. So I think there's got to be a way of navigating this. I mean, I don't think it's hard outside of certain milieus. I don't think it's hard. Right. I think that most families have a variety of political opinions in them. In the working class, hello, I could say, right? And so I just feel like, I mean, what is it that the Fox News people say? Luxury beliefs.
Yeah.
Luxury
Dude, I love
beliefs.
that. I love that, actually. I didn't realize that was coming from Fox, but that's a great way of talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, luxury beliefs, right? And in other words, there are people who can afford to burn family and friends over this shit, and there are people who can't afford to do that. And I'm with those people. I'm with the people who can't afford to burn each other over this shit.
Well, I would even say you can't even, like, to a certain extent, choosing your own family becomes a luxury belief in a lot of cases for a lot of people, because there's people who don't get to choose, right? Like they are reliant on their family. And if their family can't make it through, they're screwed. And they try to me as a perfect example. I bought into that idea. I said I was choosing my family for a long time, but when shit hits a fan, the only people remaining usually were blood. They were usually blood, and they were usually people who kind of resented me. But they were begrudgingly showing up for me, and they were showing up for me when no one else was, right?
Yep. I mean, I'm for freedom of, family creation, kinship, elective affinities, Goethe. I'm all for that. But again, it's like, that doesn't mean that we can have this purely consumer attitude towards our relationships, because that's what we're really talking about. We're talking about people have their, all their personal relations are basically commodified, and so, you change your taste and then you drop a friend, and it's like, wow.
Even better, you sacrifice a friend, and that proves to the new in-group that you're serious. Right.
Oh yeah. Well, I know that it's even worse than that. I know that it can get very, very bad. So look, I'm gay.
It's okay. We're okay with it. It's okay.
Yeah. I've always thought that one should not alienate one's family. Like, do everything you can to not make it a break with your family, if you can. I mean, of course, it's up to them too, but don't you yourself turn it into, to be myself, I have to reject my family. I mean, look, a lot of leftism is adolescent rebellion against the parents. No, I have no patience for that. I'm like, if you're a leftist because you're adolescently rebelling against your parents, please don't. Right? No, thank you.
This goes right along with the idea that you're trying to make fewer Marxists in a sort of sense.
I'm trying to make many socialists, maybe fewer Marxists, but many socialists. And I do think, again, like, it's like, white settler colonialist discourse, white supremacy, patriarchy, cisgenderism, transphobia. People are just arguing with their parents in their head. That's all that they're doing. And I'm like, talk to a therapist. Don't turn this into your politics.
Yeah. Except their therapist is going to confirm all of that, because that's where therapists.
I know. They're going to be like, oh, yes. Well, of course. And yes, your family is so horrible. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, but when people say white settler colonial discourse, I know that they were at some bougie house in the suburbs. Right? When they say land back, they mean the square footage of the plot of land at the house they grew up on. And I'm like, that's not. That is not. So I know that there's a lot of infantilism this way. I mean, that's to be very unkind about it. But, we're going to have to do something better, something more serious, more mature than that. Right? Like, struggle for socialism is going to be real, or it's not going to be. And it hasn't been in a long time, because it hasn't been real, because the left has been this kind of crap.
Yeah. So with that, I wanted to, I think you've hit on your Socialist Party plan a little bit. You hit on the religion thing a little bit. Swole just popped in here, which is fantastic. Let me fix the way this appears. He actually was saying something in the chat that I actually I said, hey, Swole, if you want to pop back in and ask a question, go for it. And so here he is. I summoned him back. You two know each other. You guys have done stuff together. Isn't that right?
Not
We've not done anything together.
We have not yet.
Oh my God. Well, it is my honor to introduce you to Swoletariat, aka Eamon Steven. He runs Radecki Fitness. He runs a gym. He's a personal trainer. He was part of the MMT for a long time before he left on principled reasons. He's very Sorry, IMT.
IMT, not MMT is modern monetary theory.
Oh,
But
God,
that too now.
nice slip on my part, I guess. But, you know, whatever. It's all bullshit to me anyway. So, Swole.
I didn't actually have a question ready, to be honest. I was going to watch the conversation and then figure out if I had a question as it came. Oh, yeah.
No, it's okay. No, of course, you know, weigh in as you'd like. No, look, I think that a socialist movement getting off the ground now, I mean, I basically have two ways of thinking about this. One is the millennials generated a kind of layer of leftists, and it's played out now. And so what's going to happen to these people? Meaning, are they going to just crank out? Or are we just going to have to deal with, I'm going to be very platypus. Are we going to just deal with, for the next 30 years, like these people being miseducators of youth? Or are we going to allow them an opportunity to take themselves more seriously by giving them an actual object to discipline themselves to, namely a socialist movement? And that's going to mean, like, they're going to have to bracket a lot of their dearly held theoretical commitments to Lacan and Althusser and Gramsci and Lasordo and some bullshit, right? Like, you know, just, I mean, this is, you know, because it's unmotivated. And, you know, even Marx and Lenin and whatever, Trotsky, of course, and even the Frankfurt School, it's all kind of unmotivated. And it can only be brought in to do mischief and play a kind of pernicious role. It's just a reason for people to disagree with each other. And obviously people think that being political means having firmly held opinions, strongly held opinions, right? And they think that that's the essence of change. Got to change people's minds. No. That
ain't gonna
I mean,
do
you're
it.
just not gonna. You're not gonna be able to. It's just the wrong way. It's ass backwards, the whole thing. And so, you know, I am an intellectual and I'm an academic, and I did this platypus thing because kids were interested in Marxism, and I thought, okay, I can't just stand by and watch a travesty unfold, you know. But apart from that, it's like, okay, what to do with these ideas? Well, there may not be anything to do with these ideas right now. In other words, you might just keep them in your back pocket. It might be something that allows you to be aware of things, you know, in a critical way. But there isn't like an application, you know, other than in the most broad sketch way, meaning the working class is going to have to do something for society to change. And I guess that's a controversial idea, because I think that people's assumptions are you get everybody in academia to agree to something, and that's how you change society.
Right.
Right?
Which is for us, like, that is this, you know, this professional managerial class sort of like assumption. It's just like, oh, let the people who went to college sanctify something, and therefore that is the difference. So then we just do the land acknowledgement and we've got it, we're good. And so, you know, and it's sad because they feel like they're doing so much, and then they feel so insulted when we're over here like, no, it's not doing anything except for, you know, alienating the wrong people overall. And insofar as you're winning anybody, like winning people who believe that core assumption, that does something, right? And
that is the point, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad you brought up millennials, and I want to use that as a way to set you up here, because I think we're all millennials here. And so I don't experience life consciously at like this level of strong identification as a millennial, even though obviously I am one. But I also, and I think I've publicly said that there is this annoying tendency for platypus people to talk like they're hipsters, talk generationally like they're hipsters. And it is a very hipster thing.
That's just not what's meant. That's just not what's meant. There are two things. There's the history you live through. right? In other words, there was a historical experience of the millennials. It's the war on terror, it's the Great Recession, it's the Bernie campaign, it's the Trump election. That's a cycle of early adulthood, right? So there's history, and that history is not going to repeat itself. Not just like that, right? So there's a generational experience. There was a way that they were politicized. There was a way that they came to consciousness in a critical way. There were specific concrete problems that presented themselves. And I didn't have that experience. I'm an older generation. That's not my experience. And the younger people, guess what? They're not going to have that experience. That's the past. So there's history. There's also stages of life. I mean, I hate to say it to you guys, but being 50 and 54 is not the same as being 30s, 40s even. There are stages of life. Like being in your 30s is not like being in your 20s. And being in your 50s is not the same, right? So there's a meaning to this, right? So cultures used to understand that you graduate through different phases of life changes, right? That's real. Like this whole weird thing that we're going to be young forever. I'm sorry to tell you guys, you're not going to be young forever.
Right. Well, and I think
no testosterone supplements are going to keep you young forever. No amount of working out, it's not going to happen. Sorry.
Right. Well, I think the reason everybody here's kind of laughing is because they're already realizing it. I think that they.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, right? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, yeah, and things get conflated, right? Because there really is depression, and there's psychopharmaceuticals, and there's all sorts of things that are affecting you guys too, in a way that my generation wasn't pharmacologized as much.
Well, part of my issue though with it is like the idea that let's just say people who lived through like Rodney King and Clinton and all this.
Me.
Yep. That you did grow up, that you are adults. And I kind of think that
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
right.
that. I'm certainly not saying that. No, it's not an okay boomer kind of thing. It's not.
Yeah.
No. I mean, look, in many ways, the millennials had a better formative experience than I had. I recognize that. My generation's useless. Totally useless.
No, I wasn't trying to say that I think
for real.
No.
And maybe it's because of what we lived through that made us useless. Meaning our historical moment might have been useless. But in other words, it's not our fault.
So yeah, I was going to use that to kind of just, okay, now I want to sort of segue that into a sort of question, if I can patch it together into one. And then I want to give Swollen and Nancy an opportunity to ask you some things and have some back and forth, and then you'll get your closeout. But basically, I'm thinking about guys like Nathan Robinson over at Current Affairs, and Bhaskara Sankara over at Jacobin, and Tariq Ali over at Verso, and I actually don't know about the age range for where Tariq fits in. I know Bhaskara.
Oh, he's a baby boomer. He's a boomer.
He's a boomer. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He's a '60s street fighting man. The Street Fighting Man, that song, Rolling Stones.
It's about him.
About Tariq Ali.
Nice.
It's
okay.
Him.
He doesn't talk to you, huh?
Oh, he might talk to me, but he doesn't like me.
He doesn't
but
like
he might
you.
talk to me.
Does
who
he
does like me?
Does he tell people not to talk to you?
Yeah, no. Tariq Ali, no. That would be Sebastian Budgen.
Okay, I was wondering who over there is telling people not to talk to you, because
Sebastian Budgen's in charge at Verso.
Because I found out a little.
Generation have taken over.
I found out a little too late because I was already working with you, like having conversations with you.
I did an interview with Tariq Ali. I've met him. I've talked with him. It's fine.
Okay. Because I understand that anyone who's talking to you is like blacklisted from Verso. I don't know if that's true or not, but like that's the word on the street. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, they're not going to last forever either.
No.
I'm old enough to know they're old, but I'm also young enough to know I'm going to outlive all these motherfuckers.
Yes, I think you will. So what I wanted to say about them all, I guess excluding Tariq, Nathan, Bhaskara, etc., is that, you know, they kind of constitute examples of like the millennial left as far as you see it. Like they came through Occupy to where they are now. They're not Marxist. You're trying to make people into not Marxist but socialist. They're not Marxist but they're socialist. So what's the problem? Like, are they not?
Well, there's socialism and there's socialism, right? So this is the problem. The problem is socialism. I wrote about this in my Sandinistas article, right? That basically what Bernie traded on was the Tea Party condemnation of Obama as a socialist. And then it was like, actually, yes, that is what socialism means. And we're going to do what Obama promised, but didn't deliver on. And that's socialism. Now, Bhaskar knows better. I know Bhaskar. Bhaskar knows better. Sebastian Budgen knows better. I really don't know what his political commitments are. I mean, Nathan Robinson is not a socialist at all. He might have been Bernie-crat, but I don't think he's a socialist, is he? Does he claim to be? He's a progressive liberal.
I think
no?
Current Affairs is like, but I think they call themselves a social democrat magazine, you know?
Okay, that's a little different. Okay, so, but, you know, I just remember, you know, my journey with the millennial left as their teacher. I went through the neo-Kautskian phase and the rehabilitation of Lenin as a Kautskian. And, you know, and I was fine with all that. I was down for that. I'm down for whatever. Right? As long as it's a good time, I'm down for whatever.
DTF.
Right? And so, you know, I was willing to go through that. Like, okay, this is the way it looks. This is what it's about. But no. Right? In other words, they did. I mean, Bhaskar a number of years ago said he's not a Kautskian. Right? He's a follower of Ralph Miliband. Right? Who was not a Marxist, not a socialist like that. A socialist, but not a Marxist, like a Labour Party socialist in the UK context. And that's fine. That's all legit. But again, I feel like the issue is we're living through a time right now. The millennial left in general lived through a time, and it's persisting. There's a crisis. There's a political crisis in capitalism. There is, obviously. You know, the war on terror was a political crisis. The Great Recession was a political crisis. The Trump election, the disappointment with Obama was a political crisis. The Trump election's a political crisis, and Trump's still with us. Right? It's a rolling crisis. And it's unfolding in every country in the world. Every country in the world. Right? And so it does have to come down to what this crisis allows us to question about our assumptions about the social and political world we're living in. So one thing it should make us question, and I guess COVID might do this too, the state. What is the purpose of the state? What is the purpose of the state? Why do we have a state? What's this welfare state about? What is it really for? Right? Just old socialist ideas, you know? The state is there to control the working class. You know, anarchists, Marxists, any socialist used to know this. That's what the state is there for. It's there to control the working class and to maintain capitalism. Right? That basic assumption. Right? And that's what basically the Obama election and then the Bernie campaign softened the millennials on that. Because they were like, no, we want the state to do this instead of that. And it's like, even if they did, I was talking with my friend Spencer Leonard, you know, I wrote about this, that probably you'd have a better chance of getting a national healthcare system from Trump than from the Democrats. Because Trump would just do it on pure capitalist economic efficiency. Whereas the Democrats are just going to dangle it so that people vote for them. And they don't actually want to do it. But Kamala Harris, right? Like Kamala Harris, the right has dredged up from her 2020 campaign where she said, oh yeah, let's just expand Medicare for all. It's when she was competing with Bernie. And the interviewer, you know, some capitalist media Democratic Party, they're like, what about private health insurance? And she's like, yeah, we'll just leave that behind. We'll move on. No private health insurance. Let's move on from that. Of course, they never say There's an asterisk there. There will always be private health insurance for the rich people.
Right. Of course. Exactly.
Right. There will always be private health care for the rich people. And it will always be better, of course. I mean, right. Right. So anyway, so we move on from that. And so, again, it might be done, but if it's done, it's going to be done for capitalist bureaucratic reasons. It's not going to be done to help people. That's not why it's going to be done ever.
Right.
Right. So again, what is the state for? Right. It's the state. If the state takes on the cost of health insurance, it's to save the capitalists the cost. That's the only reason. The only reason.
Or to pacify people, or to give them something to feel.
People
like they
don't
got
even
something,
need.
right?
Yeah, the people don't even need to be pacified, Dave. The people, the state's got a lock. It's done. The people, no. The people, if it comes down to that, the people have no power whatsoever. People have to build up their power in a way that escapes the state. But a direct confrontation with the state? No. We went through the Arab Spring. No. State's got the people locked down.
Now, with that, I want to ask Swole, Nance, you guys have a quick thing that you want Cutrone to touch on in his closeout?
Yeah, I want to just pick up. I got to run right after this, but want to pick up on what Cutrone was saying earlier about the purpose of socialists and Marxists isn't necessarily you're not changing minds. That's not how socialism is built, or the movement for socialism. And this is kind of the argument I was having with Mikey the other day. His whole thing was like he's a worker in a not a factory, but what does he do? Anyway,
he's a deliverer.
Yeah, he's a deliverer, and his workplace, he's having trouble convincing them of, leftist ideas and socialist ideas and Marx. And he says that the problem is I can't convince these people, and the problem is because psychoanalysis teaches us that their libidinal economy is tied up in ideology and all this stuff, and we need and Marxists need to understand Lacan and Zizek better in order to get at the unconscious reasons, so we can kind of yeah,
it's really unfortunate.
I actually will just say I don't think that's fair. I hope that we can set it up a little bit better, maybe in the presence of Mikey. And I'd like you and Mikey to meet anyway, Chris. And I'd like to bring you and Mikey and Swole back so we can revisit this question, because I think it's very important. But actually, we got to get out of here.
Let's not attribute it to Mikey. Let's just say that there's a prevailing idea out there on the left.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, here's my other thing, because I know that this is my other bad reputation on the left, is that I uphold bourgeois ideas and bourgeois principles and bourgeois freedom and bourgeois civil liberties and everything else. Well, because a socialist movement is going to be built on good bourgeois common sense. It's going to be based on bourgeois values, right? Like, why do we respect each other's property? Because they worked for it.
So I love that.
The workers.
We're gonna cut. But I guess we're gonna talk hopefully soon more about this question of left versus right, and what you had said when we first started talking about how neither left or right always goes right. And I think somebody who's really into that idea of neither left or right is Nina Power. We started out this stream by talking about the anatomy of a witch hunt with her recently, and then we also have an interview with her later today. I just wanted to advance this question to you, since no leftists seem to want to talk to her, and you seem like you'll talk to anybody. Would you talk to Nina? You would talk to Nina? That would be killer. I think we should do it.
I mean, that would be great. So as far as like left and right is concerned, so obviously I would like to uphold my definition of left and right, but I realize that that's not the prevailing definition. So Trump gave a speech recently that was great, because it's always great with him.
It's so great.
He says, yeah, it's so great. And so he said that Kamala was to the left of Bernie. He's also said, he's a socialist and you can respect that. He has principles. We can disagree with him. But Kamala is a communist. she only cares about power. You can't respect that because there's
Mhm.
no principle involved, right? And so what he meant was left means more statist
Right.
and right means more personal liberties. And I think the left believes that. And they're like, yeah, we want the state, not personal liberty. And I'm like, no, right? Like, absolutely not. And so again, if we're running with that idea that the left is the state and the right is the personal freedom of individuals, then we're lost.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're completely lost. So there's that problem, right? And I think that that's what leads people to say that they're neither left nor right. Because they realize left just means the capitalist state.
Right.
Right? And it's like, well, no, that's the right, actually. There are just different flavors of the right. Right? In other words, you could call the rights of the individual under capitalism freedom, or you could recognize how the rights of the individual are violated by capitalism. Right? In other words, you can be a capitalist statist or you can be a capitalist libertarian, but socialists should be neither of those things. And in that way, socialism's off the spectrum. If the spectrum is just the spectrum of capitalist politics, but hopefully it's not.
Thank you so much for this visit and your time.
Cool. Good seeing you guys.
Thank you,
Have a
Chris.
good
We'll
one,
see you
Chris.
soon.
Take care.
All right. All right.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to start this recording here in a second. We were just in the back room shooting the shit, talking about our favorite colors and the weather with Matthew, because that's what we like to do. Small talk before it gets serious. So yeah, welcome back, everybody. I got to stop the poll in the live chat and actually peek in and say hello. So before we start recording, I want to say, I don't know why there's 51 people watching right now. That's an awful lot. It's too many. I'd like half of you to leave. We don't want to grow too fast. We've been against growing fast for a long time. This is way too many. There's only a few cool people at any given moment. And so if you have 50, that's way too many. So get out of here. How many of you follow TU on Substack? That's going to be the new question for the new poll. It's going to be, I do, and I smashed the like button, and then, nope, not yet, but I smashed, and then the last one will be, Substack is bash. Okay, and then go ahead I got that going. And then go ahead and fill out the poll, people. Make sure to click like because it does make a difference in the algorithm. We don't care too much. We try not to, but of course it matters at some point. So with that, I'm going to start the recording in 3, 2, 1. Welcome everybody to Theory Underground. Welcome back to the people in the live stream and to the people listening to this on podcast and YouTube, the media arms of Theory Underground in the future. So great to have you all. It is August 14th. It is a Wednesday, a wonderful Wednesday. And today we are joined by Matthew Stanley of Samsara Media. Great to have you.
Thanks for the invite, Dave. Excited to be here.
Yeah. So we wanted to talk about business, commercialization, finding your audience, finding your voice, and doing so without selling out. Why? Because you just wrote a killer article in which you actually had a paragraph about Theory Underground. And so I just kind of want to set you up to say what brought you to write that article. And then maybe we'll talk a little bit more about why you're doing what you're doing. Of course, that'll naturally come up. But let's start with the article. Where's that coming from for you?
Yeah, so I put out a piece last Friday called How to Find Your Economic Base, Audience. And that piece just kind of came from a place of seeing people on the internet who are trying to build, say, a newsletter and an intellectual practice or something like that. I started to notice how certain words that they were using were connecting to particular discursive communities that really where the money's coming from in those discursive communities is some sort of underlying institutional structure. So what I said was really, really abstract, but let me put it like in left and right terms, just briefly. If you're trying to build an independent intellectual business on the internet, and you are more on the right, the money for a sustainable lifestyle to write, to podcast, to make stuff is going to be coming from a group of people who have an economic interest in your content. And so, how do you think that organizations like Compact or Pirate Wire or the Free Press have how they've been able to grow? It's because of it's a network of venture capital. It's a network of disaffected elites. It's counter elites. It's online theory nerds. These type of things. So there's an economic structure that underlies it. Like you've got people like Elon Musk. I saw a great interview with Balaji a few weeks ago where he's like, hey, tech was with the left for a long time because they were like pro-progress and things like that. Now he's like, we're decoupling that strategic alliance because they have gone anti-competence and tech is pro-competence. And so they're moving back, tech as an industry, which is an economic base, is moving back towards the right because the right is pro-competence in Balaji's terms. So that's an example of if you are sort of more on the right, you have to figure out how to tap into those deep flows of money. Now on the left, the deep flows of money are in NGOs, they're in universities, they are in think tanks, and think tanks definitely on the left as well. So like there's this vast underlying machinery that is just funneling money from the government into institutions. And so my day job actually is working with nonprofits and governments to help them build and design grant programs. So I work in software, and so I see how the sausage is made. I see, here's how you build the form. Here's who's applying. Here's who's just getting free money. Here's how we're following up with them. Here's how, it's a black pill. But, so I'm just like, there's this whole vast network of how to support starving artists and this type of thing. So I have too much to say. I'm getting way off track here. But like, what I'm fundamentally trying to argue is like, to build something on the internet that is intellectual at a certain point, to develop a sustainable business, you have to produce alpha for somebody who has resources and therefore is willing to share some of those resources with you. And so it's at a certain point, you have to kind of pick an elite group that you are going to kind of serve and align yourself with to serve their interests. And then there's going to be gifts and awards. And this is kind of the old patronage model, that this is the tried and true intellectual model, And so the other model is like, that's attempting to emerge, is this kind of populist, like go straight to the people as much as and I think Mr. Beast is this like model of like, literally you give people just like entertainment and you sell them chocolate bars and sports drinks and things like that. So it's like, if you go to as wide of an audience as you can, that makes a lot of money. You can monetize that, but like you can't like, you end up in this world of practical jokes and chocolate bars rather than theory, So I also, having said all that, I want to briefly just like footnote that Justin Murphy is somebody who I've been following since 2018. He's somebody I know. I'm in his community. I've been following his experimentation for a long time. I've learned a lot from him. I really like the Independent Scholar text that he's recently put out, and I think he's going to be putting out a revised version. But some of this insight I've gleaned from him as well. So I just want to footnote him as somebody I've learned a lot from.
I was wondering what was wrong with what you were saying, and no, I'm just kidding. So, yeah, no, that's actually really cool. Yeah. What's the hell? This is retarded. No, actually, Justin Murphy's now a longtime friend of the channel. Just kidding. He's only been on here once, but it was a really great conversation. And no, it's twice now, right? Because I got him to come on for Mikey, and then I got him to come on to talk to Samuel Longcar. Both were fantastic conversations. But so the three options for where to get your money from is capital versus like the NGO sector versus we could just say the masses. I'll just put that in quotes because obviously it's the post-class fractured masses. But this is like
surplus wages, basically.
Yeah, and it's leveling down to such an extent that like when you're trying to build up from $1 to $5 donations primarily, you are assuming a lower common denominator than what I want to assume, right? So that's one of a million reasons I quit Theory Plebe and started Theory Underground, was because I had been doing this more like influencer thing, and now I'm like, no, I don't want to build it off of small donations. I don't want someone who gave me $5 to think that they can dangle that over me or that I owe them anything. And in fact, I don't want to feel that way to a rich person either. And so for me, I've always felt very like gifts are cool, but not when there's a quick turnaround time on them like asking for some kind of a favor that requires me not being honest or me doing what I feel I need to do. And so it's like the money bag. I don't want somebody to be holding it over my head, but then also we got to actually pay for ourselves to like exist, right? And that's one of the things I really like about what you're doing. What you're doing is you're bringing this sort of approach that says, and I'll say a couple of things about your article before I let Nance ask clarifying questions about it. But what I liked about it is you're exposing the political and economic, class-based conditions of possibility for any of these people appearing to us in this smooth, flat space of the internet. They don't come from nowhere. They do have to pay rent. Who is helping them foot the bill? What do they have to assume about their audience in order to keep and continuously, in a reliable way, foot that bill? And for me, trying to start a family, trying to get serious about life, not wanting to sell out to capital or the NGO sector or level it down to just $3 to $5 donations, like I am trying here, to find something else. And so you gave me some kudos there at one point. We can come back to that. It's very nice. It's like, oh, I feel seen. I feel my hard work. Of course, there is like this possibility there, though, that, well, I can problematize it later. But Nance, I wanted to turn it over to you to do you have any clarifying questions or anything that you wanted to do here with that?
First, I like it. Money realism is a term that we've been kicking around for a while. And it seems like you might have kind of cracked the code when it comes to that. Like, I don't know, because it's an uncomfortable thing. Being at least ostensibly leftists or former leftists, like we always want to disavow money, but at the same time, we're like, aren't we concerned with like material conditions and changing the material conditions of the world? But we always want to pretend like, no, if you have to pay your rent, you're a fucking fascist. Like we all need to go live in the bush. It's an uncomfortable topic. It's a difficult topic to discuss. And it seems like you're doing a pretty good job with this kind of distinction. So do you, in the article, and I just subscribed to you on Substack. I'm a busy guy, but I will read it when I have time. So you're saying that presently there's these three, like, capital state, or not capital, but like the rich, and then the state as far as NGOs and universities, and then there's like this third pathway that would be the Patreon $1 to $5 a month.
Yeah, I don't go into the kind of like to the masses model, especially because that's not something that I personally am looking to attempt. But I think that you can just look at it, like you can see sort of like Huberman, Ryan Holiday, these sort of figures, like. So I think that model is kind of like has been run, it has been cracked, it's been figured out, but we also has been running long enough to where we see kind of what it produces. I want to throw in there that there is actually this like secret lever that is not getting talked about very much, and the secret lever is how much you need to live on. So that's the thing. The other thing to figure out is like the other option is you don't actually need a lot of money to live. There's actually a lot of cultural pressures in place and economic structures that make you think you need more money to live. So like one of the guys that I follow is Hickman Hinterlands on Substack, Shagbark Hick on Twitter, dude from upstate New York. He is fully independent, making he makes like $1,100 a month on his Substack, but he and his wife live fully independently because they don't own a car. He owns a shack. They don't use that much electricity. He bikes down to the library to post his Substack. So like there's this, and there's also like a lot of people out there, like theory folks who are they're either in graduate school or they live with their parents. They make very little money, but they also live on very little money. So there is this hack in there of like, how can you figure out how to bring your expenses down? Because it's easier to spend less than it is to make more. There's this interesting sort of thing, and part of my dilemma is that I've got a family. So I have a wife, I've got 2 kids, and so we live in an expensive place. I know Nance understands that, so like the problem is harder with the family, but I actually think that there's more opportunities because there's more ability to engage in solidarity, sharing, distribution, that type of thing. Like you can figuring out how to become more self-sufficient as a household, that type of thing. So this is kind of where I start to sound like a weirdo prepper and all that kind of thing, because it's I'm interested in this sort of in all this because I think it's very anti-capitalist. It's very Ivan Illich to like do it yourself and not have to like be dependent on a service. Like for instance, I like an idiot, I backed out of my garage with my driver's side door open a week ago, and the dealership wanted to charge me $2,700 for a new door on my 2007 Honda Fit. But instead, I just talked to my father-in-law, who is like, he loves to just fix up cars and sell them. And he helped me find a used door online, actually at a shop nearby. We bought the door. He came over. We took the old door off, put on the new door together. And because we were resourceful, I don't care that the door's a different color, and I rely on family, and we made him dessert and dinner, and we had them over, and we're just always giving and taking and not keeping account because we're family, because of that. Now I don't have to shell out $600 to a body shop.
100%. That's part of the reason that Ann and I are moving to my parents, probably. Like it's a big question mark. Like it looks like that's the direction it's going. We're not going to live under their roof. We're going to build our own house. You know, assuming we can get the construction loan. But my dad would help me build it. He's a very skilled builder. And you know, it's like, we're just looking at the landscape and we're saying, okay, we're going to live in Costa Rica so we can cut costs. Is that the plan? You know, because we already moved to Mexico for 6 months just to make it so that Theory Underground could start. Like I had to spend all that time focusing just to cut the expenses. Right. And then since then we've been back in Boise. Boise's like the fastest growing city in the country. It's super expensive here. I hate it. I mean, there's things about Boise I like. You can find those things elsewhere. You know, there's people I like. You can find those elsewhere too. You know, and I can always come back and visit, you know, but for now it's just kind of like, yeah, this is not a place that's hospitable to starving artists. It's not a place that's hospitable to intellectuals. I mean, fuck, $6 if you give them $1 tip just to get a coffee half the time, you know? And so it's like, it's like, okay, so we're looking at our options and it's like, well, yeah, but we also want to have kids. We want to be, you know, and also my parents are going to hit their 70s and we want to be there for them at that pivotal time. But there's also like that, but grandparents are great when it comes to like helping with kids. And so it's like family and mutual aid and building up actual communities, kind of like Cutrone was saying. It's all very important and we love that. And I love that you're bringing that up. I just want to say really quick though, that like, I've got a friend, he's all about spending less and then like using coupons and getting bonuses. And he pays close attention to every time people are scamming him. He pays close attention to all of these, like, oh, you save $1 here and you can do this and you can do that. And I was just like yesterday, like he was like an hour and a half late so that we could go to a movie because he was like, cashing in T-Mobile coupons at like Dave & Buster's and this other errand and that other errand. And it's just like such a thing for him. And he's like, oh, like here, we could save this money on this popcorn. And I was just like, man, we don't need popcorn. Fuck. You know, I was like, I just want to chill. Like, this is like, so like penny pinching, like obsessing over like but you know what? It's not just like how to save $1 by, because that's obviously like you fall into marketing this way, but it's also like, this spending less approach. I feel like spending less, if that's our way out, I just want to encourage everybody. I don't know that you would disagree with this, but maybe when it comes to spending less, that should matter at the level of rent and not at the level of your groceries. Like when it comes to grocery and gasoline, just push the fuck it button, turn your brain off, stop thinking about it because you're going to spend that money anyway. Like I know people, they drive across town to save 3 cents per gallon. It's like, bro, does your time not matter to you? Does your time not have value to you? So of course, like, yeah, save money at the level of rent, not at the level of your groceries. Come on, you got to live. What do you think about that?
Well, this is why spend less and is not the right frame. Because the frame is do more yourself or through a network of mutual aid. It's do more, not spend less.
Okay.
So like it's this like, how could this thing that I buy, could I make or acquire something that is a like in-kind alternative, for instance, you know, these sort of things. So like, how could I make my own cleaning supplies at home? For instance, how could I use fewer paper towels and just like use dirty old rags that I just wash in the washing machine? You know, like my wife and I, we use disposable diapers. Not disposable. We use disposable diapers at night. We use the washable diapers during the day. And we started potty training our infant from day one, so they poop and pee, and like we're saving tons of diapers. So like this is like super in the weeds. But my point is like, throw out the script of here are the products I have to purchase every month to like maintain my life. Instead, think about what are the problems I have to solve on a daily basis in my life, and how can I find a solution for those that doesn't involve purchasing a product or a service from someone else, you know?
Yeah, I like that. Okay, I understand you better now, and I think we agree. But also, I think that there is my issue with mutual aid, and I want to see what Nance thinks about this because he used to be an anarchist, or because we're both kind of anarchistic in part of our spirit, part of it, right? But DIY, though we do love this hardcore DIY ethic, it does take a lot of time. For instance, to make all your own food. Now, if you get really good at food prepping and you only do it once every couple of weeks, of course, that's going to be ideal. If you can figure that out, I highly recommend it. It's worth even buying a chest freezer and like stocking it with different kinds of meals that you make on a monthly basis, whatever. Absolutely. I'm all about that. But what I just said is more sensible than this making all your own meals all the time, right? Because of how time consuming that can get. And so my issue then with a lot of DIY, when we start talking about mutual aid, is that the mutual aid component brings in this sort of social network, tit for tat. I got to show up for you. I got to check in on you, and we're all supposed to help each other do everything. When a lot of people don't have the time, energy to be reliable, to follow through, and at the end of the day, look, one of the nice things about capital, and maybe this is very liberal of me to say, but one of the nice things is like I could just pay someone and they do it, and then I don't have to talk to them again, and it's just done professionally. And I'm not like over there a week later being like, man, are you gonna be able to come over and help me with today? No, like fuck that. And so I think that there's a line to walk here. I'm curious what you think about that, Nance.
I think in one of the many parts that was edited out of my essay in the Underground Theory volume, I kind of like got into that and got a little hysterical about how when you're part of an in-group, or we'll say family, I think Matthew, you said like you're in this family, and so there is no accounting logic. Like it's not like tit for tat. It's not like I get you, you get me, I owe you one. That's very hard for me to cope with that type of thinking. Like I will do whatever I can do, and I don't really ever expect to be done for in return. And so like the give and take, like accounting system logic it's painful for me to think about it. So I actually retreat from a lot of collective action because other people do tend toward that tit for tat logic. And I think with mutual aid, it's very easy to believe you're all part of like a big family and you're changing the world. And it can be true in some cases, but I think we're all kind of habituated to the logic of the market, the logic of capital, where I give, you take, I give, or whatever. And it takes, I don't know, some intentionality to get out of that mindset before you can engage in this DIY, do it for yourself ethic. And I love it. I wish I could stay in that space all the time because it is easier to just pay for the convenience factor. You know, I'm working, I'm raising children, I'm moving through the world. And I also have a short temper. And so often it comes down to fuck it, I'll just pay for it. Get out of my way. I got shit to do. But like if we can kind of focus on, well, we need to change the structural conditions and we need to present these conditions of possibility to have this internal revolution, I think that'd be great. I think it'd be fantastic. Talking about like, well, what keeps people structurally, what keeps people in this kind of relation to convenience and expenditure. And it seems like that's what you're doing. Like you're not just talking about like, oh, let's do the disavowal. Let's actually.
Yeah, you're not talking about anarchist communes or some shit. You're talking about families and stuff like that, right? Is that right?
Well, because I have one, and so I have to think I've been thinking intensely with this, and I realize that there's like, if somebody is maybe single and unattached, like then their sort of like their possibilities are going to be different, and they'll be able to think about it differently. You know, like I don't know why there aren't more like literal homeless writers. Like I don't understand why somebody wouldn't just like like just hitchhike. Like you can literally just hitchhike. You know, and it's I don't know. Like I think that we have been habituated to a certain level of consumption that sort of thing. But I also do think that there's in our society, there's kind of like once you fall out the bottom, you kind of there's like a catch-22. So people are afraid of that, understandably. But I wanted to point out that like what you're describing, Nance, I do think like the family unit is kind of the fundamental, most important unit of society, because we're not single individuals. We are creatures called into this world by somebody who we did not choose and placed in a place that we did not choose and thrown in it with people who we didn't choose. So like, but that kind of fundamental unit, I think is that's a lot of where a lot of our dysfunction comes from, is not getting that right. But I wanted to point out that there are ways to forge new families. And I would just point out that like, one, a religious and a secular example, but for me, a lot of our mutual aid comes through our church. So, I mean, we have a community of people who, like when we had our child, I mean, my daughter was just born about a month ago. We had our church, they got a meal train going, and we got 3 meals from people in our church who we know, but they're just like, there's somebody to coordinate this. There's somebody to coordinate it. There's rules around like, hey, this elder is only going to serve for 5 years, so they don't get too burnt out. My father's dealing with this right now at his church, where he's been a deacon for as like, I don't know, 15 years. And you know what? Understandably, doing the same role for 15 years can get you exhausted and burnt out, And so anyways, I'm just maybe TMI for you guys. I don't know.
Dude,
but
way too much information. I don't even know what to do with it. Yeah.
Well, good. Then I've got more for you, but
perfect. No, actually, I wanted to ask you though a couple questions, and you tie this into what you're doing right now. But like, we didn't properly introduce you. I know Nance was going to ask you a question about the title of your Substack. I want to ask you about your intellectual journey. I want to ask you how you got into what you got into. The fact that you're into Buddhism and that you have a church and a deacon is like already interesting. So I kind of want to give you a chance to speak to all of that. But really quick, Nance, did you have a question for him along those lines as well?
Maybe just like an expression of interest. Like at one point in time, I thought I was into Zen Buddhism, and then I learned more and realized I don't have the discipline for it. But of course, the name Samsara, I was just interested.
Yeah, so I write at Samsara Diagnostics. That's kind of my weekly newsletter. That's on Ghost. I started a Substack because I wanted an easy place to just post my podcast that I was running for a while. I put that on hiatus like a couple months ago, right before my daughter was born, just because I knew I wasn't going to have the time for it. So, and then I just decided to start posting some of my maybe more nitty gritty, maybe more like a scene focused, like I'm responding to somebody kind of ideas on Substack. I kind of keep those out of my newsletter, and my newsletter is just more of like, here's what I'm thinking about, kind of an idea. So yeah, samsara, for those who don't know, in Buddhism is the world of death and rebirth. Opposed to it would be nirvana, the escape from that cycle. And so for me, I think the word samsara encapsulates this being a finite creature who is caught in suffering. Whereas I've kind of like, when I try to talk about it from the Christian angle of like being a creature, of being finite, I feel like it doesn't resonate with people as much, especially because the idea of being finite doesn't entail some sort of like lack or pain or struggle to it. It's just kind of very neutral and flat. So Samsara Diagnostics is basically exploring and trying to diagnose what is going on in this body of suffering that we experience. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I write a lot about religion and philosophy and psychoanalysis. I kind of bring those together into some weird ways, influenced by Lacan a lot, influenced by Hegel, but have my sort of whole background. I decided not to pursue a career studying theology, so understand Christian theology at pretty deep level, but like 19th, 20th century philosophy is a big thing for me. I've been studying psychoanalysis for a few years now, and I'm actually going to be starting a program in the fall to start training towards becoming a psychoanalyst, actually. So that's what I'm planning to. I'm also on the board of my local psychoanalytic society, which is really cool. I like being a part of that group. And yeah, I'm just kind of bringing all of these weird discourses together. I haven't figured out a business model, so I'm not speaking here from being, Mr. Successful who is making it. I pay all our bills. working, like I said, a full-time job, and this is my part-time passion. But I have been following a lot of creators and I've been experimenting. I published a book in February. I said I was gonna, in January of 2023, I said, I'm gonna publish a book. Who wants to buy it? And then I published it in February of 24. So yeah, I did all that. I'm just doing shit.
No, that's awesome, man. That's really cool. And congratulations on your book. Can you tell me a couple of things about your book? Daniel just said that it's a great book. Got him to think about a lot of things.
Yeah, I assume that's Daniel Garner, OG Rose, who is a beloved, beautiful human. Really respect that guy because he's also somebody figuring out these problems.
Right.
Working on that with a family and a business owner, all these type of things. So, yeah, he's done a review of my book, which is very generous of him. So it's called Ideology and Christian Freedom, and it's about you like movies, Dave. Did you ever see Silence by Martin Scorsese?
Hate movies, but yeah, no, I think I've only seen one Scorsese. No, and it wasn't that one.
Okay. So there's a book called Silence by a Japanese Catholic author named Shisaku Endo. And it's about these priests who sneak into Japan in the early 1600s under intense persecution, and they get captured. And it's basically it's a story of torture. It's a story of apostasy. It's a story about doubt and faith. And so I wrote a book on this book using it as a way to talk about kind of contemporary struggles that we experience as subjects under capital. So I draw on Zizek, I draw on Hegel, I draw on Nietzsche.
That's dope.
And some psychoanalysis. So
that's killer. So I've got a couple of questions about that, but I wanted to start with something you kind of alluded to. You haven't figured it out yet. You haven't dialed it into your audience or figured out your business plan quite yet. And that's part of your issue is like, how to do it in a way that's going to set you up for success, but not just in a financial sense, but also, to be able to do what you want to do, right? Like that without the audience corrupting what you're trying to do, without the financial model corrupting what you're trying to do, right? And so what I read from your article was not just like, oh, like, hey, everybody, you look at the screen, you think of like all this free content, and you just go, oh yeah, it's just all free. No, it comes from somewhere. And so there is that sort of that CPE, critique of political economy, perspective on it. It's not that though. That's not the main thing you're doing. That's just incidentally part of what you're doing. But what I take to be the main thing you're doing is working through a kind of writer's block, right? Like a kind of like the sort of the blockage you run into when you're like, but how to proceed without like losing my soul or going, homeless with my family or whatever. Is that, would you say that that's correct? Or is it something else that you're trying to work through?
Yeah, I would say it's more like a doer's block. What do I build? Like, what do I want my legacy to be? What am I going to work on? That type of thing. Those are the questions that I'm struggling with because actually I sit down and write every day and I can just churn out words. But the question is, what are those words going to do? Who's going to hear them? Are they going to matter? That type of thing. It's, churning out ideas and words is not so much the hard part. It's how do you connect your ideas with the real world, with people's desires, with their interests, with their cares, with their loves, and actually change the world? How do you have an impact on the world? And you know what? Who are you going to be on the day that you die? That is the question that I think about literally every night when I lay in bed. I'm like, what am I going to regret? What am I going to want to do more of? And who do I want to be? What do I want to leave behind? And so I think we only have a little time on this earth, and I don't want to waste a second of it.
I think that's a really deep way to do something that I think people should be doing. It's a different way to do something people should be doing, which is like, it's one thing to think about death and to sort of use this, well, does this matter if I died a week from now? Or does this matter if I died, 6 months from now? Or does this matter if I died 6 years or 20 years from now? Like I like to do it that way because like often people are just like, would this matter if I was to die tomorrow? And it's like, yeah, but like because you're going to die at any one of those other kinds of times I just listed, we should structure it out a bit further. What you're saying is much different. It's this sort of like, who are you with yourself there on your dying day? I think that's a lot deeper. Do you want to say a little bit more about that? How did you come up with that?
Well, there's a few things. I've written about how there's a sense in which we don't get to choose that. So that was kind of the angle that I kind of came at it from initially, is that there's a sense in which we don't get to decide who we are going to be there with ourselves, because really you can't evaluate the story until the story's over, and you don't get to decide what your story meant, because what your story meant is actually about what it means to other people. So I kind of came at that from the life of a poet that I really respect named Saigyo. He's an 11th century Japanese poet who throughout his life he struggled with the fact that he both felt a deep attachment to the things of the world, but was also a Buddhist, and so he was supposed to be detached. And so he wrote poetry about this problem of like, why do I find the cherry blossoms so beautiful when I should be feeling nothing? Like this was his struggle, and he never resolved that tension. But when he died, he was retroactively interpreted as this true visionary who developed kind of a uniquely Japanese view of what it means to be a Buddhist. So the people who knew him and the people who came after him look to him now, and how they see him differently than he saw himself, and yet the way that they see him is actually like what he is. And so that was the problem that I came at it from originally. Like that was the angle. But I think that like that question of like taking that down to the day-to-day decision level was really just having a moment where I kind of confronted my own mortality, lying in bed one night, thinking about the death of my dog, and trying to place myself into my dog's consciousness as he was fading out when he was euthanized. And I realized that I had no idea what that experience was going to be like, and it wrecked me. And to your point, Dave, I would say that the question of what do I do, like, is this going to matter in 6 months, is not the question I ask myself. It's more like, do I want to be doing more of this, or do I want to do less of this? When I'm on my deathbed, am I going to say, I wish I'd done more X, or am I going to say, I wish I'd done less Y? That's the metric that I'm using, because you can't, like, you have to do the dishes. And of course you're going to say, like, I wish I, like, if I'm going to die tomorrow, of course I don't want to do the dishes, but you have to do the dishes. And so the question is, okay, do I want to, when I die, am I going to be okay with the amount of dishes I did? You know, like, that's the question. You kind of have to ask yourself that question. And if you could say, yeah, you know what? I served my family. I did what I could. I was responsible with my resources. You know what? I can accept that. Now, you know, I would say I watched too much anime in college. That's a regret that I have. I would say I wish I'd watched less anime in college, you know, and when I die, that is going to be something I will probably say, I wish I'd watched less anime. But I'm trying to change that right now. I'm trying to watch less anime and spend more time reading Hegel. And so that change starts every day.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it was drinking. I wish I'd done less drinking in college. Right.
Yep.
And then it's probably pot, right? Like I probably could do less pot,
a lot of,
you know, like, but there's all kinds of things like that. I also wish that I took more walks. I wish I took more trail runs. I wish I did more.
Exactly.
You know, so there is this infinite regress of like great things that you can do. And then like, there's also giving ourselves like a little bit of a break, but I kind of want to.
But you can only live one life. That's the thing that you have to work through.
Yeah.
That's the problem that you have to work through, because of course we wish that we could, you know, do more of traveling to all the states and all these sort of things, but you only get one life to live. And so you have to pick And there's this wastefulness, there's this uncertainty about that gesture that you have to figure out how to work with. And that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. I'm working on how do we live joyfully as finite beings? How do we embrace the lacks and the limits of being finite? That's the essential problem.
You have to start by leaving Hegel and going to Levinas. That's your first big. I'm joking. I'm just okay. Okay. All right. No, actually, I want to change topics here. So I wanted to bring up TUCon and the fact that you are going to be a presenter here. You're coming in person. Is that right?
No, I cannot do that. I will be virtual.
Damn it.
I'm so sorry to disappoint you.
Why did I think for some reason you were coming in person? It doesn't matter. Forget that. Forget that. That means that we'll all be blessed by your presence on the wall, probably projected while we're sitting there. And we're really looking forward to it. Yeah. What did you want to think through with us? What are you working on? Yeah.
So what I'm working on for TUCon is kind of this, how do I put this? It's kind of bringing what I've been thinking about in terms of learning together with Illich's critique of institutional logic. So I'm trying to think about how, first, they're so interconnected. I'm not sure where to start. Like Illich's description of institutional logic is basically that an institution creates the demand for its own services. So an institution, by defining the problem in a certain way, creates a solution which turns out to be its services. And then what happens is that the performance of the technique, which is supposed to be the solution, actually exacerbates the problem, which then creates a greater demand for services. So there's kind of three things going on. The institution defines the problem, it therefore defines the solution, and its solution makes the situation worse, which demands more of the solution. So, and this is how I would argue education works today. So what institutions did was they substituted education, which is a product or a service which is consumed, for an activity, which is learning, which is done by a subject. Subject to subject, it's a relationship, it is a self-transformative act. And so what I'm trying to argue is that so first I argued that like this is the institutional logic, this is what Illich says education has done, is substituted education for learning. And then I give an account of learning, which is that there is in learning, the transference relationship is essential because you are transforming yourself, but you can only do so through a relation to another subject who is supposed to know. And so you engage in this subject supposed to know relationship, the transference relationship. This is how we change as intersubjective beings. Finally, kind of the final component of this is what happens in an educational context to form you to be a particular type of subject that I call school brain or the school subject. Because what happens is you now have this uncastrated master who's the teacher, because the teacher in education is just delivering knowledge to you as a service, as a product, instead of enabling a dynamic self-transformative process subject to subject. So what happens when you have the uncastrated master who just delivers you knowledge? And well, I think we get into all of the problems that I've been trying to get out of for my whole life, which is a desire for curriculum. There is the idea that to learn, like you haven't learned something if it's not recognized by an authority figure, or like you don't, there's certain norms about how to express yourself. There's this desire for certainty and for things to be laid out for you to kind of follow the path. There's a desire for what you did to, like, what it has to be stamped by some sort of big other authority figure to have any sort of legitimacy. And these get so deep into us as people that it actually impedes the learning process. And I've been trying to undo this damage from myself ever since I've graduated from college, basically. So that is what I'm working on.
Could you say a little bit more about the damage of the school? Just if you were to restate it, what is the damage done? You're calling it school brain, right? Like, what is the damage done there?
School brain has a desire for things to be known ahead of time so that you can follow the path that is laid out for you. And it also believes that following the path is not legitimate until the authority figure has recognized that you did indeed follow the path. So there's both like a desire to have certainty ahead of time, and there is the process wasn't real unless the other saw me do it and verified that it was correct.
Right, that's really good.
There's probably a lot more there, but I think that that's kind of like how those would be two main ideas maybe you could take away. Like, I didn't learn it if I didn't pass the test, or you didn't really read the book if you didn't get the degree, or you don't really understand something unless somebody who has a piece of paper says that you understood it. That would be one example.
I wanted to make sure to highlight it because we just finished the Illich course about a month ago. It was taught by Brian Weeks, who's been a longtime friend and collaborator, and he's a high school teacher, and he's pretty black-pilled about the current state of the schooling system. He's always asking this question about reform versus some kind of maybe deschooling, or, the learning webs approach like Illich. And at the same time, he teaches, his wife teaches, my wife is a third generation teacher, and, with people on both sides of her family as teachers. And so, with deep respect and gratitude to teachers, there's also everything you just said, but also like Illich and sort of this New Left milieu that he was speaking to, does kind of have this, it lends itself to throwing out some kind of structure, also to getting rid of lectures. And so Theory Underground started with an article where I wrote it. It was called Mastery versus the Student Supposed to Know. Right. I'm inverting this idea of like, oh, the teacher shouldn't play the subject supposed to know. Yeah, well, they shouldn't pretend that the student is supposed to know either. And so, and I haven't republished that to my Substack yet. I mean to soon, and so hopefully I'll do that in a bit. I don't think it contradicts anything you're really talking about, but it is trying to counter a certain tendency that can come from the realization that those things you just listed that are sucky about schooling do indeed suck, right? And so with that, Nance, I wanted to check to see what would you say from like all of our meta conversations and all of this critique of education and everything like that. Is there anything that you would like to add to or kind of riff off of from all of this note about the schooled brain? And one thing I'm thinking that I want you both to kind of touch on is like how to counter it, but also how maybe to harness it. Like, we can't change ourselves through and through 100% perhaps, or maybe we can't change the whole world. So like, the fact is I still have to teach a classroom of people who come through the high schooling system. I still have to do, people want courses and I am in this weird space of not giving assignments right now. And I kind of want to, but also I don't know how to. And it's just a weird thing because people we want to do something, but we don't want to repeat where the schooling system's at. And so we're trying to figure all that stuff out right now. It's very timely.
I think that's it. The fact that we are trying to figure it out. We're in like a non-space. We're trying to create different dimensionality to the space that we're in, because like we are, from the prevailing logic of the day, like what we're doing is incoherent. Like and it is a failure, and we want to fail because our idea of success doesn't exist yet. We have to kind of put ourselves out ahead of ourselves. And we're pushing back on operationalized, instrumentalized, like functionalistic logic. And that's hard to do. And we're all coming from the vast, diverse backgrounds that we come from. I think one thing we have in common is that we're punching up and we're climbing uphill and we're fighting uphill. And I do wonder if that's like a necessary part, or is there someone out there, is some like benevolent billionaire going to stumble upon our weird corner of the internet one day and be like, these guys have it. I'm smart. I have money. I got to sit back in my fancy ivory tower and read Wittgenstein and Hegel and do nothing but study my entire life. And are we going to have a Siddhartha who's going to, see us in our poverty and bestow a gift upon us? I don't know. Or will it always necessarily be this uphill battle? And I have a suspicion that it will always be an uphill battle, but yeah.
Well, I like the work you're doing, and it's why I tune into the videos on YouTube. It's, why I kind of just keep up on what you're up to. So that's why I'm here. I think that it's important. Kind of just a big strain in my own thought is just biopolitical critique. I am just extremely critical of our current institutions. And like there's like a level of hypocrisy in that because I am a credentialed professional, that sort of thing. So, but the thing that I see our fundamental problem not as capital, but as an alliance between capital and the biopolitical state. That's sort of like how I think about it. I think that like I like Land's way of putting it, of like it's capital and then there's the human security apparatus. And I think what's happening, like the human security apparatus is mommy smothering you to death, and capital is like daddy ramming you forever. Like it's just like those are kind of the two twin poles. And I think that it's extremely important to critique critique capital, to critique kind of just its brutality, its inhumanity. But like I think that there's not as much talk about, or at least maybe like practice on how do we theorize the institutions that make up our world, why we take them for granted. Like basically the left, most of the left's message tends to be a hysterical demand for more services from mommy. Like it is, we need to expand the group of people who are credentialed and who exercise scientific techniques to give us what we need. And like that whole approach of science can determine what you need, and that we can develop a bureaucratic process for dispensing to every human society what they need, to me sounds like a horror. It is mommy smothering you to death forever, which is a huge problem. And so to me, that's just a big part of my critical approach. So.
Well, Matthew, not everybody got off the nipple. Some people just want to stay there forever. But no, I 100% think that that's exactly sort of the problem. The question of how separable these things can be is a big one that I think that we'll want to keep thinking about. But for right now, I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time. It was great to have you on for the first time, to get to know you a little bit. And I'm really excited for your presentation at TUCon, October 24th through 27th, everybody. Mark your calendars, register ASAP, subscribe to Samsara Diagnostics, not Dialectics. I've misspoken online about this before. My bad. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you. I'm excited for TUCon. Great to talk, guys.
Have a good one. We'll be right back right after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snelgrove-McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful...
All right, everybody, welcome to Theory Underground, and especially to you, Nina and Anne. How's it going?
Excellent. Nice to see you guys again.
Yeah, you too. Excited to all be in this web space together.
Yes.
It's better outside, but you know, this will do.
Yeah, we got to last time we did an event together in June, and then what was it, like the next day or like 2 days later, like we did an interview, walking around, talking. That was a lot of fun. But since that time, a lot has happened, mostly camping and time with family and new life being brought into the world and precious, wonderful things that we've gotten to experience. And it's been mostly just the best summer of my entire life. But through the midst of all of that, one thing that happened was you were, crucified again. As Pierre's joke goes, right? So let's say a couple things just for anybody who's coming in who knows nothing about it at all. Let's see if Anne, can you summarize it in a couple sentences, and then Nina can kind of like add on anything she wants to add to it.
Oh, okay, sure. So you were crucified, canceled, what, 6 years ago, give or take. And then there was some drama with a guy named Luke Turner on the internet. He was saying some things about you and your friend Daniel Miller, calling you all the good things, Nazi, anti-Semitic. You two said, hey, please stop. He said, no. You guys said, okay, we're gonna take this to the court for a libel/defamation case. He said, I'm gonna come back at you for a case against or harassment claim. Went to the court. The case went in 2023. No one won. Like, both of you walked away spending a lot of money, and the judge said, yeah, neither of you wins this one, sorry. And then like a month ago, Luke Turner's like, oh, hey, look at this court case. Here's some screenshots of this case that actually do prove that Nina and Daniel are Nazis, because they said they want to read Mein Kampf and joked about being Nazis. And then the whole internet was like, oh my God, this proves that she's a Nazi. And then, and you had to pay for all of his court costs because you and Daniel brought the libel case. And I don't know how that works in London, but that's made it so that you two had to declare bankruptcy because you can't pay £1 million. And here you are, bankrupt.
To be fair,
out of Compact Mag.
To be fair, Luke Turner couldn't pay £1 million either. It's his daddy who had to do it. So, you know, womp womp womp.
Yes. So pretty good, not bad. The only thing I would add to what Anne summarized was that I mean, the point about defamation is that you're making factually untrue claims, right? It's not just this matter of opinion. So we didn't sue on like calling somebody mean names or whatever. He claimed that Daniel had written an article defending Hitler called Towards a Hitlerian Disability Politics. He kept that claim up for months, even when he knew it wasn't true. He claimed that there was a police investigation into death threats when there wasn't. He also claimed that I was involved in a violent anti-Semitic harassment campaign. It's not just calling somebody a fascist or a Nazi, although that's completely stupid and untrue. But like, you know, it was like there's a distinction between matters of fact and matters of opinion. And we simply sent him a couple of letters saying, can you please stop doing this? And it wasn't just tweets. It was web pages. It was emails to everyone we worked with. It was like a full-on kind of vindictive harassment campaign, all because we tweeted a couple of things at him saying like, you're lying. Like, can you stop doing this? And he had been bullying other people. We were trying to stand up for them. So it was kind of people trying to step in and kind of defend their friends, basically. And I stepped in and tried to defend Daniel, who's defending Diana Havas, who's like, you know, had made a joke. I mean, it's just like a level of, I don't know, crazy vindictiveness that is not normal. Like normally if there's a problem, you either step away, which we did, you just never interact with that person again, or if it's somebody you care about or you know and you want to be friends with them, you might be like, oh, I'm sorry about this misunderstanding, can we talk about it? You know, and if it's still not resolvable, then you just go your separate ways, which is after all what the judge said at the end of the trial, like just go your separate ways. And we were like, yes, please. We got locked into the case. This is the other thing. Yes, we bought the case, but we couldn't back out of it because he'd paid for such expensive lawyers, Mishkondareya, like some insanely expensive lawyers, and he refused to negotiate or discuss. We had a mediation in which he refused to speak to us. So, and the woman running it, like a professional mediator, she said that like in 30 years of her experience, she's never told anyone not to settle, but she was telling us not to settle because the offer, he was in inverted commas, was so bad, it would have meant that we would have had to accept liability for harassment, which we didn't do, and he lost that claim. It would have meant that we would have had to pay his costs anyway, and that we would have been bankrupt anyway. So we had to take it to court basically because we weren't going to admit that we'd done something we hadn't, you know, and he was trying to force us to do that through sheer weight of money. Defamation is a rich man's game. That's the truth. We raised 30K through crowdfunding back in 2019, and then we had lawyers working for us for free. So we had a completely asymmetrical like situation, and we both lost, which actually in a way isn't bad because, you know, it shows that his claim was completely bogus. He only did it basically to lock us in the case, and we lost not because of his claims weren't true. He admitted he lied. He admitted there was no Hitler article, that the police investigation, like he called the police, but there was no investigation, right? Like if you'd sent someone death threats and they were serious and you know what I mean? Like if they actually existed, the police would investigate you, right? They'd come around to your house. They'd like, you know, like maybe take you in for questioning. Do you know what I mean? Like none of that happened. And he was merely saying it in order to slander us, like to defame us and make claims that weren't true. As well as lose his work, which he was doing. So we could prove that there was harm. The problem is he didn't admit involvement in some of the most dangerous, damaging claims that he'd made. He simply said, it wasn't me, even though his name was all over them. So, for example, like Penguin got sent an email that was so awful, so defamatory, and so frightening, and that my agent dropped me. And it's not because people believe, this is the thing about cancel culture. It's not that people believe the claims. Right? They do not think these claims are true. They're simply frightened, you know, that they don't want to be next. They don't want to be involved with anyone who's being attacked by someone else. It's like, this is what happens when someone's being bullied. You know what I mean? It's like either you have options. You can join the bully, right? And then you're not next, right? So you're like with the bully. You've made an ally with the bully who's attacking the person, whoever being attacked. You can step back and say, oh, this has nothing to do with me. Maybe the person being bullied did do something wrong. Who knows? Like maybe no smoke without fire, you know, maybe they did deserve it. I'm going to tell myself they probably deserved it because I can't think this through. I don't have time, you know. Or you can try and defend the person being bullied, which is what we tried to do. It's very, very, very hard to stand up to people who are extremely rich, extremely motivated, and extremely unusual, let's say, for want of a better word, socially speaking. Like people who are inflexible to the point of just not even acknowledging that you're human, like not willing to talk to you, not willing to negotiate, not willing to, you know, say, well, maybe, okay, I lied about this, but you were mean to me. You know what I mean? Like nothing, just absolute relentless insanity for like 5-6 years. And I've never encountered anyone like this. And I think this kind of experience, well, it's an experience. What can we say? It's interesting, right? And it's also interesting and maybe, you know, sad, interesting. Is that a category? To see how people behave, right? But what's really interesting, good this time, is just how many people stood up for me. Yes, Compact, like, sort of folded, let's say. I tendered my resignation and they accepted because partly, I don't know. I didn't want to tank their project either. Like I didn't want to, because then it would be like every time I published an article with them, they'd get hassle and whatever. I was just like, okay, fine, I'll follow my sword, whatever. And
I said publicly, like, when this was all happening, like, I think Daniel like retweeted the fact that you had resigned, and like people were acting like this is like a gotcha, and like people were DMing me acting like this was like a gotcha, and I was like, oh, I guess I'll be canceling my subscription. I was like, okay, bye. Like that was my position. I didn't realize that there was this level of professionalism to it where you're kind of like, no, like let's keep like, I get it, because like in the midst of the thing, damage control is almost impossible. Yeah. There's nothing that can be done except to give it time, because the people who have borderline personality disorder and the people who are sadistic narcissists and psychopaths, the people who get off on these kinds of things, they're usually not so put together that they can maintain it for more than a couple weeks. Like they fizzle out, they burn out, they end up in psych wards, whatever. And then like thinking people who have stepped back and kind of reflect and parse through things and come forward. And, you know, I, at this point, like had already looked into it enough to be able to go like, well, the screenshots people are sharing are not enough to back up any of the things that they're actually saying. And so it's, I don't need to step back. I can definitely just say, that's bullshit. That's stupid. That's not enough to go off of and to call someone something that can justify throwing bricks at them in some people's minds. Right. And so I'm hoping that the people who know you a lot less, or perhaps know you better than me, but who are cowards, are going to slowly but surely put on their big kid clothes, you know, tie up their belts, you know, and write apologies and or clarifications or supports. But also, like, we can't really expect it. It's still pretty early into the age of cyber history. And so people aren't sure about how to handle these things yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to give a very honourable mention to Stan Goff and James Robb, who are two left-wing writers who actually thoroughly investigated the situation, and both wrote really, really thoughtful, calm, rational, reflective, truthful, factual pieces about the whole affair. I wrote a response on my Substack. I mean, by the way, Substack is fantastic. I left X, I deleted my Facebook. I was going to delete it anyway. There's been a kind of, in the meantime, kind of huge crackdown in the UK. We had like various riots. The Starmer government, the Labour government, I hate Keir Starmer. He oversaw the repeated prosecution of Alfie, my ex-boyfriend, who was nearly killed by the police. And Starmer is an absolute tyrant. It's so obvious as a prosecutor, he's going to use every single aspect of hate speech legislation. He's going to massively expand social media control, surveillance, and so on. So we've already seen people go to prison for like emojis and like Facebook posts and stuff, following the right. Anyway, that's all going on. So there is a situation in which like there's a micro and a macrocosm, and one has to remain sane and not kind of stay sane and not get mad. But like the kind of taking these chats out of context from, they weren't online, just to be really clear, these are private WhatsApp messages that we shared with his lawyers. We volunteered them in order to demonstrate that we were not harassing Luke Turner because we were not talking about him, right? That was the point. There's 200 pages of just random late night incoherent chats between two friends in a situation in which we're both pretty ostracized. What's really going on, I think a lot of what's really going on is there are many people highly motivated. Well, no, not many. There's a small number of very highly motivated people, some of whom are in academia, some of whom are in the sort of verso left, kind of pro-trans activist type people. Most of them are not trans themselves, who really want to force this connection between a gender critical position, a position that says there are two sexes and you can't change sex, and perhaps women could like keep some spaces or whatever, maybe their own sports or whatever, who knows, but at least can we have a discussion like before we change language and reality, please? And every time everyone has been very gentle, they've always been like socially murdered, because it doesn't matter how nicely you put it, but they really want to say, they want to force a connection between a gender critical position, which is largely a left-wing position. It's the position of the left, feminists forever, right? Like that women exist, and that has meaning they want to say, no, this is a far right position. So they're desperately trying to kind of force a connection. So by taking out of context jokes where I say, oh, lol, I'm definitely a Nazi, by which I mean in the context of the current ideology, my disapproving of some piece of woke nonsense would put me on the wrong side because, you know, literally anything, if you don't agree with whatever, the incredibly stupid terms, renders you a Nazi in these people's eyes. That was obviously the joke. It's so obvious. I say lol at the end. It's very much like this witch hunt confession. It's like, she said she was a witch, and it's like, yes, but you were like strangling her at the time, or like saying that you would kill her family if she didn't, you know. So but like the idea that someone might be joking, and I think these people know it's a joke, they're pretending. These people have PhDs in like critical theory and literature. The idea that, like, you know, there's one way of reading a sentence, or there's one meaning to words, and we know what it is, and we're going to control it, is just authoritarianism. I think they're talking complete bollocks. Like, we know that they know that it's not true. They just want to try to, in this propagandistic way, say any woman who says that sex is relevant, the true sex is and you can't change sex, is a Nazi, and here's proof. And therefore, you know, like, you had this ridiculous video by this guy who I don't even really know, but he did this video, some called Roosh or Vaush or something, and he did this video where he put my face and J.K. Rowling's face in a swastika and said, like, the most evil person in the world. And then it was this kind of guilt by association, which is also their logic. You know, it's all like, so in the trial it was, well, you interacted with your research account, although they didn't say it was a research account, but that's what it was, because I didn't have a Twitter account.
They called it an anonymous or a sock, you know, account, right?
Right. No. I mean, it was literally just a random account. I didn't have a main account, right? Like, I was just I was following masculinist weightlifting accounts and stuff because I was researching my book on men, and some of which tweets and everything are in my book, right? Because I was talking to people about, you know, masculinist and manosphere stuff. And that's like totally allowed. Like, people are allowed to do that, you know, and have anonymous accounts or pseudonymous accounts, you know, and it was set up way before any interaction with this guy. And any interaction I had was deleted almost immediately, guy. And all I said was like, you're a liar, and you know, that I think you're paranoid and you need to get some help. Daniel did say some slightly meaner things than I did. And I would like to say that there is a separation, not that the judge made a separation. She seems to treat us as if we're the same person, which we're not, which is very bizarre and slightly disrespectful. But I said different things. I'm not saying that Daniel doesn't have the right to say them. And in fact, Daniel did apologize in court. He said, look, I'm sorry that I was ill-tempered. But none of these tweets existed more than a day. Like, we deleted everything. He only had them because he screenshot everything. I didn't even know you could screenshot in 2018. And also, why would you? And anyway, it's all very, very, very stupid. Like, clearly,
we weren't really there yet. Like, there is a point, I think, in the last 10 years, somewhere along the line, it became evident to me that you cannot DM people as a way of life on the internet without some of that randomly, you'll never know what, eventually getting out, because there's just some people are really prone to leaking screenshots, to the point where I'm like, oh, that's the medium. Like, that is the medium now. The medium now is like, you think you're in private, but in reality, you're not. But we didn't know that in 2018. No one knew that, you know, and I don't think nobody would have become reliant on these platforms if we had known that was going to be a thing. Well, but, you know,
I mean, there might be a case of saying, you know, like, in a way, I don't care. Like, I don't care for my stupid WhatsApp. You know, we gave them to the court. Like, these were private WhatsApp chats. They were never supposed to be online. He decided, this is the thing, like, people are always like, oh, they just appeared. It's like, no, they didn't. Like, this dude actively decided to put them out, right, in order to try to, like, ruin me. Like, it's not like some neutral act, like, oh, here is some information we've just discovered. It's like, this was a deliberate act of war, you know, despite the judge saying, walk away, which is what we did. I didn't even mention the trial. I have, since it ended, I didn't say a single thing. No. Right, because I was like, okay, we both lost, end of, you know. She said walk away, let's do it. I got on with my work with Compact, you know, my own projects, and that's how I thought it was. I had no idea, because I'm apparently incapable of thinking about how someone like this would behave. I never suspected that he would do such a thing. Perhaps I should have. It didn't occur to me, these were private documents in a trial. The idea of putting them online is just like, why would you do that? Especially because it's all over.
Yeah. And I guess, like, why do you think he would do that? Or to speak more broadly outside of just Luke Turner as an individual, like being the subject of not one, but two kind of big cancellations, crucifixions. What insights has this given you about the state of politics, the state of the culture war, the state of the left, and why are people being internet bullies? Like, what do they think they're achieving with that?
I think bullying has always happened. I mean, maybe it's been given different names. I think, there are some people who have a psychological need, it seems, to attack others, maybe because of like inferiority feeling on their part, envy, just bad feeling, maybe I can take it out on someone else. I have been bullied quite a lot in my life for the reason. It's like, it's not something I'm particularly like proud of, because it doesn't seem to be anything I can like particularly do about it. Like, I had like a colleague who was actually sacked, not because of me, but because of other people's complaints when I was in academia for bullying me. Like, I've had this at various points where people have like really latched on to me and then somehow decided to sort of like try and destroy me. I don't know. It's like, it is what it is, whatever. I think I think what it tells us is that, there are some people, I don't think this is anything to do with politics. That's the thing. I think we have to understand this psychologically and anthropologically, basically, first and foremost, right? There may be political words being used. Clearly, there are like black magic words. Like, you call someone a Nazi, that's a black magic word, like any association. Like, people are terrified. Like, people don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to lose social status. They don't want to lose their friends. Everything they're doing to me is the kind of thing that they want people to feel afraid of losing. You know what I mean? They want to say, yeah, but look what happened to her. Like, you don't want that to happen to you, do you? You don't have the wrong thoughts on this topic or that topic, or, and so there's that. And I think a very small number of people have been able to manipulate a larger number of people. Like, I think it's always like this. This is like the idea of the pathocracy. We can see this in this book, Political Ponerology, by Daniel Lobachevsky. Really interesting book. Might be worth talking about at length at some point. I should have added it to my list. Quite a few people have been looking at this book. He's a Polish dissident. He's trying to track. It's almost like what happens when societies go wrong. And I've been looking into kind of the Stasi and this use of Zersetzung, which was this technique of decomposition, which was psychological warfare that was carried out by volunteers. This is the interesting thing, right? So, like, I have at least 3 people who have like dedicated vast tracts of the last 10 years to trying to destroy me. Zersetzung always worked in threes. They were all volunteer citizens. They basically set up campaigns to destroy people on the basis of, them being kind of subversive to the regime, right? To the East German communist regime. So it was they often went after actors and writers and people who were kind of trying to live in a way that was outside of the politics. They also went after clergymen, people who ran youth groups and so on. Very interesting, very revealing, actually. This is what The Lives of Others is about, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen that film. Very, very good film. Maybe more in broad terms, rather than the kind of specific details, but it's a very, very interesting film about the psychological motivations, also questions of envy and desire, rivalry, and so on, how these actually play out politically and in very oppressive and authoritarian systems. So I think this is not really necessarily about left and right. It's not really about politics. It's about when systems are not strong enough to stop certain pathological kinds of behavior, which are fundamentally antisocial, from becoming very dominant. So people will go along with it out of fear. And I can see this in people like oscillating about me, like they're like, oh, well, I always maybe thought there was something wrong with Nina, and like I didn't agree with her about this, and like, this just goes straight, like this kind of like performative thing where people are like, oh, well, I spoke to her once, but now this just goes to show she's like beyond the pale, and this kind of thing. And people are kind of fascinated as well, because it's also like their fear and their desire, so their libido gets tied up with it, because they're like, yeah, but like, what if I were cancelled? You know, like, wouldn't I be free? Like, then I could say whatever I want. And it's like, I don't have any really, really dark secret thoughts. It's like, you know, no more than anyone else. You know what I mean? Like, we all have like fleeting moments of like, oh, you know, this is a weird thought. Like, this is a dark thought. What if I punch this person in the face? You know what I mean? Like, this is what it is to be human.
I'm gonna be like Walt Bismarck here and say, well, yeah, you would say that because you're a woman. Oh my God, he did that to you so many. He did that to you so many times in that conversation. Yeah, Anne and I both listened to it. Like that was I think the first interview you did after all of this stuff happened, or through all of this stuff happening, and then you did that Unheard interview, right? And so for me personally, I'd like to spend probably the last half of this talking about some stuff that's not just this, because there's stuff that there's stuff that you're working on, there's stuff that you're excited about. You look healthy, you're beautiful, you've got books, you've got plants, you've got you just got married. Congratulations.
There you go. It's true.
We love it.
And,
we love to see it.
Fortunately, my husband is not an internet person. He thinks that the internet is for watching cat videos, like a good, normal, healthy person. Like, this is how he uses the internet. Literally, he watches cat videos, which he then sends to a friend in America. Like, that's the internet.
I would follow.
I love that.
I would follow an account of his just sharing cat videos, just because.
Yeah, we'll have to send him some videos of our cat.
He doesn't even post. It's literally just this, like, you know. So he's not an internet person, but he does other beautiful, wonderful things in the world, which are, you know, I'm very. It's actually very nice to have like a private life. Actually, like, this is something, and I think it's a great form of like support and spiritual armor.
That's wonderful.
Actually,
but the reason I was going to say that's kind of like, I don't know, you say that there's fleeting thoughts of like, oh, what if I cheated? What if I jumped off this cliff? What if I drove over the guardrail? Like, people have like a darkness that's always kind of like appearing as possible. Of course, we stand at the edge of the cliff and we get afraid, like, what if I jumped? You know, and that is, you know, the fear of freedom. But the reason I was saying, you know, I kind of wanted to just joke about how every time you had a good point, he said, well, that's what you would say because you're a woman. And then he would like go his own direction and tell you this is what men think. But no, I think that there might be something to that too. And it has to do with like the sharp line in the actual, I mean, maybe it's something between biology and the symbolic and the imaginary and subjectivization and the way that we grow up and all kinds of things go into it. But it's like men are a lot more prone to a Jekyll and Hyde dynamic. And like, that's why they're so overrepresented in serial killings and serial rapings and all kinds of different things where they're able to separate their two different lives, which is why I've been really pushing people to go watch this new movie Trap, because I think it's a good example of the split, right? And, you know, it's kind of got like this Hannibal Lecter element, but it's like, no, but like Hannibal Lecter is not also like a really good dad. And this is about like, you can be like a terrible piece of shit and also fulfill a symbolic and imaginary function to the point where even if you were faking it, it becomes real. And that's also, I think, speaks to the fact that we're all split, not just between conscious ego and unconscious drive in this sort of Lacanian sense, and that it's all in language, but also like we're split between who we are and what we can become. And, you know, this Pascalian idea of like, you say the words, you pray, and then the belief comes later. Like that, I think that the same is true, like for instance, like a serial killer who wants to be good or wants to play the role of the good person. And it's like the difference between Dexter and the protagonist of Trap gets at this. But I think like every woman who's seen it and who I've talked to so far has had certain kind of like ways of reading it as a text almost, where it's like, I'm like, you know, I think that the guys are a lot more prone to this stuff. And reading Louise Perry is part of how I'm thinking about that, right? Her case against the sexual revolution. And the fact that like over 70% of males in the United States have this relationship with porn that's very secretive, and then also like usually wrapped up in shame, where it's like, they actually agree with her. they agree with her when they're sober and sane, but once they start becoming horny and start getting, then they get a little like, then they have to go take care of business. And it's like, it is kind of like this sharp line between in this analogy, the serial killer and like this normal professional sort of life that someone like a Dexter is able to live. And that's male shit, man. That's weird male shit. There might be like a couple of weird women out there, but like there's a couple. They're probably like less than 1% of the human population, So I feel like men have a darkness that they have to be able to become vulnerable about and communicate with other people, and that Christianity's the only vehicle for that so far. And that is one reason that as people get older, they often kind of just like, well, religion, because it's a place where you can talk about it, and it's a space where there is grace and forgiveness for talking about it. And I think Lacan kind of gives us a way to do that in a secular kind of way, but it doesn't that whole side doesn't get us at the potential higher self that you can cultivate, and that and I just want to say this for all the guys out there: you're not a lost cause. Like, there's always a way to be a good person. And maybe you have to fake it to make it, but ultimately, I'm just saying, like, women. Like, I don't know, the way you describe it is like, yeah, darkness is there. And it's like, I think every guy like has a much more well-defined dark side that they have to manage. And I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, my book about men, which was very talking about kind of compatibility and harmony and humor and play between men and women, and actually trying to defend men in many ways, and talk about the fact that to be good is a choice, and we could all kind of choose to be slightly better, right? Like, I'm not saying we can all immediately transform ourselves overnight into these perfect beings, but there is a choice, right? And I think that the other aspect of Christianity you might be talking about is also to do with this, which is like conscience and and the capacity to decide, like, will I do this thing which is probably not very good for me? Like, okay, maybe not. Like, I can pray about it and then I won't do it, like there is a kind of really practical dimension, or you might say, like, well, as a Christian man, I shouldn't watch porn, or it's disrespectful to my wife, or it will corrupt my desire and I don't want that, like that we all have this choice. And no, women can watch porn too, women can do all kinds of horrible things, like like I have a weakness for like particular brand of like horrible crisps, it's like I have to tell myself not to eat these stupid crisps. It doesn't always work, but like ideally I shouldn't eat these damn crisps, but yes, I mean, one of the criticisms I did receive from my book, although I think in a Straussian way, I was trying to say to men, look, you can be good, you can be better, like, we believe in you. It wasn't that I wasn't saying that I was saying that there isn't a dark side, but a lot of men were like, you didn't really go dark enough. Like, you didn't like admit or discuss like the true horror of men in a way. And my husband said similar things, like that and maybe there's a way in which like women can't go there, like it would be too devastating for us to really think about what that might mean, and that it's like better and healthier for us to think, well, we can all be better, like I can be better, men can be better, my husband can be better, and in a way, like, we've lost a lot of those kind of guardrails, like, and those forms of social shaming and stigma around let's say desire-based behaviors, because the model of the sort of liberal individual is like, desire is good. Like, okay, we might at the very edges be like, oh, that desire is not so good, like maybe you should go to prison. But like most of the time it's like, follow your bliss, and it's like without kind of thinking about like the social or indeed individual consequences, like, I'm eroding my soul on a daily basis, like this is fine.
yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, I think like Pride and images and clips from Pride parades in the US just from this year, like, is the example that, okay, we've gone a little too far in this open public embrace of all of your sexual desires, to the point where at the San Francisco Pride Parade, which this area was sanctioned off for 18 plus, but just like in the middle of the street, they had the kink zone, and a man was being peed on in public, and that
in a pool,
images in a pool,
in a swimming pool. People were taking turns. Yeah.
People were being spanked. And even like in the last couple years, when Dave and I go to San Francisco, I love to visit the Castro I'm really interested in the history of like Harvey Milk and his role in kind of the gay movement in San Francisco. I did a report on him in middle school. So I'd love to visit the Castro and just the history. And it's always been like, yeah, truly welcoming area. But the last time Dave and I were there, there's like grown men walking around fully in the nude with like rings around their body parts. And it's like, oh, when did we allow that? And so, yeah, it's gone beyond this point where like most normal people would say that's not okay. We don't want our children to see that. Keep that behind closed doors. But yeah, it's with the left and the liberal movement, it's like, no, it's all good, it's all okay, it's all fine. Embrace it. And I think what Lacanian psychoanalysis has given me, and I struggle with it, in terms of like, well, it feels like it essentializes us, but it also says you are not your drive, you are not your desire. We can find healthier outlets for this, so it's not all consuming. So,
that might be.
Yeah,
I think all the Lacanians might pull their hair out over that. I don't know. I don't know that most of them would say that. That's where I go, but I feel like I'm deviating. So because in psychoanalysis, it's like the analyst's judge is not to judge things, and it's to help you kind of come into a more comfortable relationship with your desire and your drive to loosen up a bit. Whereas I feel like our position is we're theorizing a new position. We're practicing a new, but what we take seriously is this question of drive. And so in a sort of sense, your drive is you. Now the question is like, what can your ego do to, when it's sober, when it's clear-minded, to make concrete rituals that can ultimately help drive in its circuit, in its repetition, re-territorialize into hopefully more healthy cathexes. And even if it can't get into fully healthier, maybe you'll never give up crisps, right? You'll never give up crisps. But the question is, can we expand the circuit so that before you've repeated crisps, you've actually done a whole bunch of other things along the circuit that you weren't doing before that now changes your everyday experience, right?
Sure, and like I obviously like don't drink, right? But like to be somebody who is an alcoholic who doesn't drink is also like highly ritualized, right? Or it can be depending on how you handle it. But yeah, I mean, like and all of these kind of, in a way, practices and rituals, and also psychic exercises. Like, so, for example, in a way, like not to get resentful. Like it would be very easy in this situation where I'm being like harassed and targeted and like forced to resign my job and bankrupt and being kind of endlessly harassed, like to be like, oh well, I have a very good reason for having a drink, right? Like I've got 20 reasons for having a drink, right? And I could do that, but that would be really, really, really bad. Like that would probably like be the end of me, right? And it's like, well, I don't want to die from drinking. Like, some people when they start drinking just can't stop. Like we don't know why. Like it doesn't matter why. Like everybody's probably got a little bit of a thing, like something that they could do a lot more of, or they would if they could, or whatever. And again, like a kind of liberal culture that says like addiction's fine, like maybe you just need this heroin and we'll give it to you. And like I don't,
they say the real problem is just the stigmatization of these things, the stigma. If we could remove the stigma, then less people would overdose, and that's what matters.
But this can't be true, right? Because this is killing people. This is basically saying to people, like, your desire is to die, and that's great. Like, here's how we help you die. And it's like, well, no, actually, like we can choose, like on a daily basis through like complicated means perhaps, but also through social support and meetings and speaking to people and being honest and so on, not to die. Like it is better that addicts don't die. I know this is a controversial, extremely right-wing thing to say, but I think it's better that people do not die of addiction, or indeed of let's say preventable things, things that we could give them social support not to die from. Like this is better. It is a better model of the self if we say to people, you have a choice, right? You do not have to succumb to this desire that you think is you. Maybe it's part of you, but you don't have to indulge it, right? Like this is the problem with the desire self, like fusion model, right? It's also just not true. It's not true. People don't have to do things that are bad for them. They can decide and get help not to do them.
Yeah.
And there is this element with, and I want Anne to say some stuff about this because I know she's been reading San Francisco over the last year.
Yeah.
But on that note, I almost feel like those people into talking about magic and hyperstition and all of that, the kernel of truth I think that they're getting at, and that I think that psychiatry and psychology will both spend hopefully the next 100 years, hopefully not the next 1,000 years, learning from, and hopefully correcting for, is the fact that concepts can function like self-fulfilling prophecies. Same with categories. And so when you give people a category and you say, oh, you know how like you're kind of obsessive? You kind of, you like things to be tidy. Oh, have you heard about OCD? You might have OCD. And then the person looks it up and reads about it, and it makes them more OCD. Oh, you know how you're kind of awkward and like you do things in public and you don't know how to wipe your own ass because you're like a 17-year-old who's kind of like a dork? Actually, you're autistic. And then that person's 25 and they're like, actually, you have to accept me this way. And it's like, dude, wipe your ass. Just literally. Like, we had a roommate like this, and it's just like, actually, you can find a way. I promise you, you can find a way. You can. And here's the thing, is like, maybe, I believe maybe in some cases you can't, but we have to assume that the person can, because if you don't assume that the person can, you've given up on that person. And specifically the part of the person that's most important, which is their essence from an existential standpoint, being their potential. You're just saying, no, your potential is what you are. And that's the most disgusting thing you can do to a person.
Yeah. I completely agree with that, and it's like you hear stories in AA, for example, of people that you cannot believe they've come back from the description of their lives, but they have, right? Like descriptions of lives that are just like you would think are basically over. Like people who are so ruined, have nothing, have lost everything, are suicidal, have been arrested 40 times, sectioned 100 times, been in prison, and you're like, wow. And then then they speak, and they're this like really together, healthy, articulate person who's like, yeah, I had a choice and I did this, and I went to AA, and you're like, I can't believe you came back from that. And I think a lot of this, it's interesting. I've been thinking about the class aspect of cancel culture. Like, so much of this is about fear. Like, people, like, they don't want to slide backwards, like the great fear of the middle class striver, which everyone is sort of encouraged to be, and there aren't enough jobs and everyone's competing, and if you can get ready for rivals and stuff. It's basically like, I don't want to slide backwards, right? Like, I don't want to lose my tenuous PMC job. Like, I don't want to lose my social status. Like, I don't want to lose my friends. I don't want to, and like, so there's just so much fear, like controlling people's behavior or complicity or silence or going along with stuff. And that's a huge problem. Like, when people feel this kind of, just kind of terror, and then they just become like conditioned by this sort of authoritarian mindset. And like, no authoritarian mindset, by the way, or very few are ever going to be like, we're the bad guys. We would like you to believe some evil, wrong things, and we would like you to join us in evil. It's like, of course, people are going to be like, but this is what it is to be a good person, and like the Gute Mensch, by the way, is a very important political German category. Like, the Gute Mensch for the Stasi were all of those people who went along with the regime and who were like friends with the regime, and they were called good men. So when people go on about like being a good person, just be kind, just be a good person, okay? It's not that difficult. Don't be a dick. It's like, that's the Gute Mensch. That's the like, we are going to socially disapprove of you if you like keep asking these questions, or like saying, hang on, this doesn't make sense. Or what about this group of people? Whatever. Anyway, but we know all this. Everybody knows everything. It's terrible. And yet here we are.
I think adding Guten Mensch on top of administrative evil, or what is also called the banality of evil, is a really important thing, because people tend to focus on the sort of Arendtian sort of, oh yeah, people go along with these things without thinking. And it's like, no, people are also trying to maintain their social status and the image of what's good. But with that, and is there anything you want to, I want to hand it over to you here.
I think you both said exactly how I'm feeling, just about, talking about addiction and these bad sides of people, and reading San Francisco and just the conversations that I've had with Dave, and seeing kind of everything going on culturally, socially in the United States, especially like in some of our favorite cities, like San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, where it's like, I don't want to go to those places anymore because it's just kind of a sad state. And it's like, we've just saying, oh yeah, this person, we just need to give them clean needles and give them some money and they just need to live their life on the street or whatever the situation might be. It's like, okay, well, you've given up on that human being and their potential. And I know all three of us in the work we do, our writings, everything that we read, we're trying to, I think for the most part, understand, philosophize, have discussions about the good life and humanity and what it means to be human and to be good and to make those choices. And so I think we're, in our last 10 or 15 minutes here. And so I just want to turn that to you now with, everything that's going on and all these terrible things. You seem like you're doing really well and you're writing new things and working on new projects. So we're just curious, like, what is next for Nina Power?
Well, children, let me tell you. No, I think no, it is interesting. Like the positive thing I really want to say is like I got so much support this time around. Like in 2018, it was like a different world actually, and I really was like I ostracized. Me and Daniel were like kind of out there, and like everyone hated us, and it was fine. But I'm still very good friends with Daniel throughout this whole thing, and yeah, like how do I put it? Like the more they try to destroy me, the freer and stronger I become. Like I got lots of offers of work. There's some complexity. I have to deal with this like Kafka-esque bureaucracy. It's like when you're a bankrupt, they do all kinds of like weird stuff to you, like the banks and the state and like what you can and can't have. Like they take your apps away and like it's very weird. Like it's very creepy. And you're kind of like this abjected person. Like people speak to you very strangely when you're speaking to banks because you're kind of like not exactly a criminal, but you're like, a sort of like whatever. There's something to be kind of treated at arm's length. And so it's kind of interesting experience. I want to write about what it's like to be a middle-class poor person, like sort of forced into poverty, all of which is completely pointless because there's no money to get, right? So this is all just sadism. It's just like pointless, more expenditure, like, and more thousands of pounds being spent, tens of thousands of pounds being spent to put me through this bureaucracy. And bureaucracy is a kind of evil, right? Like it's kind of, it's there to like make your life difficult, like, take time, put you in a sort of like mindset that works against like thinking and speaking and being with other people, but you can get it done really quickly. Like, so I'm just being very like compartmental, like, okay, do this bureaucracy, like fine. And it's so stupid because they're like, give us a report if your like bank statement, but they've closed my bank, so I can't get access to my records. So I'm like, well, you want the records of the thing that is closed because of the thing, and it, you end up in these like weird Kafka loops, and you're like, well, I can't tell you anything, so there's nothing to say, there's nothing to see here, and yeah. Anyway, so that's fine. It's not taking up too much time. I've been writing. Oh, I'm teaching this course on iconoclasm, which is super interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm working with Pierre, who you met at Verdurin. We're hosting it somewhere else, not in his place, but somewhere in London. And yeah, so we've had the first class. It's been absolutely incredible. We had some really interesting people attend. And so I'm trying to think about the history of the destruction of images, icons specifically, but basically the destructive urge vis-a-vis representation. So humanity, if you like, has a kind of choice as whether it represents things or not. And also whether it destroys them, and whether in the act of destruction there is also new things are created. We've seen a kind of whole spate of like neo-iconoclasm, we might say, from a political point of view, where people have been kind of tearing down statues of like slave owners and so on, as if to sort of say, well, we can destroy that history and start again because now we're good people. We're different and kind from these terrible white men, and so we've seen this kind of iconoclastic urge. I think it always is there, like we have it in our own lives, like to destroy, like why don't we destroy our history and like start again. And but yeah, specifically kind of focused, we usually associate with like religious iconoclasm, like so the difference between idols and icons. So like the idol is a problem because we start worshipping that instead of like God or Allah. It's something that gets in the way of our access to the divine or our relationship to the divine. But we also have a kind of earlier version in Plato, where the suspicion of representation, the suspicion of images. Obviously we can see it in the cave analogy, but there's also a kind of like privileging of thought over representation. So there's a kind of early philosophical iconoclasm, as one writer, Besançon, in his Intellectual History of Iconoclasm says, like, he basically argues that philosophy is the original iconoclasm, which is very interesting, because we're focused on thought, abstract thought, rather than the representation. So we have mental images, but we're not engaging in kind of physical creation of images, and that there's a hierarchy set up in Plato, which Besançon says is largely ignored. This is not the popular position. The popular position is images are good. And obviously we now live in this kind of Baudrillardian hyperreal, like the kind of total like sea of images, like all of which have lost their referent. And so then you end up with like, you know, I don't know, this question of post-truth, like it's just a matter of who says what. It's a question of power, like it's a question of, you know, all the things that we see. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. The question of whether natural objects can be icons, like for example, like people cut down this famous tree recently last year, like as an act of vandalism, and like what the difference between vandalism and iconoclasm is. Like, is iconoclasm okay because someone had a good reason to destroy the church or whatever, or the icon? You know, is it okay that people tore down the statues of the slavers because they were well politically motivated, or just stop oil throwing like soup and paint over famous works of art because of like, you know, drawing attention to the urgency of the climate crisis? You know, is that okay compared to someone just sort of going to museum and like smashing a pot because they feel like it? Like really, what's the difference? So yeah, there's all these kind of questions, but yeah, it's fantastic. So I'm trying to write up something about neo-iconoclasm, whether we are in an iconoclastic age, whether there's partly just a fatigue with images, like there's just so many, and so many of them are so horrible. Like we just, maybe there's a kind of desire for sort of simplicity, which you also get in parts of Christianity that become very, very iconoclastic. You know, like we don't need the Catholic excess, like you have the kind of Reformation, like pulling back, or the Byzantine discussion of like whether we should have icons at all. So yeah, so I wonder if like cancel culture is partly like there are too many icons, like whether an avatar or a person can be an icon too. Like, oh, if we just get rid of a few, like we'll be better off, right?
Well, and Mikey, who is going to be on later today, I heard him in conversation with Swoletariat, who I think is also going to be on today's stream. And because Swole interviewed him a few days ago. And Mikey attributed to me something that I heard you say, actually, and you kind of just brushed up against it. And so I believe it was before you left X to go Substack full time, which is a great choice. Everyone should make it. And if you don't even make it, everybody, at least get the app, because the Substack app is fantastic.
Yeah.
You said basically like people are so, you're like, oh yeah, all these things people talk about with cancel culture, there's an element of truth there. But I think what everyone's missing is like, they're so overwhelmed by so much information that people are just relieved to cut something out, to feel justified to cut it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I did write that. I deleted all of my ex tweets. So my entire wisdom is now gone forever. This is like periodically what I do. I never download anything because I think this battle against like, that these things should be ephemeral, right? Like I think, you know, it's the kind of Stasi folder. I've got a folder on you people that like keep everything, you know, and it's like, no, we shouldn't be doing that, like insofar as it's possible. But at the same time, the strategic point is like everything on the internet is forever, you know, like that's like, but I don't think we should live like that. And I think there's an interesting case to go back to the shame question, like that Dave was saying. It's like, why don't we just admit our shame? Like just go like, yeah, we did all this stupid shit and we watched all this horrible crap, and like, okay, we're not going to do it now. Like we can be better, or we can try to be better. But like, rather than living in this kind of mutually assured destruction way where it's like, but you know, you said this in this private chat like 7 years ago, you made a joke about like, you know, that was a bit racist, or, you know, it's like, well, it's like, just say, look, I think this is what Zizek and other people do actually, when they say, look, yeah, like, you know, people do and say stupid, horrible, like unpleasant things, and we have to live with that. And actually, when we make jokes, like jokes are a way of addressing that kind of social awkwardness in order to get closer to people, right? It's not, we're not making jokes to like offend people or upset people. It's like, this is social interaction because it's difficult and there are differences between us, and like jokes are a way of like, I don't know, like getting closer to people, actually, like not at the expense of other people necessarily. Like, of course we have to be good at it, like we can get better at it. Like sometimes we'll say stuff and it will just fall flat, like, and we'll just be like, oh, that sucked, sorry, I was nervous, like, you know, I didn't mean that badly, I was just like being a dick or whatever. But then we have to admit our own like flaws and failings, and I think a lot of people who are like attacking others just never do that. They never go, oh yeah, I was actually a bit of a dick. To be honest, like maybe I got a bit carried away, like I was feeling bad that day and I wanted to like beat up on someone and you were there, and like, you know what I mean? It's like we all have to be like, yes, I suck, like, but I know I don't just suck, like I suck a bit and I'm also like good in these ways, and I, you know, and that's it. But yeah,
That's why I'm teaching this Levinas course, is because I mean, I'm all about reading Marx and Heidegger against one another and to go beyond them, but also as a way of trying to understand the current conjuncture, because it's like you got to strike roots in thought somewhere, and I've made a choice here. But also Levinas is sort of like my antidote in some ways to some of the things I see in such circles, and really like ultimately an antidote to being too in your head and too theoretical. He's like the theoretical short circuit back into just like the actual room. Like he's sort of like an epic bitch slap back into the room. And that's how he functions for me. And I think I can share that with others. That's my goal with that course. And so we're 2 weeks into it right now. And it's kind of my huge project right now. I'm like teaching a sort of introductory lecture for people like Anne who are not doing the reading once per week. And then I've got 2 long sessions at 2 different times in the week, meant to work for everybody's schedule, basically, where I'm going like through the notes and into the translation. And I've never done anything this immersive before. And it's the most fun I've ever had. I was absolutely terrified going up to it, but it's just great. Anne, is there anything that you want to touch on and close here?
Oh golly. I really appreciate the work that you're doing, your positive spirit through all of this. It was really cool to meet you a couple months ago and to be in dialogue. I asked Nina behind the scenes, I'm like, give me your Nina starter pack. Like, what are thoughts in the text that are influential to you in your own thought? And so she just shared that with us. That's exciting. Anything from that list you want to highlight in close, or any book you turned to in the last, month of dealing with all of this?
Yeah, well, actually, Dave I didn't put it on my list, but Dave was mentioning the Gambin book, The Highest Poverty, which is like very interesting in terms of thinking about like being ascetic and like what does it mean to be ascetic in 2024, like when all of your subscriptions have been like involuntarily severed and you can't use like like apps. Like this is like like enforced kind of like electronic monasticism, right? And it's like it's kind of interesting, actually. Like it's interesting to be like really sort of bereft and kind of freeing. And I think this like there's always at least 2 sides to every situation. Like it really is like, okay, I can look at this and be like, okay, this is pretty bad. But on the other hand, it's like, well, actually, like look at all the kind of freeing dimensions to it and all of the intriguing things and like the experiential things and things I can write about. Like, and the thing is, it's like, no one is ever going to stop me writing. I mean, like, even if they hacked my hands off, right? Like I would do voice dictation, right? Like nobody is going to stop me. Like, I just want to say, like, you can't stop me. Like, it will never work. Like, you will only make me stronger. Like,
and it's a motivator. It's a motivator. They don't understand I don't think people understand the tremendous amount of, yes, it's negative at first, but once we transmutate that energy into something else, we're absolutely a force to be reckoned with. And it's like, thanks for making me better. You will wilt away as a little worm, and I will just continue to like smash hit after hit. Keep it coming. It's awesome. But also, like, I love how we were able to do that with this conversation, how we were able to sort of switch gears from all this shit to all this other really cool stuff. And what I would like to do hopefully really soon is bring you back so we could just kind of focus on the starter pack. And I've got questions about the ethics of ambiguity. I've got questions about your selection from Simone de Beauvoir and from Luce Irigaray, because it's not like they're magnum opuses so much as like these marginalized texts. And I really want to get into that choice. And I also really want to ask you questions about going into Mary Wollstonecraft and your annotations and how much you do or do not still agree with yourself, and how much you've kind of evolved when it comes to reading these sort of primary source texts for the people who taught the world of philosophical universalist men that also women do exist. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everybody. And we'll be right back after this. All right, everybody, we're coming right back. Wait for it. Wait for it. I've got a very exciting guest for you all. If you don't know who it is, brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Hey! We're back.
Amazing.
And we've got Benjamin Studebaker in the house. And I couldn't be more excited. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Before we start recording, and it's the whole episode, and we kind of actually do this. I just want to touch on a couple things. I want to say hello to chat. I want to apologize to the person who I was very terse with. From my standpoint, if I see too much of something, well, Nance, what are you wagging your finger at me for? Don't apologize.
Don't apologize yet.
Okay.
I think an apology is it's definitely, I mean, it's always appropriate to apologize, but I don't think right now, I don't think you need to apologize. I think that person clearly wasn't paying attention to the conversation we were having with Matthew.
Okay.
And they were making very leftist comments in the chat, and
like
I empathize with that. Very uncharitable, but I don't need to say your name. You know who you are. If you care, go listen to Matthew. You are not responding to what he was saying. You are not responding to anybody who was actually there. You're arguing with a fictitious straw man. And yeah, Dave, you don't need to apologize for that. You weren't overly rude. You told him, hey, keep that in check.
No, but I didn't say keep that in check. I said stop acting like a child and fucking, I overdid it. That's all I'm saying. So hey,
okay.
I stand by the letter, but I am sorry about the spirit. It was a little mean-spirited. I was hangry. I have officially reformed. I went and ate tacos. Okay. I feel a lot better. I'm a much better man than I was 45 minutes ago. Anyway, yeah. Okay, I just wanted to say that. And also, we just broke 101 likes. Great job, everybody. We've got 44 concurrent viewers. That's fantastic. This is the most people that Benjamin's ever came in to like at a Theory Underground stream. And so it'll be very cool to kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1. And welcome to Theory Underground, everybody. Everybody at the live stream side, welcome back. This is an epic marathon live stream on August 14th. It's been a wonderful Wednesday. But when you're listening to this in the future through one of the media arms at Theory Underground, whether it be on podcast, at Spotify, or any other podcast platform, or on YouTube, welcome. Great to have you. Benjamin, how are you doing today?
I am doing just great. It is awesome to be back.
Yeah, great to have you here on our Pirate TV in the makings.
Yeah, man, great to see you. Always great to see you.
Yeah. And so in the last month, you've done 2 lectures at Theory Underground on political philosophy. And those were the first 2 parts of the trilogy, right? The trilogy. And that's been a lot of fun. The part 3 is going to be this Sunday. It's for members only, but it will go public later. And so for those who've been just hanging on to your every word, and there are quite a few, don't worry, it'll be public soon. But also, if you just want to be a part of the back, if you want to have access to all the cool stuff that the people in the background get to have access to, you want to become one of the monthly members. Now, I don't want to beat the PSA thing with the dead horse, like a dead horse or whatever. But like, look, I do have to say, like, we have to look out for ourselves and actually make this thing a success. And so how do we do that? We do that by giving you way more value than we get back monetarily. That's how we do it. And you can measure that in quality. And there's a whole paper that someone could write right there. And I think that they probably are for TUCon. But what we're going to be talking about today is TUCon. And Benjamin Studebaker has 3 papers that he's working on, presentations that he's going to give at TUCon, probably a different one on each day, but maybe on one day there'll be one in the morning, one in the like much later. Like, we don't want to have you do them all back to back, but maybe you could just tell us a little bit about what the 3 titles are, and then we can kind of go into it.
Yeah, so the first one is a riff on, or maybe an expansion of a talk that I did with you guys already. And that is time energy before Descartes in Greek and Chinese thought. And there, I'm going to kind of, I actually got the idea for this listening to you talk about Heidegger and Heidegger's focus on being and concern about death. And I thought, what would the Greeks and the Chinese have to say about this? How would they respond to Heidegger? And I thought, well, what they would say is that life isn't really about death or about being. It's about love, and it's about something beyond being, something that's not reducible to our individual possibilities as embodied beings.
Mm-hmm.
That was where that one kind of got started, and it's grown a bit. It starts with Plato, and it moves through Aristotle, and then it flips over and goes into Confucian thought. We do a little bit of Confucius, and then a little bit of Wang Yang. I'm really looking forward to writing that up a little bit more comprehensively than the version I already did. But I think that one is a lot of fun, because I already have a lot of that already mapped out. Then I'm going to do one about monasteries. And I've been wanting to do this for a while because, there's this stereotype of monasteries as this like parasitic entity that just feasts on the wealth of the peasant communities. And it comes from a kind of, I think, maybe influenced by Protestantism, negative stereotype of monasteries, a kind of late medieval and modern view of what they are, that I think, just doesn't show awareness of the full history of the institution, how it came into being, why people wanted to be part of it, why did they want to make these things in the first place, what was it about them that was interesting. Like a lot of Byzantine political theorists, philosophers, members of court spent time in monasteries. To them, it wasn't an alternative to active life, an alternative to participating in politics. It was part of it. It was part of doing that, was spending time in monasteries. And before the universities got invented, a lot of nobles, a lot of elites, they would send their kids to be educated in monasteries. It was a given that you'd spend a little bit of time there. You wouldn't necessarily dedicate your whole life, but you'd spend a chunk of time there to learn certain kinds of things that it was felt you couldn't learn somewhere else. So these institutions were pedagogical. They weren't just places to go and hide, right? But they got going in this very different kind of environment where you didn't have something like the modern university. And they were competing with these old Greek philosophical pagan schools, rhetoric schools, where people would go and talk to the master. And so they had this more conversational side to them, this more in-person interactive side. I wrote an article a long time ago called "The Left is Not a Church." This is back in the 10s. And it got a lot of people upset because I was saying, hey, why are we blaming and shaming people like we're judging them as co-religionists in a church when we are trying to get people healthcare, when we're trying to have a strategy for improving people's lives? Why are we fussing about what language they use and who's better and who's worse? That sounds like the kind of behavior we would associate with not every kind of church, but certain kinds of very judgy, insular churches. And as time has gone on, I've thought, there are some aspects of Marxism or leftism that are a bit like religion, but not like that.
Right.
Ultimately, a church is an attempt to take the universal and make it something that you can throw at somebody who works all week long. And so there's an attempt in a church to compress it and shrink it and turn it into something digestible. And in the course of doing that, it becomes something that approaches you in your already individuated position, right? You're spending your whole week in labor. You're spending your whole week with very little extra time and energy. And the church is really a morale booster it plays this role of almost a kind of spiritual amusement, an ersatz of it that's meant to keep you going. And I'm thinking about the monastery as a kind of alternative way of thinking about what religion can be. And something that, of course, historically, because at the time it was created, it's an ancient institution available only to aristocrats, learned people. It was only available to a small number of people. But what would it mean to make the monastery more universal? And I think it would mean something different from the university as it exists, at least today. So I want to do something kind of like a deep dive on where monasteries come from and what is their role. And, is there anything that does what monasteries did? Or do we kind of need to reinvent that in some way? That's kind of what I want to think about there. And then the third one is the left as a hope industry and Quixotism. So this one is going to be fun because I've done, in my book, The Chronic Crisis of American Democracy, The Way It's Shut, there's a whole section on the left as a hope industry, kind of framed around this tendency on the left for people to say, oh, if something goes wrong and your candidate doesn't win, it's because the system is unfair. It's because it's not democratic enough. The procedures aren't fair enough. Then you get into, well, how do you think that we should go about changing the procedures? Well, they'll go, we need to win elections, and then we'll make constitutional amendments and we'll pass procedural reforms. But wait a minute, I thought the whole reason we had to change the rules is that we don't win the elections. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a loop that we get into. Where it goes around and around. And I remember going to a talk that Bernie Sanders was at in Indiana. This would have been in, I think, 2021, early in the Biden administration. And he was trying to get people to support the Build Back Better, the human infrastructure bill at that time, before it turned into the Inflation Reduction Act, before it was further watered down. And he was asked by somebody in the audience, a lot of my friends, this person said, are getting kind of depressed. They're kind of down. It doesn't seem like Medicare for all is going to happen. It seems like everything that we tried to do for the last, 5-6 years has really not been for very much. What should I say to my friends? This person asked. It wasn't me. It was somebody else in the crowd. Brave young guy to say that to Bernie Sanders in front of all those people. And Bernie says to him that it's okay because we've succeeded in raising consciousness because members of the squad like AOC and Jamal Bowman and so on, and Cori Bush, these people have been elected to office. And that shows that there's been a change in the way people think. So this emphasis on, if you don't accomplish anything, then you say, well, it's okay because we raised consciousness. And then when you point out, well, consciousness isn't enough because there are all these procedural blockages, they go, well, there's never actually an endpoint to this. It just goes around and around and around. So I want to talk a little bit about that, not just in terms of the small picture, what's wrong with the millennial left stuff, but also this Quixotism thing is kind of a big picture version of it. I think there have been different versions of this kind of cope going on throughout the history of socialism and of the left. I think Marxism itself was invented to oppose and critique instances of it that already existed in the 19th century. And I think today there are a lot of people who are socialist or Marxist in various different senses who have fallen into versions of this. And there are higher and lower instantiations of this cope. Some of them are quite sophisticated, and then some of them are not. So what I started off with there's a piece that I quote. I don't like to name names because I don't like to pick on people, but there was a writer for Jacobin who had written a set of pieces about how there was this need for campaign finance reform. He had also written other pieces about how countries that have campaign finance reform are still struggling to elect socialists and are still doing austerity and shredding their public services. And that contradiction is really obvious and straightforward. If you're going to say you need this reform, but you're also going to say the reform would not be sufficient, it becomes a big, big cope. But there's also, I think, some people who have kind of fantasies about trying to return to an ideal situation or a set of conditions from the past, often to do with a set of associational forms and maybe a particular year, a revolutionary year that they are particularly fond of, a 1776 or a 1789 or 1848 or 1917. Some moment, some set of circumstances that they think if we could get back to that in some way or return to it in some way, it would create possibility. And I think this often involves a slipperiness about what has changed and what's new now. And what I find often is that when you talk to people about this, they will often be more forthcoming about the obstacles if you start having a more granular discussion about the contemporary moment and what's going on. Like a lot of people who have nostalgia for 19th century associations and free society and stuff like that, they'll readily acknowledge that we don't really seem to have the conditions for that now. And they'll acknowledge, say, Adorno's critique of how all of that had been, by the 30s already totally gutted in various ways, right? But they'll insist that the only way that you can bring about any kind of socialism is to somehow get that back, that it only can happen in one way. And therefore, you have to somehow finesse it so that you end up back in the same kind of situation. Mm-hmm. And there's a rigidity to this, a kind of trying to stay within existing forms that come from the books that many of us have read, instead of doing new theory. And so I kind of want to push on, let's stop being a hope industry. Let's stop being a church. Let's stop doing old theory exclusively. And let's stop blaming and shaming people for falling short of what we're trying to do in various ways. I think that all of these different things have been kicked up in the last 10 years, all of these problems with the left. And so I'm hoping to get into some of this stuff at TUCON. I'm really excited to have a good reason to write these things up, all three of these things.
Mm-hmm. And you see TUCON as a good reason for that. Why?
Well, I think, left to my own devices, it tends to be more of a question of what do I know people want from me? Because a lot of the time I'm not sufficiently motivated by myself to make stuff. Like there's stuff I'm interested in and all, but if I don't think that it's going to benefit somebody else in some way, or that somebody wants it, or somebody could use it. Like when I was younger, a lot of the stuff that I would write would come out of being upset with what people were doing and trying in some way to, the term intervention comes to my mind, to make an intervention and go, come on, guys, why are we doing this? This isn't helping. Can't we do something better than this? Come on, don't we see that this isn't going anywhere? I used to be very motivated by this desire to intervene. And these days I find that if I am dealing with people who want particular kinds of things from me, who are interested in particular threads of stuff I've said or talked about somewhere, that just gives me a lot of motivation to make something that I don't necessarily have when I'm just off by myself. And it's one of the benefits of talking to people more, is that you get to see that, some of this stuff, people are really would like me to say something more about, or they'd like me to write down, or they'd like me to formalize it a little bit. And I get a lot of energy out of that because I really, my work comes from a place of love for other people, and for all of us as humans, it doesn't come from a desire to look good. I kind of, like when I was younger and I was trying to go to Cambridge and do a PhD, there was like a part of me that was like, oh, I want to go to a good school and I want to get a high fancy degree because, I have to show somehow that I can do those things. And then you get to a point where you've gotten enough external validation, you've done enough and people have said enough nice things to you over the years that you don't have this emptiness from not having been affirmed.
Yeah.
It's wonderful once you finally reach that point. For me, teaching really did this for me. Teaching got me to a point where I'm like, okay, I have, every week I see dozens of students who are looking to get help from me. And they are certainly not looking for me to tell them how great I am or show them how smart I am. They're looking to get help. And that really changed my perspective and changed what I saw as, what am I here for? Am I here to show people I'm the smartest kid in the class, or am I here to actually do something that benefits the people in front of me who are looking to me for something in particular that I can, if I can find out what that is and bring it out and, put energy in it, something cool can happen? Or am I just going to focus on myself and, what's possible for me and what can I become? And, I don't really care that much about me in all of those senses. I just find that it's not enough. It doesn't actually do anything for me. And I used to get depressed back when I was trying to be, the person who goes to the best school and gets the fanciest degree. I wasn't happy doing that. It wasn't like, oh, I enjoy competing with other academics for status. It's not fun. and you get into these conversations, and I've been in so many of them over the years with people at fancy universities, where people just start immediately talking about what they're doing and where they're submitting stuff. And there's an undertone of who's keeping up with whom and who's doing what. It's just no fun.
No.
And it's not what we're really there for. It doesn't really trigger what you love about the subject. And gradually over time, if you just get caught in that, it just kills the enthusiasm. It just kills it so completely and totally.
Absolutely. I'm glad I asked you that question. I didn't expect you to go in that direction, but it makes a lot of sense. It works with a lot of things that you've already said on this channel publicly, and also during seminar. And I wanted to just make a quick connection before kind of turning this over to Nance. I don't know that Nance already knew about those 3 topics, much less that you're doing 3. I don't know that Nance already knew that. So I'm going to want him to say some, reflect on it or whatever, react. But I wanted to tie this into the Levinas course really quick, just to say that like Levinas is sort of like this 20th century, working within the phenomenological epoche or imminent critique of that, working within the bounds that established through the critique of pure reason and whatnot. Nonetheless, like getting us to this thing he calls metaphysical desire. And I think that metaphysical desire is just love. I think it's love in the way that you're talking about it. And basically now I'm like, oh, I want to like basically go over what you said here. And then just like, how is Levinas already saying this in Totality and Infinity? Because he is. But basically, yeah, we're not satisfied with being. We're not satisfied with base desires or the fulfillment of needs. There's a pure kind of desire, it is very much, it's not Platonic in this sort of vulgar sense, but it is this idea of infinity, of perfection, of something that the other can give us that we can't give ourselves, something that even when we're happy, we still need. And it's not just the objet off for him. It's actually, it's the other, right? It is the other. There's something there. It's like serving the other, welcoming the other, helping the other, or the other is your teacher, but also, I mean, from the teacher's perspective, like people showing up and being serious about it, like it brings out a side of you that you don't have access to on your own, right? And you're getting to the heart of what I take to be the energy source for the life of the mind, for research, scholarship, and teaching. And so I think that's amazing. And I really like it. And of course, you already gave that Time Energy Before Descartes talk, and you'll be going a lot more in depth in these various ways and whatnot. This is the first time with us, I think, that you've really kind of laid out your case, or like where you're coming from with why you were interested in monasteries. And I definitely want to come back to that. But I have a clarifying question for you. And it's one that anybody who doesn't know who Quixote is going to be thinking, obviously. And that is, what is Quixoteism? And I just have to say, I love it because it's such a deeper and more robust sort of analogy than LARPing, which is, I just want to say, people who do Renaissance Fair activities, I'm really happy they're getting out there. I'm really glad they're staying fit and, having fun and like probably getting into history and kind of keeping it alive. And so it's like, within the world of political theory, LARPing is it's what you call the people that you think are unserious. And so, but it kind of doesn't go much further than that. It's kind of getting at something. And I feel like Quixoteism is so much more loving in a sort of sense. It's like more empathetic in a sort of way. Why is that true?
Yeah, because Quixote is such a sympathetic character, in the novel, right? Quixote is this guy who, really loves these old stories about romantic knights, chivalric knights. And he looks around at his society and he sees this world of chivalry, these values as having decayed and fallen away. And he wants to somehow bring it back. And so he tries to be the change that he wants to see in the world. He tries to embody it and bring it back. But there's something kind of mad about trying to live a set of values, a set of norms, a culture that you no longer have the material conditions for, right? The conditions for chivalry no longer exist in terms of the distribution of wealth, power, the institutions in Spain. All of that is gone. So it's not really possible to bring that back socially. So if you try to engage in a type of social behavior that the material conditions no longer support, you could do this, but it appears as a kind of madness, right? And when somebody would question you about it or appeal to you about, why are you doing this? All you can do is quote a bunch of old books. In the case of Quixote, he's quoting these medieval stories about these wonderful, virtuous knights who save maidens. He's got he's books, and these are stories. They're tales about things that maybe happened. Maybe they've been romanticized a bit and played up and dramatized, right? But there may be a truth to these books. Some of these events may have occurred at one point in time when the conditions supported them, but they've grown in the telling over the years, and he's fantasized over them. So he's layered them in all kinds of glory in his mind. And in the same way, if you try to practice forms of emancipatory politics that were designed for earlier stages of capitalism or different material conditions, you try to use a set of language or a set of terms that were effective in different places, different contexts in the past, you'll often find that you're running into this problem of being Don Quixote, of having this very beautiful, romantic kind of vision. And it might even be the case that what you're talking about was genuinely at one point in time actually emancipatory, and that it was strategic, and that it was smart, and it was the right thing to do. But at the time when it was being formulated, the people who were formulating it were not engaging in Quixotism. They weren't reading old books and getting romantic about them. They were actually looking at the conditions and going, what is possible here and now given what actually exists, right? If you take those same ideas 50, 100, 200 years later, or in a different country, in a different place, different position, different economy, different society, somewhere else in the world, if you do that, you aren't engaged in the same task, in the same kind of project as the person who originally formulated those ideas. That person was in dialogue with reality. You're in dialogue with texts. And there is, I think, in all of the three things that I'm looking to do, there's this emphasis on the limits of texts and textualism, which I think is, this is a little bit of a tangent, but a kind of wacky idea I've been having lately about, so the difference between the administrator and the intellectual, right, which Adorno emphasizes. And in my talk that I gave with the Confucians, there's this distinction between the sage and the gentleman,
right?
Which is, I think, a similar kind of distinction. And I think there is a little rhyming there between Adorno and Wang Yangming. And this is something I've been playing with lately and thinking, could I write something up about this at some point? Maybe, possibly. But basically this idea that you have kind of a stale didactic kind of thinking, where you memorize a bunch of definitions, and then you learn to classify what you see on the basis of the terms that you've learned. And there are a lot of degrees that we have in contemporary university life that are these kinds of degrees where you go there and they tell you, here are what the words mean. And what you come away from the degree with is an ability to take what you see and label it on the basis of a set of given terms, right? But what the sage does is not label stuff on the basis of given terms. It's think about the possibilities for the terms themselves, right? The different ways in which you can conceptualize the terms. And so what the sage can do is not just label what you see with a given term. The sage can go, how should the terms be understood in this moment so that what is in front of us can be usefully and beneficially interacted with? What kind of language do we need in the first place to make sense of this? And not in a sense of trying to insist upon a set of terms, but in the sense of being able to deal with the possibilities of terms, right? Like a lot of the time when you talk to people who have a kind of didactic administrative notion of political theory, they'll have a notion of, liberty is positive liberty, or liberty is negative liberty. And it just is this one thing. Or maybe it's two things and you have to balance between them, right? But there's only two. And they have fixed definitions. And if you were someone who went to school and you were learned and knowledgeable, you'd know the definitions. And you would know, therefore, how to use them, right? And when you go and you do a degree in social science or philosophy, what you get is a bunch of definitions that you know, and that's the knowledge. The knowledge is the definitions, right? And maybe there's a couple of different definitions for different kind of variants, but in any case, all of the definitions are fixed. And if you get to the point of being an intellectual, the difference between, I think, an intellectual and an administrator, or the difference between an intellectual or a sage and a gentleman or a professional, right, would be actually being able to deal with the fact that no particular language is ever fixed and ever fully grasps the thing, right? Now, this point is often not grasped by people when they initially encounter it in university, right? Most of the time when people encounter this point, they think it means relativism or some kind of radical postmodern constructivism.
Right.
So they think it means that all of the absolutes are just completely fungible, right? But that's not what it means. What it means is that there are multiple different conceptualizations for each of these abstractions, and always a possibility of new conceptualizations emerging in response to new situations. So the abstraction doesn't have any essential meaning in that it's not limited to one conceptualization. However, the abstraction is important across historical time, and so it's important in a perennial way. It needs to constantly be rethought and relitigated in different contexts and different situations, but it's always important, right? So something like liberty is an abstraction which has been important across a huge amount of time. It's not a term that just came into, one meaning in modernity that we acquired because we became enlightened and suddenly we had the correct definition where previously we didn't understand it. What happened is that you had this abstraction. It was understood in different ways. And as historical time moves on, different ways of understanding it develop and evolve. And we're always in this process of arguing what ways of understanding it are useful now, what ways are not as useful. And if you're caught in too many debates about how to understand it, then you might get to a point where it's hard to actually use it at all. And that might make you think, okay, right now, because of the degree to which we disagree about liberty, maybe we should talk about something else to get at the thing that we might have gotten to with liberty, because ultimately all liberty is itself is an abstraction for getting at the absolute. It's some face or some aspect of the absolute that you're gesturing at. And if it's not clear when you use the word what part of it you're gesturing at, and you're not able to get clarity about that, maybe it's not the right word to use in that situation. And if you're really, the sage, if you're really the philosopher, you don't get hung up on, I have to use this word, because the definition of it is that it's good. And if I were to not use it, then I would be rejecting something that is definitionally valuable. You go, okay, I'm trying to help people to have time and energy so that they're able to to grow spiritually, intellectually. What does that actually require in my situation? It's not about words. It's not about the text.
Thank you. No, that was really good. I want to clip it and just transcribe it and put it straight into Theorizing the Underground, because you're saying a lot of stuff that I was sitting there going, oh, I have to write a paper about this, and I wasn't sure how to say it, and you just nailed it. And so thank you. But what you were just talking about is what Matthew Stanley was talking about when he was saying the school brain, right? Like he was getting at this sort of like no truth, but the kind that is discovered and verified under the person who gave it to you, and they have the credentials, and you tick the right boxes enough times in the right way that they were like, oh yes, you understand my definitions. Like, so I love that has come up again naturally here. But Nance, I said I was going to call on you here so that you could kind of touch on the monasteries and Quixotism. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go with this?
I think, first of all, taking it to Levinas. Earlier, Dave and I were talking about how I'm currently reading Levinas, and so I can't see the world in any other way but like tinged by these Levinas tinted lenses. But I think it's a good thing. And when you're talking about like being full as opposed to having an emptiness that you're trying to fill over, like you're overflowing, and like you're justifying
your actions are justified to real human people as opposed to like the logic of capital. And I love that. Like, I think that's a beautiful way to move through the world and like justify yourself, pro-socially, if you will. And then that kind of goes back to, are we here to just kind of enjoy the content, to enjoy the image or even the simulation of like thinking, or do we actually want to do something? Do we actually want to think? So it's like enjoyers opposed to doers, and we always want to, we always aspire to be doers rather than just enjoyers. So I love it. I'm also really stoked about the idea of the monastery. That's a conversation. I don't know. I think we've been in its vicinity for a while here at Theory Underground. Like, is it a religion? Is it it's not statecraft? Is it some other type of like what are we even doing? We don't want to do political organizing. We don't just want to do DSA stuff. We don't what are we doing? And taking it to the monastery, I think it's a great metaphor, and I think it will help us resist some of the tendencies rather than just falling into like, oh, we're here to be the most radical, and we are here to be the most smartest people in the world, and yeah, we read all the books and we know all the words. That's not what we're here to do either. We really are here to do something, once again, pro-social, if you will, and that requires a new framework. That framework currently doesn't exist, and I love it. And I also like the intellectual opposed to the administrator. I think in terms of course, there's knowledge and wisdom. There's also information and there's data. And I think I do tend to more of like a technical thinking. Like, I really do enjoy thinking about language and technology and how critical media theory, stuff like that. And everything is turned into data. Everything is like just de-worlded points of info. And even like our knowledge is turned into this like mathematic, like, oh, I'm smart, I know all the things, and so I'm this type of person. But that's all just data. And we really want to get to information and live in the world of information, that it is worlded. It is kind of connected to reality. And it's effective in the world. We can do something. We also don't want to sit back and just be booger eaters. Like, we are in the world and we want to stay connected to the world. And I think it takes great effort to maintain your, like, you do always come back to like, no, we're in the world. We have to do something about it. We can't just be smart knowers of things. Like, that information has to take us somewhere. And that's difficult. I struggle with it all the time. I really do want to just retreat and live in my books. I guess I want to be Don Quixote sometimes. Like, I want to live in the safe world that can't hurt me. So I'm excited, man. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I think we're all drawn to that. Yeah, and that's why it has to always be problematized, because it is something that anybody who has an intellectual tendency, it's easier to do that. Thinking about Adorno. Adorno discusses the critique of reification in negative dialectics and its kind of insufficiency, right? Of course, you have to do the critique of reification because the administrator who has taken the terms, the definitions for granted that come from class, the first thing that person needs to do to get out of that is to critique the reification, right? So to say, hey, these terms that we're using, they're not natural, they're not inevitable, they're not the only way in which you can understand these things. They are temporary, they've arisen for reasons. These conceptualizations have arisen for particular reasons. And if you change the thing that gives rise to them, if you change the world, then the terms will change and the understandings will change too. But then the trick is to actually do the changing part. right? A lot of people get really satisfied with the critique of reification, and then that's where it stops, right? And so sometimes I'll do a little critique of reification, and somebody will say to me, okay, but what do you want to do? I'll go, well, of course, that's a fair point. But we have to start with the critique of reification. You have to start with it. You just can't finish with it. And that becomes the other problem, is if you finish with the critique of reification without ever getting to the point of, okay, how do we actually change the structure that gives rise to the concepts?
I think the critique of reification without action is a big reason why the people who gravitate, at least for a time, towards metamodernism do so, is because if you read, I guess their sort of foundational text, The Listening Society, Hanzi, the pseudonym for these two authors, is he's saying, like, you're probably tired of sitting in literary criticism classes, deconstructing everything, like he's kind of just like taking this, like, hey, you know what, Deleuze and Guattari can say whatever they want. It's not changing anything. All this postmodernism is not getting anyone anywhere. And no, we need to do something. And it's very much like a pro-action, do something. But then, of course, it's, social democracy and stage theory and mushrooms.
Yeah.
Right. And it's
a lot of actionism just regresses in that way back to something that seems easy to do, right? So you can go, okay, reject the critique of reification. We need to do action. And then you can get absorbed in some kind of actionism that is just about whatever's near to hand and immediate and obvious to you. But the things that are near to hand and immediate and obvious to you to do are the things that come out of the existing structure. So in trying to reach for whatever is nearby, you just lapse right back into the reification, right? To really get outside of it would be to change the structure, which would be to do something not obvious. It would be to create something, some new kind of structure, some new kind of form. And I do think that reading old books can be an inspiration point. I'm not opposed to reading the classical texts. I mean, how could I be? I talk about Confucians and Plato, right? So I can't be against reading the texts, but I am against treating them as dogma or as like a Bible in the narrow fundamentalist sense of Bible, not in the broader, more encompassing sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difficult thing. Most of the time, people who are trying to kind of call you out, wherever it is, whatever you say most recently in this set of things I've been saying, they'll go, oh, that's all you're doing, just that one.
Right.
But the problem with language is that there's always something you've said most recently. You can't say all of it all at once in every moment. You can only you only emphasize certain aspects of it with the words you happen to choose at any given time. And that's part of the challenge of dialectic. Like, there are some thinkers that I love who I'll sometimes find that they're emphasizing part of it when I think that they should be emphasizing a different part of it. And we don't actually have a disagreement. Like, they would agree with both parts of it. Our only disagreement is about which part needs to be emphasized right this moment in this situation, which is both a very small disagreement and it's everything. It's a huge disagreement.
This is one of the big themes of Totality and Infinity, actually, is says the saying is always overflowing the said, and the tendency of comprehension, which would be this comprehension for him goes hand in hand with the school brain. It is this need to grasp and to feel like you've got it fully in your grasp. And the point is not like to dispense with facts. He's not a postmodernist he's just not one. And he's not an anti-materialist either. The point is that we've got to like open up a bit and realize that we're trying to get a hold of these things and that we can't actually understand them if we're just comprehending them within our own little interiority, that we actually have to come into sharing this knowledge with others, that it's only through sharing knowledge with others and qualifying it with other people that we're going to be able to get at anything. Of course, this would be objectivity, right? Like this is objectivity, which he's saying is like secondary or downstream from this face-to-face relationship, this responsibility to be accountable to the other, to give an account to the other, that all science and rationality and philosophy and everything, ultimately, including art and expression of all sorts, is some kind of a response to the existence of others, some need to justify one's own freedom, some need to like, I just say it this way. I don't know if I'm full of shit or not. I have to be in communication with other people and try to fail and try to find out the ways that I'm failing with others. Others are, in a sort of sense, they are the access to that getting outside of oneself to whatever extent we're able to. And of course, we can't ever get truly transcendent, but we can work at it. That's what the saying is trying to do. The saying is always trying to work at that. And so all advances come from the saying. Of course, the saying can't just make some radical rupture with the said. That would be incoherent. Nothing would ever get said. There would be no more saying. And so, yeah, I wanted to bring that in. But on this critique of reification and the sage not getting stuck on signifiers, but living in the world amongst other potential sages, but also potential gentlemen, and the fact that in this sort of Confucian sense, and I should say that everybody, when we say sages, we're kind of using this Confucian sense. We're talking about philosophers, kind of like that would be like the philosopher king for Plato, right? The gentleman and the philosopher king are not the same person. The philosopher king is an obsessive who can't not do this kind of thing, and hopefully can become that kind of role, can fulfill that role through a life dedicated to practice and service. And so it's not something that you can just have on your own or that comes about naturally. It actually requires others. It requires time, energy, talent, and tutelage, the 3 T's, T squared, cubed, T cubed. And but the gentleman issue, I wanted to think about this a little bit with you because we were having this conversation throughout the day, and I think it really came together when we had Swoletariat on. How do we organize things where it's not just a bunch of obsessive dude bros, and where we make ourselves very boring to extremists who are just doing either Quixotism or trying to get back at mommy or daddy or whatever? And part of that means like doing stuff where like women will want to be, and I'm not saying women don't want to be at Theory Underground. I'm not saying that at all. We have a lot of women. We've got the best women. In fact, I've got binders of women, No, all across tour, man. We had like really, really cool women showing up. And of course, for every really cool woman, there's like 10 guys who are just kind of like checking it out just to see what's up. And so in terms of quality, we've got probably some kind of parity between men and women, because we cut out the fat there, and you'd be left with some really cool women and some really cool men. And of course, there's nothing wrong with the tourist. There's nothing wrong with the person who's just kind of checking it out. Curiosity is awesome, and people are checking out various things, seeing what they want to get into. I'm not dunking on it. I'm just saying that the kind of women who come to our events aren't just checking it out. Usually they've got stacks of theory books at home, right? Like that's a whole thing that I got to see firsthand. And hold on, Mikey, we'll bring you on in a little bit. But in wrapping that around towards a close here, we've got another 10 minutes. By the way, Mikey, Todd is coming a little bit late. We already talked on the phone. I guess I wanted to set it up for you to be able to address this problem of what we're trying to think through. So the monastery makes me think of something that's predominantly male. It's predominantly obsessive. It's predominantly, going hard. And like you said, some people will only do it for a little while. Other people will do it for a long time. Some people their entire lives. But in the church analogy, as opposed to the monastery analogy, you've got someone who is able to share spiritual nourishment. And of course, Marx is all about spiritual nourishment, as we know from the third kind of alienation that he's talking about in Estranged Labor. And in the Grundrisse, he also says that the worker, the only thing that makes the worker better than a slave in the good times of capitalist society, that worker is able to go to lectures in the evening and tutor his children. And I think that's like one of my favorite parts. Like that thread, which is like so undervalued in Marx, is like one of my favorite things. So yeah, in this church analogy, you've got like the person who's giving the spiritual nourishment. You've got like the deacons, like they go hard, like they are the monastery kind of guys. And maybe they spent some time at a monastery. But then you've got like these rank and file people. Maybe they only go on Sunday. Maybe they go because their family goes. Maybe they go because it's a social occasion. They go to the potlucks, but not the Bible studies. My experience in the last 10 plus years of organizing has been that when you try to bring together, I will just call them normies, and people who care about political theory, for instance, a very natural and obvious schism does emerge. There can be some overlap, but I tried to have a place, it was called the Victory Farm Center for the Humanities. And there was sustainable farming, and there was lectures, and there were book discussion groups, and there were potlucks. And the most of the people who came to the potlucks didn't go to anything else except for the volunteer days for the gardening. And then the intellectuals didn't come to do the gardening. And so it was like this, you know, it's like me trying to hold together these two worlds and just like, you know, and at the time for the first part of it, I was drinking. And so of course, like I was a bit more of a soci and I was a bit more oblivious to what was going on, but I was kind of feeling something's off here. And this bridging is difficult. And so when I'm thinking about like, oh, well, what if we did like what if Theory Underground had different local film club chapters that are mainly doing outreach to just regular people who are into movies and want to talk about them. And then we show up and we don't talk about we don't drop names and concepts and do alienating stuff like that. It's just very like having conversations, and sometimes we have social things. The issue that it would immediately arise, and I already know it would, is that the people, especially Americans, like it's just everyone's got opinions. Opinions are opinions. Oh, the moment you find out someone's an intellectual or they went to college, that kind of undermines something there in some sense. Or it's like, oh yeah, no, it's great. You've got great opinions, man. But like, but there's this kind of like not respecting the research side of things. And so the church has something going for it that Marxists or post-Marxists who are doing this kind of work don't have going for them. And that is 2,000 years of history and institutions. And so when a person's in a church or whatever, like that person just has this respect for the deacons, for the pastor, whatever. And they understand those deacons don't know everything. They're full of shit sometimes. And they understand that pastor, you know, he's got his faults. I'm not saying like the respect would be some kind of like worship. But the point is like this, hey, we're a part of this thing. And there's this other thing going on that I don't really do, but I love it. And I want to see it succeed. I want that from normal people. I want normal people who never are going to need to become philosophers to kind of be like, you guys are doing something cool and we're so happy to be a part of it. And we like to come to the potlucks. So that's basically it. And I'll just give you the closing floor here. You know, you can say your closing remarks. I told Todd it'd be 6 minutes late. So, you know, we've got 5 minutes to close out here. So Nance will still get to say something before you go. All right.
Yeah, lots of things to think about there. So I think historically, the churches were kind of downstream from the monasteries, right? So where did you train priests? Well, you originally trained them in monasteries, largely. So the benefit of the monastery is that the monastery allows you to have that intellectual conversation without this constant need to market it to the outside. So you can actually do the philosophy. The problem that we have is that there is a desire, and it comes from the best possible place, because Marxism, socialism is all about extending this out to as many people as possible and trying to make sure as many people as who can do theory, as who can think about this stuff and participate in it at the highest possible level, as many of them as can do. But there is sometimes a tendency, therefore, to try to do the theory in an environment which is not outfitted really for that. and is too much of a compromise. And when you are doing the theory in a compromised position, it infects the theory and causes the theory to become bad. And this causes the intellectual to become increasingly angry and resentful of the people who are mucking up the theory. And it causes the people who are engaging with the theory to be annoyed all the time by the fact that the conversation is too abstract and too far removed from their own interests. And you see this with DSA. DSA is awash in quasi-theoretical administrative language that is neither good theory nor is it good praxis. It's just bad. And it's bad in both directions because it's a bad intermingling of things that should be in their own spaces. They should have a relationship to each other, but they need to occur in different spaces, right? What makes the church functional is that the church is organized by people who think about theurgy. And I always find that when we talk for a while on Theory Underground, I start thinking about Iamblichus, which means I probably should do something more with Iamblichus in relation to this stuff.
Is that a person?
Iamblichus, yes, the Syrian Neoplatonist from the 3rd century.
Oh, yeah.
Iamblichus has this wonderful thought that really the thing that is higher than philosophical virtue is theurgic virtue. And theurgic virtue is being able to concoct an experience, to create an experience that invites a divine presence. So someone who is not as advanced up the ladder of virtues can get something out of it without having to approach it at the same level as the philosopher, right? How do you get someone into this? How do you get someone further along than where they enter if they're not at a point where they can engage in a philosophical conversation? You have to give them some kind of more physical experience. And that's what a lot of the time socialists think that they're doing with brake light events or gardening or different kinds of communal activities. But they're just kind of, taking a shotgun and just firing it in the general direction of diversity of tactics. It's just, well, we should have, like bowling leagues or something. There should be, social interaction. They're not thinking about it as a theurgic ritual that needs to be designed to give people an experience that opens them up to new possibility. So it doesn't change the people who participate in it in the way that it needs to. They're thinking about it too much in terms of, we just need people to not be so atomized and to get out of their basement and to talk to each other and interact. This is not what theurgy is. It's not just about getting people together and having them be friendly. And a lot of churches these days have lost the plot because they've just become about trying to gather people together and get them to come back every week. They're just about, they're social clubs, purely social clubs, and they've lost their connection to the thing that they're supposed to be part of. They're no longer in the tradition anymore. They're just gathering people together who like songs or like music, right? It's not really the same thing. But to do theurgy, I think one of the great insights of Iamblichus is that you've got to get philosophical virtue first. Then you'll be able to figure out how to design and create the rituals. And that means that the person who is the most advanced will not just be able to have the philosophical conversation, but will be able to give the physical experience, to design, construct, and concoct the physical experience, and not just as like a one-off ritual, but to create habits for people, to be able to structure ordinary daily life in such a way that it brings this out. And you see this in the really advanced monastic traditions in all of the religions. And one of the things I love about this stuff is that it can be reached in so many languages. And you guys have brought up a couple other theorists who use a lot of different terms to reach similar kinds of conclusions. And I think the great thing about this is how there's so many different ways to get at it and access it. But the core thing is that if you really get far along in this, what you gain the ability to do is to see what it is that someone who isn't operating at the philosophical level needs to do to better themselves, and not just so that you can tell them that and scold them about not doing it, but to actually construct physical experiences, physical habits in life. One of the things I used to talk about a lot in politics was the non-reformist reform, right? The reform that is meant to create possibilities for people. And this is a political way of doing theurgy effectively, right? If you think, okay, if people have access to healthcare, they have a house, they aren't worried about these things all the time, they're not scared of losing their house, they're not scared of losing their health insurance, then when they think about stuff, they're not going to be so fear-based in their thinking, and they're going to have a little bit more energy that is a little bit freer, and they're going to be able to do a little bit more because of that. and that has a theurgic effect. It elevates the level at which they're operating. It doesn't give you the revolution in itself, but I would argue sometimes with people on the left who would go, well, if you give people healthcare, if you give people housing, then you're buying them off, and you're going to make them, complicit in capitalism. They're going to be, dependent on the state, for housing or for healthcare, and therefore they're, just going to become, appeased. And there is a danger of that. Certain kinds of reforms, I think, can have that effect, but other kinds of reforms liberate people from fear to some degree and give them an ability to make decisions based on other motivations, which helps them to see that there are other motivations out there apart from competing for money, competing for status, trying to avoid poverty, trying to avoid death. Almost everything people do is some version of that, or a competition for status, which is meant to invert that. Right? Instead of poverty, you compete for money. Instead of not dying, you compete to be the coolest warrior. Right? There's a status competition that is the inverse of the fear, but they're both totally, totally far away from what people should really be making decisions based upon. So what theurgy does, if you do it right, is it creates norms and habits and regular practices, structures that allow people to not think in these broken ways. But when you aren't patient enough to go to the trouble of thinking about how do I actually make a structure that unlocks consciousness for people who don't have access to the things that I've had access to, and you instead yell at them to get on the same page as you and to do theory like you do it and use your terms and use them your way, then you don't get anywhere at all. And at that point, you're engaged in kind of dogmatist, blame and shame, very stupid, low level of consciousness stuff. Actually, the effect of that is to take you totally out of it and to remove you completely from what you were previously doing.
Awesome. Last word here, Nance.
Thank you, Benjamin. Always tons to think about. If we can call back to Cutrone earlier, maybe we just need fewer Marxists to have a successful socialist platform.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thanks.
All right. And that recording is over. And Todd and Mikey, you guys can camera on any moment you want. By the way, Benjamin, Todd, so happy to introduce you both.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Where's Mikey at?
It won't let me start the video because you stopped it.
Oh, yeah. Oops, sorry. You didn't read the email because I didn't send it to you. That's probably what happened. All right, Mikey's on. Todd's
my bad.
on.
I didn't even mean to turn the video on. I was messing around with something and clicked it accidentally. Okay. My bad.
No worries.
Hey, Benjamin, good to meet you.
Hey, good to see you.
Yeah, I was just wondering if either of you wanted to say something to Benjamin before he takes off, based on what you already heard.
I'll just say, hold on. So I love what you're doing in your book. I haven't read it all the way through yet, but I love this idea. Like when you're talking about this crisis of democracy, to me, like as the Zizekian in me, like I read it as I feel like part of it is like, we have to have the courage of hopelessness. This is Zizek's title. Like he thinks like for whatever we're doing, theorizing, etc., we have to reckon with the fact that our situation is hopeless and then keep going theorizing on that basis and not give up. But we have to reckon with how bad it is. And I don't know. I feel like part of your project is tapped into that.
Yeah. I definitely see a connection there for sure.
Yeah. I've had a lot of people reach out to me and ask how to get Benjamin's book at a discount because I made a post once upon a time saying that there was a way, and then that quickly went away. And people do want your book, Benjamin. It's called The Way is Shut, everybody. But this is the academic version, so it's going to be overpriced for a while. And hopefully there's a much cheaper version coming soon. But with that, we're going to switch out here and get this going with Todd. Thanks so much, Benjamin. Have a great rest of your night.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Stoked for your lecture this Sunday. Yeah. Take care. All right. And then we're not going to roll a PSA, everybody. We're just going to get straight to it. So yeah, just become a member, become a subscriber. At the end of this stream, today I'm going to raid a video that's premiering on my channel, and it ends in a sort of conclusion, a call to action for people to support Mikey's seminar, which starts this Saturday. And so the whole audience will be kind of dropped in there. And if you like it and comment on it and then email me, you'll get access to his lecture this Saturday, just as a freebie. So go ahead and stick around for that. It's going to be really special, I promise you. But with that, I'm going to start the recording in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, welcome to Theory Underground. Welcome back to those who've been here with the live stream, especially those of you who've been watching throughout the day while working. It's so good to have you all here. For people just tuning in, we've been doing this for over 10 hours at this point, and I'm really excited to say we've got Michael Downs and Todd McGowan in the house. And today we're going to be getting into death drive and Schelling and death in the phenomenology of spirit. And I don't know what order, but basically it's going to be something close to an hour and a half, and we'll kind of divide it up into 2 halves, focusing on these 2 things. I think, unless either of you wants to do something different, you're free to do whatever you want. But Mikey, take it away.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, look, Todd and I had this great conversation a week or so ago about Schelling, and after I got off the phone with him, I'm like, God damn it, I wish that had been recorded. Because look, I mean, whenever anybody interviews Todd, they're going to talk about his work, or they're going to talk about Hegel, or they're going to talk about Zizek, or they're going to talk about Lacan, and you know, Todd is also, I mean, he spent his life studying German idealism too, right? And so I've started to develop more and more of an interest in Schelling. Part of it is because I think Schelling is an interesting way of, I mean, look, everybody knows I'm finishing up my Nick Land book, which is a Zizekian critique of Nick Land. And there's a weird way where, you know, you can read Schelling as somebody who's kind of a forerunner for Nick Land's libidinal materialism. And yet, on the other hand, Slavoj reads Schelling into his philosophy at like the most fundamental level. And I think this aspect of how Schelling fits into Zizek's philosophy is often neglected. And so, yeah, I started talking to Todd about it, and I was getting so much out of it that I'm like, damn, I want to talk to Todd about this on stream at some point. And then the other thing is, so look, there's a section of the Nick Land book right now that I'm working on, and there's some quotes from him talking about Hegel. And like, basically, I wanted to talk to Todd this week on my own to ask him about what he thinks of these quotes and all this. So it's kind of 2 birds, 1 stone, because so much of this has to do with death and has to do with the drives, that it all kind of fits together. So, okay, so all right.
I want to just say really quick, I had no idea that Schelling is a theorist of death drive. I just want to put that out there. I had no idea.
That's not it.
No?
He's a theorist of drive. Drives are these core things, but that's part of what Todd and I will get into here, because I'm still wrestling with this on some level. So, okay, there's one little question. This is like a little thing I just would email you, Todd, but I just want to know, is it true that Derrida, talking about Hegel, once said something along the lines of, there's always this risk of the Hegelian dialectic capturing whatever you're doing, or capturing, is that somewhat accurate to what Derrida said?
Yeah, that's his, I mean, in a way, that's his critique, that's his main critique of Hegel, that even when you mount the most effective deconstruction of Hegel's philosophy, he's already accounted for it in his philosophy. And for Derrida, that you might say, well, oh, that seems like a kind of praise of Hegel, but it's actually, that's his critique of Hegel, is that you can't, there's no room for what doesn't fit. And so that, and that's part of this anti-system tendency of the many French thinkers of the late 20th century, right? Like, so, like, I don't think Foucault and Derrida have a lot in common, but that is one thing they have in common. And that's why Nietzsche and Heidegger are their shared parent figures, because they're much more fragmentary and anti-system, whereas Hegel as a whole, he's systematic. And for Derrida, that's the way that's where the system gets its revenge. No matter what you say, counter it, it ends up fitting within it. So yeah, that is definitely his position. So he has a couple of, sorry.
Do you know off the top of your head where he says it?
Yeah, so it's either in The Pit and the Pyramid, which is in Margins of Philosophy, or it's in the essay on Hegel and Writing Indifference. So it's not in Glas, Glas is the big book on Hegel, but it's not. It's a strange book. It's also on Jean Genet. It's like half, and it has two columns, the whole book. So it's very hard to read. I mean, it's intentionally hard to read and not disorienting so much. It's just hard to get a sense of what he's trying to do. But I think it's in The Pit and the Pyramid, the Margins of Philosophy.
What about, he talks about Hegel a lot in Positions, right?
Right, but that's more, right. So there he's talking about, that's an interview with two Marxists, and and then I think there's a third interview with like a structural linguist. But there it's mostly Hegel's relationship to Marx and that tradition, so, and dialectics, and so maybe it's in that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, I haven't looked at Derrida in 10 years probably, so that's a distant memory.
It's odd because, right, like Land, one of his least favorite thinkers is Derrida, and yet I think his critique of Hegel is the same as Derrida's.
Well, does that make sense? Because they're both anti-system thinkers. I mean, so I think that their critique of Hegel is going to be similar along, in that sense.
And I think on the same level, like you could say, Levinas would probably in some way agree with. Look, I think Land's main issue is he's going to say, okay, the Hegelian absolute, the system, sure, it's completely flooded with dialectical negativity, contradiction, but it doesn't allow for radical alterity. There's nothing radically outside the Hegelian absolute. And I mean, I would say that's his issue. I kind of feel like on some level you could say that with Derrida. I know Levinas would say, like, you're not going to capture the radical alterity of the other, right? And so, right. But my thing is, I guess is there a way for the Hegelian absolute to be the way we think about it and still leave room for radical alterity, or do we have to own up and just go, no, all negativity is somehow going to be part of the Hegelian absolute?
Yeah, I think Derrida says, where is it? This I've looked at more recently. He says the problem is that there's no negativity without a prophet in Hegel, right? And I think so. So and it's an interesting extension. I think the parent figure for all this critique, it's not Nietzsche, because Nietzsche didn't read Hegel. At least he pretended to, but I don't think he did. But it's Heidegger, I think that, and I think it's precisely Sein zum Tod, being toward death, that he thinks can't be in Being and Time, at least, and then in subsequent lectures on Hegel, that he thinks can't be accounted for Hegel, and that he thinks that Hegel turns nothingness into negativity. So you see how it's in a way the parent of all those objections, like Levinas, Derrida, Land, they're all kind of in Heidegger's, in that notion that you're turning this radical nothingness into, which is alterity for Heidegger, into once that becomes determinate negation, then you've made it fit, right? And I think why that's wrong is the way that you and I understand the absolute, either in all of its forms, right? Absolute idea, absolute knowing, even the absolute state or absolute work of art. That when you get to that point, that's when you encounter this, what can't be made to fit, right? Like that's like when he says that great line in the penultimate page of the Phenomenology, when he says that absolute knowing knows both its spirit, and absolute knowing spirit knows both itself and the negative, or the limit of itself, right? So it knows its limit, and then he says to know one's limit is to know how to sacrifice oneself. So that idea, I think, is exactly what all these thinkers think is not there in Hegel. So I think it's interesting. It's and that it's not in, and I think so. In a certain sense, they're right, because where he talks about death, say in the preface, the phenomenology, when he links it to the understanding, there it does seem like it's aufgehoben or sublated, right? And so, yeah, then I guess you could say that the death becomes this encounter, and then in the master and servant dialectic, the fact that the servant encounters death in the way that the master doesn't is what propels the servant to greater consciousness than the master. Well, okay, then that objection then seems to hold, but the point is that that's not the only place that this absolute otherness or negativity or nothingness even gets encountered. It really gets encountered at the end. So I think the misreading of absolute knowing as like containing everything, that's where, to me, that's where the rubber hits the road on this question.
Yeah, because they're going to view it as, to talk like D&G, like the Hegelian absolute is the absolute apparatus of capture. Nothing escapes it.
Right.
And
but of course the point is, and this is where I think they don't see how he's a Kantian, right? Like the absolute absolute knowing is fundamentally based on the Kantian antinomies, right? So it's coming to these points that, like, you take, say, reason for Kant far enough, and you run into insolvable problems, and that's what Hegel does in the phenomenology. So I think that if you don't read it like that, then you're going to miss what is really at stake in the absolute.
And they act like for him, reason is what is this machine of capture. Like machine is what's capturing. Reason is what's capturing everything.
No, it's a complete. See, there. I think, again, I think so many of the errors come from a failure to see him as in certain ways, as a Kantian, right? Like what is, like, Kant completely redefines reason by saying reason is not what Leibniz thought, not what Descartes thought. Reason is this faculty where we try to go beyond what the possibility, the conditions of possible experience, right? So that's why. So he divides between understanding, which knows its boundaries, and reason, which goes too far and runs into contradictions. And for Kant, that's why we need a critique of pure reason. But for Hegel, the fact that it knows contradictions that's the power of reason. So you have to think of it in these Kantian, I think, you have to think of Vernunft or reason in this Kantian way, or else it doesn't, then it is, the problem is what you're saying. But that's not what he means. I mean, he thinks, he has that great line where he says Kant has too much tenderness for things themselves and doesn't think that they can be contradictory. But Hegel doesn't have tenderness. He thinks thought is actually more powerful than things themselves. And so if thought runs into contradiction, then things must be contradictory. And so that opens up, it seems obvious to me, this point of radical alterity.
Todd, this sounds like a great place for me to actually ask a question I wasn't going to ask. But Tyler Murphy, he said, I told him maybe I'd ask it like later or something, but no, I think it fits right here. He said, "Can you guys define dialectics a bit? I've been thinking of it as the coincidence of opposites within a position, situation, entity, but would love to hear from you too." And I just was thinking, what you're saying, in this defense of Hegel against all of these ways that he has been received by some of our favorite thinkers. I think you can kind of just address it right there.
Sure. Kyler Murray asked you to ask that? You know him?
Tyler Murphy.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, he's taking time out from training camp with the Cardinals and checking out Theory Underground. That's pretty cool. I think you should have gone with that, Dave, because who cares about Tyler Murphy?
I meant yes. I meant absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is him. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, for sure. Okay, so dialectics. I don't think what Tyler. I care about Tyler Murphy. I'm just kidding. I
know you're joking.
I have to say a funny story though. I will answer the question. I'm not just stalling. So I had a joke about embracing alienation. It's in a footnote about Copernicus and how it was actually his wife that discovered heliocentrism, because she helped him discover it, because she kept triangulating in arguments between him and his son, and her son, between him and their child. And then Copernicus realized, oh, the sun's in the center. And then somebody, so it's not a really good joke, it's kind of a stupid joke, but somebody wrote me and said, I looked up Copernicus, I did some research, and it turns out he wasn't married. So this is a really misleading footnote. Where'd you get your information? And I'm like, man, you got me. I didn't do my proper research on Copernicus. So anyway, so dialectics. So dialectics is, in a sense, the coincidence of opposites, but it's the way in which, I think that's not a bad initial way to think about it, because I think for Hegel, but I think it needs to be clarified. So I think for Hegel, dialectics, and for me, dialectics is how a thing's identity always depends upon what is other to it, right? And so that means, to understand that, you have to understand the totality, because everything is in relation to everything else. And so dialectics forces us to think the totality, how everything is in relation. But when you do that, and I think this is, so I think it's considerably more complex. When you do that, then you discover that there is contradiction within the totality. So dialectics is always about discovering the contradiction by thinking all the relationality, thinking all the relations up to the point of their totality. Because if you don't do that, then it seems like there's no contradiction at all. Like you can say, oh, I mean, you can think about this in Marxist terms, right? Like I can say, oh, I go to work, I have a boss, my boss tells me what to do, I do it, there's no contradiction. But then if you think about it in terms of the social totality and what's at stake in capitalism, you could say, well, okay, the capitalist pays me a certain amount of money, but then they need me to buy more goods than they've paid for, that they paid me to as a salary. So how's that going to square, right? So there's something contradictory about that very structure. So there's all different ways to deal with it, right? Like debt is one way to deal with it, different things. So that's a way that would manifest itself just in terms of capital. Like if you don't think about the totality, you miss the contradiction. So that's dialectics for Hegel. You have to think all the relationality. And when you do that, the contradiction becomes apparent. And Mikey, actually, this comes right back to what we were just saying, right? Like the absolute is thinking the totality. And when you do that, the contradiction becomes evident and radical alterity emerges.
Right.
I think. I mean, that's how I read it.
Yeah.
And of course, I've only read it in passing, I skimmed it. I plan on doing a real read through of it, but I've listened to Capitalism and Desire, right? Sorry, Emancipation After Hegel is the one that where you really build this argument, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say too, like to kind of riff off of what you said, I also think it's helpful when we're thinking about dialectics, Tyler. And I'm just saying what I've heard, what I've learned from Todd. But look, like if you go, a great place to actually start and with reading Hegel is, we can say phenomenology of spirit, but if you go, oh, I'm going to go read it's a major undertaking. No, just read the very first section called Sense Certainty. It's 6 or 7 pages long. It's super short. And if you can really kind of dwell just with that one little section, you're going to get so much. And this is the trick, right? You have to start with the right frame of like how to read it. So look, with Sense Certainty, consciousness begins and it's trying to know the object. And all it does is go this, right? And by saying this, it's trying to get at the object in front of its face, right? In its pure singularity. Not trying to read interpretations into it. It's trying to know it in its immediacy directly, right? The point is, with language, when you say this, well, we apply that word to every object. So the name actually turns the thing you're trying to say into the absolute most universal term we have. So you're you're finding that Sense Certainty is shot through with contradictions. And so the key with thinking like dialectics is, in a sense, like the analysis of opposites or internal opposite. You have to stress this internal aspect. Sense certainty, it's not it opposed to some other mode of consciousness. It's not two modes of consciousness that are in opposition. It's how sense certainty itself is completely opposed to itself within its very parameters. It's and it's almost, you can use Lacanian jargon here, but it's like sense certainty has an ideal image of itself, an ideal ego. This is what it likes to think of itself as. But when it gets into the mud, when it gets into the analysis, it finds that it's the complete opposite of its ideal ego. And so it does this in different ways. Well, I try to say this. Well, this is the most universal term. Well, then I try to say here. Well, here is every here, right? There, here. Anywhere I look is here. Same with now, right? Every moment is now. So it's trying to get it. It wants to know the thing in its singularity. To know it, it has to express it in language. To express it in language with these terms is to actually say the most universal thing. And so it's contradictory within itself. And that is the key thing I've learned from Todd. And that's what unlocked phenomenology of spirit for me. For me, I always went in with the damn thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing. And so when I'm in sense certainty, I'm trying to go, all right, where's the thesis? Where's the antithesis? How are they combined? And then how does that combination of the two pivot us into perception? I never could figure out. It doesn't fucking work that way. That's the problem. What you have to do, if you go read the sense certainty thing, here's how you approach it. You go, okay, sense certainty is going to try to live up to its own ideal image of itself. It completely fails, and it keeps trying and trying again to live up to its own image of itself. And the trick is to see how it contradicts itself and fails to be that, and that it's through these moments of contradiction that you learn something new that gets you to see things in a different way. And that's what pivots you into perception. It's just the failures of sense certainty to be what it wants to be that gets you to see things in a new way. And that is what has unlocked that text for me. And I didn't get that from Slavoj. I didn't get that from Kojev. I got that from Todd. Todd's the one who really unlocked how to begin to read this text for me. And so that's how I approach it. Is a dialectical analysis is how you go about looking at a thing, whether it's a concept, whether it's an event, whatever, and you start going, how is it at odds with itself? And that is, how does it fail to be itself? And what the trick is, the very failure to be itself, that's where Zizek comes in and goes, that retroactively is its identity. Like the way it's not living up or fully embodying itself, that is what gives it its identity. So that's what I'll say about it.
Yeah, Mikey, that's great. I think that what you just said is great. I think it's better than anything I ever said. But I would say that I totally agree that sense certainty should be the model for the model chapter from the phenomenology that people look at, and not the master-servant dialectic, because that's so misleading for the reason you say, right? Like you can say, oh, it's this opposition.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not. But if you read it carefully, what's interesting, I think, is that he discusses the internal failure of mastery on its own terms and the internal failure of servitude on its own terms. So he doesn't buy it, but it's misleading because I think people don't read it that way. They read it like, oh, there are these two opposed positions that are at war with each other, and then we get to this compromise position, which is stoicism, right? Which is kind of half mastery and half servitude. But that's wrong. That's not that. And I would say, in light of what you said, the other thing is that one of the things Hegel's showing in the phenomenology is there's never been a master. There's never been a servant. There's never been a sense certaintist. There's even never been a stoic or a skeptic. And I said this very thing in a talk to a bunch of like analytic philosophy Hegelians, and they were not having it. But I just was like, look, sorry, like that's what because he's showing exactly what you're saying. Like you trace. I like this ideal ego. Each position has its ideal ego, and then Hegel says, what does it do? Like, what's it do? When you put this in action, what's it do? And what happens is it never lives up to what it thinks it is, right? And so it's really a philosophy too. I mean, I think it's interesting that Marx gets credit for being this philosophy of action, but Hegel's really saying, what's the act associated with the position, and then that's how we know the truth of the position, right? Like sense certainty is a lie because we know when we try to practice it, it fails, and that's true of all the positions he looks at.
And my thing is, like, look, somebody could take this out of context and they could take it in wild ways, but you'll know what I mean. I'm going to say it to you. Basically, every mode of consciousness in phenomenology of spirit has its ideal ego and its death drive. And I don't mean the way that you and I as human beings get enjoy, but I mean, if you push it, if you inspect it up, you start to see there's some hard kernel of alterity that's undermining its ability to be its ideal ego, and that dialectical undermining of itself, metaphorically, we could call death drive.
Yeah, no, it's great. I love that. Yeah,
and so
write that. You should write a book on that.
Whatever. No, and the thing also, it's important with like the master slave dialectic, and this also clicked for me not too long ago. I'm like, look, you're right. And I'm so glad you said that, where it's like that's the moment where you think the dialectic is about these two opposites that are substantial opposites outside of themselves. Oh yeah, there's a kind of relationality that gives them their identity, but you're still viewing them as independent subjects, right? And so, but the trick is, it's at this point where both of them are self-consciousness. Self-consciousness splits between the two of them, and they're two embodiments of self-consciousness. And what he does is he shows that one dead ends, and the one mode of self-consciousness deads end, that's the master, and the other mode of self-consciousness keeps going dialectically, and that's the slave.
Right.
But both are self-consciousness.
Right, but it is true. Like if the critique is there are no pure negations in Hegel, that section shows that that's wrong, because
it dead ends.
Right, and Alexander Kojève, the great Hegel scholar of the early 20th century, has this. He says mastery is an existential impasse. It's like a perfect line about. He doesn't get much right about Hegel, but that is totally right. I think it's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you, Todd. Can you look at the chat? I want to send a quote, and I want you to be able to read along.
Sure.
Okay. Let me put it in the chat here. Got it. So I'm going to read it for everybody. This is a Land quote. It's not too long, but let me read it, and then I kind of want to go over it with you, Todd. So I love this way he does start this quote. He says, "The noumenon is the absence of the subject." I think that's a good way to talk about this concept, right? And it kind of gets to the heart of it. Wherever the noumenon is, the subject is not, right? And he says, and is thus inaccessible in principle to experience. This is the straight up Kantian concept of the noumenon. Okay. If there is still a so-called noumenal subject in the opening phase of the critical enterprise, it is only because of a residue of theological reasoning, conceives a stratum of the self which is invulnerable to transition or synonymous with time as such. This is the real or deep subject, the self or soul, a subject that sloughs off its empirical instantiation without impairment, and the immortal subject of morality. Now, let's
mortality,
right? Immortality. Okay, let's stop there, and then we'll read the rest in a second. So you're better qualified to say, but look, Kant basically has to hold on to some postulate of the soul, of the enduring deep subject or the noumenal subject, and not in the critique of pure reason, but in the critique of practical reason, correct? Because he has to have a postulate of morality, like.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, it's certainly not in the first critique. But even in the second critique, the justification for that isn't like Land is making it seem like there's a theoretical justification. All Kant says is there has to be. So he thinks that. So for Kant, the moral law is, and this is developed in the second critique, is what he calls the fact of reason, right? So it is the unavoidable fact of reason for every subject. But that and then he says, so that lets us know that we are practically free for Kant. So in that way, the second critique seems to violate the first critique, because the first critique comes to antinomy when it comes to the question of freedom and necessity, and can't decide between the two. But Kant says, no, I'm not refuting anything. All I'm saying is practically we are free, but theoretically we're governed by necessity. So what Land is doing is he's not recognizing, and then he goes on to say, okay, we act morally, we follow the moral law, but we can never fully follow the moral law as long as we're empirical, lacking subjects, right? So, and he's like, that's too horrible to contemplate, because how can that be? We live our lives always having this ideal that we fail to live up to. So we have to posit, he thinks, an immortal soul as a way to like work out this striving for the moral law that we can never do in the mortal, before we've slept off this mortal coil. So the idea is that this idea of a soul that's immortal only has a practical justification. See, like there's no theoretical justification for it in Kant. It's just in order to understand the moral law and to make it make sense to us, we have to posit this immortality of the soul.
Look, if I try to strongman his argument, I think what he would say is, okay, it is a moral or ethical postulate, but when we think about what the immortal soul would be for Kant, it would be a noumenal, deep subject beyond our our empirical psychological.
Correct. Except I think, isn't what's interesting about this quotation is that he elides the most important part of the Kantian subject.
Is it?
Which is the transcendental, right? Like it's not the like he's trying to make it, when he says noumenal, he's trying to make it transcendent, right? He's trying to say, okay, Kant has this empirical subject, sure, and then he has this transcendent noumenal subject. But the important subject for Kant is neither one nor the other. It's caught between, and even the moral subject is caught between. Like it's neither phenomenal nor noumenal. It's on the level of the transcendental, which is not transcendent. The transcendental means it's what the transcendental gives the rules that govern experience, but it's not just empirical, and it's not totally removed from experience either. So I think that he's kind of eliding that key way to think of Kantian subjectivity, in my view. That's what I would say.
So this is going to get more interesting. And for anybody who's wondering, this quote that we're analyzing from Land, it's from The Thirst for Annihilation, the section called Fang Noumenon, which is maybe the only place that Land himself ever used that term. And it's on page 110. So, okay. So he does. Land thinks that Kant posits this noumenal subject. And then he goes on to say, he brings Hegel into it. And this is where I get confused. He says, it only remains for Hegel to rigorously identify this subject with death, with the death necessitated by the allergy of Geist to its finitude, to attain a conception of death for itself. But this is all still the absence of the subject, even when of is translated into the subjective genitive, and at zero, none of it makes any difference. So part of me is like, okay, so somehow, let's read again. It only remains for Hegel to rigorously identify this deep noumenal subject with death, with the death necessitated by the allergy of Geist to its finitude, to attain a conception of death for itself. As a Hegelian, does that make sense to you?
That doesn't make any sense at all to me. I have to be honest. I just don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. For one, I mean, all these words, I mean, they are words. I understand the words, but I don't have something on my teeth. I don't understand what they're, because like, I'm not sure there's an allergy of Geist to its finitude. That doesn't make sense to me. The way death comes in the preface of the phenomenology is as like death comes through the subject's finitude, right? Like, and through the act of the understanding, that the way that the understanding for Hegel divides the world up is that negation is death for Hegel. Negation is death, right? Like he even says death, if that, you remember that line in the preface where he says death, if that's what we want to call it, right? He's talking about negation, negation, negation. He goes, death, if that's what we want to call it, right? So there's constant tarrying with death in Hegel. Like and that's the way in which the servant shows its existential superiority to the master, the master's like, you know what? I want recognition. I don't care if I die. The servant's like, that's dumb, because if you're dead, recognition is worthless. And that for Hegel, this absolute dread in the face of death is the like great insight of the servant relative to the master. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see an allergy of vice to its. Yeah,
here's what I was thinking. Tell me what you think of this. Okay. Maybe he's doing this move. And okay, so if there's ways I've heard of Jewish philosophers talk about this, where they kind of think that immortality is not this thing like you go off into heaven, but you live forever because the effects of your actions in the world trickle on forever. And there's a way that you're immortal in this kind of causal chain that lives on. And what I'm wondering is if he says like this deep noumenal subject, which Hegel's going to identify with spirit. The thing is, if we are spirit, well, yes, we as individuals die, but spirit just keeps living on forever as this collective intelligibility of humanity. And if you identify spirit as this collective intelligibility of humanity with immortality, then it's the noumenal subject, because, and on top of it, now you've, at least from Land, you've dialectically negated death itself, because there is no real death in this meaningful sense, because spirit doesn't die. Is that maybe?
Yeah, maybe that's what he's saying. I think that's a terrible reading of Hegel, but that's probably what I think that's giving him a lot of credit. I think that's right. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because the heat death of the universe would really put a crimp in that sense of immortality.
Well, but Land would champion that. He would say this is Hegel not being able to reckon.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That death is gonna get, but I guess maybe that's the thing. Like where is he said again? Rigorously the death. So the death necessitated by if you subsume death into spirit as the immortal subject, the noumenal subject that endures all, even though we as individuals die, right? You've gotten rid of the finitude of spirit. It's an allergy to its finitude, because it's basically indefinitely going to continue to exist. And so maybe that's the finitude, like spirit doesn't want to deal with the fact, like you're saying, of the heat death, where it would just be the total annihilation of all collective human intelligibility gathered across history. That would be what it would be for spirit to die, and spirit is allergic to that.
Yeah, I wonder. It's an interesting question, because that was discovered, 30 some years after Hegel died. Interestingly, though, Marx was alive and he thought it was a bourgeois plot. He really hated the idea. So it is interesting. It's a fascinating. Like, what would Hegel have thought? And I think it would have caused him some trouble, because for the same reason that I think he doesn't really do a great job of explaining, despite what you said about Death Drive, which I really like, by the way. I think Trump would give him some trouble. Like, I think these absolute, like, reactionary movements, Nazism, whatever, like, I think they would give him some trouble. Like, I think it would be hard for him to think about them as a philosopher of history. I think as a dialectical thinker, it's not hard for him to think about that. But I think if you think Hegel has a theory of history, which I'm not sure that he does, because he didn't write the book on that, he just gave lectures on it, then I think that's an issue. So, but I think if you think about what we were saying earlier about the phenomenology and the absolute, then I don't think the heat death of the universe is such a big issue. Like that, like that's the limit of spirit finally, right? Like spirit knows its limit. That's it.
Look, I want to. Okay, so I want to read two quotes of Hegel, and then we'll move on to Schelling. But I guess the Hegelian thing is, I wonder if Hegel was around and we could get him to read Freud and Lacan, I wonder if Hegel would look at thinkers like Land, like Heidegger, as you're saying with death, like Levinas with the other, and say to him, why do you need this radical alterity? Like, it's almost like a question. Like, I just wonder if Hegel would be like, why do you need this so much? Like, why is this so?
Right. I mean, like, I think what he would say is like, sorry, you're mystical. Right. And I think if there's nothing he is more against than mysticism, because what does it do? I mean, like, it reminds me of what, you know, this is too unfair to these thinkers, but doesn't it a little bit remind you of like the sort of chauvinist, sexist guy who's like, oh, I respect women so much; they're so much better than us. Whatever, right? Like when I
they're
hear
so
that,
above and beyond.
They're just above. They're just, you know. When I hear that, you know, I like release the catch of my Browning, because it's like it's like far worse than just the bald sexism, right? Because it seems like respect, but it's the opposite of respect, because it posits this absolute other and doesn't see the way in which women are just as contradictory as men are, right? It's like there's not one that's a solution and one's not, right? Like, so I think that anytime you do that, I mean, I think there's I know a lot of, not that I know a lot of anti-Semites, but I've met a few people that don't know they're anti-Semitic. And they do this about Jews, you know, like they're like, they have this kind of whatever relationship to whatever, you know, like they're like, why are Jews like such a large majority of Nobel Prize winners, right? Like that, this kind of like, they'll say things like that. And you're like, wait a minute, why are you like already you're like positing some kind of, even though it's a compliment, but there's a way in which that's just the reverse side of like the Shoah, right? So I think that seems to me what he would say, right? He'd say like, why do you need this mystical other? And like, because isn't everything he does in his philosophy is to destroy that? Because he says, you know what, you think this thing is out there beyond contradiction? Let's take a look. Let's look at what it does, and we'll see that it's just as But and I mean, that's what that, you know, that line he repeats in the preface over and over: substance is subject. That's what it means. They'd want to treat that other as substantial, and Hegel was going to say, sorry, it's a subject just like you and me. Like, that's what he's saying about God. So he's certainly going to say that about whatever
fields of intensity, or
fields of intensity, or like the face of the other for Levinas, or Sein with a Y for Heidegger, right? Like, I've been reading the Black Notebooks, and it's like, how many more times can I read Sein with a Y? Just spell it the right way. I mean, it's just so, it's like forgetting of Sein, okay, yeah, we forgot. Like, it's terrible. You're reading along, you're like longing for like a nice phrase of Nazism and some anti-Semitic stuff to get out of this forgetting of being all the time. And so it's really, it's just maddening. But I think that's to me, that's like, again, the text of all these other ones, right? Like, it's just doing this kind of like positing this pure thing that's untouched. Like, it's not even spelled right. It's not touched by our spelling. It's so pure.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah. Before we move to Schelling, I want to look at these two quotes from Hegel. This is I'm using Terry Pinker's translation here. This is on
I think that's the one to use now.
I really like it.
I think it's okay. I think it's good, and it's going to become the standard, but I really like the Michael Linwood one best. So.
Do you really? Okay.
Yeah. If I was next time I teach it, I'm going to teach the Inwood. Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, Pinkert's everybody at this Hegel thing used the Pinkert. So
we're going to look at the quote. I have trouble letting them off the hook for mistranslating Terrying.
Yeah.
Could we just say like a couple more things about that? Because then I take it that this is not the translation. This one right here. This
No, that's fine. I think actually, I don't think it's bad.
The Miller.
Yeah, the Miller is fine. I did and it's cheaper, so that's a good reason to have it. I did a little. I'm not trying to pimp it, but I did a little video on Hegel translations, and I think that the long and the short of it was, I'll just sum it up so you don't have to watch it. I think they're all good. There's like 6, and I think even the earliest one, the J.B. Bailey one, it's translated as phenomenology of mind, so it's like, okay, maybe that's not great, but there's warrant for that. It's fine actually. And there are ways in which it's better. So I think each of them have their own. The only one I hate to say this because translation sucks, and I don't want to attack anyone, but there's this I forget their name. It's published by Notre Dame. It's Evans and somebody. It's maybe not the greatest, but the Pinkerton I think has a lot of merit. I think the Inwood has a lot of merit, and I think the Miller is fine. So yeah, so don't sell it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me it won't let me put the whole quote because this is a little bit long, but this one is one of the most famous quotes in Phenomenology of Spirit, and it's completely relevant to what we're talking about. Hold on. All right, one more. Hold on. This will be our.
Good. You're not quoting a thing that I miss. I actually kind of got that right, didn't I? More or less.
Yeah. Okay. So these two, I want to look at the big quote, famous quote. But all right. So the first one, Hegel says, "Whatever is limited to a natural life is not on its own capable of going beyond its immediate existence, but it is driven out beyond its immediate existence by an other, and this being torn out of itself, this being torn out of itself is its death." So, could you kind of reiterate like the point he's making there?
Yeah. So he's just saying that things are contradictory, and they are destroyed not by themselves, but by death. And that's how their contradiction their contradictoriness manifests itself. And that applies to all other entities except us, right? And he thinks that the privilege of subjectivity, if you could call it that, is that it destroys itself, right? So there's a kind of death drive already
lingering
there,
in the background.
Right? Yeah, in the background, right? Because this, like, we aren't what this apply when he's talking about natural life here. He's not talking about us. So death doesn't destroy us from without; it destroys us from within. Like we are and so in this one sense, he's completely against Spinoza, right? So Spinoza says, like, no thing dies of its own momentum, its own volition. But Hegel thinks like that's what subjectivity is. Like we destroy ourselves. Like we are responsible, and he thought that suicide was, in a certain sense, the greatest act of the proof of subjectivity, right? That we're the entity that kills ourselves.
So in the quote where he says natural life, because I'm trying to not read in my immediate natural life to means biological organisms, but would that include for him
that's right,
rocks and planets and?
Well, ultimately, yes, yeah. So he thinks like a rock or a planet, let's say, ultimately is destroyed. It dies. It doesn't. Its integrity doesn't hold up, right? Like it's just destroyed from the outside. Like all things, like rocks erode away, right, by water, wind, whatever. Planets blow up because whatever, the sun goes nova, right? So, yeah. So that's It means,
so it's a broader sense of death.
It's not just biological life, right? Right.
In existence or. Yeah. Negation of.
I mean, here he might be talking specifically about the biological, but that idea applies to everything. Right?
Okay. So then I want to read just the famous quote here. We've got it in sections, so I'll read a section and then we'll talk and then we'll keep going. Okay. So Hegel says, and this one is in the Pinker from pages 20 to 21. He says, As it used to be carried out, the analysis of a representation was indeed nothing but the sublation of the form of its familiarity. To break up a representation into its original elements is to return to its moments, which at least do not have the form of a representation, which one has simply stumbled across, but which instead constitute the immediate possession of the self. To be sure, the analysis would only arrive at thoughts which are themselves familiar and fixed, or it would arrive at motionless determinations. However, what is separated, the non-actual itself, is itself an essential moment. For the concrete is self-moving only because it divides itself and turns itself into the non-actual. Todd, could you give us a
I know he could be clearer. So here, what he's saying is that, and he's talking about the act of understanding here and what it does. That things they are only understood. They only become what they are through this dividing of themselves and becoming what they're not. Right, and I think. The concrete is self-moving. It even if you can even think about this in terms of like our everyday movements, right? Like we're in a certain position, and then we move in some way, so we become what we're not, and that like we move into a space we weren't in. We drink some. I mean, he uses the example of eating an apple. Like we drink something, and then this water, which isn't me, becomes part of me at some point, right? And so there's this kind of this act of this relationship between what is me and what's not me that's constantly manifesting itself, and that's what he's talking about here. That if a thing isn't divided, it isn't, right? Its self divisions are what allow it to move around in its space and even allow it to be. Right, like allow it to interact. I think maybe the best way to think about that is its self divisions allow it to interact with what's outside of it. And this is true, I think, for us, and it's true for the thing that seems to interact the least is the rock, right? But it's nonetheless interacting, right? Water's coming over it, taking part of it away. But with us, we're constantly interacting with what we're not, right? We spend that's what we do. That's what and so. This like what he calls venturing into the non-actual, like that's what we're constantly venturing into non-actual and making it actual. And so that's for him, that's what he's trying to say here.
Okay. And so he goes on, says, the activity of separating is the force and labor of the understanding, the most astonishing and the greatest of all powers, or rather, which is the absolute power. The circle, which enclosed within itself, is at rest, and which as substance sustains its moments, is the immediate, and is for that reason an unsurprising relationship. However, the accidental, separated from its surroundings, attains an isolated freedom and its own proper existence only in its being bound to other actualities and only as existing in their context. As such, it is the tremendous power of the negative. It is the energy of thinking of the pure I.
Yeah. So what this is, to me, this is one of the most important paragraphs in Hegel's work, all of his work. And what he's saying here, and then the next one too, what he's saying here is that he identifies the power of subjectivity, so it's interesting because you read this first and you're like, wait a minute, he's praising the understanding when in a way the whole book is a critique of the understanding, that he associates Kant with the understanding, and the understanding divides things up, and reason shows the dialectical connection. So maybe he made a mistake and meant to say reason here, and he said understanding, but no, he didn't, because what he thinks is, first, the understanding breaks apart, and then reason shows the connection between what's been broken apart. And the breaking apart is essential, because if you don't have the breaking apart, you have this. That's what he's saying when he says this circle enclosed on itself is at rest. And so if you don't have this breaking apart of the act of the understanding, then you just get you get Spinoza. Everything is one, and you don't get a dynamic structure. And so the act of the understanding, splitting things off from each other, which is what subjectivity does. It looks out in the world and says, because there's no, like, why should it be? I'm looking out my window. I see like a whole field of grass, right? And then I see trees. Like, why should I separate the trees from the blades of grass? But that's what the understanding does, right? It separates them. And in that act, it creates a negation, right? It puts them in, makes them different from each other. It negates the one through the other. And that, Hegel thinks, is the way that that's what the I does. And it introduces, I'm going to skip to the next thing, I had a little head time, introduces death into life, like this kind of, or not death into life, but it introduces death into this otherwise just purely seemingly self-identical structure.
Because it's only in viewing things as separate that you can go, that thing died or ceased to exist.
Right. Like, because if like the mouse was just part of this whole of all nature, this is true for Spinoza. Like, he doesn't think there's not really death because it's all just part of this thing. And so there's, individuals die, but it's all part of the nature, just kind of lives on. Right.
Energy
and so
can be neither created or destroyed.
Destroyed. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So this is Hegel's move past Spinoza. And he's saying it's only when you make that division that death gets introduced, and it sucks. It sucks. Like, then you're like, people die. And
it's funny because, right, Spinoza is the one who famously said in a letter that all determination is negation. And you would say, well, yeah, and that implies death.
Right. And he also says this great line from the Ethics, right? He says, that the death, the philosopher thinks of death least of all things. His philosophy is a meditation on life, not on death, right? So that's Spinoza, and Hegel would reverse that in a way. He'd say no, because tearing with the negative really is tearing with death, right? So he would say no. The philosopher is constantly tearing with the negative. You're constantly thinking the things that you don't want to have to think, right? You don't want to have to, you wish you didn't, you think to yourself, like, I wish I didn't have to think that.
Yeah.
Right? Like hey,
Dave, hold on. Dave, can you mute? Dave.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
They can hear me. Anne is all like just checking to see if I'm on stream. You couldn't hear her, could you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. So she was joking, but yeah, so we're about to switch over to the second question here. I was just letting her know we've got half the stream basically still for this segment. So are we closing out on Schelling right now? Or sorry, Hegel and getting into
Hegel,
Schelling? Or?
A little bit more on Hegel. We're almost done.
Okay.
Okay, but Todd, I also think maybe one of the things when I was studying Heidegger all those years was he just totally ignores Spinoza. And that quote makes me wonder, like, maybe that's why he ignored him.
Yeah.
You know, like, how dare you say a philosopher doesn't think about death, right?
Right.
That non-actuality is the most fearful thing of all. And to keep and hold fast to what is dead requires only the greatest force. Powerless beauty detests the understanding, because the understanding expects of her what she cannot do. However, the life of spirit is not a life that is fearing death and austerely saving itself from ruin. Rather, it bears death calmly, and in death, it sustains itself. Spirit only wins its truth by finding its feet in its absolute disruption. Spirit is not this power which, as the positive, avoids looking at the negative, and is the case when we say of something that it is nothing or that it is false, and then, being done with it, go off on our own way onto something else. No, spirit is this power only by looking the negative in the face and lingering with it. This lingering, tarrying, is the magical power that converts it into being. See, that's where I think Land would say that's where spirit is swallowing death, and like it's integrating
Right.
it, the radical
Right.
alterity into itself.
Right. But it's, I mean, again, I still have the objection about the absolute, which we started with, but
Yeah.
I would just say he's not integrating it. It's like making it its principle. Right. In a certain, like, it's not, spirit isn't the conquest of death. It's like how do you, like, it's the constant tarrying with it. I mean, what more could you ask? I mean, that's why I think Hegel causes such a problem for Heidegger, right? Like, because Heidegger wants this philosophy of Sein zum Tod, of being toward death, and Hegel already kind of has it, and so he should be much more alive with it, but he can't. There are all these other kinds of differences between them, and so I think he can't. He ends up having to really distance himself from Hegel in a way that, to me, never really made sense. If you take this as really Hegel's fundamental statement, and if you take Heidegger's discussions of death from being in time as what's fundamental to his philosophy, then I think there's a kind of a kinship between them about this question that is unthought really by either, but obviously not by Hegel, but by Hegelian. Like, it's true of me. I mean, I'm guilty of this too, because they're so different in so many ways that I when I first read them, this is what I was drawn to, this connection, but no one else thinks about that. Like, everybody, all the people that are into Hegel have to oppose him to Heidegger for other reasons. And then I think this connection gets lost. So.
Okay.
I want to ask really quick if you've, do you remember us bringing up Brent Adkins, the Deleuzian who we had on Deleuze's birthday? Yeah. It was already kind of like, a distant goal to maybe someday get the two of you to talk. But I just wanted to say, he wrote a book called Death and Desire in Hegel, Heidegger, and Deleuze.
Oh, yeah, I've read that book.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And so he sees Deleuze as like this great take on death that's not in Heidegger or Hegel. And I was wondering, so if you did read it, then does he see Hegel and Heidegger's theories of death very differently from how you've articulated it here?
I don't really remember it so well, just because I really objected to the idea of Deleuze having that position. So I don't know. I can't say. So.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, we want to switch over to Schelling, Dave, real quick.
Yeah, I think so. Anything you want to say here, Nance? Anything pile up from this first round, and then we'll segue over.
I mean, outside of the 3 pages of notes I have going on here, I do. Okay, so this idea of the limit being where we can encounter this radical alterity, I think that's radical, coming from like I guess what little history and background I've managed to get. And yeah, I guess maybe it does make some of these post-Heideggerians feel a little flaccid or limp as far as like making this radical alterity be their fetish object, almost like it's like but yeah, I don't know, man. This is great. This is fucking amazing. Let's keep it going.
No, I think, Nance, I really like what you're saying about that, because I think that a certain way of reading Hegel had to predominate, because if you read him this other way, then it would call into question like precisely this, I don't know what you want to call it, like fetishism is a good word, but like mysticism or whatever about the absolute other, or about absolute alterity, or about being whatever it is, right? So I think that's right. What you're saying is really good. That I think that assert that it's not that. I think this is what I would say. It's not that first there was a misreading of Hegel, and then there was this position of fetishization of absolute alterity. I think it happened the other way around. Like first there's this fetishization of absolute alterity, and then that demanded a certain reading of Hegel that fit into that. So,
and I guess I'm just curious about how you are thinking about Levinas's alterity, because obviously he's one of these thinkers who's a thinker of the other, and
yep.
I'm like right now on teaching totality and infinity. One of my big questions is like, it seems like for him there is this kind of alterity that, but by the way, everyone, that word just means otherness, right? This kind of otherness that is the anonymous wrestling of the there is. It's like this. It's the thing that terrifies a baby at night. It's the thing that you brush up against with insomnia and with that other existentialist word that I always forget, nausea. Well, but then he also thinks about like the uppercase O, other, and the other, and that this is like the human, like the human that cannot be functionalized, instrumentalized. Like it's the soft, gooey human stuff that escapes the machine. And I'm kind of like, it's like the absolutely other is supposed to be like the human other, but then there's also this other, this infinite expanse of the there is. And so I'm just curious if that's something you've thought about much, and if you've brought it into relation with Hegel, or if that's just something I'm going to have to go look into on my own.
Well, no, I think, Dave, that's a fascinating, like that difference is so important for phenomenology, right? Like, because it's the difference between, I mean, like, so when Heidegger, I think that Levinas was Heidegger's second at the Davos disputation. I'm sure you know this. So he was very influenced by Heidegger, right? So I think that other that's sort of lurking in the background, that is like what, I was listening to a Heideggerian talk about this, and he's like, what being is for Heidegger is das ohne was. So that means like that without what, right? Like it's like that it is, not before what it is, right? And so I think that's what, when that thing lurking in the background is just that things are, that it is, right? And not what it is already an attempt to kind of contain that, just that it is. I mean, Sartre's way of expressing this is that existence comes before essence, right? And Heidegger didn't really like that so much, but I think basically they're saying the same thing. And Heidegger just didn't like the fact that Sartre was a leftist and he wasn't. But I think that's what in the background of what Levinas is doing. But I think what's interesting is that he's much more concerned with the ethical relation before that relationship to this whatness or this thatness of things, right? Like I think I mean, that's what this like ethics precedes ontology for Levinas is, I think, really, I think, crucial to his philosophy. That is, like, before we have this ethical relationship to the face of the other, before we have a relationship to things, even like to being, right? So it's in that way, I think he is different from Heidegger, from Sartre, and the one text that it would be interesting for you to even do a class on is Husserl's Cartesian Meditations, because in the Meditations he distinguishes, I mean, you probably noticed, he distinguishes between these two kinds of relations. That it's only, but for Husserl, and I think Levinas is critical of him. Levinas's book on Husserl is the best book that anyone ever wrote on Husserl, I think. For Husserl, the way our relation to things comes first, and then our relationship to the other, and Levinas is reversing that. So that's all. I mean, I think that he's not. I think he's different than Husserl and Heidegger, but I think it's still the same idea of this absolute otherness, absolute alterity that we have to try to deal with. That Hegel is thinking in a different way, right? Hegel is thinking, okay, you encounter the absolute alterity through dialectics, not prior to dialectics. And that is, I think, this will lead nicely into the Schelling discussion, I think, because that is everything. And that's why I think phenomenology is ultimately go back to the beginning. Phenomenology, not phenomenology of spirit, phenomenology like Husserl, Heidegger, Levinas. It's ultimately a back to the beginning. Let's get back to the originary. And Hegel's like, as Mikey was saying, let's work through what is being done and let's see what results from it. So it's like for Hegel, the emphasis on where you end up. For phenomenologists, it's where you start, I think. So that to me, I mean, that's very simplified, but I'm thinking simple ways. So that's how it makes sense to me.
I think that's good. I like that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to do part 2. Mikey, roll out the question.
Okay. So let me give a little bit of context here, because how did I start talking to Todd about Schelling? Well, it worked like this. So in the land book, I'm writing this part, and I'm using Zizek to critique land, and but also to bring land in conversation with Zizek. And look, land basically has a cosmic concept of death drive, and there's a way you can read Freud. I think Freud is kind of guilty at this at points, but look, the reason you don't see Todd or Slavoj or Alenka or me, like, you don't see us talk about Eros versus Thanatos. And it's not just terminological. There's a reason here. Because when you take Eros and Thanatos as these like cosmic embodiments of tendencies, right? You're writing these libidinal dynamics into the fabric of the universe itself. And we're not going to view like, not all is not Eros, all is not Thanatos. And so we view, all of us in this line of thought basically view death drive as something that's the way that we actually talk about it, not metaphorically or anything, or it just means destabilizing yourself or no, like in its strict sense, death drive is something human beings have. You could say it's part of our, if we want to talk about ontological essence or the truth of our being, if we want to talk like that, then death drive is a part of it. And so in that sense, animals don't have death drive, planets don't have death drive, matter doesn't have death drive. And when you start talking about Thanatos, you project this idea of death drive onto the universe. And so Land has no problem with this. He views entropy and the way energy works and the way matter, he understands there's convergent waves and divergent waves and cyber positive feedback loops and all of this is he's going to rework into his own concept of death drive, which essentially boils down to cosmologization of death drive. Okay, so I provide the quotes, I show Land doing this stuff, and then I bring in Zizek where he's just talking about how he fully rejects any cosmological rendering of death drive. Now here's the issue, and this is where I'm like, okay, what do? I got to call Todd on this one. Here's the problem. So on the one hand, Slavoj is saying death drive is only about humans. Do not turn it into a cosmic principle. But then in his work on Schelling, the thing about Schelling he likes so much is what Schelling refers to as the rotary motion of the drives. And for Schelling, these drives are basically, if we go back to pre-Socratic philosophy, where the pre-Socratics are searching for the fundamental principle, the archai, right? The absolute principle, right? What for Thales it's water, for Heraclitus it's fire, for Anaximander it's the indefinite or theopiron. Okay. For Schelling, he acts like there's just the void, and then there's the fundamental principle through which all beings emerge are the rotary motion of the drives. Now, here's the issue. Slavoj at points kind of connects the rotary motion of the drive to OJR and drive, and I'm going, but wait, you just said death drive is only about us. Now you've got these metaphysical drives that you're getting from Schelling. We can't use our libidinal drives as cosmic principles. So on the one hand, Slavoj has the metaphysical drives of Schelling that apply to everything, and he's got the libidinal drives of Lacan that only apply to us, but then he sees them as some kind of relation or homologous. And I'm sitting there going, well, is Slavoj somewhat guilty of turning the drives into cosmic principles via Schelling? And so that's why I call Todd. And basically, I guess before we get into that, that's almost a preface. The question is, I think maybe we start, Todd, who was Schelling? Why is he important? What's he thinking about with these rotary motions of the drives? And let's just start with Schelling.
Okay, so number one, Freud never uses the term thanatos. I think people should know that, right? It's a very important thing, right? He does use the term eros. He never once says thanatos. He says death drive always. Todestrieb, right? Like not death instinct. He never uses the term instinct. I mean, he uses the term instinct, but not to apply to that. Schelling. So Schelling was this is kind of amazing. So Schelling was the roommate at the Tübingen seminary of Friedrich Hölderlin and Hegel. So these three roommates. Schelling was 5 years younger than the other two. So he went to the seminary at about 16, 17, and 16. And he also left before the other two, or had a more immediate success. The other two struggled as what was known as a Hofmeister, which is like a private tutor, but it doesn't sound that bad, but it basically sucked. It basically meant you were a nanny to a bunch of kids. And so it was a terrible job. None of them, Hölderlin and Hegel, they had these letters bitching back and forth like, this sucks. It's terrible. Well, why is Schelling, who's like 5 years? Yeah, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say, so it's like modern teaching. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's just like modern teaching. That's really funny. And so they're like, they're not actually upset. But Schelling, who's 5 years younger, so Fichte gets booted from the University of Jena in what was known as the atheism controversy. So he got suspected of being an atheist, and that at the time was enough to get you fired. He got fired. Schelling took up his position at age 20. So it's 1795. He's 20 years old, professor at the University of Jena, and starts to write. And he publishes his system of transcendental idealism, which is his real early systematic work at age 25 in 1800. And then he basically publishes a book a year up until, and this is so before I get to that, Schelling ended up getting Hegel on at the University of Jena as basically a lecturer, so someone paid per class. And they started this critical journal of philosophy together, but Schelling was always the top guy, and Hegel was and in fact, Hegel's first book is the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's systems of philosophy, and it's completely Schellingian. It's like there's a critique of Fichte, there's no critique of Schelling. It's just Hegel going, Schelling, you're great. And so it's very interesting. And so then Schelling goes on, he leaves Jena, Hegel's at Jena until Napoleon invades, and then the university is destroyed by Napoleon's army, but Hegel's still rooting them on because he thinks they're universality against German provincialism. Schelling moves on, gets another job somewhere, and keeps writing books, writes books year after year after year. And then there's a little interesting tidbit. Hegel writes Phenomenology in 1807, sends it immediately, gets his author copies, sends one to Schelling because he's their best friends, very close friends. And Schelling doesn't get to it. And Hegel writes him a letter 6 months later. He's like, what'd you think of it? And then he has this great moment where he says, if you like one or two paragraphs, it will mean more to me than if anyone else likes the whole thing. So it's like this incredible compliment to Schelling. And Schelling's like, sorry, I just haven't got to it. I'll try to get to it. And then about a couple months later, Schelling they have another exchange, and Schelling goes, I didn't really take kindly to your attack on me in this thing. And I think so he read it as an attack on Schelling, and Hegel did not. There's a very famous part in the preface to Phenomenology where Hegel says to believe in, basically his point is to think that we can have an intuition of ideas is to think going through the systematic development of the dialectic is to believe, to be stuck in a night in which all cows are black. And Schelling thought that was a jibe at himself. And so he never, but he wasn't really that pissed, and they kept on in touch. And it's really in 1818, Hegel's becomes the most famous philosopher in Germany, and Schelling's star has fallen, and that's caused this incredible split. And here's why Schelling's star fell. So he writes writes these books like Bruno, Clara, Philosophy of Nature. Schelling is more interested in aesthetics and philosophy of nature than any of the other German idealists. So he thinks that aesthetics, so art, plays a key role in this developing of the philosophical system in a way that none of the other thinkers would. So there's things about him that are original to this day, right? He also privileges the beginning, and that's what we'll get to this. This gets right to what you're talking about, this drives question. And then in 1809, 1808, he writes this essay on the essence of essence of freedom essay, right? And this is like Slavoj thinks this is one of the greatest, and I tend to agree. It's one of the greatest works of philosophy. It's only 100 pages. It's not that hard, but he's trying to understand the origin of everything in a way that allows for human freedom. And then that leads him to write a series of attempted books called The Spirit of the Spirit, what is it called? Spirit of the Spirit of the World. Ages of the World. Thank you. I was trying to. I had in my mind.
You said there was 3 versions of it, right?
Right. The Zeitalter, the Ages of the World. Right. So the version 2 is translated in a book that Slavoj put out with his essay, The Abyss of Freedom, and you can get it. I think it's published by Michigan. You can get them together. And then the 3rd version was published by SUNY, and I think both versions have their. The first version is only in German; you can't get it in English. But all 3 versions, I think, have their virtues. But this kind of ends up being the end point for his. He doesn't ever publish Ages of the World or Zeitalter, and it ends up kind of derailing his entire philosophical career up until he was asked by the Kaiser after 10 years after Hegel died to come to the University of Berlin and destroy Hegel's influence that he still had over the philosophical world. And then Schelling lectured to Engels, Bakunin, and Kierkegaard at the University of Berlin and sort of shaped their understanding or misunderstanding of Hegel. So that's kind of interesting. But to get to the essay on human freedom and the Zeitalter, the Ages of the World, in both, it's the rotary motion that you talked about is only in the Age of the World, but in both he's trying to think like, if we think about a world that seems to be governed by necessity, like a world either created by God or created by whatever, Big Bang, whatever. He didn't have a concept of Big Bang, but it doesn't really matter. How can you think freedom out of that, right? Where's the space for freedom? And so this idea of the rotary motions of the drives, he thought there's something that comes before God, which is this incessant kind of movement that doesn't have a goal, that's just turning around and around and around, and God kind of spins out of it, right? And so because that's the ground of God, there's the possibility for freedom. So if God isn't its own ground, but has a ground external to it, then how God shapes the world always has this core that is other to God and is always going to be manifesting itself in what God creates. And so that's how he then, and this is where Hegel and Schelling are close, because this is how Schelling thinks there's contradiction throughout the necessity of the world, and it's through that contradiction that freedom becomes a possibility, right?
And there's quotes where he's talking about contradiction. There's quotes you really love on that, right?
It's great. I mean, look, he's an amazing thinker, but you you can see why Heidegger loved Schelling much more than Hegel, and it's kind of evident why, right? Because Schelling is a thinker also of the beginning. It comes back to what I was saying before, like Schelling wants to think the beginning, like he wants to think like being without beings in a way, like that's kind of what this rotary motion of the drives is for him, and so I think that that's what Heidegger was drawn to in Schelling.
And
So-
just to check
Oh,
really
go
quick, there's the essay on freedom, the ages of the world, and what was the main one, the 100-page one, the one you said was so great?
It's Essence of Human Freedom is the name of it.
Okay.
And Heidegger has, it's translated into English. Heidegger has a whole seminar devoted to that. It's kind of interesting.
And we should say, I mean, this thing with Schelling, I mean, there's a lot of philosophical connections here. So Slavoj also wrote an entire book on Schelling called The Indivisible Remainder. And then one of Land's most famous students, who became very important in the speculative realist movement, Ian Hamilton Grant, wrote Philosophies of Nature after Schelling. So yeah, Schelling is this guy, like he seems to be, he doesn't have the spotlight in theory circles that Hegel or Deleuze or Lacan have. And
or
yet,
Connor Fichte, like he's sort of the forgotten German idealist, right?
Yeah, and so I guess here's my thing, Todd. When because I went and read parts of Ages of the World, and I guess like if we had Schelling here, I would want to say to him like, okay, this whole idea of trying to tell me what was before God, before the universe and then before God, I just feel like this is the most wild form of metaphysical speculation. And I guess I would say to him like, how do you prove any of it? Like, what's your evidence? Would he say this is a transcendental argument? Like, would he try to do the Kantian thing and say this is the condition of all that is? But it's like, it seems wildly speculative.
Yeah, it's funny because I forget what book it is, but Graham Harman says the universe is like a rave party in Berlin with blah 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 and all this, and I'm like, really? Like, where's the evidence for that? And I'm like, I think Graham has a lot of like good insights, but then literally come across something like that, and you're like, well, this is just like I think the word psychotic is not is like proper in this sense. Like that's just a crazy thing, and the same thing's true with Schelling. Like you're reading along, it's pretty good, right? Like he has some pretty good. It's like you're saying there's some good stuff, and then you come across this, and you're like, that's just like it's just crazy. Like you could just say anything, but
like
the answer
it out of his ass,
right? Like you could just say anything. Like how in the world would we begin to even argue with him about that? Like what would
I'm still not sure what those drives are. I'm still
I know. And I think he would say exactly what you said. We know thinking backwards. So it's a condition of the possibility of our freedom. That's what he would say. And so he would say, if you don't think that, if you don't accept that there's this rotary motion of the drives prior to God, then you cannot think human freedom, because there has to be the ground of God has to be this wild force that God can't contain.
I just feel like
so. However, you want to theorize that.
What are the four drives? I mean, they're not the oral, the anal, so what are they? What characterizes?
There's not four. There's not four.
It's just plural, right?
Yeah, it's just plural. It's not even. I don't even know why it's plural. Like it's just It's like a circular drive. It's not. There's not four. It's just there's no.
Yeah, rotary
Schelling has
the circular motion of the drives. Basically.
Right.
Okay.
It's like you might think of it like things are just kind of, there's like a soup of the universe just kind of spinning around.
Yeah, the churn, the cosmic
Also
churn.
it's what Anaximander meant by the indefinite, and then qualitative substantial entities emerge out of this indefinite soup.
Right.
This doesn't sound different from my ignorant understanding of Schopenhauer and the will, right? Is it different?
I think that's not. Well, it's different only in the sense that for Schelling, it can't. Like I think his understanding of freedom isn't. I don't know how much it's tied to will, right? Like, I think that that's the only thing that I would say. Like, I think it's not, this would be controversial to say, but I think that in German idealism, like, I think that for Schopenhauer, will is what, yeah, maybe it's the same. I don't want to go there. So yeah, maybe it's the same.
Yeah, like, because I'm kind of like, that's a good connection, Dave. I'm just, but I mean, my instinct is like, oh, but Schelling would not want to be labeled a Schopenhauerian.
Well, and Schopenhauer
No,
wouldn't
and in
want to
fact-
be Schopenhauer wouldn't want to be labeled
other way around, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like he viewed Schelling as in the same bucket as Hegel, right? Like he thought they were. I mean, he thought there was this massive after Kant, like starting with Fichte, this massive misreading of Kant. That he's like the true inheritor of Kant, who understood the noumenal as the will, right? Like that's what and no one else got that. So yeah, I think that's the only thing. I think that for Schelling, he would not say that these primal drives, this rotary motion, it's before will. So that's why I think that would be the difference. Like, he doesn't think what's primary is will in the way that Schopenhauer would. But I think otherwise, I think that's not a bad way to think of it, because I think there's some kind of connection there.
Well, and I think the issue is that when we think of drive, we don't think of agency, but when we think of will, we think of agency. But when we think about Schopenhauer, it's supposed to be some kind of cosmic will. But of course, there's not a God. And so if there's not a God, but there's a will, would that just mean that at every level, from the atom to the quark to the human, there is a self that wants to get beyond, like it's a desiring push forward up from oneself, as opposed to the Schelling, it would just be like, it's from behind you all the time.
Yeah, except I think that's why I think it's a pretty good statement by you, because for Schopenhauer, will is not subjective necessarily.
Non-agentic is his term, right?
Yeah, it's not agential. I don't know what the adjective form of that is. It's not about an e. It's like will is something we're subjected to for Schopenhauer, right? So in that sense, it's not. I mean, I think it's almost the other, but I just don't think Schelling would put it in those terms. And maybe it's just terminological. I mean, I don't think so, because I think for Schelling there is a real break. I think for Schopenhauer there's not as much of a. Here's what I think. I think for Schopenhauer, there's not as much of a break between this originary mess, and then what we are existing in now. And I think for Schelling, there's a huge break. There's like this rotary motion of the drives, and then there's God, and then there's creation, and that's totally, it's a different world. Then there's a world of freedom. There's not freedom in the rotary motion of the drives. There's freedom because those drives exist, right? Because we're not just reducible to God's act of creation, that there's something that even God has to be grounded. That's how there's this space of freedom for us, right? That's Schelling's idea.
And I think this is helpful to add. You just said the term, but I want to highlight it, right? So look, there's ways, and maybe people would say these are reductive, but I still hold that this is helpful. Look, Heidegger is the thinker of being. Deleuze is the thinker of difference. Kierkegaard's the thinker of faith. Like these, there's truth to that. Like there's simplistic statements, but I think they're also fair, right? Schelling is this thinker of ground or grounding. He's trying to find not a groundless ground, but a grounded ground, like an absolute metaphysical ground. And would you say, like, is that true for his whole trajectory?
Absolutely. That's absolutely right.
So that
which
makes sense.
Hegel disdains, right? Hegel doesn't care about ground, like because he thinks ground is ultimately, just like you used the term, Mikey. Ground is ultimately groundless for Hegel. Like we're for Hegel, we're always these uprooted subjects, sort of lost in the air. This is interesting. I just want to tell people that it's interesting because one of the accusations leveled against Slavoj, you brought up his engagement with Schelling.
I was going to go here.
So Robert Pippin and others think that Slavoj is basically Schellingized Hegel, right? So that he's giving us a Schelling version of Hegel. And the reason why they say that is because he really makes a lot out of this statement that Hegel makes very early, while he's still a Schelling follower. He says the subject is this night of the world, right? It's a very, and it's only, he only says it in a notebook or in a little piece of writing that wasn't even published. So he's not, but Slavoj makes a huge deal.
He always goes back to this night of the world.
Always night of the world, right? And this
is it like, night or night?
It's,
yeah, like nighttime
with an N, like nighttime. And because it's like for, and you can see the resonance with Schelling, right? Like it's this void out of which all the dialectical movement goes. And for these critics, they're like, well, wait a minute, Hegel does say that, but it's a very non-Hegelian kind of claim relative to the other things he says. So it seems more like that's something Schelling would say, and it's more in line with Schelling's philosophy of like this original, as you're saying, Mikey, the philosopher of ground. What is this original point of this rotary motion? It's this night of the world, right? This night that comes before the daytime of God. And so why are you stressing that? This is what they say to Slavoj. Why are you stressing that when that's the most Schellingian part of Hegel's philosophy, and not these dialectical relations, development of spirit, etc.
And to put it,
that's the
look, just to emphasize what he's saying, but in different words. Look, we all know Slavoj as the Hegelian Lacanian. Now, what is Lacan trying to get us to do through psycho? Have an encounter with there is no big other, which is to say, yes, of course, there's a big other. There's a social order, but it itself is groundless. It's not substantial. It doesn't have all the answers. It's not an absolute ground in the tip. I'm not using Hegelian absolute, but like in the way that we think of absolute, it can't be that. It itself has its shortcomings, its failures, etc., and it doesn't have all the answers. So ultimately, society, Dossmann, the big other, however we want to talk about, they're groundless grounds. Okay, and so that's in Lacan. Then Hegel is constantly showing that everything that tries to be the substantial, immediate thing is always contradictory, not just a subject, but also a substance, but also a subject, right? So the weird thing is both Hegel and Lacan, this is how you connect them, is that both of them in their own way, to use Slavoj's term, are doing metaphysics or ontologies of incompleteness or contradictory incompleteness. Yeah. And the weird thing is, out of nowhere, it's like, but then Slavoj goes to Schelling to find this absolute ground in the rotary motion of the drives, and it seems to be completely at odds with his Hegelian Lacanianism. And Todd, you've told me, like, Slavoj has told you, like, no, on this point of thinking there's an absolute principle, I'm more with Schelling than Hegel.
He did say that, yeah. And it's interesting because I said, it's odd that you're making this claim, right? Like it's a very non-Hegelian claim. And he said, well, I'm a little divided. Like on this is the one point at which I'm more on Schelling's side than on Hegel's side. So it's not, I think that in a certain way, I think most of Pippin's critiques of Slavoj are wrong, but I think this one, I don't think he's wrong. Like he does have this soft spot for Schelling that other Hegelian thinkers don't have. So
doesn't Adrian Johnston?
I think it's Adrian's. Yeah, it's in that Zizek, whatever that stupid title is. Zizek replies, responds, whatever it is. Yeah. But Adrian's essay is very good, and it addresses this very question.
So I guess, I mean, but for you would say, like, look, if we're going to read Schelling and for something that's really important and maybe has a lasting, a legacy, it's the stuff on human freedom, right?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think it's an amazing book, and it has less of the crazy statements than the Ages of the World, because still has some, like, you're still reading it, you're like, wait a minute, that's kind of like, how can you, because he's still talking about what comes prior to God, and you're like, okay, I guess, but I don't know. It seems a little. I don't know. When people start talking about that way, it gets me a little.
It's a weird cycle. Did he displace his own groundlessness into these positing these ultimate
clearly, I
grounds?
mean, that's what Hegel would say, right? It's interesting that Hegel never, even when he became Hegel, he never was ever critical of Schelling, right? He never criticized. It's a complete one-way street.
Let me ask you that, like, with these post-Kantian German idealist thinkers, I mean, with Schilling, like in his system of transcendental idealism, I mean, how much do they remain? Does he remain Kantian? I mean, would he still say like, "Hey, look, space and time are pure intuitions, and causality is a pure category"? Would he buy all that, or would he have issues?
Yeah, I think that in that way, I think yeah. I mean, I think like I think that we tend to, and this is a point that Robert Pippin makes, and this is what made Robert Pippin. He wrote this great book called Hegel's Idealism in the mid '80s, and he's like, look, they're just like he says we didn't grasp the extent to which these post-Kantians are Kantian. They're post-Kantian, and I think that that's really true of all of them. Like they're really thinking in that Kantian breakthrough. I mean, it's incredible the effect it had on them at the seminary. All three of them, they were just like, the reading of Kant was like all of a sudden the scales fell from their eyes. They all thought this is just an incredible breakthrough. So, and I think, I think there are times, obviously, which they break from Kant, more or less. I mean, Fichte thought he's just working out Kant's system in the way Kant didn't do himself. But
what Schopenhauer thought, right?
Yeah, Schopenhauer thought that too. But Hegel and Schelling didn't think that. They thought they were breaking. But they still were in that tradition for sure. That's why I think it's fair to talk about the German idealists as I force them.
Mm-hmm.
So the foursome would be Hegel, Fichte, Schelling. Who's our missing guy here?
Kant.
Oh, Kant. Okay. Isn't there another name that people often string together? Another S.
Well, Friedrich Hölderlin would be the other. He was there. Schleiermacher would not be part of it. I think it's Schiller.
No, it's Schiller. That's who I was reaching for. I was reaching for him.
Yeah, but Schiller is not a German idealist. Schiller's a poet, basically.
Okay.
Like Schiller's not. Who wrote on aesthetics? He wrote the letters on aesthetic education, which is pretty well known. But Hölderlin was a poet, but also wrote some speculative stuff, and then he went crazy very young, and so much to and really traumatized Hegel very much. Like he was spent most of his life in institutions.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I just wanted to double check that, and I also have a quick little speculative realism. It's kind of been this thing in the last 15 years, especially. In some way, it comes out of the libidinal materialism, I think, of the CCRU. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but am I right in saying that it seems like German idealism and speculative realism are both sort of a rebellion against the container that Kant establishes, right? Like we can't think outside this. We cannot think. We have this machinery, this filter, this factory of the mind.
The speculative realists would say, no, all of the German idealists are caught up in correlationism.
Right, they think that, right. They all think they're too Kantian, right? So they think Hegel's still a Kantian. They think Schelling is still a Kant, in the sense that they're right. Mikey,
but that's not the question. But that's not the question. The question's not what the speculative realists think about anything. It's can we characterize both as rebellions against Kant?
Yeah, I don't think that's wrong, Dave. I think that's right. Like, I think it's not true probably of Fichte, but I think it's definitely true of Schelling and Hegel, that because they want to say, like, Hegel's famous line about the thing in itself is, you can't, like, once you're to know a limit, like the limit is Kant's limiting knowledge, right? Hegel says to know a limit is already to be beyond the limit. And so he thinks when Kant's talking about the thing in itself as this thing that we can't know, he's already knowing it. So that's contradictory. So yeah, I think the answer to your question is yeah, but the caveat with German idealists contra speculative realists or object-oriented ontologists, whatever, is that they want to say there's no epistemological problem whatsoever, right? Like there's no problem of the subject because subject is just another object for them. I mean, they're all very insistent. Not universally. I think Ray Brassier, I don't even know if he would call himself one of them anymore, but certainly Graham Harman would say something like that. Okay. And for Hegel, it's only through what Kant discovers that we can actually discover and speculate about how things are in themselves, right? So that's totally different, right? It's like one thinks, oh, we don't have to worry about the problem of the subject. Let's just discard that. The other says, no, by thinking through the problem of the subject, we can actually break out of this, what you call like container box of like, all we know is appearances, right? Like Hegel thinks, no, we can know beyond appearances because of subjectivity. And if we examine how subjectivity works, then we see how things are, right? That's what he thought. And like, again, speculative realism or object theory, it doesn't think that. It thinks like, okay, we're just another object, right? Subjectivity is not a special problem for them.
Yeah. Okay. I don't mean to roll my eyes, but it's
No, you guys must be so tired. I don't.
No, I'm not rolling my eyes at what you said. I'm rolling my eyes at the idea that the human's just an object, and it's like I just haven't seen anyone who thinks that say anything that really tracks with anything important in life. But whatever.
Well, I it's interesting because I like Graham Harman quite a bit. We've had a whole discussion, and he's a very nice guy. But it's impossible really to have and he would say the same thing about me. Like we talked for, I don't know, 2.5, I don't know, it was a long time, 2.5 hours. And it basically, we never had a point where, except when we were talking about thinkers and, like they think this, they think that. We never had a point where one of us would say something and the other person would go, oh, I see how it would be like.
You guys are in a Leotardian different. You just cannot.
Right. I was thinking it was like Musk and Trump trying to talk with each other. They just couldn't do it. Right. They tried. They wanted to agree. They just couldn't do it. They didn't even know the terms of which they could agree. Yeah. Sorry.
I just want to say I have two things to ask Todd before we go, but they're quick little things. They're not like a big topic. So if you guys have anything to add or say about Schelling or whatever, take it away.
Okay. I'll just say this. I wanted to check in on the chat. I wanted to say we're at 113 likes. I know everybody in Europe has gone to bed at this point, except for the handful of you who are pushing the limits of your bedtime rebellion. Do yourselves a favor and go ahead and go to sleep. Don't worry about it. You can always catch up in the morning. But if you are going to stick around, I do want to encourage everybody to stick around for past when we say goodbye to Todd. And Todd, I hope you can stay for at least an extra 30 seconds after we say goodbye to everybody. Just want to say something to you really quick. Everybody, I hope that you'll be able to go in this raid where I take the audience and I put you all into the premiere for a 6-minute video. If you do that, if you like it, if you comment on it, and if I need your email or whatever, you email hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. You'll get special access to a couple of seminars you wouldn't have had access to otherwise. And I'm doing this because I need that video to replace the other one that is basically the channel trailer, right? And it's got the news about Mikey's seminar. And I just want to highlight that Mikey's, famous 20-year seminar starts. I'm just kidding. It's not 20 years, but yes, it starts this Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And we're really excited about that. And so it's going to tell you a little bit about it. So stick around a little bit longer than this stream goes. That's all I wanted to say about that. You've made me want to read Schelling. I didn't know anyone was going to be able to do that. You already, Todd, were beating down the door of my obstinate, I don't want to go there.